Hello and welcome to my 24-hour live podcast for Cystic Fibrosis Trust. I'm Lucy Baxter, and for the next 24 hours I'm going to be going what I can only describe as a journey chatting to people, a journey listening to people, and a journey raising money for cystic fibrosis. Now, the most important thing is raising awareness for the condition. And so I am so excited to be joined by so many different people on the programme, on the show, on the podcast today. Now, I am doing the tech myself, so do bear with me. What's really exciting is I am doing this live from my home. It's a very rainy day in Lancashire, but there is so much sun in this room with the light and everything like that. So I just want to say thank you for joining me. If you have any messages, or do message me, because 24 hours is a long time, or shall I say 23 hours and 59 minutes now. I have some guests joining me in the studio here, as you can see. There'll be people coming soon, and some people on Zoom as well. Now, many of you will know that I have cystic fibrosis. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic condition. There's currently around 11,300 people in the UK that live with cystic fibrosis. That's why I'm doing it. I like to do crazy challenges for CF. I like to raise awareness. And I just really hope that this will be something that raises lots of money for the CF Trust. I also have noticed I've got two balloon ears here. But yeah, it'll be really great. So thank you so much again for joining. What is cystic fibrosis? So it's definitely more than just the lungs. It is a condition that affects the pancreas, or the digestive organs, and lots of other things as well. I'm going to show you a short video to explain what cystic fibrosis is and how it's an invisible disability.
You don't see what I see. You don't see the hours coughing, or the hours laughing. You don't see the mountain of pills I've taken, the hours of physio, the hours of training and training. You don't see the constant nagging congestion, the scary thoughts about my future. You don't see me having to avoid meeting others with the same condition. The chance of catching an infection is simply too dangerous for us both. You don't see the support team behind me, the trips to hospital. You just see me. See me grow, see me cough sometimes, see me try to live a life unlimited. The challenge of living with cystic fibrosis is invisible, except to the ones who live it. Discover more at cysticfibrosis.org.uk. Share your story. #CFTruths.
So yeah, cystic fibrosis is definitely an internal illness where, I may look well on the outside, but my insides are definitely not. But also people can sometimes not look well on the outside. It is such a varied condition, and that's why I really want to raise awareness today as well. Now, I was having a look into cystic fibrosis a little bit more about who discovered it, and it was a woman, which I really liked. It was Dorothy Hansine Anderson in 1938, and it was an American. Back when I was diagnosed, so I'm 28 years old, and when I was diagnosed in June 2000, it was very much just focusing on the lungs and the respiratory conditions, the kind of sticky mucus that would be in the lungs. And that would be a GCSE biology question talking about genetic diseases and conditions. So 1 in 25 people in the UK carry the CF gene, and that means that around 1 in 2,500 people will have cystic fibrosis. Now, it's 10 a.m. Well, 10:05, 23 hours and 55 minutes left. But it does impact people differently every day. And what we will discover along the journey of the day is the different ways it affects people and how it affects people so so severely as well. Now, you may know cystic fibrosis was on the news in 2021, and that was to do with the new modulator drugs that came out, which were the first of their ones, really. It treated the root cause of cystic fibrosis rather than the symptoms, but is not by no means a cure. I've been on these drugs since 2020, and last year I was in hospital and well, so it's definitely not a cure, which is still why we're fundraising for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust today. I just want to say that you can also donate here if you want to. So you just need to scan this QR code to support, which would be really, really appreciated. There are also an incredible amount of people that can't benefit from these modulator drugs. These are there's 10% roughly of people with cystic fibrosis that have such rare mutations it means they can't take this medication. There's currently nothing for them like these modulators, so it's also why I'm fundraising, so that these people will be able to have something and the research will come on so that they can do that. I have some really exciting guests. The first one joining me at 10:15, and you do not want to miss her. She is a famous actor, and she's an ambassador of the CF Trust, which is amazing. So she's going to be coming on very, very soon. Again, if I am kind of looking different ways, you'll have to forgive me because I have got my notes. I'll just show you the amount of notes I've got. Thick amount of notes for every guest. I've also got all the little buttons I need to press to play the videos and things. You might ask, how's it going to work logistically? Well, I will be going to the toilet in various breaks when I need it, but I won't be sleeping. So for 24 hours, I will be talking non-stop to you on YouTube. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I have a wonderful team behind me. Today I've got Ben, who's helping with tech support at the start. I've also got my mum Jill, who's helping me stay fueled and nourished with food and drinks. And yeah, I did treat myself to a lie-in yesterday, and let's see how it goes. I did used to do night shifts a few years ago. However, was not focusing like this for 24 hours. It is a bit unusual to just see myself talking to myself at the moment. So I'll ease into it as it goes, but a little bit more about the setting. So I'm here in just south of Preston in Lancashire. That's in the northwest of England if anyone's joining around the world. And I'm in a yellow chair, a bit like Graham Norton's red chair, but this is a yellow chair. I also have a yellow sofa for my guests. So I am really on brand right now with my t-shirt, and I will show you later on the back. It says, whatever you do, do it in yellow. Now, a week today is Wear Yellow Day, which is for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust. And it's CF Week next week, where we do so much raising funds and raising money for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust. Now, there are so many different things that people with CF require and need, and so I'm going to show you a video about the helpline, which is one way that the money that is raised for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust goes to. Have a look at this.
Our helpline is open from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday. You can reach us by calling 0300 373 1000, emailing helpline@cysticfibrosis.org.uk, sending us a message on social media, or sending us a WhatsApp message at 07361 582 053. We provide a safe, non-judgmental and confidential space where we help people in the CF community with issues such as finances, housing, education, benefits and employment, as well as questions related to cystic fibrosis.
When I called the helpline, the advisor at the Trust went over and above his responsibilities and signposted me to ensure I had all the support and advice I needed but didn't know I could access. We are so grateful.
So if there is something on your mind or there's something we can help with, please get in touch. We're here if you need us.
There you have it, just another way that the CF Trust can help people like myself. It is so important when you need someone who understands you that they're there, that they can give you support about, whether that's about funding, cost of living crisis, medical, not advice, but kind of queries, and they then signpost you to support. So it's really, really great. I also should talk a little bit about how rare it is. So it's the most common rare disease in the UK. Like I said, there's over 11,000 of us. And so this week this day, when I'm chatting to people with CF, they will be on Zoom. The reason they'll be on Zoom is because of cross-infection. That's something we'll talk about a little bit further down the line. But yeah, it's really important that we stay away from each other. Otherwise, we pass on bugs to each other that can be damaging. Now, I am going to get my first guest up. So in the meantime, why don't you donate? And I will catch up with you once this guest has joined. Well, everyone, our first guest is in the wings, ready to talk to me today. The kicking off the 24 hours, I guess, is Jenny Agata. Now, I'm just going to pop her onto the screen. Here we go. Hi, Jenny. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. And congratulations on doing this. Are you nervous?
Yes.
24 hours to go. It's very lovely to be your first guest of the 24 hours. So thank you very much for inviting
Recording
me.
in progress.
Thank you. Yeah, and I feel like I am more nervous about the tech, doing this all on a little laptop. The speaking, I feel, because I can chat, isn't as nerve-wracking, but I do really appreciate you joining. So for those...
I remember when we were in the middle of COVID, and everybody had to use social media and use Zoom and all the rest of it. We did stuff we call the midwife, and we used to end up sideways on and upside down, and people wouldn't get onto the screen. But it looks like you've got it all really worked out.
Yeah, well, I hope so. So for those of the listeners, the viewers that don't kind of know your link with cystic fibrosis, do you want to share why you're an ambassador for the CF Trust and kind of why you're supporting the charity?
Yes, it's because it's in our family. I carry the gene. My husband didn't, so our son doesn't have it. However, I first knew about it when my brother's first child was born, which was Rachel, my lovely niece. And it took a while to work out she wasn't putting on weight, and they didn't know what was wrong, and it took a while because at that time we didn't have the heel prick test, and it turned out she had cystic fibrosis, something I knew nothing about at all at that time. So that's trying to think how old she is now, 40-something, and it's a while back, knew nothing about it, and then had to go through at that point a real kind of discovery as to what CF was. And of course, the prognosis 40 years back was quite different than it is today, because there's so many changes and so many different things. So at that point, I started to understand something about it. My brother and Caroline did all of the things that were important that one understood, exercise and the medications and things, which have changed very much. And just to take it through that 40 years very quickly, There's been a lot of progress. I have been very involved with the CF Trust as a trustee for a period of time. I've seen it in America. When I was in America for 7 years, it wasn't a part of my life so much, but back in the UK, it really was. And wanting to raise money for it, but seeing all those changes has been fantastic. And my niece is on a medication that has made the biggest difference to her life. I mean, it's not there for everybody with CF, but for her particular gene, it has been, and that's Drafter, and it's been wonderful. What one hopes through what you're doing today, more awareness, more research, going further, that everybody, more people will be able to have the benefits that come from that research, and that at one point we will be able to be complete control and give people long, healthy lives, just like everybody else, as opposed to fighting all the time. And that's my interest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think people with CF have such a resilience, but such a, just like they grab life, they take every opportunity and like love it to the maximum. I always think of, being grateful for just being able to breathe. And last year I was in hospital and I was unwell, and I thought, gosh, I'm not breathing as well. But when you strip it back, I think CF people are so grateful for the littlest things, because it's been so hard to be able to do those little things.
There is, I must say, I've met so many, I've just known so many people with cystic fibrosis. We have two, my niece has CF, and also another niece's child has CF. So we've got it in the family. It's come again. And there is an absolute, as you say, desire to really take every minute and enjoy it. And I think a lot of times, we don't appreciate enough just the fact that one can breathe freely and be comfortable and be healthy. And it takes periods of time. I mean, for myself, if I've got a cold, once I get over the cold, I think, oh, thank goodness for that. But with CF, you're permanently knowing that those dangers, those difficulties are there. I mean, do you take a lot of medication? Do you do a lot of physio?
Yes, absolutely. And I think even the new modulators that I'm able to benefit from don't eliminate the treatment burden. They are lovely, but there is still quite a lot. I still do physio twice a day. I'll be doing it on the podcast because it's a 24-hour podcast, so I'll still need to be doing my medication. And it is, especially winter time, it's a very worrying time when there's coughs and colds, and you're constantly asking people, are you well? Oh, do you mind if we leave it and cancel that plan, or things like that. It's always, like you said, in the, I would say back of your head, but I almost think front of your mind, thinking, I'm navigating here, this is a busy train, people are coughing, am I going to get that? Things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I always thought, again, during COVID, that what they really needed to do is get hold of the CF community and say, how do you cope with it? Because that's the way to cope with that. Because as you say, you're always aware of someone coughing, getting infections, people not having their flu injections during the winter, all of those different flus and viruses that are there, and it's scary. I mean, it really can be very scary. But again, by the same token, you want to be able to live your life fully and get on with it as much as you can.
Yeah.
And it's so lovely seeing you do that, and you're grabbing this opportunity of doing that and talking. How many people are you going to be talking to over the next 24 hours?
About 38.
Wow!
There's going to be a few people here in the room chatting to me, and across the world as well. In the middle of the night, our time, there'll be some people from Australia and New Zealand talking to me who are also affected by cystic fibrosis. So it's been great to organise and get everyone involved, and I think I'm a little bit calmer now that everything's working and it's all good.
I love your yellow. That's great. I'm really sorry not to be wearing yellow. I'm not at home actually. I'm meant to be doing granny duties today. So I'm actually with my son and daughter-in-law in Yetminster. I forgot to bring something yellow with me, but I will be wearing yellow next week because it's Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Week, of course, and actually wearing yellow and getting out that message that why one wears yellow. Yeah,
and the theme of this year's CF Week is one diagnosis, 11,000 realities, and I think it's great because everyone's cystic fibrosis and how it impacts them is different. I know that you don't have CF yourself, but what would you describe your kind of reality of knowing about CF and what it is? What would you describe that as?
Well, at the very beginning, when Rachel was born, there was a lot of fear because one was given information about the possible length of life, the things that were in danger, the difficulties, the amount of medications that were taken, the amount of physio that was needed, and that impacted quite a lot. And I remember being very aware also that it took a while for Rachel's diagnosis to be found before they realised that she had the CF, and that was something that I very much fought for, was that CF was part of the heel prick test, because that has made a big difference. And that actually was the one thing with my, I don't know what you call it when it's your niece's son, is it a great nephew? I think it's,
yeah.
When he was born, because she had been tested, she knew she was a carrier, but her husband was tested and he didn't appear to be a carrier. And then when her second child was born, they called and said, your heel prick test shows that your child has CF. She said, no, it's not possible. Yeah, I know I'm a carrier of the gene, but you have to have two with the carrier of the gene to have a child with CF. My husband's been tested, he doesn't have it. They said, well, no, we definitely need you to come into the hospital. And it turned out that her second son did indeed have cystic fibrosis. And what happened was that, as you described, there are so many different genetic forms and there are so many different ways that people are affected. And it did turn out that her husband did carry the CF gene.
Wow.
Which means that we've had sort of 3 generations of people in our family that have actually met somebody that had the CF gene, because obviously my parents did too. So that was what was interesting about that, is that Albie is born into a time where CF is dealt with so completely differently. So everything is going to be a lot easier in his life, and one just wants to see that continue. But it impacted, mainly on my brother and Jonathan and Caroline, when they were bringing up Rachel. But what they did was to make, like I'm sure your parents had, their life as ordinary as possible, as getting on with things as much as possible, just enjoying things as much as possible, being part of everything. Which means it means taking risks to a certain extent. It means just having to get out there and get on with everything.
Yeah.
But I adore being around Rachel because she's huge fun. So the impact now is, let's see what happens, let's move ahead, let's get more money for research, let's make the changes.
Yeah, and it is a weird time in a way for the CF community, because over half of us, like I said, around 90% or just under, are so optimistic, and there's a lot of research going, but then there is this just over 10%, and those people aren't a statistic, they're not the 10%, they're people, and unfortunately they haven't been able to take this because of the rarer mutations or the mutations. And so it's kind of difficult, because on one hand you might be happy, but then your heart breaks for these other people. So it's a very odd time where research is really needed so that we can all then be happier and more optimistic.
Yes, because I've lost friends as well, with CF, and that's devastating. So yes, absolutely, we're optimistic, but there's still a battle to go on.
Yeah.
And it is about information, and doing Call the Midwife, which we sort of touched on, covered 15 years I was doing it. I was playing a nun for 15 years. Getting in the habit of, for 6 months of each year for 15 years. But one of the things that was lovely about it is it went from year to year, and each year dealt with social changes, economic changes, political changes, and medical changes. And Heidi Thomas, who wrote the most wonderful stories always did masses of research. And one of the things that she did was she made sure that she was always up to date with everything that was going on, including the medications and changes. And I knew we were coming up to a year that we were going to do where they were able to test for the first time for the CF gene. So I put forward to her an idea and said, look, this happened this year. They were able to test and actually show if someone had CF. And that was a big step forward, because it meant that, that people could know that they had it. So she created the story, and I said also the other thing, in the past, this is something that was almost like folklore, but it is actually the case that someone with CF has a tendency to have a lot of salt in their sweat, and that they noted that children historically going past in the past, children that had that taste of sweat on their skin, that when you kissed them there was some sweat that was salty, that they are often the children that would be frail, that would have problems, but they didn't know what those problems were. And so in the story, Heidi wrote this wonderful thing of Sister Monica Joan knowing that there was this, they came across this one child who had problems with the chest, and she had known that there was this salt, and she had associated with certain things, and then Dr. Turner was able to actually say, I think this is what it might be, and we will take this child for a test. And it turned out it was cystic fibrosis. So it was wonderful having that within the story, because it actually, things like that really do help to inform people. A lot of people then checked up apparently on the site. There were a lot of people hitting the CF Trust site to find out about CF. And all those things are very important.
Yeah.
That was very early days with CF, and we've moved forward. But it was lovely to be able to do that. I think that was kind of like episode year 3.
Yeah.
3.
I remember watching that, and at the end when the character said, we believe this baby has cystic fibrosis, and I was like, oh, that's lovely. It's been on such a the UK, the nation's favourite series and programme. And so like you said, you've been on Call the Midwife since the beginning of 2012. And I think it's incredible how you worked with the script writer and the team to kind of get cystic fibrosis in it.
Yeah. But it's, it has been, 15 years, a long time. It's actually almost, it's about a quarter of my career has been spent doing that. And how lovely to be doing that now, and how lovely to have something that one can work with, and stories that are so wonderful, and have the opportunity in this case to have been able to tell that particular story. And it was not unlike it, because I think it dealt with what Dr. Turner was able to see, was that there had been ongoing problems with the family, and that was very close to my own family, because clearly both my parents must have had they carried the gene.
Yeah.
Because they lost 2 babies, and we now believe that those 2 babies were affected by CF. They had other complications that you can have. But they lost them very early. And then Jonathan, my brother, carried the gene, and I had carried the gene. So my brother then married someone who had it, so it become second generation. And then, in fact, their other child has carried into a 3rd generation, which is quite unusual in a way.
Yeah.
But it does happen, So it's just good that we know so much more about it.
Yeah. So when you kind of look back at the 15 years that you've been on Call the Midwife, and from the start, and how loved it is and still is by the nation, what memories have you got, or kind of favourite moments that you have?
It's interesting, because you have, in 15 years, there's been a lot of the same cast. Helen George has been there, Steve McGann has been there, Cliff, Judy, throughout those 15 years. And then a lot of the crew have remained the same. So there's been these parallel things going on, which I've really enjoyed, is that the stories themselves have this continuity, and just playing those characters, finding out about those different years. The character I played, I love, because I've never fully been able to understand what a nun was about, because it's not a life I could have entered myself. But that discovery is, through the writing and the different things affecting over the years was wonderful. And seeing all the other characters grow and change, women's roles in life changing over those years. You see Helen George as her character being very strong. You see the women, the nurses, and how the world is changing for them. But then again, also, just personally, we were seeing our lives change. Helen had 2 babies during that time, which she brought to set when We'd be off in between, and then she would bring them to set. And also, I remember hiding her pregnancy at one point as well. We'd have to put her behind the doctor's bag at times because her stomach was, we've got to hide you a bit. And then crew as well, and people coming in and talking about their child who'd been born. And at 15 years old, they're 13 years old, and my own son has grown up during that time. So you've had these comparative lives all the time that you've shared, and that's been, for me, a really joyous part of it. It's really hard to focus on an episode that I particularly liked or whatever, because I remember a few years back they did actually the decade of Call the Midwife, and I watched a documentary that the producer put together, and as I was watching it I was thinking, oh, I'd forgotten that story. Oh my goodness me. Oh yes, and that. Because if you think about it, 15 years and 9 shows per 15 years. The first one was only 6, but then after that, it was 9 shows each year.
Wow.
So that was a lot. That's a lot of shows.
Yeah.
That's a lot of babies being born. That's a lot of stories being told.
Yeah.
So, and all of them I've really enjoyed. But as I say, the thing that's been lovely is going through those years, covering those years, and working with those people.
Yeah. Now, you, as a younger teenager, were in the Railway Children. I wondered if acting was always this passion from at what age did you think that it was, what you wanted to do?
It wasn't at all what I wanted to do, actually. It came quite by chance. I was at a ballet school, and I don't think I'd ever have been a dancer, but I did quite well at ballet, and I enjoyed it enormously. I still enjoy ballet, but it takes a kind of, you have to be really an athlete and have that sort of dedication. And I sort of saw quite young that it was quite a short career as a dancer anyway, but I loved it, and enjoyed it. But what happened was Walt Disney was making a film about, in fact, the Royal Danish Ballet and a dancer at the Royal Danish Ballet. And there was a role in it of a young girl who was a young student at the Royal Danish Ballet School. And I was screen tested for that role because they went to the different ballet schools because they wanted someone who was a young dancer. And I got the role in that.
Wow.
Which was sort of a surprise to me. It came out of the blue, and it was terrific. And whilst I was going up for that role, I was seen by somebody who said, "Oh, you'd be very good for this." This was a little Danish girl. They said, "You'll be very good for this Arab girl because you're very small and like to have to be carried around a lot in this film that we're making called East of Sudan." So that was actually the first film I made. It was a film called East of Sudan, made at Shepperton Studios, where I played a little Arab girl who is injured at the beginning, has to be carried around a lot, which is why I was cast, basically because I was small and light. Then I got the role in this the other film, which was lovely because it was working with the Royal Danish Ballet, seeing them dance and dancing on stage with them, and all of that was lovely. It was a Walt Disney thing, and I really didn't think very much about it. But there was then other opportunities came up. I did other televisions. And because that was when I was 11 years old. It's way before Railway Children, you see.
Yeah.
When I was 14, the BBC made a series of they had already done it before, but they made a series of the Railway Children for Sunday afternoons, and there were 5 of them. And I was auditioning for that, and I got the role of Bobby in that. And that was at 14, and then I did a lot of other television, but off and on from school. I mean, I was always going back to school, and then when I was 16, I did 3 films in a row, a thriller called I Stopped Counting, and then I went to Australia and did a film called Walkabout. And then when I came back from that, they were making the film of the Railway Children, and I have to say, I actually was not sure that it was something I wanted to do, because I thought, well, I played it before when I was 14. I'm now 16, and you know how you are at 16, you think, I'm suddenly very grown up and I should be looking at much more grown up roles. But I met Lionel Jeffries, who immediately kind of said I was playing the role. He took it for granted that I would be doing it. And it was lovely. And I was so glad I did, because I actually was just at the right, Roberta's just kind of adult enough, and she does take on sort of adult things. And it was delightful to do, and it has been hugely successful. And it's funny because both Railway Children and Call the Midwife are the 2 things that have a lot of responses from people.
Yeah.
I'll sit on a bus and have somebody very quietly next to me say, daddy, my daddy, or, they'll suddenly talk about the Railway Children and being a child, or their parents loved it. It has a place that has kind of continued. And it's not about me, the actor, which is lovely. It's about how that film was for them. And Call the Midwife has been much the same. People talk to me about it, but they don't talk about me, the actor in it. They talk about, Call the Midwife and the effect that it's had, and the fact that they might have had an aunt who was a midwife, or knew somebody that lived in Poplar, or their family came from that part of the country, or they've got something that affects them. Or even if they're, living very much in this time, that they're looking at it historically, but finding things that are parallel today, and that sense of community that's in there and things. So I enjoy that enormously.
Do you think, obviously, the industry has changed so much since since when you were a teenager in terms of, as well, technology. Is it something that if you were a teenager now, you would still have you would have still gone into?
Well, if the opportunity arose, I think it's interesting because I feel like most of my work, because a lot of people who act just really, really want to act, and that's what they want to do, and that's great. But it wasn't something I wanted to do.
Yeah.
But it was an opportunity that arose, and I think through my life I've had some wonderful opportunities that have come through acting. Whether it's going to Australia and doing walkabout, whether it's going to the National Theatre and working there, going to America and Hollywood and working there, the opportunities have arisen. So yes, if those opportunities arose and I was a teenager today, but I would be coming into a different world. I mean, you have to think. I just look at the technical side. Here we are talking on Zoom.
Yeah.
Something that I never even would have thought about. When I was doing the Railway Children. When I did the Railway Children on television, they had big, old-fashioned cameras that moved around on these great big, wheels around the studio, and they'd cut from one camera to another. They were very, very clumsy, and it was black and white. It was still black and white television at that time. And then by the time I came to do the film, it was still lots of lighting was required and all the rest of it. When I did Logan's Run in America, we had green screens in the background, which they projected then other things onto, so that was all part of Logan's Run was a sci-fi film, and they made that by having green screens. Now, more recently, I played a small role in Captain America, and with a Marvel film, and was delighted to find myself surrounded by these young people with computers, and everything was being done in a completely different way. I mean, magic is created by, sort of AI and all sorts of things like that. So, what they can create on the screen. And they were permanently working, these people. They had a little group working together as to what they could create with the computers and what they could make with holograms. And there were holographic images of the actors. A slight worry now, because, of course, they could just use your holographic image and not bother with you at all.
Yeah. It is so interesting how things have changed, and it's so great to chat to you. We have just had £70 donation whilst we've been chatting, so that's amazing to hear. And there's people watching on the YouTube enjoying your passion and take for cystic fibrosis. I know there's a couple of people in hospital at the moment who I said, just stick it on and it might entertain or uplift you a little bit. So they've been really enjoying that. So thank you. My final question is what your hope and wishes are for the future for people with cystic fibrosis.
And the wish, I think, is what everybody has, that there will be, the breakthroughs will happen that will give the opportunity for people to live full, healthy lives. And that's the big difference, is that, as you say, it's a very unequal thing. You don't know. It affects families differently. It affects people with CF very, very differently. Some people are fine, and then they're suddenly taken by an illness, and they spend months in hospital. Sometimes people are in and out of hospital all the time. Some people are on lots of different medications. Sometimes they're affected with things like diabetes and different elements of what that can do to your body, and how there's so many different aspects to it. But what one wants is for it to be possibly genetically changed in the future, because that's what we're looking towards,
Yeah.
And for people just to be able to get on with their lives. It's interesting because it's never going to go away.
No.
The CF gene will always be there because they say that it's a successful gene for one reason or another. It's been around. It will always emerge. So what one needs to do is to find a way of being able to deal with it. And as I say, that's what one hopes, is that people will not live with all the difficulties that it actually presents. I've seen huge changes over the last 40 years. I want to see those changes take us in a really wonderful direction where we're free of the problems.
Yeah, because up until, I'm 28 and Creon were around when I was born, but the big thing was the DNAs, which people who are watching from the CF community will know. It's a nebulizer that helps kind of loosen mucus and secretions in the chest, but that was the big thing. And so it seems like there hadn't been much up until the modulators, but there is still so far to go.
There's places to go. And what is so lovely is seeing you, Lucy, doing this, and
Thank you.
seeing how terrifically you're handling it, and how much energy you have, and just hoping that you find, there's going to be wonderful things. I mean, what is interesting about Rachel is that she was always on the edge of new medications. One was sort of told, it's not quite the way it is, but one was told, you should be lucky to be a teenager. And then she got to be a teenager, and 21 was a real marker. And then at 21, it was like 30 is the sort of age one's talking about being an average. It doesn't work out as that, because as you say, it's all very different for different families. But one has seen those progressions, and what one hopes for you and for everybody in the community is that you'll find something that just says, I don't have to do all those exercises, I don't have to take all this medication, I'm just going to be free of all of that and get on with it.
Yeah.
But the great thing is you're getting on with things now, which is lovely.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm not sure how much energy I'll have at 3 a.m, but I'm starting off strong. Well,
thank you so much for interviewing me at the beginning.
Yes.
You should have done it. Are you doing it alphabetically? It's always been good about being an Agatha.
Yes. Well, actually, yes, because my next guest is a Baxter. It's my mum, and that's a B. So. Yeah, and actually, you could be right. You might be onto something, because then, oh no, I've got a C. I might have done that and not realised. So,
yeah, great.
Well, thank you so much. And yes,
I might turn back on later on tonight and just see how you're doing in the early hours of the morning.
Yes, I'll be there. If you can't sleep, I'll be here. Oh, well, fantastic. Thank you so much, Jenny. I will figure out how to transition you off, but thank you so much. I've just realised I've said all that and none of you could hear because I'm still unmuting. So, right, I hope you can hear me now. But we're an hour in. I'll just re-say all of what I just said. Yeah, it was great to have Jenny on as such an ambassador to the Trust and to advocate for all of us with CF, and for her to have seen all the changes with CF that have taken place since her niece was born. It's really interesting that she's been across it. And yeah, thank you so much, Jenny, for all you do for the community. And she'll be wearing yellow. She'll be wearing yellow next Friday, because it's Wear Yellow Day. And yeah, I did mute my mic, but my tech team are saying that they can hear me and it's all going well, so that's good. Right, I am going to play a short video now. This is a conversation with cystic fibrosis people, and it's with people who explain how the body is affected by CF. It's with people to explain CF-related diabetes, the tummy symptoms and what that's like. And yeah, so have a watch of this and enjoy.
The GI symptoms that I experience with cystic fibrosis ranges day to day, but it's always something that appears really unexpectedly and causes me a lot of pain, a lot of discomfort, and often means that I have to change my plans really last minute and always calculate how I can start to alleviate the pain. For a lot of us, especially those of us on Kaftrio and these modulators, that not every aspect of CF has been magically cured. And yes, I can breathe significantly better than I used to be able to, but at the same time, my tummy is always sore and it's always really debilitating, and it can cause a lot of discomfort and a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety.
CF-related diabetes impacts my life in many ways, both kind of mentally and logistically in the day. Mentally, it can cause a bit of an unhealthy obsession with what I'm eating, because I'm constantly having to count carbohydrates, watch, the foods that I ingest and whether they're gonna make my sugars go too high or whether they're gonna cause my sugars to potentially go too low. This can lead to highlighting kind of the idea and the notion that some foods are good and some foods are bad, and that, in my case, has led to disordered eating. Logistically, during the day, it affects me by, I can't just sit down and have a meal. I would like other people to know just how turbulent having CF-related diabetes is and how it can be affected by so many different things that are out of my control. For example, it can be affected by the exacerbations I have in my cystic fibrosis and about whether I'm feeling healthy or whether I'm feeling under the weather with a chest infection. It can also be affected by stress in my daily life, and it can be affected by hormones, and actually my sugars seem to be more uncontrollable at different points in my menstrual cycle.
My gut issues have continued, and if not worse, since starting Kaftrio, and it would be really, really great if we could have a drug that reduces these symptoms on the day-to-day.
My one wish for the research on CF-related diabetes would be that there is a focus on the variability in this type of diabetes. I could probably eat the same thing 2 days in a row, but one day my sugars may cope fine with it, and one day they may go too high or too low, even with the exact same amounts of insulin at the exact same times in both of those days.
Hi, I'm Bethan. I'm 26 and I'm a PhD student working to develop a universal core outcome set for cystic fibrosis. I was diagnosed at 4 months. I was relatively healthy throughout my childhood, and then in my teens I started to be hospitalised regularly for IV antibiotics. By the time I got to my undergrad, I had become quite unwell and was feeling pretty uncertain about what my future would look like. I was given the opportunity to take Kaftrio, which completely altered the course of my life and enabled me to really consider what I wanted to do with my future and my career long term. And the only real thing I was ever interested in was medicine and healthcare. So that led me to a master's in public health and now getting to do research in CF. So people often ask me what it's like to be a researcher with CF in the field of CF, and family and friends will say, wow, it must be so amazing and incredible, and you must just feel so passionate. And of course I do, and it's truly a privilege to be in this position. But I think if I was to be completely honest, it feels quite bizarre. But I'm trying to remember that as someone with CF, I have a potentially unique perspective to offer of just as much value. So I'm working on a project called COSCF, that stands for Core Outcome Set for Cystic Fibrosis. The idea of this is that if everyone is measuring the same outcomes in the same way, it will be much easier to compare and combine studies in meta-analysis, for example. That will enable us to maximise the benefit of every single trial, especially in CF, which is a relatively rare condition, so it's even more important to maximise the benefit of every study. There are so many different avenues into research and into science more generally. You don't necessarily need all the formal qualifications you would expect. You don't have to do a PhD to contribute to research. And there are just so many options. And I'd say take those opportunities, speak to the right people. People talk about the importance of networking, and it's easy to overlook. I participated as a patient advisor in various research opportunities, and it was actually through that I met the right people and was able to get into my PhD program. The CF Trust has actually supported me immensely throughout my lifetime. It was always a huge source of information from a young age. I like to be in the know about CF and would look at the annual registry, every couple of years when it came out. My family have been very involved in fundraising opportunities, which is fantastic. The success of COSCF is absolutely dependent on the input of the CF community. So find us on social media, particularly Instagram, at COS_CF_research.
I'll unmute my mic this time. Yeah, and COSCF research is great what they're doing, and it's great, isn't it, to see people with CF doing things for CF and having that passion that Bethan was able to be able to carry out and go and do some research and all the other ways that she was doing. So, joining me on the podcast as we go into hour 2 is Jill Baxter. Jill is with me here. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you, Lucy.
Amazing. Now, before I chat to Jill, I just want to make you aware that this episode is sponsored by Build-A-Bin. Now, Build-A-Bin Limited was established in 1979 by Roger and Angela Wicks, originally specialising in self-build feed silos, the inspiration behind the company that remains today. Now, over the past 40 years, the business has evolved into a trusted supplier and installer of high-quality agricultural equipment, providing feeding and drinking solutions for a wide range of livestock industries. While they work across cattle, pig and sheep sectors, they have built a particularly strong reputation within the poultry industry, though, through their experience, product knowledge and practical approach. Today, Build-A-Bin operates across the whole of Scotland, much of England, much of Wales, Northern England, Derbyshire and Yorkshire, supporting farmers with dependable equipment and professional installation services tailored to the needs of modern agriculture. As a proud family-run business, 3 generations of the Wicks family continue to work full-time within the company. This hands-on involvement allows them to maintain the personal service, reliability and long-term relationships that have been at the heart of the business since day one. Beyond their work within the industry, they're also proud supporters of the Cystic Fibrosis Trust, which holds a special place in their heart, and sponsor of this 24-hour podcast, raising awareness and support for this important cause. They've sent me a message saying good luck and well done to me and to all those involved in the podcast, but thank you, Build-A-Bin Limited, for your support in raising money for cystic fibrosis. Now, if you want any more information about Build-A-Bin Limited, you've got the name of the business on the screen. You can Google Build-A-Bin Limited on Google and their website will come up. Thank you again, Build-A-Bin Limited. Okay, now back to Jill. So this is my first on-screen, in-person guest, so bear with me again, but I'm thinking we're going well. I think we can all be heard, and you're going to let me know in the comments if you can't. It's really great to hear people's comments and things. I'll read a few comments out, why not? So Sarah Kay, who's joining me on the podcast in the early hours of the morning, whether I'll be this awake or not, says it's already making her emotional hearing different viewpoints on CF. That's really nice, and we'll talk a bit about cross-infection and how this is the way the community meets. So that's amazing. And then we've got Mindset by Dave, who's joining me at 1 p.m. He says, to us without CF, we can't begin to understand that maybe 1% when we think about how much we appreciate breathing again after having a cold. I think if we imagine that, but that by 1,000%. So yeah, it's pretty amazing, and it's interesting what's going on, isn't it? How have you found helping me so far?
I think it's all quite exciting here, but we're all like fresh, aren't we? First thing in the morning, all the food's ready to go to keep you nourished throughout the day. Nice balanced energy.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that I'm grateful that someone else is doing, which is the food. So you're obviously my mum. For people that don't know, your name is on the screen, Jill Baxter. We're going to talk to you a little bit about being a CF mother, a CF mama, as some people say. But also we're going to look at how kind of your relationship with me and your interest led to you and your business and your career that you went down. And I guess we'll also talk a little bit about CF reality for you, because we're in CF week. You can see me on this shot. I appreciate it's a little bit darker, the best I'm working with, but yeah, you can still see and hear what we're doing. So yeah, take me back to when I was diagnosed. So like I said, 28 now. I was diagnosed at 2. Now, you were telling me something interesting that I didn't know about, which is that the heel prick test, I wasn't diagnosed with the heel prick test because Lancashire as a county was the last county pretty much to do that. So that's crazy, isn't it, that there's a postcode on a heel prick test? So I was diagnosed a lot later, and we were having this conversation, weren't we, about if it would have helped me earlier on, and you said it would have done if I was been diagnosed at birth. I know I was at some points a pretty intermittent / chronic Pseudomonas grower, which those listening with CF will know what that means. But just explain to me what happened, what went through, when
you were diagnosed.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you were kind of not too unwell with your chest initially, and you were due to have your MMR vaccination, and our GP wasn't quite happy because you had a little bit of a cough, so it was put off from 14 months to you were 27 months. And by that point, you ended up in hospital, and you ended up having a blood test, DNA blood test, which diagnosed you because, bizarrely enough, you didn't sweat enough for the sweat test. You couldn't gather that.
I wonder why.
But yeah, so obviously it was a massive shock at that point in time. But I think the cost of adding CF to the heel prick test, it was minimal. Yeah, really minimal costs, and it's great that it is included now.
What was the outlook you were given, and what were you told when I was diagnosed? Because it's coming. Like, I don't know how. Will it be? It'll be coming up.
28th of June.
2000
you were diagnosed. So it was a big shock for us, and the picture that was painted was, your life expectancy was 31, which when you've got a little toddler is quite a hard thing to take in, really. And then we had all the stuff that we were in hospital for a while because you were on IVs because you did have a chest infection at the time. We came home with all the stuff we had to do, physio meds, and an independent 2-year-old who knew the best way to do everything. So it was a steep learning curve for sure. But then, the CF Trust were brilliant. I contacted them early doors, and then I just learned as much as I could. And at that time, the CF Trust were doing research into a cure, so we just threw ourselves into fundraising as a family as well.
One of the first fundraisers that we did as a family was a head shave. So my dad and other men had the head shaved, and my dad does say that meant that he never, his hair never grew back. But I guess what's interesting is you mentioned that the CF Trust were there for you then. Yeah. I'm interested to know kind of is the not the progression of the charity, but like what they did for you then, they still do for parents now, because there'll be another you, maybe today, that's having the child be told that they've got CF. So they're still there doing the same thing and supporting throughout the life.
Yeah, they are. And I was quite lucky as well, because we had a local group, a support group, and there was a lot of children similar age. I mean, as you've alluded to before, cross-infection is an issue. So whenever we did fundraisers, you know, the children were never there. It was always the parents fundraising, but there was a group of us, and we were good support for each other in the community. And, you know, the CF Trust now have a great service where they can put you in touch with somebody if you've got a newly diagnosed baby, someone to speak to, and that's really, really good. That wasn't really there when you were diagnosed. And that's such a good service, because you need to talk to somebody who knows what it's like.
Yeah, and I think what is, I guess, hardest, because I've never known any different. Even when I'm 2, I don't remember pre-CF. You won't, I mean, you will have done, won't you? You'll have remembered that period where suddenly you have to do physio on me, and now you don't. Well, before you didn't. Like, what was that like? Like, you wake up and suddenly, even though I've had it the whole time, you've got to do stuff for it now.
I think it was just part of our lives. And I think one of the things I really distinctly remember when you were in hospital and when we were told about your life expectancy, I thought, we are going to just do the treatment, do everything that we need to do to keep you well, but get on with life, because I wanted you to have a full life and not be restricted.
Yeah.
And so it just became part of a routine. And actually, you were really good. I have to say, you were always really compliant. So yeah, people will be smiling, but no, it just kind of became part of our day.
Yeah. I'm just going to read a few messages that have come in on YouTube. Really do keep sending these messages. It's keeping me going. I know I'm only look at that, just over 2 hours in. 1 hour in. Oh my gosh, I'm getting ahead. 1 hour in. But yeah, so retrograde_arcade, I said, really enjoying the first hour. Thank you. We've got Danny Hutchins, who's from the CF Trust, and she said it's a great way to start the podcast with Jenny. I agree. It was really great. Paul Stanley, we know Paul. Hi, Paul. He's been on the CF Trust podcast that I host. Well done, Lucy. Loud and clear in Glasgow. That's what we like to hear. And then we've got Wixie, who has said, currently in hospital with CF at Wythenshawe on IV antibiotics, part of the Build-A-Bin team. We're sending you all our love, and I hope this forms some kind of interesting entertainment or conversation to help pass the time. But yeah, sending you lots of love, that you feel better soon and respond really well to the IV antibiotics. Talk to me a little bit about growing up then with CF and how hard. I'm saying how hard. Maybe that's a question that's leading, but how hard it was managing.
Yeah, I guess when you were younger, you know, you were really well, weren't you? Kind of, you had a lot. I guess looking back, if you've been diagnosed from birth, we might have been on top of a lot of little viral infections that you kept having. And that's what I would say through childhood, that you did have a lot of antibiotics, but not IVs until later on. But growing up, it was just the routine that we did. You were involved in lots of activities, you know, swimming, all sorts of good things that were a subtle form of physio. And you... we just went and you know, we went skiing, didn't we, from when you were 3? So you were involved in lots of different things that kind of didn't look like physio for you. I mean, the one you'll probably like hate me for was making you play the cornet, because I thought it'd be really good.
I don't think I hated playing the cornet. I think, and I'll just put the record straight, it was more, I really wanted to play the drums because I used to dance and do tap, and I used to love that. But it was like, no, do a wind instrument.
Yeah, you've got to blow something.
Good feel. So there was all that, and it, you know, going to school, carrying on like, as best you can type thing. But then I think the hardest point, well, two harder points. So I obviously was diagnosed with Crohn's disease, which was another element, another condition, something else to bring in. And other people with CF will maybe develop cystic fibrosis related diabetes, which is similar to type 1, but acts completely differently. It's a third diabetes. So there's that. there's a lot of bone problems, like, and as people are living longer with developments in some treatments, there's aging symptoms as well. But I had Crohn's disease, another inflammatory condition like CF in a way. So that was really hard, again, navigating another thing. But I think that the pinnacle point where I realised, like, oh, the stats and everything that are what's the word, like this, that it felt real, was in 2018.
Yeah.
Do you kind of want to explain what happened then?
So in 2018, you were admitted to hospital for the first time, so as an adult, and that was kind of an hour and a half drive away from where we are, and you were on your own, and that was really hard, I think, for both of us initially, because I'd previously been able to stay with you. And
I know, that's so hard and mean. When you're an adult, you can't have your family or anyone sleep next to you in a very uncomfortable bed.
But you had a bacterial and a fungal infection, and it threw you. You were in hospital, weren't you, for 3.5 weeks? But yeah, sudden drop in your lung function, and that was hard. It was hard for us as well to see, gosh, is this the start of a decline in your lung function? I mean, I don't know if you remember, because you were mad on the hospital food. I was making you little meals and bringing them in as well, and that was kind of very much a reality check for all of us.
Yeah, that's what I would say it was. It was a reality check of actually, like, I am declining and the deterioration is happening, and that must have been quite, and is this going to be my new norm?
Exactly.
And like, I was in my second year at university at the time, and it was hard.
Yeah, it was.
But I also think people with CF carry on, even on a lower level of like normal, of what might be, like, I was walking up a hill to work, to university, really exhausted, and I bet anyone else doing that would have been not doing it, or I would have still gone to uni, and they probably wouldn't have done, because we just carry on, power through.
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
And up until that point, like Creon had come about, which was great, and DNAs.
Yeah.
But it was, and it is still for people treating with IV antibiotics. That fundamentally is how you treat an infection.
Yeah.
IV antibiotics, a long line in kind of your arm, or a cannula, or a portacath, which is direct to the artery?
Go straight in, yeah.
So if your veins fail after multiple blood tests and things, you've got a site, an access site. But yeah, it's treater-wise, it is still that antibiotics and things, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. I mean, it can be slightly different now, but I think yeah. And it took you a while, didn't it? When you came out of hospital, you were quite tired for a while then, and your lung function was sort of fairly static for a bit.
Yeah. And through all this, your extra research, extra looking into things, sparked your own interest in something, didn't it?
Yeah, nutrition. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I've always had a real passion for real food, and being brought up on a farm, for me, knowing where my food comes from was really important. And when you were younger, I mean, some people with CF really struggle to put weight on.
Yeah. And I think, like, a lot of, like, most people with CF, and there was a video before about the lady who has diabetes and has to watch, so it's kind of given a disordered eating, but back then, trying to put on weight was really hard, and
really hard.
I think it gave people a not enjoying food, because you had to have it to put on weight as opposed to just enjoy it.
Yeah, and I think at the time as well, some of the current advice was to eat anything, as long as you packed in the calories. That kind of was not the way I thought it should be. I always thought that you should have good, nourishing food. So that was quite a challenging time, really. So so I basically decided I was going to study nutrition, because I could see how food had helped you, and particularly when you were diagnosed with Crohn's as well, was trying to find things that you could eat. So I retrained in nutrition, and that's I graduated just after lockdown, and that's my business now.
And that's really exciting, how, like, a personal thing that you now help other people.
Yeah.
Not with CF.
No.
Your parameters are kind of...
I work with people who are generally well and who want to either improve, they're like to age well, really, or to, I mean, some people come to me for losing weight, but there's lots of reasons. My real kind of interest is in the gut microbiome and gut health, which is quite trendy at the moment, but as we both know, we've talked about that for a long time. So yeah, and I do talks and stuff like that. I just want to get people to eat real food again and to move away from ultra processed food.
And I think that's what the science is showing now with CF dietitians and people. I'm having to move around a lot because I'm sat down for 24 hours. And then I do have to say, when you were in paediatrics, though, we had the most amazing dietitian. Oh, yes.
I would give a shout out to Sue, because she...
Yeah, shout out Sue Wolfe. Yeah. Anyone else listening from the Leeds paediatrics would know her?
Oh, she was such a support and a star. Absolutely fab. Yeah.
So then in 2020, well, from 2016 or so, there was this... What even was it? It was a problem. It was a thing that the CF community had to campaign for, because the NHS and NICE didn't see Orkambi or any of the modulators fit kind of money to, what do they call it? They didn't see it like...
They didn't see kind of the benefits of it.
Benefit, whatever. So a lot of campaigning was done, and then they were licensed and able to use in the UK, which was frustrating. We were seeing people around the world and things like that. Yeah. And then I was able to start CAF Trio, which was the third one. I kind of described them a bit as phone upgrades, in 2020.
Just at the end of, just the beginning of 2020, because you had some IVs, didn't you, just before that, and they came in to ask if you wanted to go on the trial for that. And you were kind of so like chilled on inside. I'm going, say yes.
And how did you see that work?
Oh, just incredible. That was incredible, wasn't it? Just life-changing, really, and how quickly it did work. I mean, obviously, you know, it's not a cure in any way, shape or form, and as you know, you were in hospital last year, you know, it doesn't, but it did help a lot. It's improved your energy and it improved your lung function.
And that's what I find hard, is when people, because they do affect, and there's another newer drug that I'm on now, Alpha-Trek. I call it Alpha-Trek. Alpha-Trek sounds fun, but it's Aleph-Trek.
Sounds a bit like Star Trek-y.
Alpha-Trek, yeah, Aleph-Trek. And, you know, there's around 10%, and I'll be saying that a lot, and these 10% are they're not statistics, they're people, and it's really hard when you know people who are in that category, who are still, you know, not necessarily benefiting. And so there's research and stuff happening for them. I mean, you're tearing up. That must be hard.
It is really, really hard, because, you know, I find that incredibly difficult, because you almost feel guilty in some ways, as, you know, I can imagine that their parents are just so desperate for something to come through, and it's really hard.
And that is the thing with the CF community, because there is that guilt of being quite happy. I mean, it doesn't cure and it doesn't work for everyone. I know CAF Trio had a lot of side effects, like mental health side effects and anxiety, and like being unable to sleep and things.
And the impact on the liver, you know, some people couldn't.
Yeah, so it's definitely not. And there's only one. There's this one pharmaceutical company that they've kind of capsulated the whole market, but that's why the CF Trust, you know, all the things Uniting for Life Unlimited, we won't stop till everyone has something, because it's so unfair, and it's nothing to do with how well you've kept yourself or what you've done. No. It's genetics.
It's just that genetic mutation, isn't it?
No. Yeah.
And you know the thing is that people are working on it, aren't they? And
actually, and what I forgot to say is that it's the European Cystic Fibrosis Conference happening in Lisbon as we speak, and so that's exciting, and a few people will be coming in live to tell me about that and what it was and what and what's going on. So that'll be exciting to hear, because there is the beauty of it being a kind of more common rare disease, is there's so much research going into it, which is exciting. it's just a waiting game.
It is a waiting game, but yeah, it is, and but there is a lot of research going on and things. We've learned so much, and they'll have learned so much about these modulator drugs now. So, I really hope and pray it isn't too long, because it's very hard.
So growing up with me, how and there might be some CF parents on here listening, but what would your advice be? Because do you see kind of the CF before me? Is the CF always in the forefront of your mind, or when I was living at home, was that at the forefront of your mind rather than in the back of your mind about soil and hot tubs, things like that? Kind of.
I know what you're saying. I think when you were first diagnosed, you're coming home with all this information, and of course my nature is, and I think you're pretty much the same, you've got to learn and research and know so much, so all that's in your mind. And then when you went to primary school, I went into school and we discussed what you could and couldn't do, and but once the routine was established, it wasn't in the forefront of mind, because you are Lucy first and foremost. You have CF, but it doesn't define you, and I never wanted you to feel that it defined you in any way. So we did have loads of fun and do loads of things. We chose not to fly initially, so we drove all over Europe. That was our choice. And just as much activity as, and like you said, you were in dance shows. It was busy. Your childhood was really, really busy, wasn't it?
And what about the story that you told me the other day about when I was younger, when I was at hospital and I was like skipping and was asking about the doctor and what he would be able to do and things?
Oh, you mean when we were walking back to the car? And,
yeah.
That was quite a moment. So you were about 3 and you were skipping down back to the car, and you said, will the doctor be able to make my CF go away? I don't want it anymore,
Oh, really?
And that was kind of like, I realised that you had some sort of perception about what you had, so I just said to you would always have it because it was part of you, but all the doctors and the team who looked after you would look after you throughout your life. So.
And as a CF parent, what support is there? Like, what support did you get, yourself with other CF parents and things like that?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think we were really lucky that we had a community, a little group and we did quite a bit of fundraising together, but we were support for each other, and our children were a similar age. And actually, it's really funny because I met one of the CF parents in the supermarket only last week, and they were saying that their CF adult now had done a triathlon and an Ironman competition, and I was saying you were doing that, and we just said, isn't it amazing? And like thinking back to when they were babies, how we didn't know what the future was going to be. But I
just want to say this is why I did this, because I don't want to run. This being up 24 hours will get to me. But I am doing the Couch 5K, which Matt Strange, who is a CF, he's a running coach, but he has cystic fibrosis, who's kind of has been on the CF Trust podcast, will laugh at. But yeah.
You have been known to do a run for CF in the past, once.
Yeah, once, and that's it.
You did well.
Yeah. A couple more messages coming in. So someone said, great to hear you, Lucy and Jill. What great ambassadors you are for the CF community. David Griffin, who's coming on later, said, good luck, Lucy. Lovely to hear you both, Lucy and Jill. Can't believe Lucy was good when she was younger for you, Jill. Thanks, David. I hope you still... I'm going to make your questions much harder now.
She was, it's just later on.
And then Paul again said, your mum's doing a great job. So, so what are your hopes for the future within CF?
Within CF, that I was listening to Jenny, and I absolutely echo what she said. I want everybody to have the right medication for them. That would bring me so much joy. And like the treatment load, like we said earlier, you had IVs in May, you had flu. We had a Christmas round a hospital bed, didn't we? But that's the thing,
we did. And should we just share that my husband drank Buck's Fizz out of a sputum pot?
He did. But I think the other thing I would probably want new CF parents to know is that like it is a shock when you get that diagnosis, but once you kind of get to, and it is very different now with the treatments, I guess, But, you know, you do have fun along the way, and you'll have challenges, but you overcome them because you always, you know, they pass. Things do pass. But yeah, I do remember that Christmas day in hospital. You loved your Christmas dinner, didn't you?
The NHS did an absolutely banging Christmas dinner. I got like 3 Yorkshire puddings, 4 pigs in blankets. It was all like crisp. It wasn't soggy.
They did pull it out of the bag, I think, that day.
They had everything. It was so apple sauce. I had a.
What game did we play with that turkey thing?
Throwing like turkey rings at each other. It was, to be fair, and Father Christmas came, which was great. It was really good. It was really. I mean, I think I was just off oxygen, so it was nice to be able to, like I said, and I was saying to Jenny, like, breathe again on my own. But
that just shows what flu, and even you'd had your flu jab. That shows kind of how your lungs can, you know, be susceptible to something. But you were generous, and you did give it to me afterwards, didn't you? The flu.
Yeah, and I think it was the winter before my wedding the following year, and I was like, I've had COVID a few times, like you know, just happened. I don't want this, you know. It frustrated me, and it was worrying because I remember in the middle of the night, like, they just thrust some, well, not thrust, but they just put oxygen on me, and I was really like, oh my gosh, what's happening? So the theme for CF Week that the CF Trust are doing, which is next week, is one diagnosis, 11,000 realities, because there's over 11,000 people with CF. What is your CF reality? I know you don't have it, but
I do kind of, because even though you're married and you live away from home, I still think about it all, and I think any CF parent would say that, you know, you don't kind of outwardly visualize all this stuff, but it's always there. You're always thinking about things.
What about cross-infection and how you handled that at school and things? So,
well, you probably went to a different school than you would have gone to, because potentially you're going to see how good your balance is now, picking that pedal. Potentially there was another girl in the village, and actually she did go to the school that you were going to go to, so we took you out the area. But that was always a conversation with schools. Do you have any children with CF here? Because I think it will be extremely difficult. Same at high school, there wasn't anybody.
So the reason we can't mix is because there is fatal,
certain
dangerous bacteria growing in my lungs that I can't pass to you who's got healthy lungs, but they like to grow on damaged tissue.
Yeah.
So if I was to be in a room or close up with someone with CF, the bugs could pass and then harbour in each other's, which if we grow different bacteria is a problem. Now, if there's siblings with CF, the chances are they'll grow the same things, and
sometimes they don't.
They've got their own challenges, but that's different. The realities of mixing will be obvious because it's family.
Yeah.
But
I think more people might know about, you know, the film. Was it 5 feet apart?
Was it 6 feet apart? 5 feet apart. That American one,
Yeah.
That was actually when I went into London and did some exciting work with the CF Trust. We were asking members of the public what they knew or didn't know about CF, and no one knew anything. It was so annoying. And
the pigeons neither.
The pigeons did, but you'll have to wait and see. But someone was like, "Oh, isn't it where you can't meet, that 5 feet apart film?" And like, it was good, but that's quite American. And even if someone else was in this room 5 feet apart, that's still not good. No. I have one good friend who has CF, who is in the area, who we FaceTime and message a lot, and twice a year on our birthdays, my husband will drive and drop a birthday present off for her. I'll stay in the car with the windows up. He'll drop it at her door, ring the doorbell, take a step back, hand gel, sit in the car with me, and I'll be on the phone to her. And that's quite hard.
It is. I think that's so hard.
Was there ever a moment where that was difficult for me? In terms of wanting to chat, you know, like the loneliness, it's hard.
Yeah, and I think that would be so good for you to be able to chat to people, and I like that relationship you have with your friend. I think, there was just never any of it, was there? I mean, even at dancing, actually.
Yeah.
No. I don't, and I think it was just so ingrained in the community. You know, you think...
Because they used to mix.
I was going to say, they used to mix, and I mean, we know that, don't we? That, like, probably people who are in their 40s, they used to go on camps together and stuff like that. You'd be like, oh...
That's the one thing that I hope down the line that we can mix. Or there could be a situation where it's fine, because I would love... And I say this to my friend, I was like, we would go to Disneyland. together, and be able to do things, because it's like the one person who understands.
Completely.
You can't be near because they're dangerous to you. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah. And I think, as parents, we know so much, but you're living it. It's your day-to-day reality, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so I can't understand that. I can understand better than some people, but I can't feel it as you feel it. But knowing somebody with CF and chatting.
Yeah. So what was your CF reality again, if you could sum it up in a sentence?
My CF reality you mean in 2018 was my wake-up call? Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely, because I think we'd done everything, you'd done everything, all the treatments and everything, and then suddenly it wasn't working at all. That was difficult. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what would you like to tell the listeners, the viewers today that are on YouTube and watching and supporting, other than donate? What would you want to tell them?
About CF?
Anything you want.
Oh, just tune in and listen as much as you can and support the podcast, because the CF Trust do amazing work. They are a smaller charity, and the funds are desperately needed, as we've highlighted today, because we don't want anyone left behind. We really want everybody to have access to the right treatments. So if you can support, share, that would be fabulous, and have a wonderful day, everyone. And I've got to start cooking.
Well, I was going to ask
lunch now.
Yeah. So someone's just put on the YouTube saying, so inspiring. There's a fellow CF parent listening. Laura, Jasper's mummy. Hi, Laura.
Hi.
She says, totally agree. CF doesn't define anyone. It's a part of you, and a part that does bring challenges, but also brings lots of strength and good times.
Yeah, and do you know what? I think it makes you a better person. For me, I think it's made me a better person in a lot of ways. I don't have any regrets about that, if that's the right, maybe that's not the right word, but it's made me who I am today.
Yeah. Final question, what's on the menu for me? I'm getting a bit hungry.
You're getting a bit hungry, right? Well, I better go and well, you said you wanted some kind of pasta dish, so that's going to be what you're getting for your lunch.
Yeah.
Do you want a cup of green tea?
Yes, I will have a cup of tea now as well.
Excellent.
Brill. Well, I just want to thank you, Mummy, for joining me, Jill Baxter, and you might actually see part 2 and part 3 and part 4 of Jill if other people end up not being able to join or cancelling, because she's my stand-in right here. So yeah, thank you so much, and yeah, thanks for talking about your nutrition. Jill Baxter, nutrition and lifestyle coach. We'll be chatting about that a little bit further on in the day, but yeah, it's been great to chat with you. Thank you so much.
Well done, Lucy. You're doing brilliantly.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, I am going to take a little toilet break. I will be back with you in a couple of minutes chatting to a new guest. We're going to Northern Ireland for this one, and we're going to be chatting to Ben Mudge. So hold the line, have a drink yourself, and I'll see you in a bit. Hello, everyone. I am back, and I need to catch my breath because I just ran to the toilet. So that's going to be really fun throughout the time. But I'm an hour and a half in. I do really encourage you to donate if you can. It would be really appreciated. Okay, let's just bring the next guest in. Well, welcome back, everybody. Let me just do my little admin and record. Otherwise, I forget.
Recording in progress.
So, joining me now on the podcast, all the way from from Northern Ireland, I'm speaking to Ben Mudge, who's an online coach who also has cystic fibrosis. We are going to be chatting, about CF, but also exercise and CF and how it's been for you and things like that. So yeah, welcome, Ben. How are you doing?
I'm very good, Lucy. Thank you. How are you doing? Are you getting on okay?
Yeah, I am. I'm getting into it now. I'm only an hour and a half in, Ben. So maybe I'm still.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just don't think about the time. You'll be absolutely fine. Just keep telling yourself I'm an hour in, and just keep doing it.
Or an hour left.
That's it.
So you have been helping so many people through what you do as an online coach, but also kind of smashing these barriers with cystic fibrosis and the diagnoses, and being like a role model for people with CF. So do you want to just share a little bit about kind of yourself, your CF journey, and what that's been like?
Of course. Firstly, the identity as a role model is something I take with great pride, but it's not something I ever set out to do.
Yeah.
I think it'd be weird if someone's like, I'm setting out to be a role model. I was diagnosed at 2 days old, so obviously back in 1990 when I was born. It wasn't something that was commonly diagnosed.
No.
It was actually almost a stroke of luck. My mum basically said that I wasn't feeding. Everything I did feed, I was vomiting back up, and by happenstance, one of the surgeons, his name was Mr. Boston, he came in and said, look, I think there's something wrong with the child. Took me off my mum, 2 days old, whisked me away. At that point, I didn't even have a name. In fact, my mum named me as I was being taken away from her.
Wow.
She's like, kept calling him Baby Mudge, and she said, his name's Benjamin. And then I was gone, and that was it. I can't imagine how that felt for my mum. Like, I mean, I actually mentioned it. That's kind of the start of my book, which is right behind me here in the background.
I know, and it is called Fitness Without Limits.
Correct, yes. So I mean, obviously, I always give my parents the due, the credit that they are due in this situation, because back then the internet didn't really exist. Maybe it did, but in very, very, very rudimentary state. So all the information they were getting was just through doctors, and I cannot state enough how much my upbringing, I credit to my parents. They did such a good job of making me feel as normal as I could.
Yeah.
With having CF, and I have an older brother and a younger sister. Growing up and seeing, why don't my brother and sister have to take tablets? Why do they not have to go to these appointments? Why do they?
Was that hard?
Retrospectively, yeah. I think that in the time, obviously I was a kid, I didn't really think about it in that much depth, but looking back as an adult, yeah, it was, and I think it affected me psychologically more than I realized. And again, that's, I think, a lot of people, you don't realize how much your childhood affects you as an adult until you really start looking at it as an adult with an adult brain. But it definitely made me feel like I was and I'm using this word very cautiously, but there's a sense of a burden that came along with that. That again, I wasn't consciously aware of, because my parents, as I said, did such a good job of letting me be a normal kid when I could be a normal kid. And we did all my CF stuff, and we kind of then, right, once that's done, we set that aside. But yeah, I mean, I still felt like, something I really came to terms with as I grew up is like, I felt like a burden. My mum didn't want to have to go to these CF clinics. My mum gave up her job to look after me. She was a nurse. My dad changed his entire career, and we lived in England. My dad's English, and we moved over there when I was born. That's where my parents and my older brother at the time lived. They then moved back here because the support system was better, the healthcare system was better, and yeah, I think it was a tough thing to realize, that growing up you feel like a bit of a burden for something you had no control over. But yeah, my childhood was great. I had a couple of issues growing up, mainly bowel related. I had a lot of issues with my digestion. In fact, I had 2 bowel obstructions.
Wow.
When I was, I think, 8 or below the age of 10 anyway. And I remember learning what the word writhing meant, because I was in so much pain from my bowel obstruction that my mum described what I was doing, which was driving my heels into the bed and like writhing. And I asked my mum after the doctor had left, what does writhing mean? And she was like, what you're doing, like the pain you're in at this moment, you're writhing in pain. And I was like, oh, okay. I don't think an 8-year-old should know what the word writhing in pain would mean. Then fast forward again, I was always encouraged to play sports, and my mum and dad were very, very active. In fact, I credit my dad. My dad's my hero. I am so fortunate to be the son of my mum and dad.
Yeah.
I don't consider myself. I don't believe in luck. I really don't. I think luck is something that people who don't see the hard work behind something just attribute to people. But I am very lucky in the sense that I was born to my mum and dad, because I had my mum, who was a nurse. She knew what she was doing. She was very, educated and always wanting to learn. And then my dad was a very fit individual. Every single day before I went to bed, we did push-ups, we did sit-ups, and eventually when I moved out of my room with my brother, I got my own room, and I would do pull-ups off my bunk bed.
Yeah.
And I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep without me and my dad doing that every night. So exercise it's always been part of my life. And it's something that I'm very fortunate, because, as I've gotten older and I've seen more people CF, I realized that, wow, I was very fortunate in the sense that exercise has always been a part of my life. It wasn't something I had to, make time for. It was just like brushing my teeth. It was just something I did.
I think that's a really nice thing to actually say about your mum and dad, and I agree. I'm so thankful for my parents and what they've done. I think I've never heard of that outlook, actually, being like, I'm so blessed to be the child of my mum and dad. So that's really nice. So obviously, doing so much sport and exercise, did that impact your CF positively?
You know what? I assume so. I don't know what it's like to not do what I did.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I would hope so, because, and again, this is something that any parent that messages me with a child with CF, they ask me, what's the best exercise I can do for my child? There's no best. It's what they enjoy.
Yeah.
That's all I did. I was running around my garden, fighting with sticks, pretending to be a velociraptor and chase my friends. Like, I did all that stuff that a kid should do. I think the best way of looking at exercise is, do you count the minutes, or do you just, the time just evaporate? If you can find something where the time doesn't even become a factor, you're on to a good thing. And I always say, that's like, look, what do they enjoy? Do they enjoy swimming? Do they enjoy ballet? Do they enjoy basketball? Whatever the child enjoys, encourage that as much as you can.
Yeah.
That's the best piece of advice I can give to anybody, regardless of whether they got CF or not. But yeah, I think, the impact it had on me physically, incredible. But I think the thing that really I look at when it comes to exercise is how much it affected me psychologically.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think, as I mentioned earlier, there's a sense of being a burden, but alongside that, there's a sense of no confidence in your body. We didn't decide to have CF. Our body fundamentally, and again, I'm aware of this word, it's broken. Like, there's a process in our body that doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And that can really shatter your inner self, your inner confidence in yourself. So exercise, and all the sports I played. Admittedly, not until I was a little bit older, because I was never picked for any sports because I was too small. But once I got this sense of the only thing I was good at, to be fair, was sprinting.
Wow.
The only thing that I was good at, because it didn't need to be a certain size. Rugby, I spent more time on the sidelines with my dad than playing ever. And my rugby team at school was terrible. I couldn't even get on the seconds, rugby team. So that just shows you how much I wasn't that good. Well, that's not true. I was just, again, in those days, it was pick the biggest, strongest kids. Pick them on the field, and I was not big or strong. I was barely hitting 6 stone back when I was 12, 13, 14. So yeah, sprinting was the first time that I really felt like, hey, my body can actually do stuff that other people can't do as well. And that was the first sense of confidence I got. And then that confidence became something I always look for. And I think that's been the biggest thing, is like, okay, whilst my body can't do this stuff, that doesn't mean it can't do anything else.
Yeah.
And that is where it started to cascade. And I think that's honestly the biggest thing that's been for me with my CF, is like, right, find the things that you can do.
Yeah.
Focus on the things you can do. There's plenty of things that we can do. And it's just finding those things and then, putting the time and the hard work into it.
And yeah, and you know what? You're obviously getting your steps in right now, aren't you?
Yes.
I'm just thinking and looking at you going, man, I should have done that. I should have done that for getting my steps in, sat down for 24 hours. I could have walked for 24 hours and done this. But at what point did you then publicly start talking about your CF? Because I came across you, and we'll touch on this in a little bit, but when I think you were on the news and it was like Thor with CF. There was that whole period where, and we'll touch on that, but at what point did you really kind of publicly show and share your life with CF? Because you're definitely well known in the CF community and someone who you'll probably get messages, won't you?
I get messages very frequently. And again, I was actually saying this to my wife the other day. I was like, I'm a coach. Like, that's my job, being a coach for 15, 16 years. I don't think other coaches get messages from parents asking about their children, about CF, and it's just such a unique position I'm in that I am, incredibly grateful for. And, unfortunately, I can't get back to everybody. I tried to, and I felt such a sense of guilt.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to help as many people as I can, but, I remember being so overwhelmed about how many messages I got, and then I'd respond to one, and then they'd respond, and then it was very, again, champagne problems.
Yeah.
Still, it was a difficult situation to be in, because I do want to help as many people as possible. But I started talking about my CF. I think when I was about 18, I started, a Facebook page, and I'd been hospitalized, and I was talking about how many IVs I had to go through, and I documented that process, and that's when I started talking about it. But again, it was not something I really wanted to. I didn't really want to talk about it. If I just had this conversation with my friend here, I talked about it because I knew that by me talking about it, it was going to help other people. I didn't go out. I didn't want to be known exclusively as, there's Ben, he's got CF.
Yeah.
I'd like to be known for other things.
I agree
yes,
with
CF.
that.
Yeah, I have CF, but I also have grey eyes. I have.
Do you?
Yeah, my eyes are grey. I have a beard. I have all these other things that are not interesting. They're like, oh, cool. Like, I think there's more interesting things about me than my CF, and I didn't want pity.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. I didn't want people to go, oh, look at Ben. Look, good boy, good job. You got CF, well done.
Yeah, you didn't.
People to see what I've done first.
Yeah.
And discover I've got what I have.
It's almost like you didn't want to feel that people were treating you differently because of something that you wouldn't treat someone differently with.
Not at all.
And that's something, that's something I struggled with, kind of the feeling of being different until recently, in the way that people perceive me and, like you said, feel sorry or pity or things like that. And yeah, I think it's the same. Like, I don't want to be Lucy who has CF. I want to be able to use my voice, but yeah, Lucy who's a freelance journalist, who's a podcaster, who has CF, that kind of thing.
You're a good interviewer. I can tell it already. I've had the privilege of doing a lot of these, and you're very good at what you do. So
Thank you.
Another attribute that you can add that has nothing to do with your CF.
I'm going to put that on my show reel.
More than happy to say it again if you want to get it clear. No, honestly, like I said, I've done interviews, and you can immediately tell when someone is good at what they do, and you're very good at what you do. So
Thank you.
very well.
So how did the Thor thing come about? Because you used to dress as Thor I wish I had a picture.
I don't know. Let me see.
I can see.
For a second. That's the handle of Stonebreaker. There we go.
I just had a vision of you going off the treadmill like a cat when they like.
I do that all the time.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So Mjolnir's in the other room. It's in the other room, but the Thor thing probably not what people think in terms of how it started. I have the inquisitiveness of a 4-year-old. I just want to know why things are, and I question things constantly. And this all came from the words of the week. I literally was just sitting there, I was like, why do we call it Thursday? Why do we call it Friday? Where did that come from? And I Googled it, and I was like, oh, so the words of the week are all Norse. They're all inspired by, so Wednesday is Woden's Day, which is Odin.
Mm-hmm.
Tuesday is Tyr's Day. Thursday is Thor's Day. And Friday is Frey's Day. And like all those days all working, and Monday's Moon Day, Sunday's Sunday, Saturday is, I can't remember that one now. But that's how it started. I was like, that's an interesting fact.
Yeah.
And then I think we were visiting my father-in-law. He was stationed over in New York. We went into a shop, and I found a foam Thor's hammer. And a couple of people had mentioned that I had a likeness to Chris Hemsworth when he was playing Thor.
Absolutely.
I was like, well, that's a nice compliment to get. I'm not going to turn that down. So I posted a photo with me with the hammer, just saying Happy Thor's Day.
And this is it. I'm just putting it up to the camera, so people can see.
Yeah, that was the first time putting on the full suit. There's the real Mjolnir, which is like a 5-kilo hammer, by the way.
You look amazing. You look really like him, yeah.
Thank you. I did nothing about that. I was just... I'm taking it, though. I always take it. Chris Hemsworth is a handsome man. I wish he was as tall as he is, but hey, nothing I can do about that. But yeah, the Thursday thing, I mean, that took off. I mean, the impact that had was something I never, ever expected. I mean, the story that really always comes to mind, and I've so many of them. The one is, I was in London. I can't remember what I was over there for, but I was standing in the line in the airport, and everyone queues up for the security, and you put your stuff through. And about 2 people in front of me, there's this guy who kept kind of like looking over his shoulder, and I assumed, like everyone would, he was waiting for someone else to join the line, his family or a friend or something. He kept looking over me, and I was like, didn't really think much of it. Went through security, no problems, thank goodness. Came to the other side and was collecting all my stuff, and I looked over to my left. And the guy was standing there. He had already taken all his stuff, and he was just standing there. I was like, when someone's staring at you that long, and you're like, you good? Hello? And he went, are you Ben? I was like, yep, I am Ben. And his voice was, this is a guy, I was in my mid-20s. This guy was in his 40s, and I could hear his voice shaking.
Okay.
He's like, you okay? And he's just like, oh my goodness. And he's like, you're Ben Mudge. And I was like, yep, that's me. And again, it's a very weird situation to be in. He's like, you are on my fridge. There's a photo of you on my fridge at home. My son has cystic fibrosis. He's only 4, 5. Every time that he doesn't want to do his medications, anytime he doesn't want to do anything with CF, we point to your photo.
Stop it.
Say, the man was like, he was shaking. I could hear in his voice. I give him a hug. I was like, I don't know what else to do. I was like,
oh.
And I was just like, this is unbelievable. And he says, my wife will kill me if I don't get a photo with you. And then we took a photo outside the security in London. And again, that's just one of those situations. I was like, whoa. Yeah, I mean, I've got so many stories that are like that, but that's one that just...
They'll dress up as well, won't they? Like, I remember like little boys were dressing up as Thor to be like you, to be like Thor, because they didn't think you were dressing up as Thor. They thought, hang on, Thor, a superhero, has cystic fibrosis. I have CF. I look up to Thor with CF.
Yeah, which is... Disney owe me some money. Do you know what I think?
I think we should shout out Disney. I think we should shout Disney out. I think they should be paying you for that. I think it'd be great.
I mean, I don't know how many hammers and axes I sold or costumes, but
I know, right?
it is one of, I mean, for a long period of time, my nephew thought I was Thor.
I like that, though.
Genuinely.
Yeah.
Like, he would ask me every time we came, he was like, so what's Hulk like? So does Black Widow ever, like, visit the Avengers Tower? And I was like, yeah, actually, you know, I always went with it, and, you know, to me, it was the coolest thing in the world. And again, just going back to what I was saying, you know, the sense of being a burden, the sense of being not feeling confident, that identity that CF can give you very naturally, then to be known as a superhero, I mean, total opposites.
Did that feel like a pressure in terms of then what you put out on social media? You know that these young kids will. Do you see what I mean? Like you couldn't, you couldn't have a drink and be drunk Thor.
No. Yeah, there's definitely a sense of I had to be. That's kind of why I stepped away from it, to be honest, because
yeah.
I felt like people were only knowing me as that guy. Like again, the example I use is I was in the gym, and some guy came over to me and was like, "Oh, you're that Thor guy." He didn't know my name.
Yeah, and you want to be.
I was like, no.
Yeah.
It's like I'm Ben, and I'd rather inspire people through me being me than me being a superhero that already exists and doesn't need any more recognition than he deserves already. But there was a certain pressure, but again, a fantastic form of pressure of like, okay, well, if I need to kind of be someone who someone can look up to, because I'd never had that. And again, I'm not a perfect human. Nobody is. It doesn't exist. But it's very cool to think that these kids were made to feel better about what they had because of what I was doing. That's ultimately what it came down to, and it was very, very cool.
But then the hardest thing is that you can't meet them, and they can't meet you, and they can't get a picture with you. And we're speaking on Zoom. Obviously, you're in Northern Ireland and I'm in Lancashire, but we both have cystic fibrosis, and it's this cross-infection thing that is so hard when the one person who I get what you're going through, you get what I'm going through before even saying anything, and yet we can't sit with each other, grab a coffee, and just chat. Do you see what I mean? Like this would be our normal thing even before COVID.
Yeah. That was one of the reasons why I actually went to online coaching. That was one of the things that drove me there, because so many people would then message me who had CF, who wanted to know what I was doing and how I was doing it, and I was like, well, look, I would love to be able to help you. And then I've been online coaching now exclusively. I've not been a in-person coach for 2018, 2017, I think was the last time I was in-person coaching.
You know, there's some CF people that you coach as well.
I've got a host of people that I work with who have CF, and to me, you know, to me, I say this all the time to my clients, but them winning is me winning.
Yeah.
When someone's got CF, it's like, oh, it's even cooler because I know what that feels like. I know I can empathize so much more with them. Not that I can't empathize with other people, but there's just an extra level of depth that I'm like, you know what, like when they message me and say my lung functions have gone up by 10%, I'm like, I know what that feels like. I know how much you dread that going in and be like, what's wrong? Am I feeling okay? You know, did I perform well? Did that nose clip feel comfortable?
Yeah.
Did I really give it my all?
Yeah.
Those moments, and then gaining weight and seeing...
The gaining weight. Yeah. The gaining weight is something. I was chatting to a CF dad, and we're chatting to him a bit later. His daughter used to put all her pocket money in her pockets to then weigh more so that they wouldn't, and it gives me goosebumps because, you know, people, so that the doctor should be like, well, Daddy, I don't want the doctor to admit me because I'm so skinny, and that broke me. Yeah,
like I'm not, you know, everyone has their own relationship with, you know, something I deal with a lot of my jobs is you know, people's relationship with their weight and their value of themselves, and you know, I grew up, as I can remember so clearly, going up, you know, being in secondary school where everyone was starting to get bigger, everyone was starting to get taller, everyone was starting to put on, you know, size. No, everyone wasn't a little boy anymore, and stepping on the scales and never getting past 5.5 stone. Just seeing it just going, and I was like, oh, I was thinking, I remember like just thinking, why can I, like, what is happening? Like, what is going on? Like, why am I the lightest boy? And I wasn't always the lightest. There's people who are lighter than me. Like everything in life, there's always someone who's, you know, you're never as far down the pole as you think you are. There's always someone a little bit lower down, and obviously there's always people who are higher up, but it didn't matter to me. I was like, this is my situation. Why is this not happening? And yeah, it's hard. You know, it is really, really difficult, but it's heartbreaking. That's horrible to hear that little girl was doing that. It's scary.
And the pressure from external people, like, you know, that obviously you need to have weight on because you can then fight the infections. And families obviously doing their best, you know, to incentivize. But it was so frustrating because you would eat your best, you would do this, and then you didn't. I never enjoyed eating because it was like, well, it's not working.
A task.
Yeah.
I agree. I have not got a relationship with food that is like, never been a foodie. Like, food is, to me, it's like, I love certain foods. Sushi, I could eat that all day. Like, if you put sushi in front of me, I will inhale that. But food has always been like, for me, it's like, yeah, cool. I'm not a very food-driven person. Now I obviously understand it, and I understand how it works for me and how it can work against me, and I do my best. And again, as I said, I'm not perfect. You don't need to be perfect to get results. You just need to be good.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got my kiwi sitting here, and I've got my water sitting here.
And are you going to eat the skin?
So, this is can you see this kiwi? It's not it's shaved this.
Yeah.
This is a golden kiwi. So these are the ones that, now the skin is quite bitter. Loads of fibre in this, but you know the furry ones?
Yeah.
You don't eat the skin on this. That's, if someone does that, then...
That's for psychopaths.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not.
If you're eating, I mean, I've done it before, and I'm like, this is not an enjoyable process. It's a golden kiwi. You can eat the skin on this. It's a lot less bitter. It still is bitter, but a lot less bitter than the furry ones.
So, when you were around 18, things took a turn for you, didn't they? Do you want to share a little bit about that?
Yeah, so 18 was the first time I really felt the effects of my lungs, you know, taking a hit. I was very fortunate that growing up, my lungs were not the issue. I was always so active, and I think that 18, there was just a culmination of things that really put me there. One, I left school after 16. I knew I didn't want to do A-levels. None of them interested me. I was not suited for the school way of learning. And again, that affected my opinion of myself. I always thought I was stupid and not that smart, and my older brother and younger sister were much more academically suited to that system. I wasn't. I left school, got my GCSEs, went and then started doing media studies, but that meant that organised sports were gone. You know, going out, as you know, you get gym period, you've got PE, which I loved. They were gone. So regular exercise was not something I did. I went to the gym, you know, with my friends, but we trained arms and chest, and that's about it. Like, there was no structure to it. There was no cardiovascular element to it. So that was gone. I wasn't sleeping as well, and I wasn't eating as well as I would have because I didn't have that structure that school gave me.
Yeah.
And I was obviously 18, so I was like, I know better than you. My parents, you know, like every 18-year-old goes through. So that was the first time, you know, I got sick. My mum and dad live in an old Victorian house. It's 4 flights of stairs to the top of the house. And me and my dad and my brother all do this for some reason, but we would hold our breaths. We were running up the stairs.
Okay.
One day I got up to the top of the stairs, and I was like, whoa, like, what the heck? Like, I feel like I've just run 7 of these flights of stairs over, like, back to back.
Yeah.
I found out that my lung functions had dropped to 66% from being they were 100 plus for most of my childhood. You know, as I said, I was so active. The reason why I was probably as lean as I was because I never stopped moving.
Yeah.
And then I stopped moving and started eating more and eating arguably not great foods. I worked in an ice cream shop, and I had a lot of ice cream, and I also worked in a corner shop. There was a lot of sweets. So my appetite and my food, my nutrition choices were probably not great. And then, as I said, you know, staying up late to play video games with my friends. Sleep was poor. And I was hospitalised for 2.5 weeks for my first round of IVs. Got out for about a week, no improvement. Came back in and had to do it all again, and then that happened again 2 years later. The same thing, where I was in for 2 weeks, got out for a couple of days, and then right back in. And that really, I think, was, it wasn't a nice situation, but I think it was a situation that needed to happen to me, because at 18, as a boy, I was like, I'm invincible. And at that age, actually, one of my best friends, who was 17, he died. So a lot of
Emotion.
stuff that really, I mean, it was a horrible situation to go through, for his family more than me, obviously, but it really was like, okay, like, there's some things that I cannot take for granted. There's some things I don't get to just let it go. Like, I think everyone without CF they cannot go their entire lives without training, and realistically, they might get away with it. Now, obviously, they're not going to be as healthy and strong and all that stuff, but as far as I was concerned, option A was the only option for me, and that was go through that door every single day, no matter how much I didn't want to do it. I was like, well, option B is not an option that I have the luxury of choosing.
Mm-hmm.
So it was very, very transformative, and it was a huge moment in my life that really showed me, okay, I need to take this seriously.
Because exercise, like, if you enjoy it, like you said, like I enjoy dancing, I've just started doing the couch to 5k a little bit, but like the gym, things like that. But sometimes when you don't feel like it, a normal person, in quotes normal, a non-CFer, would be like, oh, right, okay, well, I'm not going to do it. But for us, it's like, we kind of have to push through, but then you need to then know when your body needs to rest. You've got to manage yourself, haven't you, far better than anyone else who doesn't have cystic fibrosis.
Yes, you have, and I say this all the time, the analogy I love to use is, and I love that you said that, the recovery is something that doesn't get talked about enough. I mentioned sleep. That's where everything that we do in the day gets repaired and recovered.
Yeah, don't you tell me about it.
No, this is a one-off. If you're not going to sleep, make sure it's for a good reason. But the recovery is one paddle in a boat, and the output is the other. If you're only paddling with one side, where are you going? You're going in circles. You're going nowhere, and you're just burning out. You need to be paying just as much attention to your recovery. That's your nutrition. I mean, I've literally got on my whiteboard here of showing all the things that are required to build muscle tissue.
Yeah.
As an example for my clients, but recovery and rest is so important. But I will also say this: everybody, they always underestimate what they're capable of doing. Yeah. And that's the thing. That's my job. I know what people are capable of doing. It's just putting them in situations that show them that.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing for me, and because again, this all comes from me. I was told, just like everyone with CF, these are the expectations. You won't be able to do this. You won't be able to do this. You won't be able to do this. Blah 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 blah. And I was like, I'm going to try those anyway because I'm stubborn, and I would rather try it than find out than never try it.
Yeah.
And I'm, everyone with CF will know this. Like, you grew up looking at life differently when you understand the severity of CF. You realize that, okay, our time is limited, and that's everybody. But ours it's kind of driven home to us quite a lot. Yeah. I want to do as much stuff in my life as I possibly can. Yeah. I want to try as many things as I possibly can. I don't want to live this life and be like, oh, damn, I wish I'd done this. I wish I'd done this. Yeah. I'd rather go, well, I know that this is not for me, or this is for me now. Yeah.
So excitingly, whilst we've been chatting, we've just had over £270 worth of donations. So thanks everyone who's been sponsoring. And on the YouTube, we've got a random story that someone said, I think it's Laura, and she said she sold her compost bins on Facebook Marketplace shortly after their son's diagnosis for a charity donation. The guy who collected and donated knew all about CF as he went to school with Ben and was telling her all about him and that she should follow you on Instagram, which she did. So she said, thanks, Ben, for being so inspiring. How random's that?
Wow. Oh, wow. I wonder who it was.
Yeah, someone, yeah.
So my mum actually came in to tell people My mum came in to talk to my class about CF because a lot of the kids were wondering why I was eating Mars bars at lunch and break, and they were eating apples, and I was like, I just want to eat apples, to be honest.
Yeah.
Don't really like chocolate that much. But my mum came in to do a talk about CF to explain to them like what it was, so that I didn't feel as, you know, ostracized, and
Yes.
people weren't questioning me like, why are you taking those tablets every time you eat? Like, what are those? And I you know, as a kid, you just want to fit in.
Yeah.
That's all you want to do. Then as an adult, you're like, so I don't want to fit in. I want to be my own individual. But
Yeah.
you know, my mum came in and you know, and just it's kind of a bit of an epiphany now that what my mum did was educate 30 people about something they probably would have never heard of outside of me. And even the people who in my class, maybe like 5 or 6 of my friends in my class would have known what CF was, but I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to be like, hey, sit down and let me tell you all about CF.
Yeah.
I still use the example my mum actually used for explaining how it works as well. She used the bottle of water, a jam jar actually. And so this is the water in, you know, this is the mucus in your body, moves around very freely, whereas Benjamin's is wallpaper paste, and she like tried to swirl it around and the wallpaper paste like barely moved.
Yeah.
And that's how I still use it to explain it to people.
Can we talk a little bit about your experiences with the modulator medications? So, you are, like me, are genetics fit? I think it's hard because there are people watching this, and there are people in the CF community who it doesn't, and it's really hard because you're happy, but then you're longing for them to be able to benefit. But you had a bit of a different relationship, didn't you, with, I think, Kaftrio, and you're starting Aleph Trek now.
Yes, so Kaftrio I got access to in 2021, and I was initially terrified to take it because I was worried that I would lose my motivation to do everything. Because that was always the adversity was what, you know, adversity for me was something that gave me fire. I was like, I need to do this. I don't get choice. And I thought, well, if I take this and it does what everyone's saying it's doing, I'm not going to have a reason to do it anymore.
Yeah.
And I then eventually did take it because my doctors and I had a really good chat. And he was just like, look, you're kind of in the ideal situation to take it. Your lung functions are good. You work hard on it. Now they were starting to trend downwardly, slowly, but still.
Yeah.
Me, I was like, that's scary. You're in the best position to take it. So I took it, and the effects were incredible, to be honest. You know, I found talking more easy, didn't have to clear my throat anymore. I actually yelled at my neighbours. I was waiting, they were at their car, and I was waiting for the kind of the appropriate time, very British thing to be like, hello. I shouted at them because I didn't realise how little effort it took for me to speak after taking it.
My voice changed. It didn't sound as husky.
My voice dropped. Like I had to speak a lot higher up to avoid coughing.
Yeah.
Now my voice kind of sits where it should. But yeah, what I noticed was after a while, the amazing things that I felt kind of felt like they were. The way I describe it is like this big, imposing, like, yeah, look at all the benefits, and then behind them was like, hey, but you're mentally not feeling great. You're a bit foggy. You're struggling to, you know, engage with a lot of things you used to engage with. But then there's a sense of guilt you get with that.
Yeah.
Of, oh, well, I've got this thing. I need to pee 2 seconds. I will be right back, okay?
Yeah, no worries. You go.
So, 2 seconds.
So whilst Ben just goes to the toilet, it'd be a great opportunity for me to share again that this episode is sponsored by Build-A-Bin Limited. So Build-A-Bin Limited was established in 1979 by Roger and Angela Wicks, originally specialising in self-build feed silos, the inspiration behind the company name that remains today. So over the past 40 years, the business has evolved into a trusted supplier and installer of high-quality agricultural equipment, providing feeding and drinking solutions for a wide range of livestock products. Today, Build-A-Bin operates across the whole of Scotland, much of Wales, Northern England, Derbyshire and Yorkshire, supporting farmers with dependable equipment. They're a proud family-run business. 3 generations of the Wicks family continue to work full-time there. This hands-on involvement allows them to maintain the personal service reliability and long-term relationships. But beyond that work within the industry, they're proud supporters of the Cystic Fibrosis Trust and sponsor of this 24-hour podcast. So thank you again to Build-A-Bin Limited for sponsoring sponsoring this hour of the podcast. Ben's back.
Sorry about that.
No.
I was holding it in so much. That's the problem with drinking so much.
Yeah.
My experience was an odd one because I was feeling these incredible effects physically, but then mentally in the background there was this like noise that I was kind of trying to ignore, because part of you is like, well, as you mentioned earlier, there's people who don't have access to this either because of their government structure or their genetics. And I felt there was such a sense of guilt about me getting this miracle drug that I've been waiting for and been told about for, a decade, getting it and then being like, I don't know if I want to take this because I'm losing who I am.
Yeah.
And that was really, really difficult, like really, really difficult to come to terms with. I had to choose between my mental health and my physical health. And I've always been, your mental health has to come first. I've seen people who've put their physical health first at the detriment of their mental health. And that's not something I ever wanted to do. But I also was like, well, what happens if I don't take this medication? Like, my lung functions were going down and down. Is that going to keep happening? Is this going to land me in hospital? And so it was really scary. But then I started talking about it, and the amount of people that messaged me and got in contact with me and saying, hey, like, I've been feeling the same. If I got a message yesterday about it,
Yeah.
saying, like, what were these things you were feeling? And again, what I really want to be clear on is not everyone has these effects. Not everyone has the side effects that I felt, and that's kind of that's medication in general.
Yeah.
There's going to be a list of side effects. I don't want people thinking that Calf Trio is like, oh, it's terrible. It's not. It's incredible. It just, for me personally, and that's
Yeah.
all I can ever speak to. It's all I can ever speak to. I can speak about my personal experiences.
Yeah.
But, some people get along with it absolutely fine.
Yeah.
And the left track now has been proven by a lot of people, like, yeah, it's even better, like, in terms of the lack of side effects. And, this is now, I've been taking it a week, and I feel absolutely fine. I've noticed I'm not coughing as much. I'm not wheezing anymore. I haven't had to clear my throat, so I'm feeling all the positives. But again, I'm keeping just a check on my mental health as well.
Yeah. And it's the case where, I was on Calf Trio, and it's the luxury of having the choice to then have Aleptrek. I did move on to it because I also have Crohn's disease, and because it was meant to further reduce inflammation, I wanted to have a go at it. And that's what, again, I keep going back to the people that don't have it, but that's when my heart breaks. So yeah, I'm really hoping that AlphaTrek continues to show improvements for you. Can you, last few moments, but can you share a little bit about your book, Fitness Without Limits, where that came about, what it's about?
Yeah, so I'm dyslexic, by the way. I just want to put that out there. I always laugh with my mum, be like, I bet you didn't think out of your 3 kids that I'd be the one that writes a book. To me, even looking at it, I said this the other day to someone, I was like, it's still such a weird thing for me to say or to see my book.
Yep.
Even just saying I'm here, I'm like, I've got a book.
An author.
I have to admit that, and I'll, again, anytime credit is due, I'm always going to give it. I had a writing partner that made the whole process so much easier. We'd meet up, we talk through each of the chapters, we talk about everything in it. She would then go away, pull it all together, send me it over, and I'd go through and edit it and make sure it was exactly how I wanted it to be. And there's just a lesson in that without her help, that book wouldn't exist. And I think so many people try and take things on themselves and think, I can do this myself. When you realize that things that you never thought possible are achievable when you've got help, life becomes so much easier. I say it to my clients all the time. Like, we want to see ourselves as problem solvers, but an element of being a problem solver is realizing that someone else can help you with your problem. And then that means that 2 people are successful and 2 people will achieve something, and that's amazing. But that book came from, I've been thinking about writing a book for a long time, but honestly the process of it was just so overwhelming, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
And the publisher basically reached out to me and said, look, is this something you'd consider? I was like, of course. So then the structure really came from me thinking of all the kind of core elements of what I do in my life, that have put me in the position I'm in today. So some of the pillars, like sleep is one of the biggest pillars in that book of, I cannot understate this. Good sleep is one of the most impactful things that you can have in your life. It's the first thing I ask every client whenever if I do a check-in, they're like, not feeling the best. First thing is, how have you been sleeping this week?
Yeah.
And immediately they're like, yeah, I've not been too well. And I'm like, I know, because the knock-on effect that it has to everything else in your life. And when you understand more about sleep, and I'm reading books on it at the moment, just trying to deepen my knowledge of it, and it's huge. But yeah, the book was designed from a standpoint of health and fitness. As you said earlier, it gets very complex. There's so many things you need to think about. It just becomes overwhelming. This book is the antidote of, let's make things simple. Let's keep things simple. As I said earlier, you don't need to be perfect. You just need to be good.
Yeah.
And that's what this book is trying to tell people. Is like, look, there's simple things you can do each day that will really make an impact in your life. And I feel that social media and the things that we consume are all designed to get your attention.
Yeah.
Not necessarily to give you the information you need.
So true.
I hate that. I hate that. I hate the fact that we now have to sexy up the stuff that, look, let's be honest, it's not that sexy. If you watch my life, you'd be like, it's pretty standard. It's nothing that, and that's the point. Like, I say this to my clients all the time. We do the unsexy stuff so we can feel sexy. Like, that's ultimately what it is. You know, the thing I really try and hammer home is nothing is going to replace consistent and hard work.
Yeah.
People don't want to hear that, though. People want to hear oh, what's the shortcut? How do I do this? And
yeah.
If you are looking to a shortcut or a faster way of getting something, you've messed up the process already.
Yeah, the attitude. Yeah.
Exactly. This takes, what you're looking for. You're looking for a result when you actually should be looking for an identity.
Yeah.
Like, you are someone who exercises, you're someone who eats well, you're someone who prioritizes their sleep.
That's
you're
good.
Someone who drinks too much water that they need to pee after 30 minutes. Those are the things you'd be focusing on. If you focus on those things,
yeah,
the results are going to come. They'll happen. I didn't train to build as much muscle tissue possible. I train, and I've been training for 20 years consistently.
Wow.
I've never taken time off. Like, in a sense of, there's never been a long period of time where I was like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
I've shown up consistently.
And thank you for showing up today. So yeah, that book is called Fitness Without Limits. If anyone wants to listen, I'm going to definitely order it and read it, because I think that would be really helpful. My final question is the theme of CF Week, which is the next week, is CF is one diagnosis, 11,000 realities, because there's over 11,000 people in the UK with CF. How would you sum up your CF reality in one sentence?
It's a great question. Oh, that's a really good question, Lucy.
Yeah.
And I've been thinking about it as well, and it's such a, the first thing that comes to mind is, I think it's the challenge I needed.
Yes.
In short, that's the best way I can describe it, because if you took my CF off me, I wouldn't be who I am today. And who I am today is someone I'm proud of. And it's nice to be able to say that, because not many people say that. And I'm so proud of the fact that what I have built and what I've done and all the experience I've had in my life, a lot of it has come down to the fact that I have this thing that I could have seen as a crutch.
Yeah.
And I saw it as a sword. I was like, oh, I can use this to whack things with. Cool.
I love that.
But yeah, the challenge I think my life needed.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. So much. Maybe I should say thank you so much.
Love it. Bad jokes. I love it. Let me take a quick photo here quickly, if that's okay. There we go.
Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you for everyone who's sponsored during this hour. Well, Ben, I'm going to love you and leave you. And yeah, thank you so much for joining and for raising money.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a great day, Lucy. Thank you.
Thank you again to Build a Bin for sponsoring this hour and a bit of the podcast. Really great to chat with Ben and hear his outlook. It's great, isn't it? Don't let CF, what did he say? Be a something, let it be a sword. I loved it. It was great. I forgot the word, but it was amazing. Okay, I'm going to take a short toilet break. I'm going to be back with some live guests. And yes, let's carry on. Who I'm going to talk to, but wait, before that, I'm still getting used to it. So I'm going to share a story now who I chatted to, two men, Derek and my gosh, I can't remember his name. I actually can remember his name, but I'll let you know what they're called. But I am going to be chatting to Derek and the other guy who I can't remember his name, and he's going to kill me. This is so bad. But they are raising money for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust as well. And they are they run the Great North Run every year with the bridge from Newcastle in them. So have a listen to my conversation with them all about that. Thank you for joining me on my mission to podcast live for 24 hours, raising money for Cystic Fibrosis Trust. If you're watching on the live stream, hello. And yeah, thank you for your support. So joining me now, we're going over to Durham in the northeast, and we're chatting to Graham and Derek, who are part of Team Ewan, raising vital funds for the CF Trust in creative ways, which we're going to chat about. So a huge welcome and thank you so much for joining me. How are you both doing today?
Really good, thank you.
Yeah. And so Graham, you're Ewan's nephew, and if people want to listen more about Ewan's story, I did a in Team Ewan and how that started, but can you tell me a little bit about when Ewan was diagnosed, I guess, what you knew about CF and what you were told and how that kind of experience was?
So Ewan's my nephew. We found out quite early on in his life around his CF diagnosis. Like you mentioned, Lucy, you chatted to Colleen a little bit around the story that circulated around that in the family, but for us, I suppose, as part of the family, we were very close to what happened at the start of Ewan's life, and obviously the tricky time that he had when he was born. We found out quite quickly once he was diagnosed what that meant, but at the same time was obviously an exercise for us as a family and as a team to try and understand what that actually means. I think for me personally, it is a large element of education of trying to understand something like this, because it's not something I think is generally quite kind of wide known as around what cystic fibrosis is, the effect that it can have on somebody, but also the amount of sort of treatment and medication that's required to try and manage the condition that he has and the others that struggle with CF every single day. I think largely it becomes a surprise to people how much effort has to go into managing a condition like this because of the medication and some of the physio and sort of the active lifestyle that somebody with CF needs to be able to manage the condition that they have. I mean, Ewan's 8 now, when we've sort of lived, alongside Ewan the entire time he's been on the planet so far, and looking at him, you would never know. And I think that's the thing about CF. People don't necessarily know that it's largely it's an invisible condition that you won't necessarily understand that people have it.
Yeah.
But when you start to learn and people educate a little bit around what that is, and it's part of the reason we do what we do, is to raise some awareness around the condition and how it affects people. Obviously, alongside the money we try and raise to try and help that that sort of fast track what we're making with medication and sort of the science behind it. But things have changed a lot in 8 years that we've known Ewan, compared to kind of what other people who have CF have had to deal with over the course that they've had the condition. But I think every day is an education for it. We learn things all the time. Mike and Carl, Ewan's parents, are obviously hot on the pulse with what's going on with his condition and the medication, so they're constantly kind of educating us too. So I think what the trust does and the research that's going into his condition matters, because it's not just the voice of the charity that we're sort of trying to support, it's the voice that it gives people who support people with the condition as well, as to what they can tell other people.
Yeah, definitely. And I have really bad hay fever, so if I keep muting my mic and sneezing, I'm trying my best to not sneeze or think about it. But the pollen is high even in this room. So apologies for that. I think you hit the nail on the head that it's kind of an invisible disability, and I think it can sometimes be harder for people with CF to talk about it because of that, or to be taken seriously in terms of needing support and needing additional things, which is why it's great the CF Trust can help kind of advocate for people as well. Derek, so you're also involved in this amazing group, and you're quite the runner. Am I wrong or am I right?
No, you're absolutely wrong, I'm afraid. No, I've ran I've ran the Great North Run. Sorry, I'm laughing inside my head because I know that people listening to this, Colleen in particular, will be sort of rolling on the floor laughing. That in fact you think I might be a runner, because I'm definitely not. I've often said that I hate running. I hate
running. I really hate
can't
it
stand
too.
running.
But you've done half marathons and Great North runs.
I've done the Great North Run quite a few times. I think this will be my 17th year of doing the Great North Run.
So you are a bit of a runner. I'm sorry, but there's kind of not liking running and doing it 17 times.
Yeah, I don't want to argue with you, Lucy. I really don't. But I'm definitely not a runner. I've more a non-runner, if that's a thing. But no, I've done it a few times, and I can certainly get around the course. And for me, it's not now about the time that I complete the half marathon in. Originally, when I started doing it, I've always wanted to do it in under 2 hours. That was my absolute challenge. The closest I got, and it was all the fault of a slip road in Gateshead, which is in the process of being demolished, thankfully, because it was my nemesis. It was the year when the Great North Run started and finished in Newcastle, and I got 02, 03, 04 as my time, and that was my best time. And if it hadn't been for that slip road being a massive uphill struggle, quite literally, I'd have probably made it in just a shade under 2 hours, and I'd have been overjoyed. But instead, I was absolutely gutted. But those days are sort of long gone now, and we now carry a Tyne Bridge with us between Graham and I, and we don't necessarily. We're in it for the fun, not the times, and the fun and the fundraising. There's a phrase for you, and that's what it's all about for us these days.
Amazing. Well, that was a really interesting story, and we'll hear more from those two gentlemen later. Graham and Derek. I did forget his name, Graham. I'm so sorry, don't kill me. Thank you so much to everyone who has been donating so far in the last hour. Another £270 was raised, so we're nearly at the £4,000 target, which is great. I'm slightly out of breath because I ran to the toilet and then brought my next guests in. So we're now taking a bit of a different angle. We're not talking to anyone with cystic fibrosis, but we're talking about how people with CF can think a bit about the future and can kind of future-proof themselves, their lives with their families. So I am joined by Anna Marie and Christina from Birchall Blackburn Law. Birchall Blackburn Law is a trusted and established firm of Lancashire-based solicitors for more than 70 years. The firm helps thousands of people with big life decisions, such as wills and planning and preparing for the future, which is really hard sometimes when you've got cystic fibrosis to think about the future when it's hard every day. However, we're going to be chatting about this and how even if you've got cystic fibrosis, you need to think about the future as well. So welcome to both. How are you?
Hello, good, thank you very much.
You, yeah. So, again, thank you so much for coming and also sponsoring an hour of the podcast, which is going a bit later as well. So thank you so much. So we're talking a little bit about preparing for the future and the importance of wills and lasting powers of attorney. I think they're quite big words for people who aren't in the industry to understand. So I thought maybe if we take it right back and you tell me a little bit about what a will actually is and also what lasting power of attorneys are as well.
Yeah, okay. So a will is a legal document that sets out the wishes of what you might want to happen with your estate when you're no longer here. So it's your opportunity to put down in writing, for instance, and again, it is a morbid topic. We are going to try and keep it light-hearted. Obviously, your funeral wishes, if you've got any children who you might want to have as their guardian, and ultimately with regards to your overall estate, where you would want that to go when you're no longer here. So some people in that instance, obviously if they've got children, it might go to children, or as obviously you touched on, that it could go to charities. Some people might want to leave like a legacy in their will to a charity to recognise that they've benefited from them in lifetime, and therefore they want to remember them on death.
And some facts that I was given, so 56% of UK adults aged 18 or over don't have a will, which includes 53% of adults aged 50 to 64. I mean, so over half of like people who are considered an adult in the UK don't have anything. No. And I guess people might think, oh, you only need to do it when you're over 50 or when you're retired or when you've got, in quotes, your ducks in a row. But I guess what you're going to say is you kind of need it from when you're 18 or from... I mean, when should you? Because there will be people with CF who are benefiting from the new medication I was talking about that may then now be thinking about future. There'll be some that aren't and are just fighting every day to kind of stay alive. Yeah. So at what point should you think about writing and having a will?
I mean, it's about your intention for what you want to happen when you've passed. So it's whenever you know, I suppose it's like when you look at if you've got any assets, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really?
So maybe when the first time buyer, that might be a trigger, or if somebody receives inheritance.
Yeah. But definitely if you've got children, because it allows you to you know.
Because what happens if you don't? If there's a parent that's not got a will, and they pass, like what happens to the children? What happens?
Well, Christina's got a story to tell us about that. But it's the intestate, but they're a strict rule about who receives it. So it's
not just a given; it goes to the children.
No, it's the intestate rules that would take effect. But we've dealt with some intestacies, haven't we, in the past, and they're not the simplest estate to deal with. So, you know, if you want to make sure that such a certain person deals with your estate, then you make a will to appoint that person as your executor. If you want to state that you want your funeral wishes, then you would make a will, and you can state where you want to be buried or cremated or anything like that, and then you'd appoint your trustees, your executors. But if you want to tell us about your...
So I've dealt, as Anne-Marie said, we've both over the years dealt with estates. In particular, a memorable one for me was that a couple of years ago, a gentleman that had been in care for a few years sadly passed away, and it transpired he didn't have a will. And I think from talking to the care home and to like his former neighbours, he'd always, you know, been somebody that appeared to have put his affairs in order. So everybody was surprised to find obviously he didn't have a will. And we had to instruct a genealogist to prepare a family tree for him.
Wow.
For his estate. It was complex. It took several months. It was obviously expensive, as you'll appreciate. And it actually transpired that there were 52 beneficiaries of his estate. And probably, as I said, from talking to the care home and his former neighbours, it might not have gone to people he would have wanted. Because some of the people we contacted were dubious of us at the beginning. They thought it was like a fraud. We're being contacted by these solicitors. We've never heard of this deceased.
Yeah.
but they actually did inherit part of his estate.
I think that's the moral of that, isn't it, though, that if you don't put a will in place, you don't make a will, people who you never thought, or, you know, people who you don't even know, like long lost family, could end up inheriting your estate, and that's not really maybe what you wanted. So
No.
And for people who have like a chronic long-term illness where they're kind of, it's like slow deterioration, obviously talking about death and things like that can be hard anyway. How what could they be thinking about, or how could they think about it? So if their life and kind of life expectancy length is always in their mind, and they just don't want to actually concretely think about when they've gone, you know, by doing a will, which is kind of concrete, isn't it, into plans that would take place. How do you approach that, I guess, at Virtual Blackburn Law?
So I'd say we're a friendly, approachable team.
Yeah.
We offer home visits because obviously we appreciate not everybody is comfortable coming into the office. Some people might find it daunting, as you've said. So we are willing, aren't we, to go out and see people in their home setting. And we can do it over a number of visits. You know, it might be that it has to be taken more slowly in order to obtain the instructions.
Yeah, I think as well, it is, you know, I sometimes, when we see people and they're like, you know, you can tell that they're nervous coming in, aren't they? Sometimes giving instructions for their will. But I think the relief when somebody's got it done and they can draw a line under it and think, right, that's done, I can put that to bed, tick that off my list, sort of thing. Because it is like you said, your ducks in a row. It's getting one of your ducks in a row, isn't it? Really, and getting it.
Yeah.
And do they need to be updated? So, say for example, if you did it at 25, obviously as your assets increase or change.
Yeah, any like life changes. So having children, you might win the lottery. You know, the grandchildren.
If you got married.
Yeah.
You got divorced. So yeah, we normally say every 5 years.
And do you need a solicitor to write the will? What makes it not just me writing down, oh, I want this to go there, I want that to go there, and actually it be a legal document once someone's passed away?
Yeah, so it needs to be a valid will for it to take effect and for it to be proven at a later date. So there's rules around making sure that it is a valid will.
And, you know, people think it's expensive. It can be another reason why people put it off, can't they? Because they think, oh, well, I don't want to spend that on something right now if they don't think they need it. People maybe just think about it when they need it or when they're unwell or something.
Yeah.
How do you... well, what would you say to those people?
It's not as expensive as what you think, I suppose. I would say, and also the cost is probably...
If it goes wrong by not having a will in place, that's when it becomes expensive. And it's also the grief. People are grieving, obviously, when somebody's sadly passed away. And if you've not done it right by making a homemade will, then it's the trauma of, you know, them having to then unpick that afterwards. Whereas if they've done something professional that's been professionally drawn up, there's the comfort of knowing that there's a valid will there that's setting out their wishes and intentions.
One of the questions I had was like digital assets in a will, not just financial. Can they be included in the will as well?
Well, we would do a fact find at the beginning to find out what digital assets there are, and then we'd obviously review and see how they can be included.
Another question is, can you leave money or property to a pet? I think that question has been put here, but you both laughed, so...
No, it's not funny, is it? It's
just seems
it's a question we often get.
But my question is, if you give money to a... like, how do they can't sign things?
No, it's not possible, you know, to leave direct money to
your dog.
A pet, to your dog. We've had some people in the past that might leave money to an individual to say with a letter of wishes that isn't legally binding, but it's a hope and a wish, you know, that they would ensure that dog is, or the pet is, looked after and cared for.
And so it sounds quite straightforward, especially if you go through like a company like yourself in terms of setting it up. And then if it wants to be changed, is it only the person's will that it's for that can change elements of that will? You can't have a petty ex come in, and like how does that work in terms of the security and of the will and who can change it?
So if you were coming in to make a will and then nobody else can change it on your behalf, not even your attorney, so it would need to be you who would make that change,
Yeah. So you've obviously both been at Birchall Blackburn Law a long time. I think Christina, it says since 2002. Qualified, in 2002. So you're both solicitors and partners in the company. And what do you enjoy about it and working there?
It's varied work.
Yeah. Every day brings something different, doesn't it? Yeah, every day.
The team's great. We're all really helpful.
Yeah, we've got a great bunch. We work so well together, and we've got a lovely team who all work so well.
And I think that helps and makes obviously your working life enjoyable.
And helping and seeing that we've made changes and helping people. That's the thing.
Yeah, and you do, solicitors do come about at big life moments. I remember when we bought our first home and working with someone from yourselves, I can't remember the name, but you kind of sort the things that are really heavy on people, don't you? Like houses, wills, sorting out people.
The major events for people. And often, like you alluded to there, like buying a house, it's a major decision and it's costly. And obviously you want to make sure that the people that are helping you are doing it correct. And obviously, like you said, taking that burden away from you, because it's already a stressful time.
Yeah.
And that's what we're here to do, is hopefully, like Anna Marie said earlier, people often feel like a relief once they've done these things.
Yeah. Yeah.
That they say it wasn't as bad as we thought, don't they?
Yeah, we have a lot of that. Oh, you weren't as bad as what we thought you were going to be.
No.
Or, this hasn't been as bad as what we thought it would be. I think because when they come in and they meet with us and we are like informal, friendly, and helpful, I think, sometimes people have a view of what solicitors are like.
I know. Why do you think they have that view? Because I feel
it's off the telly and
like
things
suits,
like that.
suits and stuff like that.
It's very American, I think. Like very
corporate suits and ties, but like the Suits program as well.
Yeah.
I actually watched that to see what I thought about Meghan Markle before she got married. I was like, do I approve of that? And I guess it's because it's the major events that people come to solicit. They're already a bit stressed.
Yeah.
So it feels almost like bigger for them to come to you. It's not like when you go and get your hair done for like treating you. It's not a treat in a way.
No,
it's a life decision. It is,
Yes.
Yeah.
Big things that are happening in somebody's life is what we're involved in, isn't it? Really. So.
If we talk a little bit about lasting powers of attorney, so it's a legal document allowing you to appoint trusted people to make decisions about your health, welfare, or finances if you can't. We'll talk about the two different types in a minute, but what are some instances where you couldn't decide on your health, welfare, or finances yourself? Is it?
Go on, you can.
If you've not put a lasting power of attorney, you can only make whilst you've got capacity.
Yeah.
So I often say to clients, it's a bit like an insurance policy.
Yeah.
That you might create them, put them to one side, and they might never be needed if you never lose capacity. But if you do lose capacity, there are a document there that can be picked up and used. So if you don't create them, and God forbid you lose capacity.
And that's kind of like mental, isn't it? Kind of almost like dementia, Alzheimer's, brain injury.
Yeah.
Unable to, or potentially unable to sign things.
Yeah, unable to communicate.
That then the only option available to the family would be to apply to the Court of Protection to be appointed a deputy for that individual, which is time consuming.
It takes a long time, so it's a long drawn out process, complex, and
during that time family can't access money, no decisions can be made around that, so it can be very stressful. So we always try and encourage people. We say if you've got your legal checklist, will tick, lasting powers of attorney tick.
And do you need a lasting power of attorney from being 18? Is that when you should get that as well?
Well, you'd have to be at least 18 to put one in place, yeah. I think a lot of people kind of get wills and powers of attorney mixed up, because some people will say, well, you know, we might say, who's going to deal with things if you couldn't deal with them yourself in your lifetime? And they'll say, oh, I've appointed my executors in my will. And I think it's people knowing that a will takes effect when you pass, but your power of attorney takes effect from now up until you pass and dies with you. So it's kind of like a long journey, isn't it?
Yeah.
The power of attorney covers this period between now and you passing, and then you've got your will in place with your intention for what happens then.
And the executives of the will are those people that benefit, or those people that orchestrate the will after you've passed?
The executors are the people who administer the estate.
Yeah.
And then your attorney would be the person who administers your affairs during your lifetime.
Yeah. It is complicated for people who aren't in the world of it, isn't
hard
it?
to
So
navigate.
yeah,
It
and
is.
it's great that you're able to come and explain it and kind of debust some myths, I guess, that people think. So what are the two types of lasting power of attorney?
So there's a health and welfare one, and then there's the property and financial affairs. So the two are obviously very different. For the property and financial affairs one, you can, once it's registered at the Office of the Public Guardian, then your attorneys can act for you unless you've put restrictions in it. But with the health and welfare one, you have to have lost capacity to make decisions about your own body, for your attorneys to then step in and make decisions for you.
And the decisions with the health one is solely like to do with your health and potential medication treatment going forward.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you're in the power of attorney. You're given the opportunity to say whether you give or refuse. You give your attorneys
consent to life-sustaining treatment.
Yeah.
And we also, so the benefit of using a solicitor to do your powers of attorney, is that they can tailor it to like your specific circumstances. So we have like a questionnaire, you know, that people can fill out to say, like, I wouldn't want to, if I was to go into care, I wouldn't want to eat this type of food. Or
so that's specific.
They can go into specific details, or they can say, like, I go to church every week, I'd want to continue if possible, you know, for that to still happen. So absolutely it can be bespoke to you and your circumstances.
And I guess that's what you'll do so well, is really personalise and think about everything or anything, because I hadn't even thought about like the food or specific things about your life.
I had one lady who wanted me to know what kind of wine she liked, her favourite wine and her favourite biscuits, you know that.
Yeah.
But that's how important, you know, if you
things are for
it's
people.
getting across to somebody what you want. If you can't communicate, imagine if you couldn't communicate it any longer what you like.
So if you had your hair done every week, and that was something that was important to you, it's like, well, if I lost capacity, I'd still want I'd still want to look, you know, and like you said, it's what's important to that person.
Yeah, that's crazy. I do want to just point out for everyone as well watching, we've just had another £50 sponsorship, so thank you very much. We're really getting to our target. Excuse me. So, who's best to be your attorney? I'm thinking children for parents, possibly, if the relationship's
or it could be
good, who'd appoint,
spouse
or
as well. Spouse maybe. Children.
So there's
trusted people.
It is,
trusted.
Yeah.
And there's different ways they can be appointed.
Okay.
So they can either be appointed jointly, so that means that they would all have to unanimously agree and make decisions, or the most practical option is what's known as joint and several. So, like Anna Marie said, if you appointed your spouse and your children, it might be that your spouse would do the majority of the day-to-day things. Yeah. But if they were unavailable, then your children are there, you know, to pick up.
And I guess it's important that you review who that person is, should anything happen with that person, or you further down the line.
You can appoint replacements as well.
Yeah.
So a replacement can step in if something were to happen to your first appointed attorney or first appointed attorneys.
So really to like with a will, obviously you can review that. I'd recommend you review that every 5 years or at major life events. With a lasting power of attorney, we try to prepare it for like longevity, because in, like Anna Marie said, with replacements, because to try and, if you something, you wanted to remove somebody, it'd be revoking it, and starting again from scratch. So we do try and cover off at the initial outset scenarios. If something happened here, would we have a replacement?
And so I'm guessing you can have, if you wanted, different people for health and welfare and different people to property and financial if you didn't think the same person should be across it all.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a lot to think about, isn't it? Who you trust and who you can see yourself trusting the whole time.
I think sometimes we have clients who maybe, well, their daughter does this, but their son does that, and that's where the two are very different, and that one deals with the property side and the money side of things, and then this one deals with the doctor's appointments and the hospital appointment side of things.
So how much does it typically cost to put in place, if you wanted to put lasting power of attorney in place?
So there's a compulsory court fee. I think it's £92 per document. And there are exemptions that apply to that if you qualify. And then typically legal fees are around about £1,000 to £1,250. So they're not particularly cheap to put in place. But then, as I said earlier, if you don't have them, then the upshot of that is an application to the Court of Protection, which is lengthy and much more costly. And the benefit of using a solicitor to put your lasting powers of attorney in place is that there's the additional clauses that can be added in, they could be bespoke to you.
I think what we find as well sometimes is, if somebody's been put off by the cost, but then something has then happened in the future and they've not made the power of attorney, and then we've got family coming in to see us and saying, did my mum make a power of attorney, or did my dad do this, whatever, the power of attorney, and we're like, we haven't got a hold of those documents. And it's like then seeing how that one-off cost could have made it so much easier. I think that's...
It does make you think about it, and it makes you think about, especially when you've got children, I think going back to the wills thing, like how important it is to have something so that when they're grieving, they're not having to think about everything else that's then working. So what happens if you don't have a lasting power of attorney and you lose mental capacity?
So that's the court of protection application that Christina was mentioning about appointing, having a deputy appointed for you via the court of protection.
Wow.
And the deputy has to report back to the court every year, which is just that's another topic altogether, isn't it?
It's so complicated, isn't it, the law, and I know it has to be, but like for people like myself who aren't in it every day, it's...
I suppose, I think when we're probably, because we do it all the time, and it's something that we just deal with every day. But I can imagine to somebody else looking in, it's like a minefield, isn't it? But hopefully we're here to help people navigate through that minefield, I suppose.
And I did have another question which I forgot, which I'm going to try and think of. But what else do you do at Birchall Blackburn Law? Obviously everything, but is there anything specific else that you'd like to mention that you do there?
Us as a team, or do you mean?
Yeah, as a team and wider, I guess, like what people could come to you for if they
So
needed.
just touching back on the deputyships, Cathy McCracken, who's in our department, the director of the firm, she's actually on the panel of deputies for the Court of Protection. So you often find in cases of last resort, Cathy's on this approved panel, and the Court of Protection will approach her to see if she'd be willing to take on a case. And it might be that individual has no family, or there's family conflict. So they are quite interesting, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what we're...
Varied work.
Yeah. But great.
Yeah. I guess as well, because we are kind of raising money for cystic fibrosis and things like that, can anyone be declined to have a will? There's a lot of instances, I know what your answer will be, but there's a lot of instances with CF where we struggle to get life insurance, and there's no one will cover most of us for life insurance, so I don't have life insurance. There's things like that where you can't, there's no loopholes, there's nothing for you to do.
Testamentary capacity, isn't it? That's the.
So for wills, it's different. Everyone is legally allowed to have a will.
So if you're over the age of 18, you can make a will, but as Anna Marie said, it's based on testamentary capacity.
And what does that mean?
So that is whereby you are assessed to have capacity to understand the extent of your assets.
Yeah, your obligations, and you know who you want to leave your estate to.
What if you don't know your assets? I know you should, but what if someone... I mean, I think I could tot up and know what my assets are, but what if someone lives in a really complicated family, they don't know their assets, they don't know actually what they have?
I mean, it would probably put a bit of a red flag or a trigger on for us to consider whether there is testamentary capacity. But I think if you can, like you've just said, tot
Like a
up
global
kind of,
figure. Yeah, you don't
an
have
idea of what you've got, more so than, you know, we don't want to the penny, but we'd need to know that people have got an understanding of what they've actually got in their estate to pass on to their beneficiaries.
And then I guess my final question is, what did you two know much about cystic fibrosis before obviously chatting about coming on the podcast and talking about it?
Anna Marie's got the...
Yeah, I've got my yellow trainers on today.
I love it.
But I was saying, because I'm part of a running club which is running for CF.
Okay.
So I have a bit of a connection there with my running club over in Whalley. So so we run for CF and raise money every week for them.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Yeah. Amazing. Is there anything else you want to share about like wills and LPA? Feel very in with it now. Is there anything else you want to mention or discuss, or I guess how can people contact you, the company, if they're listening and want to?
Yeah, just go to our website, can't they? And I think we've got numbers on there and contact details. And if you know,
we've got several offices as well, and like Leyland, Preston, Southport, Morecambe. And as I say, we do offer home visits if people would prefer that.
You just need to make contact, and we're happy to have a chat. If anyone has any queries, we can always chat things through with people if they just want to have a chat about things first.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Was that as scary as you thought?
It's all right.
It's all right, isn't it? It's just like having a conversation. Well, thank you again so much. I'm going to take another break, get the next guest in, and in the meantime, if anyone hasn't donated, it would be really great if you would. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Well, you're already there, but welcome back to me. I'm 3 hours in now, and yeah, it's great to have you with me. It's been great. We've also raised over £400 since we started, so that's really good. Now, I have a special guest with me now who I've known for, I think, 4 or 5 years, but reconnected with again recently, which has been a real pleasure. And that is Dave Cottrell. So we're going to be chatting to Dave Cottrell, who is a lived experience mental health educator, plus much more. We're going to be chatting to him. But this episode is sponsored by Liz Henson Photography. So Liz Henson is a Northwest brand photographer and visual specialist on a mission to cure the visibility cringe. Whether you're a solo consultant relying on a 5-year-old selfie or growing business stuck with a stiff corporate hostage lineup, Liz's human-first brand photography bridges the gap between how brilliant you are behind closed doors and how premium you look online. With no awkward posing, she creates a strategic visual handshake that builds instant trust. Ready to look as expensive as the services you sell? Well, head over to lizhenson.co.uk or find her on Instagram at lizhensonphoto. Right. So, joining me now is Dave Cottrell. And, I mean, Dave, Mindset by Dave on Instagram, should you need. Oh, let's just move the camera a little bit. This is the beauty of it being live. Just to...
This camera?
Yeah.
Move it how? Where?
Bit more so I'm in the shot. Bit more. Perfect.
Yeah?
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So Dave's actually done a 36-hour podcast before, so he's like, this is like baby steps for him.
That means I need to do a happy dance now because that's my rule. No, this is mega. Yours, actually, I was just chatting to your mum in the kitchen about this before. Yours is way more complicated than mine because mine was very strict. 45 minutes on Zoom, 15 minutes for myself every hour. Which it was, you know, with me being the way I talk, it ended up being 50 minutes, 10 minutes. But yeah, and it was just all, the tech that was actually needed was actually less than your situation because you've got to balance out both live and over Zoom. You've got to balance out guests that are on for differing amounts of time. You know, 1 guest on the couch, 2 guests on the couch. It's all different setups. Yeah. Mine was literally, I just told everyone, you need to have Zoom. It needs to be in portrait. And as long as all that happened, then everyone turned up. And we had one that didn't, but here we go. Hope that doesn't happen to you, especially not at 2 o'clock in the morning one. But yeah, it was, yeah, the getting everything ready beforehand was the hard work. The actual event just took care of itself. So I hope that is the same for you.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I've been enjoying it so far. It's been great to have people's comments on YouTube and everything. Saw some of yours, so thank you for that. Tell everyone a little bit about you, really, and how... I'll just stop for 45 minutes now, but...
And then that's the one question.
Yeah, because to everyone that sees you, you are... Well, to me, you're, like, bubbly, life-affirming. I like that because I feel like if anyone speaks to you, they then feel good about themselves because you make them feel good about themselves.
Okay.
And also, I feel like you have this real skill of knowing what people need.
Okay.
All the compliments.
In that case, you needed a break now. Well, actually, to be fair, that's much nicer than me talking about myself, to be honest. Yeah, like, I suppose... If a lot of it comes from the fact that I've been the person in need, and if I'm honest, like no dissing to like my family and friends, but there really wasn't anyone there for me in my more difficult moments. And so, yeah, like one of my little mantras is be the person you needed when you were younger, you know, and I think. I'm a very empathetic person, and I think a lot of people who would love to tell you that you're empathetic actually miss one point, which is actually a lot of people think with empathy, it's, well, if there's someone that's there being sad, are you willing to be sad with them? No, empathy is actually you meet them wherever they are at, in whatever emotion it is. A lot of people that I know that would describe themselves as empathic actually can't match energy when it's happy, can't match energy when it's enthusiastic, they can't match energy in the more quote unquote positive emotions. So I wouldn't say that what you've just, I mean, it's absolutely, I don't think anyone's ever said that to me, so I'm super flattered and everything right now. But it does, to me, I'm thinking, well, why would that possibly be? And it's like, well, I meet people where they're at.
Which I think you do.
Yeah.
You do that.
And that, by the way, is wonderful in one-to-one situations. Oh, it's horrible in multiple. It's like, how do you meet 10 people where they're at if they're all at different places? And that's why one of my biggest struggles, even though I obviously give talks to rooms full of people, but in that situation, I don't match every energy. I just have to bring whatever energy I want to bring, I'm in the space to bring to that talk. But when I'm in social circles, and if I want to match everyone in that, and it's not like I do it consciously anymore, it happens. But in social situations, if there's like 2 or 3 different kind of vibes going on, I kind of struggle to match all of them, and sometimes end up just being like, I wish I could just switch all of it off in that situation. So that's like when people say, is it a bit of superpower or whatever, it's like, well, if you don't have a choice to use your superpower, it's not always wonderful. But
so
yeah.
You were diagnosed with bipolar
Yes.
and ADHD.
So bipolar was a formal diagnosis. ADHD has been diagnosed by proxy. I still always tell people I have suspected ADHD because I don't want to just jump in and say I have full-blown ADHD. It's been confirmed by a psychologist. Bipolar was diagnosed at 12 in a very hasty diagnosis. I went to the doctors on my own because my mum was trying to run a business at the time, and I thought she couldn't handle dealing with me and my emotions at that time. And I'd gone to my dad about the bullying and stuff I was experiencing in school, and my dad just went, how can you be getting bullied? Look at the size of you. I've kind of always been quite big.
Yeah, you almost, like, we kind of can see you. Yeah.
Yeah, I give off a really weird first impression. Until people actually get to talk to me, they think I'm just this. Well, as scary as it might sound, especially when I shaved it, I kind of look like a white supremacist. I kind of look like the I'm not very nice person a lot of the time. And I'm like, oh gosh, big, 6'2", muscular, covered in tattoos. I have to overcome that first impression quite a bit. But yeah, I was already about 6 foot and 5'11" by the time I was hit my early teens. So my dad always just thought that I could just overpower any bully that ever came at me. And unfortunately, they used to come at me in groups or with weapons or whatever. So I was like, right, can't talk to dad about this. Went off and got a really hasty diagnosis. With the ADHD, it's a completely opposite story in the fact that I didn't really even think about it until COVID. And during COVID, when I started live streaming myself, I realized that I was getting really overstimulated, and I'd finished live streaming and I couldn't sleep for about 6 hours. So if I finished at 10 o'clock at night, I wasn't getting to sleep until about 4. And I really found it so hard to self-regulate. But the strange thing was I'd been doing talks physically out in the wild up until then at that time of night as well. And I'd go and do one of these talks and I'd come off and I'm buzzed and I'm happy, but I don't have a problem going to sleep afterwards. And someone suggested to me, why don't you get some fidget toys for whilst you're doing your streams? And I bought some fidget toys and they just solved, like I just felt so much more present, so much more focused. The live streams were so much easier.
You look like a swan, and underneath you were like...
Yeah. And so I said to my wife, I was like, how's this possible? Like, I've never needed fidget toys or anything like that my entire life. How is this possible that now I suddenly do? And she was like, I tried to film you in your early talks and you are impossible to film because you never stop moving. She's like, I think you were the fidget toy. She's like, she was true. Like, if I was doing a talk, I'd come home and it's like I've got 10,000 steps. And you've seen the amount of space I take up when I'm doing a talk. It's not much, but it's like I'm pacing back and forward. I'm moving to every person in the crowd and all the rest of it. And I just moved. So I was finding a way to deal with that stimulation. But it was a little bit after that, I guess, while I was in that online community, someone who runs an ADHD support group was like, fell in love with the work I do and was like, can you come and give a talk for my support group? And I went and gave a talk for the support group. And at the end, when it was questions, one of the people said, so when did you get I hadn't talked about ADHD at all through all of that. I was like, when did you get your diagnosis? And I was just like, I've not got ADHD. And the support group host looked at me and was like, you've got more ADHD than anyone in this room. I'm not quite sure they're supposed to say that, but I didn't take it as like, I took it as a bit of a flattering thing. And it was like, and everyone in the room kind of nodded and agreed. And I've just done a talk a couple of weeks back at a place in Ormskirk called Hope Street, where they have an ADHD and neurodivergent support group. And again, I said to them, look, I don't have a confirmed diagnosis. I said, but I'll let you all make your own mind up. And at the end of it, they're like, yeah, you're one of us. So I then went to pursue the formal diagnosis, because my rule on diagnosis, I lived through stigma after stigma with the bipolar diagnosis. I didn't tell anybody about it. I had literally for 12 years. When I messed up my first marriage and totally ruined the early stages of my life and went a bit full on rebellious, that was the point that I finally told people about the bipolar disorder, because of stigma, because of all of that. And
I'm going to be eating at the same time, if that's all right. I need to fuel.
You go. It is yellow as well. There's some corn in there. And because of that stigma, I then had to overcome external stigma, and I had to overcome internal stigma, right? So you've become the person that stigmatizes yourself, and we all do that to some degree. So I had to overcome so much of that when it came round to this potential ADHD thing, I'm like, well, I don't have any stigma about it. And because the thing is, people say, oh, well, I don't want you getting a label. Now, a label historically did mean stigma, but right now, a label doesn't mean you have it.
It means support.
Yeah, it means support. Access to support. So yeah, I can't get access to meds because I've not gone through the formal thing. I'm not sure, but I'm also not sure I want the meds, because I have firstly, I've got, I've had a history of bipolar medication as well. I also have a history of recreational drug use. And it's like, okay, great. I can have amphetamines legally. I don't think I need that. So I decided not to, but when I went to try and get the diagnosis, it was like the 3-year waiting list that I came up against, and I was like, oh, I could pay. I think there was one of the initiatives I could pay like £600 or whatever, and I thought, is it? And I just thought, like, is it going to make that much of a difference to me? And what I decided to do instead is, while I tried to make my mind up on that, is I researched support for people with ADHD, non-medication based support. And I started, because obviously I'd already applied the fidget spinning thing, and I started applying some of those support things, and they just sorted me out. Didn't obviously get rid of whatever's there, which is not what I want anyway, but they allowed me to operate as I can on some of my best days more often, and that was enough for me. So some days are more symptomatic than others. But one thing that was super interesting in that journey, there was another guy. He was another streamer. I don't know if he still streams anymore, but he's a comedian, a stand-up comedian as well, called Chris Purchase. And we were like almost like identical people. It was like, and like the way he was with his audience and talking about mental health. He'd been diagnosed with bipolar at the same age as me in a similar hasty situation, and he went back to get reassessed about 3 or 4 years ago. And when he got reassessed, he was told, we don't think you've actually got bipolar disorder. We think you've got ADHD plus PTSD, which actually manifests in pretty much the same way. So I was like, I wonder if that's the exact same case for me. You just never know. But what I do know is if I do the things to manage both bipolar and ADHD, I am well. So, and I don't feel I need any additional support, as long as, because funny thing is, I think if I had the additional support and that then gave me permission to not do a lot of the things that I do to manage it, it's hard to know in the bigger picture which one would be the better situation.
So from diagnoses to educator and public speaker, and almost using it to, well, not using it, but to talk to others and to spread awareness of what actually it is living with the conditions, but also kind of you're on a platform to speak out so that those that feel they can't are understood and heard and they can come to you.
Yeah.
So how did you how have you used it to help people?
So at first I didn't even feel like I could. Like for the longest time I thought, I have these conditions and there's no upside. It was only when I became a personal trainer, I found it so much easier to... I've had this big thing about that must absolutely have qualifications, must absolutely be accredited. That was kind of my big thing. Like, I saw a lot of people as personal trainers that were just, oh, I know a bit in the gym, therefore I'm going to be a PT. And it's not verified in the slightest. And you get all sorts of different levels. But I decided that I was going to go and get accredited and become a personal trainer. And then I decided I was going to become a nutritionist alongside that, because even though they're not allowed to, every personal trainer does nutritional advice. We're allowed to talk about examples, but we're not allowed to give nutritional advice. It's illegal or frowned upon. But everybody does, so I wanted to go and get more educated in that. And it was in the middle of doing my nutrition degree that they were like, okay, well, it's not just about knowing the nutrition to give other people. It's communicating that and coaching them to stick to it. Because it doesn't matter what you tell them if they don't do it. So they did this bunch of modules on coaching, a bunch of modules on psychology, on mindset. And I went to do those and just took to it like a duck to water. And it was interesting because my bullying started by, the very first thing I got bullied for was the fact that I put my hand up in class and know the answers to questions.
And honestly, why do people... Honestly, it annoys me because people bully people for, like, the darndest things.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Like, yeah, put your hand up, good for you. Why do people bully?
Well, okay, why do people... Well, in that instance, it's because... It's always about their own insecurities, isn't it? Why do people bully? People bully because they feel powerless, and therefore picking on someone smaller than them temporarily makes them feel more powerful until they realise in their brain, actually, that person was weaker than me, or there was 10 of us and only one of them. They're not. Bullies are never picking on someone on a level playing field, and therefore they're not going out and doing MMA fights and working their way up through the rosters and fighting equally based opponents, are they? But in this instance, I was in the 14th worst school in the country at the time. Our Lady of Fatima in Anfield in Liverpool. It's been levelled. It's like it's not there anymore. So now it's probably the worst in the country. But I was in the 14th worst school in the country. I know it might have been the country or the county. I don't know. I know it was 14th worst. And yeah, there wasn't much academic prowess in that class, in those classes, and as a result, the reason that they often picked on me is like the phrase "you're making us look stupid" was rife. You know, it was there every day, and I wished kind of I'd turn around. Actually, no, I'd probably get way more bullied for this, but I'd just wish to turn around and say, "Nah, mate, you're making yourself look stupid. I'm making myself look smart," or whatever. But I also had the very cliched 1980s, 1990s geek look, you know, with the big, thick NHS glasses, and I wasn't like my build. I was big, but not muscular like I am now. I was big and well, that came a little bit later because my way of dealing with the bullying was to develop an eating disorder. Fun. But the first thing I was bullied for there was putting my hand up and answering questions in class. And when I came back around and was doing this, there's two moments that I feel really vindicated about my full circle moment. And number one is when I was in these mindset and coaching classes. The degree was distance. It was distance learning. But for these ones, we were all come together. And we're all in the room for we're staying at a hotel. We're all in the room for like 2 weeks together. And by about 2 days in, everyone in the room was fighting to be partnered with me, because what they were seeing was, while we were learning a technique, I was getting to like really deep issues with people in front of me with those techniques, and then giving them a result within like 10, 15 minutes. And honestly, I took to it like a duck to water, and I loved the fact that people for the final project were fighting to be my partner, and that was lovely. I had still unresolved daddy issues at the time, and the coach was an older man. Looked up to him absolutely massively. But then when they came around to the assessments at the end of the 2 weeks, they had to bring in an additional assessor because there was too many of us to be assessed by the one person. Everyone was panicking about being assessed by the new person that had just come in, because we've all got used to Chris, the main assessor, like for the last 2 weeks. We all he was absolutely lovely. He was like, I reckon probably a lot of my stage presence was based off a little bit off his. Now that I'm picturing him in my head, I'm like, oh, I do that. I'm having that realization right now. But now I need something that's uniquely mine. But yeah, and then, so the other guy was called Tony. He'd come in, and I was actually the only one in the room that was like, I want to get assessed by Tony, because in my head, I'd only achieved a fluke. The fact that Chris loved what I did, and the fact that the class loved what I did, in my head, I was still that 14-year-old kid that can't accomplish anything in school. And I was like, I need the proof. And Tony assessed me. And he comes up to me, he's like, at the end, he's like, you've got 100%. He's like, you've got full marks. He said, so there's not much else I can say on that. Is this going to make me cry today? Maybe. But he said, but on a personal note, if you do not do something with this as a job, it will be an absolute sin. And I was just like, no one's ever said anything like that strong at me, ever. So I went home, and I was supposed to be giving a nutrition seminar at the gym I work at 2 or 3 weeks later. And I said to the owner of the gym, I'm like, do you mind if I do it on Mindset instead? And he's like, look, you've rented the room off me. You can do it over there. It's like, he was so not bothered. It was like, cheers, mate. It's like, kind of wanted a bit more excitement. He's like, you've rented the room. You can do what you want. And so I kind of just emailed everyone that it was a free event, but I emailed everyone. I said, I know we were going to talk about nutrition, but we're changing it to this. Are you still interested? And everyone was like, yeah. And we had 50 seats, and all 50 went. And I basically got up and did a 2-hour talk with a 15-minute break in the middle.
Wow.
Of like mostly of technique-based stuff. It wasn't as like the talk you came to recently, which there's so much more personal journey and story in there. But it was mostly just the techniques that I'd learned from this course that I'd been doing with the people that had wanted to practice them in the course with me. And I was like, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to get people up to the front and do the techniques and all the rest of it. And it was amazing. And I basically walked out of there and I was like, I never want to do anything other than this. That was 8 years ago. I still do it. I still love it. But when the other sort of full circle moment was the fact that how I know you is through a guy called Sam Tyra.
Shout out to Sam Tyra.
And Sam Tyra runs a section of the NHS, part of the Lancashire and South Cumbria Trust NHS called Change Talks, and he's basically talking in schools to young people about mental health. And I went and I basically messaged Sam and was like, love what you're doing. The way we was doing the big events, I'm like, I'll come and do flyers for you. I'll help old people to their seats. And I was like, and what I really meant was, can I come and talk on your stage, please? Thank you very much. But I wasn't quite bold enough to be like, you should have me as a speaker. But you should, Sam, and you have done many times. But I met him in Tarleton. We went for a coffee. We both shared our own stories with each other. And he goes to me, would you do that? Would you come and tell that story in a school? And that sort of scared inner 14-year-old of being bullied and being in school was like literally screaming no from inside me. It's like, we do not want to go back in schools. It's like, I felt because I'm saying we now, I've always been a bit Gollum and precious, we do not want to be in the schools with those
hobbitses. My gosh, your accents. I'm going to get you to do the next thing as Kermit.
Well, we don't want you there, hobbits. But basically, like that was what the inner voice was like saying. Every bit of me was like saying no, and I was like, right, what would you tell somebody else in this situation? You definitely tell them to say yes. So I was like, yes, that is absolutely something I would love to do. And I was nervous, so nervous, because I'm hardly ever nervous when it's a group of adults. When they bought, it's funny when they paid money and bought tickets and all the rest of it. Like even if as the ticket price gradually goes up and everything, I don't get nervous with that, because as far as I'm concerned, that person has chosen. That person has pre-said, I am happy to be in this room and I am happy to pay this much money, whatever. Whereas with kids, they're like, oh, I'm in this room.
I have to be.
I mean, to be fair, it's a bit of a doss from their lesson sometimes, but they're in that room because they have to be. So I was actually terrified of going in, and I went in and I shared my story, and Sam was just like, that was brilliant. And I was like, he's like, I wish we could get you to do it again, but he's like, you know, we can't bring you on. There's no funding. And I was just like, I don't care. I said, tell me when you've got a school, and if I can fit it into my calendar, I'll be there. And from then, which was 2018 until 2020, I went into 4 or 5 schools with him every half term, and until the pandemic, and then things changed significantly at that point. But that was my full circle moment. It's gone from I'm bullied for putting my hand up to answer questions in class to I'm standing in front of a class of kids, helping them understand about their mental health. And even if it had have all stopped there, I think that is amazing.
So you've recently started this Pay It Forward protocol, where you will work, and I'll explain this a bit more later on in the episode that you're kindly sponsoring, but you basically go and speak to a corporate company or a business about mental health or imposter syndrome, anything really.
Yeah.
And then as a result of that, you directly from that will go into a school and teach 4 hours for free of that school about mental health for those young people.
Yeah. Yeah. 1 to 4. Yeah, I'd love to say that. The idea of 1 to 4, it came initially from the fact that for the last 2 years, I ended up working for Change Talks after the pandemic, basically. Sam and I did a webinar series online called the Mental Health Family Hour. The NHS bosses were like, oh, is this what that dad's been telling all these kids in school? Can we keep him, please? So they gave me a job for temporary job for 2 years, and then like a contracted job for the last 3. That contract finished this year, and in that time, as we did, as well as doing the webinar and stuff like that, I was going into schools every single half term. And in the last 2 and a bit years, I've developed this self-harm sessions for people, for young people who do self-harm. Not for people who are likely to, right? We would select the groups based on people who are actively self-harming. Simply because you want to talk to that group in a different way that you want to talk to a person if you're trying to... You need to acknowledge the reality of what life is like after having self-harm for the first time. And if you don't want to acknowledge that reality to someone who never has, to be perfectly honest. So we pre-select these groups, single-sex groups that generally tended to work best, because the second there were lads and girls in the same room trying to talk about this, game over. And I ended up doing about 20 of these groups over the last few years, and it was a 4-week group, and ultimately that was the work I want to continue. So in terms of going into schools, those 4 hours could be 4 assemblies for 4 different schools for their year 11s on resilience in the face of their GCSEs coming up. It could be that. What I want to be able to offer is to go to one school and do one of these 4-week groups. And because I've just come out of 3 years of working for the NHS doing it, I don't want the schools to pay a penny. Like I want, so what I decided was how can I continue to work for schools for free? And it's like, well, if I do it based on what I'd need to do is I'd need to do more hours corporate and to basically pay the bills and, run the business basically. And once that's done, I can then give a portion of my time. And it's the hardest thing about this project has been saying it in the right way for the people that they want to hear it. So as a journalist, I guess, like, you'll probably understand this, is like, so if I say it as, for every booking I get, the business sponsors one of these interventions in schools, I love it that way, because to me that's bigger than me. Yeah. I don't want it to be about me. I want it to be about, like, the idea of me. So having Leyland Trucks sponsor a talk in a school in Leyland, that feels brilliant to me. That feels that says to this group of kids that the guy who's coming cares about you, your parents and teachers care about you, and the local businesses care about you. Like that. Yeah. Oh, that just, yeah, that, like, it's my project and it gives me goosebumps. It's like, however, I've tried to get media coverage on this, and when I try and get media coverage on this, you're selling something, so it's not editorial, it's advertising, and I'm like, so you're selling me that if I say that actually it's all about me and I'm the one just giving my wonderful altruistic free time to these people, and they're like, yeah, we could cover that, and it's like, oh, it's like, so it's an interesting thing. So businesses, the way I kind of put it across to businesses is it's up to them if they want to be classed as a sponsor or if they want to be included. When I talk about it on social media, it's like, this group of sessions was brought to you by like Midlands Finance Academy, ones that I've recently sponsored, the one that I'm about to do in Chorley. So they're happy with me saying their name. They're happy with it being classed as that. But it's really, that's the bit that really annoys me, is that I get slowed down from doing the meaningful work because I have to sit around and think about marketing and positioning and it's just like, yeah, it should be as simple as, for every hour I do in your business, I do 4 in schools. what like.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing with the 1 in 4, and I said I wish I'd kind of planned it this way, and I wish I could say I'm this clever, is the fact that actually when someone said to me after I told them about it, it's like, oh, isn't that the number of people that get, on average, are diagnosed with a mental health condition each year in the UK?
Clever.
And I was like, it really is. And went and checked, and it's like, yeah, it's like 1.4 something, whatever. And I was like, oh, wow. And I was like, oh, I just wish that I'd planned those two things to work together, but they do. And it's like 1 in 4 is the number of people that are going to be diagnosed with a mental health condition. 1 to 4 is the hour ratio that I'm giving. So
also just to point out for those that are on the YouTube, I've just eaten and forgot my crayon because I didn't have them with me. So helpfully someone brought them. So I am going to be taking all my tablets and doing what I normally do in front of you guys. So yeah, if you take crayon as well, if you struggle to get hold of them because the supply is really bad, but I've got the 10,000s. Sorry, Dave. I guess my final question as we come to an end, because it's gone quite quick, I do think I might message you later on if someone can't make it and be like, just connect to the Zoom, I want to know more. I think what would be helpful as well is tips for people struggling with like a chronic illness or like cystic fibrosis, like a physical condition that obviously affects you mentally.
Yeah.
With cystic fibrosis, we can't meet up with other people with the condition because of cross-infection.
Oh, right.
So it's the only condition where harmful bacteria in my lungs can't infect or damage you, but because it grows on damaged tissue, it would hop, whatever, to transmit to another person with CF. So we can never meet, we're segregated, it's very isolating. It's like the one person you think who would understand you, you can never be in a room with.
Yeah.
So I guess tips for people with CF, struggling with mental health wobbles and things.
So, okay, you've just reminded me of something that me and my online community did during isolation, is we basically, I felt more connected to a lot of people during COVID than I did before, because actually during COVID I live chronically online, which is a bad thing mostly. But I think if you find communities, I think it's fantastic. And because I was live streaming on Twitch myself, and because I'm not the type of person that's just like, oh, come and support my live stream, but I'll never look in on yours, I ended up looking in on a lot of other people's, and I ended up sitting and listening. And like I've been in the chat on this one this morning when I was supposed to be working. It's a good job I'm my own boss. I'm in trouble with me.
What are you going to do about it?
I did some work, When you see the next, in fact, if anyone does decide to follow me on the socials, horrible plug. Oh, but if you see any videos over the next few weeks of me wearing this T-shirt, they were made this morning whilst this was on in the background. I decided, I was like, right, I'm going to listen for a little bit, and then I'm going to hop out of the room, make a 40-second video, come back in. But so I did 6 this morning. So.
Wow. Yeah.
But yeah, we made this video together as the online community through Twitch called "Isolating but Not Isolated." And it was basically how I think back to then now, and I've got friends for life that I've met during that period. And interesting, I feel like I nearly cried when you said that, but I didn't actually know that was the case at all.
No one does. It's the hardest. Yeah, it's the hardest thing.
How do you deal with it when you go to a place where you just don't know?
It's a risk. So at schools, you would communicate with the management of the school, and at my school, they wouldn't let anyone else in with CF. In some schools, you've got to manage corridor times. In hospital, you're segregated. But if you're at the cinema, how do you know? Because I look well on the outside, right? So it's listening if people are coughing, if they're unwell, if they look skinny.
Right.
People with CF sometimes struggle to put on weight, things like that. But it's hard. So you try and minimise the risk where you know, and mitigate it.
Okay, so yeah, the phrase I would use there is kind of focus on what you can do rather than what you can't. There's an expression that I teach people. One of the earliest expressions I teach people to get out of their vocabulary is, "Why can't I do this?" And so you might say, "Why can't I communicate with another person with CF?" And it's like, well, actually you can't communicate with them in a room. So I always get people to change that question from why can't to how could. And the thing about this is, if I sit here and try and start preaching anything to you, there'll be people in the CF community that'll just be like, he doesn't know, he doesn't get it. So okay, you're right, I don't know and I don't get it. I'll try. I want to learn. I've learned some stuff this morning from yourself. I've learned from listening to some of the other guests. I listened to your mum earlier talk about you growing up and all the rest of it. That was the point where I looked at this. I'm like, you're going to love this. You're taller than me.
I know. I feel like I could just like pat you on the head.
It's all right. I take it in good nature. But yeah, it's that how could I question. The most powerful, that question is useful to literally anybody, because what you'll start to realize is that when you're asking yourself why can't, you will focus towards all the reasons that you can't. When you ask yourself how could, you will find a way.
Yeah.
And you will find the way from your own brain, from your own ability to work things out. And the best thing I can teach people is to not need me. I call it the world's worst business model. Yeah. I want people to be like, even if it is with my clients, I'll be like, look, if you're ever stuck, just say to yourself, what would Dave tell me to do in this situation? Because you actually know it. When you say how could, your brain will look for answers. So if you say, oh, I'm really feeling isolated right now, how could I connect with someone else with CF? Well, then your brain, and then now it's going to be me answering on behalf of your brain, so apologies. But it's like your brain could say things like, oh, we could do a Zoom, or oh, we could do something like this. We could, we can, I don't know if there's any medical ways in which you can meet up. I don't know if masks and stuff do nothing. No.
It's all virtual,
yeah,
which is why
virtual.
when COVID came out, it was like we were social distancing before it was famous.
Yeah, well, that was actually when the people with social anxiety all came a bit out of their shell as well. It's interesting. Yeah. But yeah, like I always said about my mum. My mum was ready to be a hermit by the time that social media that COVID came around. It's like, yeah, I've been practicing for this my whole life. But yeah, go to that how could I question.
That's a good idea.
And because if the more the more we put our focus into the things that we can't have, the more we feel unhappy. And it's interesting that I think what a lot of advice on social media fails to acknowledge, they either go in one direction or the other. One direction is, oh, tough, you can't have it, just focus on what you can have, and it's a little bit too brutal. Or they go the opposite direction if it's like, oh, it really does suck that you can't have it, but we don't go any further than that. I think it is possible to acknowledge that it's unfair while still doing what needs to be done. And what needs to be done is you need to not be isolated. You need to have those options. So it is like focusing on, is there a Zoom group for this? Is there a live streamer that does this? There is right now for the next 21 hours. There is Lucy Baxter. She's kind of cool. But yeah, like it's how can I connect with that type of community? How can I engage with people? And yeah, that same question, I suppose, not just to that one thing. What can I? The more powerful version of that question, I think, is what can I do right now to move forward? Is my most favourite question. Because what can I do? It's not what can somebody else do for me. Yeah. Everyone with every condition at some point has sat around and wished that a white knight had come in and saved them. But it's what can I do? And the right now part is all about context. It's like what you need, right? What I need now is different to what I need at 10 o'clock tonight, is different to what I might need if I wake up having had no sleep tomorrow. It's all contextual, right? Yeah. You're like, haha, wake up tomorrow. But it's all contextual, and so that's an absolutely powerful question. But the one thing I want to add on that, I know I have this tendency to answer things really long, but
we've got a few more, seconds. 1 minute. Seconds.
The what can I do part, if you do need somebody else's help, ask that person. People miss this a lot. It's not all about being there and just dealing with it yourself, but actually not. A lot of times the other person doesn't know you need that help. If you ask for it and they don't give you it, then yeah, sure, you've got every right to be like, I don't like you anymore now. But yeah, don't just sit there and hope that the person's going to figure out that's what you need. Ask for it.
Well, Dave, I think that's a great place to end. So everyone needs to follow Mindset by Dave on Instagram or any of the socials. Thanks for sharing some of those tips and advice as well. I think people listening will find it really helpful. And yeah, I'm glad you learned something as well. So yeah, thank you very much. We're going to take a shortish break. Thank you again to Liz Henson Photography for sponsoring, and I'll be back with a new guest in just a sec. Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to my 24-hour podcast in partnership with Fall Creations, raising money for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust. We're getting along the way now to reaching our target, so it's really great. And thank you so much to everyone who has been donating so far. It's been really great so far. I'm nearly 4 hours in, I think. 11, 12, 1, 2. Yeah, I am. So my guest next is a musician, a Christian musician and songwriter, which is going to be really exciting to talk to him. His name is Rob Westall. I'm going to be bringing him on in a minute. But first, I just want to talk about the sponsor of this next conversation, which is Jill Baxter, nutrition and lifestyle coach. So Jill is a qualified nutritionist and registered health coach. You heard me talk to her before. She's also my mum. She helps busy people reconnect with eating real food, improving energy and finding balance in their lives by improving their nutrition and lifestyle habits. She's working with one-to-one clients, educates employees on healthy eating at work, and provides talks for local groups in Lancashire. To find out more or work with Jill, contact her via her website, which is www.jillbnlc.co.uk. Amazing. Let's bring Rob on. Hi, Rob. There you are. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's sort of like a throwback to lockdown, this.
I know. Definitely. Let me just hit record.
Recording in progress.
There we go. Thank you so much for coming on. How's your day been so far?
It's been very good, thank you very much. I met my mum and my dad for some breakfast in town because they've recently moved near where I live, which is lovely.
Lovely. No, that sounds really great. So you're on to talk to me a little bit today about you and what you do, why you do it, who you do it for, most importantly. So I met you working for UCB, United Christian Broadcasters, and it's been great to connect with you and talk to you about our faiths in Christ. And so I have your bio here, which is like obviously a music missionary who creatively shares the good news of the gospel through songs and media ministry in partnership with individuals, churches, organisations of all shapes and sizes. But I don't think it does you justice because you are really, really incredible.
Oh, thank you.
So
You're
just
welcome to rewrite it.
So just tell me a little bit about your journey into writing music and your own music and where it came from.
Well, before I begin, sorry, I forgot to pop my scarf on.
Oh, yes, get that on.
Yellow. So I met my mum because I needed some yellow stuff. So, I've got my mum's scarf on. I hope that looks all right for them.
Yeah, that looks great. Amazing.
Yeah, so I've always been musical, loved music, used to make up songs when I was a kid, that kind of thing. And for me, it sort of took hold when I was sort of 15, I suppose, when I didn't take drama in school, but there was a musical coming up called Oliver, and me and my sisters used to watch the film religiously. Because my younger sister used to watch everything 50,000 times, we knew the musical really well. And I don't know if you know the musical Oliver, the film, the famous film, but the person who plays Oliver can't sing very well. We always used to think, we could do better than this. And then the school play was Oliver, and I auditioned for it. Got the part of Oliver, and then in the summer my voice broke. so that was a bit interesting. And then from there I got some real confidence, and then as you go through that period of your life where you grow up, it really helped me. I started writing songs, and it was normally about girls I fancied who didn't fancy me back, and things like that. But it really helped me to express my feelings, which is very difficult as a British bloke. So it really was quite cathartic. And then during that same period, I encountered God for the first time, the reality of God's existence in my life. And then I started writing about my faith, and it sort of developed from there, really. And
this is kind of what you do. This is your thing. I know you once joked that you like the what did you say? Like a Matt Redman lookalike.
A Paul Man's Matt Redman. I use that quite a lot.
But
it's just so people can understand what I do, really.
Yeah.
They've never heard of me, so.
Well, so obviously God shaped your life in this way, kind of guiding you into music. So it's not just about girls that you fancied. Was
Not anymore, married, but
was there a key moment where you felt like his hand on you, like this is how you're going to do what you're going to do?
I suppose a pivotal moment was my grandmother passing away. I know that's a bit morbid, but I hadn't turned 20 at the time, I don't think, and I was writing about all those things you just alluded to, all the different things that people face when they're that age. But then when she passed away, it was the first grandparent I'd lost. It was my first encounter with death, and of course, that was what I did. I wrote songs to help me process things. It just happened to be grief on this occasion. But when I came to write a song about my nan, instead of a song that said, I love you, Nan, I miss you, which I do, and I still do, and everything else, the funeral was all about her faith. And the funeral was all about what she believed, but also what she lived all the way through. And I took inspiration from a couple of the hymns, from some of the content from the memorial service. She went to a Welsh Baptist church, so it was like the funeral. Then the week after, there was a memorial service. They went to town on it, basically.
Yeah.
And all the stories from that. And it was a song called "Death Lost Its Sting," which is a famous passage of scripture in Corinthians. And I'd written this song. I hadn't told anybody about it, and it was sort of a worship song. It was a hymn, which I think is more of a tribute to her and her life than I miss you, Nan. I think she would have preferred that, to be honest, if she was aware of it. And my cousin in church, the week after I'd written the song, got to the front of the church and she shared about this experience of losing our Nan. And she said, I've got this scripture which has really encouraged me, and it was the "Where, O Death, is your sting" scripture. And I was like, wow. And I said, Sarah, I've written a song called "Death's Lost Its Sting" based on that scripture. That's incredible. And I suppose we started playing that in my church. And then it wasn't until after I'd sort of started my career and everything else that I came back to write worship music again. I wrote other music and still did music, but my journalism took off and all of that. And it was when I was working for BBC Sport that I started picking up the baton again and doing what I do now.
And from that one song, you've had albums. You record obviously in a professional studio and everything. How has it changed for you, or how has your worship style, your songwriting style changed maybe since you started to now?
Well, that song was all about, it was all a declaration of truth based on scripture, based on the Bible verses that really comforted us during that grief. And I suppose since I started on this journey, a couple of years before I went professionally, it was all about focusing on God, really, because to worship, there's a Greek word which says proskuneo, I think is the word, and it means to come towards, to kiss. So say, if you can imagine, when you're first getting together with your husband and you're going for the first kiss or whatever, there's that sort of vulnerability. You think, oh my gosh, are they going to, pull away? Are they going to reject me? Are they going to,
Yeah.
So it's that vulnerability as you come forward, as you step forward in faith to express your heart in a physical way, so to speak. That's what worship should be. And there's a lot of songs that we sing in the modern day church which declare truth, and that's important, that's great, that's awesome. But I suppose my songs are all about, I'm very deliberate, they're very simple, they're very easy to understand. If I could put it into a sentence, I suppose it would be to sort of remind people of what God has done, and then help people to express their hearts back to him. So the songs are mainly based on scripture. They're very simple lyrically, but as you know, working for the BBC, sometimes you do news bulletins and you get complex stories and you've got to sum it up into 2 sentences. So I think my background in doing that has really helped me to write in this new, fresh way.
Yeah.
Where I'm just I'm inspired by scripture, by my faith, by my life, some attribute of God, and then I kind of write a love song to him, I suppose.
Yeah.
But it's sort of thinking as well about the congregation, how they would sing it, how it would help them to do it in the writing process as well, if that makes sense. So the lyric content is very important, but the music's got to be banging. And I think within the modern day church, there's a lot of songs that are of a certain style. You get that drony keyboard at the start of a lot of them. But I just think worship music shouldn't be a genre. I think every genre of music should be used to worship God. That's my take on it. So I'm very much don't force the issue as it comes. If there's some band or something that's inspired me, I'll just go with that, and then that's the style that it is. The latest album I'm working on actually is a mixture of orchestration, string arrangements, electronica, 80s pop sort of mixed into it. Because I think it's great to be inspired by lots of different things, but if you sort of amalgamate all these different styles, you come up with something fresh and new and a new expression. And I suppose that's been done from time immemorial. I saw something with Paul McCartney, who's got a new album out the other day. It was a bit of a hero. And he says, I like to start a song with a chord that's never been done before, or not a usual chord. And he explained how he'd invented this chord by changing a couple of the notes.
Wow.
And then he'd come up with this chord progression into this song, which then turned into this fantastic anthem. And I was like, whoa, he's 80 odd, and he's still pushing the boat out, and he's still, pushing the envelope, trying to sort of do something fresh and new. And I think that's what excites me, really.
And I think, people watching this live stream, it's gone kind of 180 from... and what I wanted to do with this was talk to people from all aspects of my life and things that I'm interested in and enjoy, and raise awareness about the CF community and talk about that, and also talk about other things I'm interested in. And some people watching might be like, whoa, where's this come from? Like, quite uncomfortable talking about faith and Christianity, and they might be like, oh, what is that? But I would just encourage you to sit with it. If you don't enjoy it, Rob will be off soon, but if you do, it's really great to just like be open to listening to things, to listening to other people's beliefs as well, and respect it even if you don't agree with it. I guess as well with worship music, it can feed through and filter through where maybe a vicar or an actual church building can't.
Yeah, because if you think about adverts, music is quite sort of important to adverts. Films, when you watch a film, horror movies, I'm not a fan of that genre, by the way, but if there's a horror movie, the music is off. If you take the music out of that scene, it'd be quite interesting to see if you'd still...
Oh, I do that. I mute when I'm watching like high suspense. I mute it, and it's less scary because it's not the
the Jaws films, that's case in point, isn't it? When you hear that phrase now, you just think of a shark, especially if you're swimming in the sea. And if that song comes in your head, you're in trouble.
Yeah. So you do outreach as well with your worship. Do you want to explain a little bit about what that is?
Yeah, so I'm doing an event tonight actually, but basically a lot of my songs, although I've described that they're inspired by scripture and they're inspired by God, that's my expression and my life. It's from a natural point of view. I don't force that inspiration, so it could be coming from something I've been reading, it could be something I'm experiencing, and it's, I suppose it's to quote a station we both work for, faith in everyday life, really. And I sort of share my music and my songs, and I share the stories behind them. And my music is God focused. It's focused on Him, really, but it's inspired by real life. And I sort of invite the audience to, check it out further if they want, join me on the journey, or leave it there and then. It's up to them, really. It's not forced on anybody, but I just present what I believe, what inspired the music and the songs and stories behind it, and explain it all. And it's up to people whether they want to take that on board or not, or just say, thank you very much, that's lovely, goodbye.
Life happens, doesn't it? And life gets really hard, and the world at the moment is tough, as you know, when we both read the news and things, it's really, really hard. People might think, if there was a God, why is all this happening? That little nugget. But it's a genuine question, and Christians as well grapple with that, don't they? If you have a faith, it's not... It ebbs and flows, doesn't it, in terms of you have questions in life, and life is just as hard if you are a Christian, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, life isn't sorted, or all your problems are solved when you become a Christian and you decide to follow Jesus. Far from it. But, you face those things with somebody. There's a phrase in the Bible which says there's a peace that surpasses understanding, which, in other words, you have a peace when you really have no right to have any peace. So when you're going through something, that an illness perhaps, or something that's quite challenging and tough physically, mentally, you can know that your sort of spiritual aspect, the eternal aspect, is sorted. You can have a peace about that aspect of it all, but also you've got a peace. You know, what happens when I die? Well, I believe I'm going to be with Jesus. I believe I have a relationship with Jesus, and he's with me right here, right now. You can have that comfort. And I think that that's the peace that surpasses understanding. It's God's presence with you in those difficult moments, that you're not alone, that you have somebody who cares about you, with you. But the thing about, you know, where is God in all the difficult times? Well, life is tough, and life happens, and people have their own choices to make. God doesn't force you to do this, that, or the other. I believe it gives you free will to do what you want, but there are consequences to your actions, and sometimes that impacts other people. So
Yeah.
I think it's very much a case of, I liken it like this: if I'm married to my beautiful wife Anna, if sort of, for instance, if you take the example that God wants a relationship with us, if you force a relationship on anyone, it's not true love, is it? It's because you don't give them a choice, you force it on them. There's no two-way interaction thing. But he says, look, you can have a relationship with me or not, but this is the consequences of it. You know, that it's up to you. I don't force it on you, because he wants us to want him.
Yeah.
Not be forced to have him, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. I guess if people are listening to this and wanting to know more, a good place to start is like looking at like the alpha courses and things like that, where you can ask questions and have like really good debates and conversations and things.
Absolutely, and because it's sort of, I don't know, I suppose in my life I've really benefited from my relationship with Jesus. I've really benefited from it, and I wrote a song which is going to be on the new album. When my auntie sadly passed away, she had a brain bleed. She fell over, and it looked really bad. And then all of a sudden she started to get better, and there was hope. And then, you know, family were able to talk to her, have those conversations they probably wouldn't have otherwise had otherwise.
Yeah.
But sadly, it went downhill, and she passed. And I wrote a song called Arms of Love from that, and that was tough. It was painful. It was horrible. And again, I suppose I use music and I write songs to help to cope with that. But I hope when I release that song, it will help other people as well, because it's all about, in this moment, however hard it is, in all these different scenarios, God is there, and his arms are open wide, and he's saying, come here. But it's up to you whether you enter into that embrace or not. That's kind of it. And you know, Jesus made some quite incredible claims. He said, you know, he was the way, the truth, and the life, that no one comes to the Father, no one gets to heaven except through him. So either he's right or he's wrong. And it's worth checking out. It's worth fact-checking. There's a lot about fact-checking at the moment in the work that we do, isn't there?
Yeah.
With every story that we cover. So it's important to check the facts. And what's the motivation of who's saying stuff to you, especially with politics? What's their motivation for saying the stuff that they say to you? Don't take everything at face value. Look into it and try and find out for yourself what the truth of that situation is.
Your new music, talk to me about that and your touring that's coming up.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to book me, we're in the middle of processing that at the moment. But yeah, I've been doing some worship nights. So I've got one tonight in Hereford, in the wonderful city of Hereford at the Tompkins Theatre, where once a month we have food for an hour. It's designed for people who, well, we've just been discussing, want to explore more. Perhaps they don't go to church, or perhaps they did go to church, so they can come to a safe environment. There's really good food, and then I play a couple of songs afterwards. It's called First Friday because it's held on the first Friday every month. And then I'm developing the album at the moment. We've got 6 in the can. What that means is I've recorded 6 and I've mixed and mastered 6 of them with my producer, so they're ready to go. And then we're gonna carry on a journey of writing more, but I've decided that, you know, enough's enough. I've got enough material to get out there, and I'm just going to start touring from the autumn onwards, really. So yeah, a lot of things are in process, and I've got the UK Gospel Music Festival on the 18th of July, and there's a lovely festival called Essence, the Creative Arts Festival, where I'm doing a songwriting workshop and a gig in the lovely Gower, the area of outstanding natural beauty.
And when's that?
That is on the 27th of June, so later this month.
Amazing. I guess finally, how can people listen to your music and, you know, find it, subscribe, keep up to date with what you're doing?
Well, I'm on Spotify and all the usual places. Rob Westall, West ALL.
Hopefully, you'll see if you look back on the stream, your name's at the top.
Oh, lush, yeah. So they can get the spelling from that. And I've got a website where I'm selling lots of music as well, if you prefer to consume it that way. I've actually got some digital. Oh, it's blurring it, is it? Because I've got the blur feature on. That's a nice yellow one on trend. For
yeah, thank you.
Anyone who donates in the next hour, if you keep a record of it, and I'll give them a free digital single. So if you take their details, I can pass
Amazing.
it on to them. They've got QR codes on the back where people can either watch the video or listen to the music, or even download it from the website, from these web pages. And I just think people like a physical little thing, you know. So
yeah,
it's a digital product. They can have those for free if they give anything towards this worthy cause in the next hour.
Thank you so much. I'll be sure to keep track. Well, I really just want to thank you for joining. How much did you know about cystic fibrosis prior to me getting in touch, getting you to do this? Was it something you'd heard of or knew much about?
Not really. My mother taught a girl called Kelly who had it. That's the first time I'd ever heard about it, and they became very, very close. So that was the first time, and then obviously we met as well. So
yeah. Well, it's good to spread awareness as well by getting lots of different people to talk. I am very grateful for you chatting to me, and yeah, make sure to check out Rob Westall on Spotify if you need. Definitely should. He's a really great singer, and yeah, do follow along with his journey because it's really exciting. Thank you so much for joining, Rob. That was really great. Thank you so much.
Absolute pleasure, and I hope it goes well for the rest of the stream, because how many hours have you got left now?
Well, we've just passed 4 hours in, so 20 hours left.
Wow. Lots of caffeine and coffee then, is it?
Well, I don't drink caffeine. No, I don't drink coffee. It makes me shake, but my dentist told me yesterday to try tea, so I've had some green tea, but I've never been a hot drinker, so I'm just, yeah. Yeah, but the tech, everything's going well, so keep throwing some prayers up and it'll keep going well.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for having me on, and I hope it goes well, and this is my new colours now for the rest of the day.
Love that. Thank you. And I'm just...
Bye-bye.
See you later. I am just going to put a screen on for people to donate if they want. Oh, right. Well, I am really desperate for the toilet. I don't know why. I think I'm drinking a lot of water and everything. How's everyone doing? Send me a message. I think it would be really helpful to keep sending me messages. Just like these people who've sent me some good luck messages.
Hi Lucy, my name's Sean Chappell and I've got CF, work for the CF Trust, and I just want to say a huge thank you for doing a 24-hour podcast for Wear Yellow Day and CF Week. You're doing amazing, keep on going. I know it's tough, but keep on going, and thank you.
Sending you huge amounts of support, Lucy. This is a fantastic challenge you're doing, and it will help so many people with CF. Keep going, you're doing amazing.
Hi Lucy, Kavina here. Just wanted to say good luck for your 24-hour live stream. You are doing amazing stuff for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi Lucy, wishing you lots and lots and lots of luck, and just keep going. You're doing fantastic. Really appreciate everything you're doing, and keep going.
Well, that's what I'm going to try and do. Keep going, as they said. I'm just going to bring our next guest in. The good luck messages are keeping me going. I know I've only been in 4 hours and I've got 20 to go, but I am enjoying myself. And yeah, it'd be great to hear from you. Don't forget to donate as well. So while I bring my next guest in, I am just going to pop the donate page back on. And yeah, any support would be really appreciated.
Put you on a full screen.
Amazing. Well, thank you again, everybody. We're rolling through, people. I'm getting quite into the rhythm now, checking I've done everything tech and sorting everything out. So my next guest was instrumental in helping people with cystic fibrosis have access to the modulator medication back in 2019, 2020, I think it was. I'm going to be chatting to former MP Seema Kennedy, who was MP for my constituency where I was. But not only that, Seema was Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for the Home Office and also Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Public Health and Primary Care as well, which was including health protection and improvement, primary care and major diseases. So I'm just going to connect her in. Let's see if it works. There we go. Hi, Seema, you're now live.
Hello. Hi, Lucy. Hi, world. Hi, everybody listening to this amazing podcast.
I'm just going to start the recording. That's the thing I forget. There we go.
There we go.
So, obviously, my introduction spoke a little bit about what you did, and we'll also talk about what you do now and the work you do now. But you were MP for a long time. I would say.
It felt like a long time. It was just under 5 years.
Yeah.
I suppose because we've stayed friends as well since then.
Yeah.
So, and you're very young, so it's quite a large proportion of your life.
Yeah. So you were MP for South Ribble from 2015 to 2019. You decided to step away from being an MP rather than be losing your seat, so to speak. But I wanted to chat to you a little bit about kind of what. I mean, I alluded to it, and I always will say how grateful I am for you advocating for people with CF at Parliament. I guess, how did you come across cystic fibrosis? Did you know much about it prior to me being in your constituency and talking to you about it?
No, I didn't really. Of course, I'd heard of the disease, and when I was a young person, so when I was a teenager and in my early 20s, I had helped on holidays for some special needs children or children with, I guess, additional needs. And one of them in particular that I looked after did have cystic fibrosis. So I knew some of the restrictions on his life and some of the impacts that it had, not only on him, but obviously on the rest of his family.
Mm-hmm.
Besides that, no, I didn't know anybody. You were the first person I really knew. And of course, that was through you and through your parents that I got to know about it and about the range of different treatments and medications that were out there, and that people really wanted to be able to access.
Yeah, and we're in this situation, campaigning for kind of NICE and NHS England to approve it to be used on the NHS, to see the cost benefit, kind of to see all that, which was hard, obviously, for people with CF, because it would help us. How can you put a price on our lives? But the NHS and that is also a business and has to cost affect treatment and things like that. As your role as an MP, and also when you were Parliamentary Under-Secretary for the Health Secretary and that, what were you doing behind the scenes?
So So if we just think about the two roles, so there's 650 MPs, and they all represent one part of the country. And I was lucky enough to represent South Ribble, and people would come to me with issues that they wanted me to talk to the government about. So in my role as parliamentary representative, representing you and your parents and anybody else in South Ribble who had cystic fibrosis, I wrote to the health secretary.
Who was Matt Hancock at the time?
I was trying to remember, was it always Matt, or was this when was Jeremy, probably when Jeremy Hunt was health secretary, because I'm sure I was writing to before it was Matt Hancock, and learning about it, learning about the medications and how they would change your lives and the lives of others, and how that would help you live in a different way. And so you do it through writing letters, but also being able to speak to them. And that is the importance of why Parliament has to be like an in-person enterprise and endeavour, because you've heard about the phrase lobbying, and that comes from the lobbies of the House of Commons where people go to vote. Because everybody goes to vote, and you can get right up to them and say, you need to be introducing this medication, or you need to be changing this law, you need to do this or that, and that is when you can get up close and personal with them. Of course, you write official letters to the departments and have the official meetings, but that is another way. So we were doing that. I think there were debates going on as well, but there was a few other people. Paul Scully, if I remember right,
Yeah.
he was very instrumental. He talked about it a lot. So that was, and then meeting your parents, talking to them, talking to you, and learning more about it, and then just making the case. As you said, I mean, the process isn't just a matter of a minister saying, yes, I'm going to make a decision, tick box, because actually there's loads and loads of different drugs out there, but of course there's only a limited government budget to pay for things.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, really tough decisions have to be made. So the second part of my role that you alluded to was that for a while I was also a health minister, and in that role, that was when I could be more influential, because I could actually help make those decisions on which medication was allowed. Of course, it's all still within these like nice parameters, but that's a bit funny, because you get to a position where the government might have a position on something, but you as a minister, you as a backbench MP might slightly disagree with it, but so you're sort of half lobbying yourself. That can be a bit tricky. I think what was good was that Matt Hancock was very enthusiastic, and I think he really wanted to make a change. And I know he's had his troubles, but he was a very energetic person. He was very human, and he really, I felt that he really got it.
Yeah.
The effects on young people. So that was a great help.
Yeah, I remember when the announcement came, which I think was in October 2019, and I saw it on Facebook through the charities post, and I actually remember, obviously, I think emailing you, thanking you, and I wrote to Matt Hancock thanking him, and he wrote back to me, and I thought, you know what, you guys do a lot for people, and sometimes I was like, I wonder if you get the thank yous and things, and he wrote back and he was like, best of luck with your broadcast journalism degree. And I thought that was really nice how he'd responded, and like you said, whatever in the media and things about the man, I think the CF community are still very grateful for him and how he fought for us, because without him and yourself and people getting on board, we might be in a different position. There is still 10% of people who can't have any medication, which is really hard. But it must be really nice for you and for Matt and people to know that you've made a difference to like 90% of the people in the UK who have cystic fibrosis. Like, I wouldn't be able to do this. I wouldn't be able to do a lot of things. I'd definitely be on the decline. And it definitely feels like it must have affected you as well, that you were able to do that.
I'm feeling emotional even you mentioning it, because I felt, I helped but it was your community who did it, and we just responded it, and we were like the conduits. But it's that sort of thing that makes being an MP worth it, when you really are impacting lives for the good. Because a lot of the time you're just getting people really cross with you, shouting at you, criticising you, sending you horrible letters, writing awful things about your Facebook. So it can be it can grind you down as a person. So yeah, having a thank you and feeling appreciated, that sort of makes it worthwhile. And for me, because I don't know lots of people with cystic fibrosis, but I know you, and in fact, I think you even came and did some work experience.
I did, yeah.
And I've seen you have literally physically changed, because of the effect of the drugs allowed you to, like now you're into weightlifting, aren't you? I don't suppose you've been able to do that before. And now you can travel so easily, and that's been very inspiring for me. So sometimes I'm like, wow, that was quite cool, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And on a when you've had a rubbishy day, it's a nice thing to reflect on. But really, I'd say I would give the biggest percentage of thanks to advocates like you and your family and all your CF Trust supporters.
Yeah. And I think it's obviously not a cure, the medication, and like I was in hospital last year, and day to day can differ, but it has helped. Yeah. And there's people messaging me, CF people now, being like, thank her so much, thank her so much. She saved my life. They've saved my life. And I think that'll be something. And I spoke to someone earlier on how we never take for granted even being able to breathe. Like, it's such a gift, and being able to just enjoy the basic things. And I think that's what this drug gave us, and what you all gave us was the ability to breathe and be able to do that. So I get emotional thinking about it. I don't think there's a day that goes by where I'm not grateful for the medication and for the decisions and the ongoing conversations with the government now, even saying, that they'll commit to the next one and things like that. Yeah. So it's nothing but thanks.
It's tough because that was a part of the brief was tough, because as you said, and you mentioned it, when people are saying how can they put a price on our lives, there is this thing called QALYs, which are quality of life years, where you do have a price, I think, because unfortunately the government has really tough decisions to make. They've got to spend money on the health service, and that's not just on medication, but on paying nurses and doctors more. They've got to pay for roads, for schools, for defence, which is an increasing burden. There's more and more old people, so all these things, and we can only borrow or tax a certain amount, and it's really tough. So you do have to make tough decisions on where you think the money is going to be best spent. And there were horrible situations where there were people advocating. In fact, I think it was Jacob Rees-Mogg did this thing called an urgent question. So normally that's when you're dragged to the chamber and you're forced to answer a question. Normally that would come from the opposition, but he was a Conservative and he was dragging me, and I was like, I'll have a meeting with you, I'll make a statement. He's like, no, I'm dragging you to the chamber to answer an urgent question on this particular drug, which was going to be helpful to some very poorly children. Maybe, I don't know, I can't remember exactly the process, but I think the balance was maybe it wasn't going to be, cost-benefit analysis wasn't really good enough in the end. I know, as a parent, I would spend my last penny to save my child's life. I understand those, why people are demanding these drugs. And it's just a really, really tough call when you're in the room. You've got to, unfortunately, balance off so many different factors.
Yeah, and I guess we're the lucky community that benefited, but there'll be so many that didn't. Do you think if you weren't where you were at that point and Matt Hancock wasn't as invested and understood it, it would have passed through at that point or at all?
Would very sort of important because, as I said, he was such a champion and he was so enthusiastic and energetic. But there was enough parliamentary pressure that I think it would have done. But it's very difficult, sort of working in hindsight, to know. But I think, as I said, people are very unfair on him about things that have happened and his legacy. Actually, I thought he was a very good minister to work for. He was there for advice, but he let us get on with things as well. And yeah, he was committed to what he was doing in that brief, and it's an important one, because we, as a nation and as taxpayers, we spend a lot of money on the NHS, and we need to be using that money wisely, stewarding it well, so that the nation lives longer, happier, better lives, so that people can fulfil their potential, just as you and I'm sure lots of your friends and members of the CF community are doing now because of those decisions that he made a few years ago.
Did he have any knowledge of CF beforehand? Do you know, or it was more when this came about?
Definitely knew to. No, I mean, because obviously he'd been in post by the time I became one of his ministers, and so he did understand about it. Yeah, and he was always very well briefed on things.
Yeah, and I do believe he actually ran the London Marathon a few years ago for this CF Trust. So something still, interested in. You obviously came out of politics, and I don't know if you would share a little bit about that decision to not run again and to kind of step aside from it.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough because you obviously spend a long time in local government. My son's just come back. I don't seem to have remembered him on this, so if there's a bit of noise in the background, apologies.
That's all right.
And there were the job I really, really loved. And I loved working for Theresa May. I thought she was a very good Prime Minister. She's a person of very high principles. She's incredibly hardworking. She's loyal. She's kind. She had the best interests of the country at heart. So inevitably, as an MP, you have to make massive compromises in your personal life and your private life. And I think if you think, right, well, I'm doing it for the right reasons. But it's a tension, I have 3 children of my own, and that's a hard balancing act. And I think it was difficult for me to get on board with Boris. He's got some good qualities, but it wasn't sort of the brand of conservatism, let's say, that chimed most with me. When I said I was going to step aside, I wasn't expecting for there to be an election so soon. I thought I was going to be in post for another year or so, but the election was called, and so it sort of brought that part of my journey to an end a bit more quickly. But there is a big can you just close the door? Sorry about that.
It's okay.
But there is so it was a tough decision, but I knew that I wanted to be able to give my children what they needed in terms of spending time with them and help, being more in their lives. And what I miss the most is things like what we've just talked about, really being able to help quite immediately in massively impactful ways. So I wanted to stay in the public space and serve, but I just didn't feel I could still do that in Parliament. And of course, there's aspects of political life that I miss. I miss the people. I miss the sort of variety. Parliamentarians are interesting people on the whole, but it's also very, very tough. You're under constant scrutiny. You're pretty much criticised all the time.
Yeah.
And it can be quite dangerous. I mean, my friend Jo Cox was murdered.
Yeah.
And then another colleague was murdered. So it's not without risk, and you pay a massive toll doing it. I think people need to go into it with their eyes wide open.
It feels like it's got worse in terms of media trying to dig up everything, and safety for the MPs, and also kind of politicians, in some respects, don't seem to be as respected now than maybe they were by some members of society.
I think that's certainly true. I think altogether, society has become a lot less deferential, and there are some good aspects of that, but definitely some downsides. I also think that we seem to have completely lost any sense of patience. People want results very quickly. They don't seem to be able to wait for change or a result, and they don't seem to want to put in the hard yards or do boring policy things. For example, we've got a lot of systemic problems facing our country, which are going to take a long time to sort out. And you don't need to have policy announcements made every 5 minutes. You just need to carry on doing them. So this sort of need for constant news and constant updates and likes and media engagement through social media, I think, is distorting policy making in a really, really unhelpful way. And as you said, I mean, some of the things that some of my colleagues went through in terms of stalking and death threats, and it's really it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And that it just became normalised, and MPs just expected it as part of the job, and that is not what we need in a democracy.
And I think that's the hard thing, isn't it? That I almost think if we didn't have 24-hour news cycle, there would be less news because there would be less things that needed to be filled.
Absolutely. Yes, definitely. I think that's part of it. And there's it's like then a symbiotic relationship, because the broadcast outlets or the newspapers feel as though they need to fill it, and then anybody doing any sort of PR is like, oh, right, we can get it filled, and then it carries on. And the mainstream media, as was, even when I became an MP, which is 11 years ago, there weren't that many outlets, and now there's hundreds, and everybody's competing all the time. So it's not just, oh, I'd want to put something in the Leyland Guardian, maybe the Lancashire Evening Post, then get on Radio Lancashire as a local thing, and then maybe at the end I started putting on stuff on Facebook. Now there'll be hundreds of people who'll be doing Substacks and X and this and that, and it's like, where is it all going? And because of that, there's just like this constant pressure, and you get influencers in terms of agitators, people agitated, and it might only be a few hundred people in your constituency or one particular, but as a MP, you can then feel under incredible pressure, and then they all start winding each other up and saying ridiculous things, and it's not good. And like as you said, I think the 24-hour news cycle has a lot to answer for.
Yeah. You mentioned then your good friend Jo Cox. You work with the Jo Cox Commission of Loneliness, don't you? Do you want to tell me a little bit about what that is and what you do for it?
Yeah, so step back in time. Jo and I were actually at university. We were at the same Cambridge college at the same time.
Oh, wow.
We didn't know each other very well then, but we were...
The recording stopped.
Oh, the recording stopped. I don't know why that is, but anyway, I'm sure you'll sort it out. We started... So we both went into Parliament at the same time. I was obviously a Conservative from Lancashire. She was Labour from Yorkshire. We were both interested in loneliness. So she approached me and said, we're both really interested in loneliness as an issue. Why don't we set up this cross-party commission? So we set up this cross-party commission, and we had all these plans. And then about 6 months after we launched it, which is next week, it will be 10 years to the date almost, or is it like in 11 days since then she was murdered. So this was a just absolutely horrific shock. Everybody who knew her, loved her, worked with her. So we were actually on a recess. Parliament wasn't sitting because we were all campaigning for the referendum. We went back in, and Rachel Reeves who is now, of course, the Chancellor, gave a very powerful speech, And so immediately afterwards, I'd never ever spoken to Rachel Reeves. I just went up to her in the members' cloakroom, which is, you know, the cloakroom for MPs, and I just said, "Oh, hi, you don't know me, but I was doing this loneliness work with Jo Cox, and I need somebody from Labour to carry on doing it with me. Will you do it?" Of course, she was in grief-stricken, being approached by some total stranger. She was like, okay, maybe." Left. And then I phoned Joe's widower, Brendan, and said, "I've just spoken to Rachel Reeves, I think she might do it." And she said that Rachel tells the story that she got on the train to go back to her constituency, and by the time she got to Leeds, she'd pretty much been persuaded that she should do it. So Rachel and I did the work. We formally established the Jo Cox Commission on Loneliness in Joe's name. We did all that work, which led to a very important report, the world's first ever Minister for Loneliness, a fund for loneliness, and this was I'm hoping that, I think that's the most important thing I did in Parliament, frankly. You know, I'm pleased we did it. It was a great tribute to an amazing person. And then very recently, I've joined the board of the Jo Cox Foundation, which carries on work on the other issues, not only loneliness, but civility in politics and things like that. And the work we're doing at the moment, of course, is all around leading up to the 10-year anniversary of Joe's murder, which, as I said, falls on the 16th of June. And we're encouraging people to sign up to a great get-together, which was meeting with friends and neighbours or with people that in your community to just sit around and eat something and realise that we've got more in common than that which divides us, because that was words from Joe's maiden speech.
And that's so important, and again shows the dangers of the job now, which is hard. And everyone, I remember, like, everyone in Parliament was so upset by that. You know, some things, and obviously it would be, but some things are not party related, are they?
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing was just dreadful, and it was actually had a very big impact in the constituency, because there was quite a Labour activist who had been he'd been quite critical of me. I'm not going to name him. He'd been very critical of me on Twitter, as it was then, and just a bit personal and unpleasant. And after that really changed our relationship, because I think he could see how upset I was. And I remember meeting him at the Lowland Festival, because it was like 2 or 3 days after she was killed. And after that, our relationship totally changed, and we became friends. And I respected him and his views. I didn't agree with them. He respected mine, and I think it just changed our relationship massively. And we've stayed in touch, because I knew he was committed to South Ribble. I was committed to South Ribble. We wanted to solve problems, maybe not in the same way. That was a really important point, because we do have more in common than that which divides us, but somehow we seem to have forgotten this sense of shared humanity. And I don't know how or where, but we need to get back to respecting our differences, but trying to embrace what we have as humans together.
Yeah, and politics is getting more divisive, isn't it? Or just people's opinions. Yeah. Do you want to share a little bit about what you do now, kind of life after Parliament, what you're involved in?
Yeah, so I have, as I said, I'm doing that work with the Jo Cox Foundation. That's a volunteer role. And then my main job is as the executive director of a legal group called Fair Civil Justice. And what we're concerned about is the rise of litigation, so people going to court. And we feel as though the scales have tipped a little bit too much in favour of the lawyers who bring the cases, and also the hedge funds, which often fund these cases, which you'll see advertised as no win, no fee. That is a really misleading term, because people sign up to these mass claims, they might see them advertised, sign here and you'll get thousands of pounds, not realising it doesn't mean no risk. So there was a particular Lancashire connection actually, because there were some families in Burnley who had cavity wall insulation installed, and it's very, as you know, it's very rainy in Burnley, and lots of the houses aren't really suitable for this particular sort of cavity wall insulation, and it made their houses go even damper. So then they wanted to sue the installers. So people knocked on the doors and said, do you want to sue these installers? Of course, and it's no win, no fee. But they sign up for it, and they haven't really realised that there was a risk attached to it. And so some people, when the solicitors actually went bust, were left with damp homes, which was maybe exacerbating issues like asthma, COPD, eczema. And then they were left with these thousands and thousands of pounds worth of legal fees. I mean, there's cases where they will have £72,000 worth of legal fees. And Burnley, you're talking about houses that maybe the house was maybe worth less than that. So it's a real injustice. And we've been advocating for a ban on the term no win, no fee, and also some regulation of this litigation funding. Most people have never heard of litigation funding, and when it's explained to them, they might think, oh, that sounds really good, because it means that people could go to court who wouldn't be able to pay for it themselves. But actually what they don't realise is that the litigation funders take an enormous amount of the money out of the case. So they might be taking, where it's very common, like in America, when these mass claims are processed, on average, the actual consumer, so the man in the street, only takes 9%. Okay, and the rest of the money, so 91%, goes to the lawyers and the funders. So what we're saying is, you need to solve. People will have to solve problems, and they will need to have a way of doing that. But there's lots of ways before you actually go to court. So you could have a mediator. You could have a arbitration system, you could have ombudsman systems, you could use a compensation scheme that's been set up. Sometimes a regulator sets one up, or sometimes a business sets one up. That's much less, takes a lot less time, it's a lot less extractive, because you haven't got lawyers and funders taking their cut. It's much less risky, and this is what we're advocating for all the time, because we need to be encouraging. We do want problems to be resolved quickly, of course, and when there's been wrongdoing or a mistake made, consumers will need to get redress and they will need to get justice. But pushing people into the courtroom, like it is in the United States, just is not the way to go. So that is the campaign that I run, and it's an interesting campaign, and I'm enjoying doing it, and it's quite hard work, of course, but all the best things in life always are, I find.
And obviously people forget that prior to you becoming an MP, this, law, legalities, and that was what you did, wasn't it? That was your profession, what you trained in, that kind of thing.
Yes. I know it's really strange, because I trained as a lawyer, and I worked in the city, and I worked for 2 different law firms, and then actually I also worked in some law centres as a volunteer, worked at the Disability Law Service. So it was my training, but once I was in Parliament, I thought, well, I'm never ever going to go back to that.
Okay.
So you just never know, do you, how things work out, and it's been very useful, of course, now having to run a legal campaign and understanding how it all works. So life, things just happen, and you don't always predict them, but it's that the full circle moment.
Would you ever go back into politics at the moment, or be involved with it in any way in that respect?
I'm not really political anymore, and I think that's important because of the campaign I'm running. It's a cross-party type thing, it's apolitical. But as they say, you might not be interested in politics, but politics is interested in you. You can't avoid it, but the thought of going back into Parliament at the moment is not something that massively appeals.
Yeah.
It's it's very, very, very hard work, and it takes a huge toll on your personal life. So, and you don't have much flexibility because you're at the whim of like the whips.
Yeah, and that's something I hadn't. I mean, I studied government and politics at A level, but it's something I hadn't realised about the whips and the different people that are there, and yeah, it's like the power of the Speaker of the House and House of in the House of Commons and all of that. It's interesting, and I guess politically, I mean, neither do I want to get into it, but it's a very interesting time politically, and I guess it's a bit of a watch this space as well. But yeah, I just wanted to thank you very much for joining. I really
My pleasure, Lucy.
Me and everyone listening and I really appreciate you coming on and chatting a little bit more about the behind the scenes of what was happening during that time as well, because it's really interesting. To be a fly on the wall is the expression that comes to mind. So I really appreciate that, and also talking about the importance of the Loneliness Commission that, you know, is in Jo Cox's name, because that's such an important thing as well. So yeah, I'm going to just leave this there. I'm going to pop this donate page back on whilst I say goodbye to Seema. So thank Hello again, everyone. I am just going to take a little bit more of a break. My legs are killing me. I'm going to play a video that I interviewed recently with Liam McHugh. Many of you will know Liam. He is a legend in the CF community, the father of Rachel, who has cystic fibrosis, and he has run, I think, 16 or 17 London marathons, raised nearly £500,000 in the last 30 or so years. So enjoy this, and I'll be back with you soon. Welcome back to my 24-hour podcast in partnership with Fall Creations. I'm now joined on the podcast with Liam McHugh, who is an overall legend, really, in terms of raising money for Cystic Fibrosis Trust. He's renowned for campaigning and fundraising for the charity and has dedicated, maybe the last 30 years or plus to it. So a huge welcome, Liam. How are you today?
I'm great. Thank you, Lucy, and thanks for having me on.
Amazing. No, thank you for being here. So you're based in Northern Ireland, and do you want to tell me a little bit about your connection with CF and why it's such an important charity for you?
Right, okay. Yeah, I'm based in Northern Ireland in County Tyrone, in a little town in the northwest of Ireland called Castlederg. And I suppose the CF journey started for us 34 years ago, just in January past, when our only child, Rachel, was born. And it was through the heel prick test that we found out that Rachel had cystic fibrosis. And we didn't really have much of a clue what it was. It was such a shock to the system. What is this? And then looking into it, and it was just, I can only describe it. It was like when we looked into it and all you read about was all the bad stuff. You didn't, and I suppose 34 years ago, life expectancy was maybe around 16 years of age for people with CF. So to me, I'll just be honest with you, it was nearly like a death in the family, this diagnosis, because we didn't know what the future held for us. And it was just shocking. And I think we were numb for quite a few months and just learning how to live and how to deal with CF, which, yourself, you've been through all that yourself. And you're slightly younger than Rachel, but it's the same only child like yourself and being brought up in it. It was just having this newborn baby with the excitement, and then the cystic fibrosis coming along. I have to say, it was shattering. It was such a blow.
The positive now is that parents of babies with CF nowadays have a different outlook than you did. I mean, Rachel's had, and myself have had, such a better outlook with being able to benefit from the modulator medication that's come out. But parents born now probably have access to a lot more support and have access to more knowledge, and there's more treatment around them when you and your wife and my parents were faced with the CF diagnosis.
Exactly. I get contacted by a lot, and I was honoured several years ago to be asked to be an ambassador for the CF Trust, and I love doing that job, helping in any way I can voluntarily. And I do get so many people would put me in touch with other parents that have just had newly born babies with cystic fibrosis, and I would ask them if they wanted to talk, and they always do want to talk. And the first thing I say to those parents nowadays, when their child's been born, and you can hear it in their voice over the phone, that the panic and the just sadness in their voice. But the first thing I always say to them is, if ever there was a time for a child to be born with cystic fibrosis, it's now. And they go, what do you mean? And I say, like, when Rachel was born 34 years ago, there was virtually nothing. Rachel was just born, and Creon 25,000 just came out.
Wow.
And that was the big breakthrough back then.
and we didn't even know what they were talking about, Creon 25,000, but we found out it was a much better tablet than the ones, the other ones that were, instead of having to take maybe 12 for a dinner, you were able to take maybe 4 or 5, to digest the food. So that was a breakthrough back then. But I always tell the people, there's been so much, and as I say, life expectancy back then was around 16 years of age. And if you'd have told me when Rachel was born that now at 34 years of age, that she was a doctor in psychology, she's a lecturer in university, she has a degree, she has a master's, she has a PhD, she got married 2 years ago, and she's just living the dream. She's just such a happy-go-lucky girl, and a very healthy girl, that when I tell newly born parents about Rachel, you can just feel the joy in the conversation over the phone about saying, really?
Yeah.
There was one parent that I was talking to there a few months ago, and I was telling them all this story, and then I said, Rachel's not here at the minute. She's in Paris. She's on her holidays for the weekend, or she's in New York at Christmas, or she's doing this and she's doing that, and she's just living a full life. And it's such a change, and it's so heartwarming to be able to share. What we've come over the years.
Do you not think as well having CF in a way creates characteristics that maybe other individuals don't have, like really living life when you're well, and kind of being optimistic and resilient and determined? All these qualities that you were describing that Rachel has seems to be a really familiar thing that people with CF all have in a way.
Mm-hmm. I remember a few years ago Rachel saying to me something like, I'm actually glad that I've got CF, because it's made me the person I am today. It's made me more determined to get on with life, to get my education, to do things that I want to do. And, for her to say that to me, in a way it was a bit of a shock, but at the same time, I can see where she's coming from. And to be honest, over the years, I've learned so much from my daughter.
Yeah.
She has showed me how to live. She showed me how to appreciate life, and she showed me what the world's all about. And I think I would have taken all that for granted only for her. And it's strange to say it, but my own daughter has taught me so much over the years, and made me a better person, and made me want to do things to help people with cystic fibrosis. And, I just love it.
Yeah. And I wanted to ask, and it's probably similar to my dad, but, on the wedding day, the moment when you were walking her down the aisle, with the diagnosis and expectancy that you were told when she was born, that must have been so... I mean, such a happy day anyway for it being a wedding, but that must have been so special, because there must have been a moment early on that you thought that might not have been possible.
Yeah, of course. I just had my own sort of moments that I just tried to keep it together, but there's walking up that aisle and her looking up at me and smiling, and, it's just a dream.
Yeah.
I can't describe it, how happy I felt that day, and not sad, but just felt the emotions,
Yeah.
But I just said, come on, hold it together here. And I did. And then even in a way that day at the wedding, there was 220 people at the wedding. It was such a great day, and the music and everything went so well. But on the day, I think what I made sure about doing on that day, and I don't mean this in any funny way or anything, but we didn't make the wedding about cystic fibrosis that day. We made it about Rachel and her husband, Jason, and about their special day. And, you know, I think to be just normal, just a normal wedding, and it wasn't a CF wedding. It wasn't. It's just, I think it was nice just to have a special all about her and Jason.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I think in my dad's wedding speech, he didn't mention it once. Now, I did have a few people from my hospital at the wedding, which was nice. And I decided to do a little speech, so thanked them. And it was emotional because these people have helped you through everything. Amazing. That's so true, listening to Liam talk about his daughter there in the weddings and being able to walk your CF daughter down the aisle without making the wedding about CF, but that really emotional moment that CF dads will have for their children when they're living longer. I'm just going to start recording. There we go. I'm delighted to introduce to you my next guest on my 24-hour podcast. I've just seen that I'm 5 hours in with 19 hours left. But actually, we're now going over to Lisbon, and here we go. Here he is. It's Darren Sills who is joining us live from Lisbon, because in Lisbon at the moment is the European Cystic Fibrosis Conference. It's an exciting time for researchers and people in CF to know what's going on. Darren is an investigator and researcher with the Grampus study. So it's going to be really exciting to talk to Darren all about that. So, I mean, first of all, Darren, how is it going over there? How are you doing?
Oh, it's good. It's been a really good conference. I've not been for a few years, so it's interesting to see where things are moving and where the research has been focused. But it's been really good. It's great to talk to other researchers. I spoke to Lorna from Patient Voice in the CF Trust earlier to get her ideas on where we need to go with things. It's been really good.
And so, how long is the conference for?
So the conference, they have pre-conference meetings and sessions that start on the Tuesday. Most people tend to start on the Wednesday for the specialist groups and for the open plenary, and then the conference proper starts on the Thursday. So full-on sessions starting at 7:45 for most people, not finishing till at least 6:30 for some people. For the Thursday, Friday, and then the Saturday morning as well. So you have to you learn to pace yourself a little bit to know that you can't get to every single session. Your mind is just frazzled and full, and you've just got to take some time to take it in, calm down, speak to friends and colleagues in the CF world.
And that must be the thing when you're all so enthusiastic about it, to kind of hand pick or hand select the places you want to go and the people you want to talk to, because this is kind of where it's all at. Even though people with CF, numerous numbers of us can't be there because of the cross-infection risk, you're kind of representing us as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the CF Trust does a brilliant job at that. You see people that you know from the CF Trust all over to do that, to represent the sort of community as a whole, not just the clinicians, the patients, the carers, the families. It's amazing to see that part. Yeah.
Now, we're on to talk about Grampus, which is a fascinating study. Its premise is basically how cystic fibrosis is not just about the lungs. Most organs and cells are affected, and the Grampus is looking at gastro symptoms, tummy symptoms, and trying to make understanding of why they occur, and I guess in the future then using this research on how you can help with that. Do you want to tell me as well what Grampus stands for?
Of course it does. It's a mouthful. It's a big mouthful. Diet is in there, so it's nice that it's a mouthful, because I can spin that in there to phrase it every now and again. So Grampus is gastrointestinal research advancing a mechanistic understanding of the personalised understanding of symptoms. So in a nutshell, slightly more straightforward, what symptoms do people with CF have? What might be the causes of them? And how we can personalise treatments based on those symptoms in the future.
And how did this come about? What was the interest in this, really, for it to be one of well, it's not the first, but one of the main key players in looking at other CF symptoms that aren't lungs.
Yeah, so Professor Alan Smith, who's a paediatrician by background, started really the ball rolling maybe 8 years ago in this, with just little surveys and studies that build until Grampus became their big project. And the idea is, the patient voice is in there to help direct us to how to answer the question that we've got. So it took a lot of work. The James Lind Alliance priority setting partnerships were part of that. And for me, got victims were really high on that list. The refresh a couple of years ago now is still right up on that list. So the symptoms still affect people, and it's about finding, well, what can we do about them? What are the personalised interventions and treatments that we can offer?
Because the modulators even though they reduce inflammation kind of at all cells, they predominantly, the symptoms that people benefit are respiratory. And I think it's just shown further the number of other symptoms and problems people with CF have that haven't been looked at, maybe because the focus was on the lungs. It's something that I speak to with people time and time again about gastro and gut symptoms in CF. I think it's something I'm more affected by. How did you get involved then? What's your interest in it? How did you become part of the Grampus team?
Yeah, it's a good question. So a number of years ago, when the sort of other projects were being set up around, sort of leading into Grampus, our lead doctor basically said, you need to look at diet. You need to have that involved. And she said, I've got a perfect person who'd probably be interested in this. What do you think? And I've always been interested in research. I worked in Norwich in the CF unit before Nottingham, and at that stage it was a small unit, so it was harder to really get involved in research. But as soon as I came to Nottingham, they were pushing it. Just like, right, we need to start doing something. We need to get research out there and tell the world what struggles people with CF are having, and how we can get around it, how we can make things better. So basically, early involvement, how can we measure diet and the foods people eat in CF? And one of the questions, interesting, that I got, because research is expensive, is, are there any free ways of doing this? And there's not typically. It's difficult to find completely free ways that are perfect. So you have to balance it a little bit and choose something that's maybe not perfect, but is free.
And what does it look like for people to get involved with Grampus? It's something I'd really encourage, and I believe you can still do it in some way.
It's an online version,
Yeah.
Grampus is pretty widespread in terms of the face-to-face recruitment in the UK. We've recruited 300 adults across 3 sites in Nottingham, Leeds and Belfast. So that arm's done, and we're slowly putting the information out there about what we've found so far. We've got a children's arm, which is recruiting in Leeds. That's still open until probably September. So if you're at the Leeds Centre and you're interested, Jackie Loudon, approach her, see if she'll be happy to sort of involve people in that. And then there's the third arm, which is separate in a way. It's a slightly more contained study, but that's open worldwide, can be done remotely. It's all online, smartphone, computer, tablet based, and can be found on our website, grampus.org. That version, you basically tell us about your symptoms and tell us a bit about what you've eaten. So the symptoms, we ask people to tell us what symptoms they have on our instrument tool. At the start of the study, tell us about what people have been eating in the last 48 hours. And then each day there's a smaller symptom questionnaire. It just takes 2 minutes to answer, the tummy tracker, which some people might have heard of.
Yes.
And then repeat it all again, unfortunately, at 6 months and 12 months. But the good thing about those questionnaires is the symptom questionnaires take 5 minutes. The food questionnaire on the first go takes a little bit longer, I'd say, because you get used to the way the system works. Maybe takes 15 or 20 minutes. And once you've got used to it, you've done your first bit, you know it probably takes 5 or 10 minutes. So it's pretty quick and easy.
Yeah, it is quick and easy, and it's really easy to use. And I really like when you're doing the food thing, it's the portion, and it shows you kind of what you're using. It's a bit like, I don't know if it was AI or something, but it kind of suggests like little portion, but instead of everyone's portion being different, it shows you on the plate, is it this little portion or is it this portion? Or I've just put the website up on the live stream so people can go on if they see that.
Hopefully in the next few years, advances with that technology is people will be able to take pictures of what they're eating for us. That'll be even quicker, because you just take that picture before and after whatever you've left, and the advancement of artificial intelligence will just be able to read it, and we'll just probably have to check, does that look right? Does it match what they think they've eaten?
I mean, it is a really exciting time. So when will you get all the information, and then when will you start to look into it? And I guess, when will we know results?
Well, I could probably say a few of the results now. There is, maybe after this I can send you the link to the first paper we're trying to publish. It's on an open access platform at the minute, so people can read that. And we're trying to get that published more formally as well, but the information's out there. So first thing we can probably say is that we recruited 300 adults. They completed the questionnaires, and then using a statistical model, we've been able to characterize those symptoms to be able to describe, well, different people have different symptoms and they present differently. And what we came up with was 4 different symptom patterns. One pattern was a low burden. There was still some burden of symptoms, but it was the lowest of everybody. We had a symptom burden that was severe. So on all of the different questions, people were more likely to respond that they had really bad symptoms in that group. And then two symptom groups and patterns in the middle, which were moderate symptoms, but their difference in presentation was that one group had more constipation type symptoms and the other more loose diarrhea type symptoms. And what we've looked at that is there are some links between the types of other medical problems those people have. So things like reflux and heartburn type conditions and the medications we take for those, and the other group were more likely to have had diarrhea in the past and be on laxatives. So the next stage of that information is to combine additional information we had. So the face-to-face groups, people could sign up for 1 or 3 groups. They could just tell us about their symptoms and their diet. They could tell us about their symptoms, diet, and provide us with some food samples and some blood samples, so we can look a bit deeper into what's going on in their gut. So there's a lot of information out there about the microbiome at the minute, the gut. Yakult and Actimo, people have seen adverts for them, get good friendly bacteria into the gut. So what we've looked at is what does that environment look like in people with CF gut, and is there any links between the symptoms that we can modify going forward? So that data is not quite out there yet, but it's coming. For me, for diet, it's not published, it's part of my PhD thesis, so I can say what I think we found from that was that overall, the dietary intake of people with CF in our group, in those three cities in the UK, was very much similar to the rest of the UK now. People are eating similar amounts of fat, similar amounts of carbohydrates, and interestingly, one thing we should focus on is similar amounts of fibre. And the problem with that is that in the UK, we're eating about 16 grams of fibre per day. We should be getting to 30 for health overall. So that's interesting. That's a push that I'll make in our clinical space now, is actually we need to help people understand how they can eat better, healthier, and better than what we meet the recommendations made to the general public in CF, but we need to do that on a basis where we've encouraged poor diets in the past, lots of high fat, high calorie foods. It's difficult behaviours and habits to change.
Yeah, and I was going to say, there is that, isn't there, that old conversation. Is that something that you're hearing at the conference at the moment, that the old way of high fat, high calories in any kind of ultra-processed food, fatty food, anything, that's a thing of the past with messaging now for people with CF?
For the majority, yes. I I gave a presentation this morning on that we should be moving away from that on the whole. But prior to that, Chris Smith, a paediatric dietitian in Brighton, put the argument against the fact that there are still people with CF with an unmet need who don't have access, are intolerant, or unable to get hold of modulators. They're still in need of advice, but actually even in that population where they still to some degree still need the same, it needs to be more precise, more targeted, slightly different to what it used to be, better quality, probably overall still. So it is changing, and definitely that message needs to get out there. Because one of the questions from my presentation was, how do we stop the algorithms on Google coming up with, when you've got a parent of a child with CF putting in their "what should my child with CF eat," the first thing that comes up is a high fat, high calorie diet, and that's not the case anymore. In practice, we're moving away from that, but the algorithms on Google and even artificial intelligence is still not caught up with that. So we need to get those messages out.
That's so interesting, and also that's so true, isn't it? Because when you Google it, if it's still coming up with almost like the old CF way, so much has been developed. Like I've been saying to most people I've been speaking to, but I was diagnosed in 2000, so I'm 28 now, and Creon were around when I was young, but there's people I've been speaking to that Creon weren't even around, and they would really struggle to even eat anything with fat in. But the DNAs was the big thing for me that broke down the mucus when you did a nebulizer. But these modulator drugs have been a big thing, and they've kind of changed CF way, but so much has happened, not just with that, but also understanding life, like the gut microbiome and things you're doing with the general public as well as with CF.
Yeah, definitely. You look at the Zoe app that will give people information about their microbiome, and we've got a patient that uses that platform, and it was interesting doing Grampus and this patient saying, I'd like to share my information with you so you can see and compare what information they give. And I think the takeaway for me from the Zoe information that they got was it was in a friendly format. Once you gave that information, they listed the top 20 good and the top 20 bad bacteria, which it's not a perfect way of doing it, because you can't always do that, but it's a guide. It helps people understand that a little bit more, and their written information about food and what people should eat to modify those it felt like it was going to be bigger and grander, but it was just general advice. Eat more healthy foods, eat more fibre, fruits and vegetables, legumes, lentils and chickpeas and beans and stuff. So it's just general advice that help boost those mycobacteria and microbiome, those gut friendly folk in the gut. And it is just out there everywhere, all that information. It's the talk of the times, and hopefully it does result into something that's going to be helpful. Hopefully it's not one of those flash in the pan things that we don't come up with anything we can really pin down and say, let's change this and it'll help.
What did you know about CF growing up then, before you had a research interest in it? At what point did you realise that you were A, knew about it, and B, were really interested in doing more research into it?
The research started much later. Nothing as a non-training professional, I guess. It wasn't until I went to university to train as a dietitian that I'd even heard of cystic fibrosis. So that was interesting, but it did interestingly pique something straight away. It wasn't what I went into as in practice straight away, but it did pique it. I was interested in the lectures that we got, and we only got 2 lectures on CF in a 2-year fast track course, but that was it. But I still remember those lectures. When I went into practice, it's a specialist subject because of the complexity of CF, and it was by chance and a colleague who'd covered the post for maternity that said, you really want to give this a go. It's brilliant working with people with CF. It's great, you love it. So I gave that a go. And it was at that point then that research started to be more the interest. And going to the European CF conference in Dublin, which was maybe 14 or 15 years ago, that's what really started me on that journey.
And at the moment, we do have multidisciplinary teams. We do have doctor, dietitian, physio, psychologist, people like that. But there's probably room for more. I wonder if, especially down the line, like back in the day, doctors were respiratory doctors, weren't they, by trade? My Professor Peckham, who I think is involved in this study in some way.
This morning.
Oh, well, be sure to say hi from me. But he was a gastro doctor before as well, so has more of the well-roundedness. But I guess it's something going forward, the gut will become not a secondary thing. It needs to become like in line, isn't it, to look at every aspect, especially as people age as well.
Yeah, definitely. It is the biggest multidisciplinary sort of specialty I've ever worked in. I've worked in a few where there are multidisciplinary teams, and going beyond in Nottingham, beyond that team you mentioned, you probably have this as well, there is a diabetes consultant.
Yes.
We have a liver specialist doctor who doubles up for us a little bit as a specialist in the gut. We are trying to get bone health specialists involved with us. We're definitely trying to get people to help us think about aging, what we need to do as people get older. And the chat we had as a CF team from the Nottingham Centre yesterday was we maybe need either our consultants to become a bit more general practitioners, or we need a general practitioner, general GP within the team who can resolve a bit of everything. And for me in clinical practice, I'm thinking actually, what do we need to know as dietitians? What do we need to cover? We need to be quite broad to support. Very early as I'd love to ask, you can tell me what you think about this actually. I think, but my branded ambition is that for the majority of things that somebody with CF would need to see a dietitian for, we can't do everything. We would like to keep it as much as possible impact. Make the best of a contact. You come to clinic, your cholesterol's raised, for example. Look, we could then give the advice.
Yeah.
We could then give any medications that we need, rather than having to go to a GP and give all that information. And not maybe lots of people in our clinic say the GPs don't understand it.
Yeah.
They don't really see them. So
that's such a good idea. And actually, then you can just chat with the contact and the rapport, build the rapport with the one person that you've got, because that's definitely the case with my doctors. I absolutely love them all and would love to be a fly on the wall at the European conference and just see them. It's always, when I go into hospital, I hate it because obviously I'm unwell, but you really get to chat to the team. You do when you're an outpatient as well, of course, but obviously you see them more frequently when you're admitted. And I think that makes so much sense that the CF specialist dietitian is a dietitian and can offer advice on everything, because you are a dietitian first, aren't you, and then you specialise.
Yeah. So dietetics. One of the ethos is lots of our skills are transferable. There's a bit more sort of that specialist skill in it, but you can still do lots of those simple sort of dietary changes.
Yeah.
The general that everyone can be able to do. It's just the detail is knowing all the different sort of problems that come along with CF. If somebody has if they have diabetes, if they've got liver disease, those things make it more complicated for a general practitioner to then go, you're on all these medications. We've got a pharmacist there who knows them all, who can then work together.
So true.
We build on it.
I think there's more. Now, I remember my team was saying it's almost like with these modulators, though, and with more research, the old CF handbook's kind of been ripped up and we're kind of learning as we go, which is great. But for people like myself, it sometimes means there's not an answer because there's not research been done about it. For, do you carry on with your DNAs? There's research going on into that, but there's not a final thing. Certain things with diet, all that kind of thing. So we're learning a bit as we go at the moment. So in time, children being born now will probably have all the research kind of known as well when people are trying for babies with Kaftrio and all that. It's all a bit unknown, which is why the funding for things like we're raising money today, so the research can carry on into knowing more things. But it does really feel like the more information that's pulled in and used by just sources within the CF team, because like my GP is really, really great. She's amazing and very, very good. But even if you go to A&E for something different, the moment you say you've got CF, they're like, oh, it feels like they don't feel qualified enough to give any advice, even if it's your blood pressure or your heart rate, or that, oh, well, I don't know if that's normal for CF. Well, it would be great, you're right, that everyone had a bit more of a generic training, but that you guys had every part of you. Even I was chatting to someone who's doing research on CF and cancer, bringing in an oncology doctor at some point within the multidisciplinary team would make sense as everything keeps changing.
Yeah, I think so. We need those other professions to stop being scared of CF, like I say, because that's the way it feels. They come in, they don't really understand what CF is or how they can make it work with things. And things might change in the treating other parts of CF that come up. You just treat like anybody else.
Yes.
They could be the same, but we don't know that yet. And I like your point on the research being behind that. That came up this week on the conference. And as a dietetic community, we've had our first meeting of an international CF dietitians research group.
Wow.
The idea of that is that there's collaboration worldwide. We don't need guidelines in Europe, in the UK, in Australia, in the US. We need a joined up worldwide approach that we can share resources and share research. And CF is quite a small area in comparison to other places. So actually, sharing that information, we can get answers quicker and more effectively, more efficiently with funds, because it's not cheap to do that research. Yeah,
because you're also busy. You're clinicians as well, so you're seeing people day to day in CF centres. So you're always so busy on the wheel, trying to make sure we're well and going to clinics that you're doing that as well as trying to figure out what the heck we do with new situations. So it's almost like there needs to be two of you to do both things, because you're spinning so many plates, and I guess the research, I guess it isn't behind, but I guess it's just learning as we go, which is maybe the problem some patients face.
Yeah, the discussion this week was traditional research is too slow. You've got to write a grant proposal, you've got to get the funding, you've got to set it up, you've got to then recruit, and that can take at least a year in simple cases, really, whereas there are different ways to do research. There are what we call quality improvement projects, which is much smaller, much more niche. It's something we expect. We make a change. We for our centre, we started measuring body composition, and we looked at what the impact that was. How do we then communicate that to people coming to clinic, and what impact does that have? But there are lots of other centres doing that as well. But if you've only got a small pocket of that information, sharing it with others and going, we put this process in place, this was the result, and if different centres do that, the results are much quicker. There's not that it's still a rigorous process to it, but it gives you quick answers or ideas of whether things need to be deeper.
And I think what's really exciting about this research is it's for everyone. So even if the people...
Yeah, our inclusion criteria is so wide. The only things that stop somebody from being involved is if they've got another gastro condition like celiac disease or inflammatory bowel disease, which is much more rare, or if they've had significant surgery on their intestines. That is it. That is our only criteria to say, sorry, we can't involve you. Somebody can be on modulators, not on modulators, on transplants, not. It's very, very clear and wide.
But also the fact that your results of this will help everyone as well, which is amazing. So those people that haven't got any of the new medication yet, hopefully there is research. Well, we know there is research going into those people. But this in the meantime, and I think it's worth reinforcing or stressing that there's a lot of studies like yours that will help everyone with CF. Doesn't matter on genetic mutation.
Exactly. That's it. We took the broad brush and went, please, everyone coming up. You've met the majority of people have a symptom from time to time that bothers them, and we need to find out more about those. So it's exactly all I will hopefully be applicable to everyone. Some more than others. People have more severe symptoms will hopefully have better benefit because we will have more answers.
So what do you hope to do with the findings once you've got them?
Yeah, so we're not quite finished with the project as a whole. We're just this month hopefully finishing our 12-month follow-up. So we'll be able to see are people's symptoms the same across a year? What might be the cause of those symptoms? What can we do what can we test next about them to see whether things are right? And hopefully the other thing is this is still unfortunately a little bit off with this project, but the questions we asked, yes, they are quick, but you couldn't answer those questions every day to see if things changed or track things, whereas what we want in the end is a quick check to go, these 5 questions will tell us what we need about your symptoms to what your treatment should be, what your personalised approach would be. And that could be varied. That could be diet, it could be medication treatments, it could be probiotics, it could be, who knows in a minute. It could be so wide.
Yeah. Do you ever get nervous before you present when you're at these conferences with kind of all the other experts in the field? Like, just describe what was happening, like how many people were listening to your presentation and how nervous you were. Because I feel like, I mean, I can do this and interview people and kind of put them at ease, chat to them, but then to formally stand and present findings that some people they'll be picking apart, some people will be really analysing, and
Yeah, it's a varied audience at the East Conference. There are doctors, there are researchers, there are people with CF and carers, there are dietitians, so that's the worst when you're presenting in front of your peers. I was awake at 4:30 this morning, popped in the head, I should have put that into the presentation. So then I rationalised it and thought, actually, I can shoehorn it into this bit without adding an extra slide. I can just talk about that. So there's some nerves coming in. I tend not to get too nervous until right before, until I walk into that room where then the tummy goes. You get one of those tummy symptoms.
Yeah.
It's horrible. In terms of how many people are in the room, I'm not sure, because when I get up to present, I go blank to who's there. It's almost like I've got blinkers on. I can't see or take in what's going on. I think somebody said the room holds about 200 this time. So
wow.
And I don't know. There's sometimes for some presentations there's overflow rooms, so it can be quite varied about how many people you have and how busy those rooms are. But it is definitely scary to get up there, especially I followed Chris Smith, who was brilliant. It's like a TED Talk specialist almost. He gets up there, he just gives this brilliant presentation. You're like, I have to follow that. And then the first thing I do is click on the wrong presentation. It's not my presentation, and Claudia's name comes up already.
And it'll be a great chance for you to network as well with people, won't it? And I guess you'll connect on LinkedIn and, to carry on conversations.
Yeah, definitely. Here, there's people from Australia.
Oh, wow.
From Canada, dietitians from Australia, dietitians from Canada. That you've seen names on papers and you get to go and pick their brains about what's going on. And you see, in the UK, we're quite a small group, really, so we get to know each other. So you see people that you do know, you go and pick their brains about things like that. I found Sarah Collins, whose specialty is researches in diabetes, and I go, what are you doing about diagnosing diabetes now? I'm a bit stuck. This is what we're doing, and you could just have those conversations. Brilliant.
That must be interesting as well, because obviously the US is funded differently. The US seem to get everything first. Obviously, the big pharmaceutical companies like Vertex that did the modulators, for example, they're based there. And also, it feels like they have access to different things. So I was speaking to some American friends who they don't have CF, but just a different kind of autoimmune condition. And the treatment and drugs they have available there are not even on the NHS at all. Does that excite you or frustrate you equally, that there's some stuff that they're benefiting from that, us here aren't because of that?
Yeah, it was definitely a frustration with things like with Captrio or modulators. Years when I'm going to go back 10 years now, it was frustrating for vitamins when when you'll know this, people are on individual vitamin A and E, vitamin D, all separate, and then Deckers and Paravic came out.
Yeah.
The US had an equivalent of Deckers before us. I know we had it and it left the market. Those things are frustrating, but I think the model in the US sometimes, in what I know of it, sometimes treatments aren't always as evidence-based. It's a slightly different model because of that insurance model. And speaking to a microbiologist yesterday, he said actually the NHS often has more antibiotics in the US because we have a subscription model where we say, I'm going to not do this justice for what Rishi was saying, but basically a drug will be purchased at a price and we'll have a bulk of it, and if we don't use it, we paid for it. It's there, we've wasted it, whereas the US don't have all those antibiotics that we have.
That's so interesting.
I think, although it seems great for them, it's not always, sometimes better for us.
Yeah.
So there.
Yeah, it is so interesting, and I'm speaking to a few people actually in Australia during the early hours for me, but I think it's like lunchtime for them, about what things are like there and different ways of life. They'll obviously get the sun better than they will here in rainy Lancashire, but there's all sorts of things to consider, and that's really exciting that everyone comes from around the world. Have there been any standouts then so far for you? Anything exciting or things people are looking into that, other than the Grampus study, that you think, oh, actually, some CF people will be quite excited about this?
I think for me it's that sharing of information. It's definitely, my takeaway was the future for CF is worldwide. We've been able to collaborate and get answers quicker and get more consensus. Again, talking to Jackie Loudon, who Rob mentioned once before, she's got some data on Creon use in children, and it books the trendy level, but the outcome of some of these studies that we see here is small. We've not got enough numbers, but collaborating and putting those numbers together, you can get those answers quicker. That is my takeaway message, really.
Yeah, that's really exciting. A couple more questions. Well, actually, the one I've been wanting to know, so whereabouts are you right now? You look like you're in kind of like a hub. Is this kind of a cafeteria?
No, every conference is different because the European conference moves to different venues each year. This year it's Lisbon, next year it's Lyon in France. So every venue is different. The setups are generally in a convention centre of some sort. So there's often big open spaces and then a variety of sized rooms and auditoriums. It can be the huge ones that maybe seat a couple of hundred people to a room that maybe seats 40 or 50. And at the minute I just found somewhere that was fairly quiet.
Yeah.
Lots of people are in talks or poster sessions right now. So this is just a big area where people hang out, do sort of network. As I walked in, I saw these guys over there doing some kind of exercise testing or demonstrations. So it's brilliant just walking around and seeing those things.
It must, yeah. It must really kind of relight the fire in you again.
Yeah. First day, I sat down, I was listening to presentations. I got my laptop out and I emailed a university colleague to say, I've got some ideas. When do you need ideas for students to do projects? So you definitely relight that fire of going, right, these are new ideas. These are things we can look at. It's like you say, it's a second job really doing the research. So unfortunately, we try and use students for that quite often. We'll say, right, we've got a lot of data, it's already there. How can we look at it and analyse it? The answer often is find a medical or a dietetic student, and they'll come and do that groundwork of collecting all that information. Then we can assess it and see what we can make of it.
Yeah. If CF people were there, I know you said there's a couple, and I am chatting to Dan Beaver, who is at the Magnify study. Yeah, I'm going to be chatting to him a little bit later on, and I'll talk to him a bit more about life as a CF person there. But if CF people could go, if this was pure, if there was no cross infection and we could all just turn up and see ourselves what you were doing, what emotion or feeling do you think we'd have? Because we kind of got to get it off you guys, don't we?
Yeah, I'd hope you feel proud seeing your teams here either presenting their work or that they're networking, they're finding out they're interested, they're here to find out more, to do better, to care better, and to offer the best advice and treatments we know of at that time. So I think that I feel proud of our team that we are here to learn those things. We're from Nottingham. There's a broad variety of us. Come as me as a dietitian. We've got a clinical trials nerves coordinator. We've got registrars. We've got a consultant, and we've got a nurse who's been a specialist nurse since maybe only 2 years. So this is our first conference, and it's eye-opening.
Yeah.
The information there and all the things going on. Some of the things are, like she says, and I agree with this, completely above lots of us, but you choose the sessions that suit you. So I'd be very much proud of the community, of what work goes into to making things better.
Without the CF Trust, would you be able to do the Grampus study and that kind of thing, or what would it be? I guess
it'd have to be difficult. Grampus was expensive. The one thing I forgot to say was there was a third part of Grampus which is offering people the opportunity to have MRI scanned on their gut. Well, MRI scans are expensive. They take a long time. The diet part, paying people to do the work, and all the samples and the equipment that we need for it is expensive. So yeah, without the support of the CF Trust, it probably wouldn't be possible. Finding organisations that would be keen enough and understand you can sell the need enough to support and fund them would be next to impossible, I'm sure.
Yeah. So yeah, it's really important for those of you that are watching to do support. The QR code is on the screen. And yeah, it's really exciting. I feel excited. I'm just getting a bit of a sense of what it's like. I'm really excited about chatting to you about that. And yeah, the theme of CF Week next week for the CF Trust is One Diagnosis, 11,000 Realities. And I just wondered, I know you don't have CF, but what your CF reality is, or what reality of CF is for you right now.
But it is individual. The thing that really keeps the clinical teams involved in CF is the people. Regardless of genes and the diagnosis, there are a great bunch of people and characters and a variety from every walk of life. That's the amazing thing, is it's just that variety and that community of people that you just get to know.
Yeah.
Really. You get involved and attached to.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. It's been really, really interesting. Thanks for taking some time away and chatting to us. And yeah, if you do see any of the Leeds team, do tell them, say hello and say.
You're lovely.
Well, thank you. He is just as much. He's great. But yeah, tell them to tune in. And if they can't sleep in the night, I am here. But thank you so much, Darren. It's been really, really interesting. And yeah, I've got the website, so it's www.grampus-cf.org if people want to know more. I am just going to... Thank you. I'm just going to put the donate screen on again if people want to donate. Thank you very much. I'm now going to play a video that was linked with what Darren was talking about. I found that so interesting, and it's great that he knows my team and they were chatting. I just think that's fun. I'm just like, hi team. I just want to say hi to them because I don't know if anyone else with CF feels this, but I love my team so much and I feel like they're an extended part of my family. They came to the wedding and yeah, I just really value them. They're amazing. They're honestly amazing, and I have to big up the Leeds team where I go. Thank you so much for all you do to keep me well. But have a watch of this video of someone else talking about their symptoms of CF-related gastro symptoms.
The GI symptoms that I experience with cystic fibrosis ranges day to day, but it's always something that appears really unexpectedly and causes me a lot of pain and a lot of discomfort, and often means that I have to change my plans really last minute and always calculate how I can start to alleviate the pain. For a lot of us, especially those of us on Kaftrio and these modulators, that not every aspect of CF has been magically cured. And yes, I can breathe significantly better than I used to be able to, but at the same time, my tummy is always sore and it's always really debilitating, and it can cause a lot of discomfort and a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety.
CF-related diabetes impacts my life in many ways, both kind of mentally and logistically in the day. Mentally, it can cause a bit of an unhealthy obsession with what I'm eating, because I'm constantly having to count carbohydrates, watch, the foods that I ingest and whether they're going to make my sugars go too high or whether they're going to cause my sugars to potentially go too low. This can lead to highlighting kind of the idea and the notion that some foods are good and some foods are bad, and that, in my case, has led to disordered eating. Logistically, during the day, it affects me by, I can't just sit down and have a meal. I would like other people to know just how turbulent having CF-related diabetes is and how it can be affected by so many different things that are out of my control. For example, it can be affected by the exacerbations I have in my cystic fibrosis and about whether I'm, feeling healthy or whether I'm feeling under the weather with a chest infection. It can also be affected by stress in my daily life, and it can be affected by hormones, and actually my sugars seem to be more uncontrollable at different points in my menstrual cycle.
My gut issues have continued, and if not worse, since starting Kaftrio, and it would be really, really great if we could have a drug that reduces these symptoms on the day-to-day.
My one wish for the research on CF-related diabetes would be that there is a focus on the variability in this type of diabetes. I could probably eat the same thing 2 days in a row, but one day my sugars may cope fine with it, and one day they may go too high or too low, even with the exact same amounts of insulin at the exact same times in both of those days.
Hi, I'm Bethan, I'm 26 and I'm a PhD student working to develop a universal core outcome set for cystic fibrosis. I was diagnosed at 4 months. I was relatively healthy throughout my childhood, and then in my teens I started to be hospitalised regularly for IV antibiotics. By the time I got to my undergrad, I had become quite unwell and was feeling pretty uncertain about what my future would look like. I was given the opportunity to take Kaftrio, which completely altered the course of my life and enabled me to really consider what I wanted to do with my future and my career long term. And the only real thing I was ever interested in was medicine and healthcare. So that led me to a Master's in Public Health and now getting to do research in CF. So people often ask me what it's like to be a researcher with CF in the field of CF. And family and friends will say, wow, it must be so amazing and incredible and you must just feel so passionate. And of course I do, and it's truly a privilege to be in this position. But I think if I was to be completely honest, it feels quite bizarre. But I'm trying to remember that as someone with CF, I have a potentially unique perspective to offer of just as much value. So I'm working on a project called COS-CF, that stands for Core Outcome Set for Cystic Fibrosis. The idea of this is that if everyone is measuring the same outcomes in the same way, it will be much easier to compare and combine studies in meta-analysis, for example, that will enable us to maximise the benefit of every single trial, especially in CF, which is a relatively rare condition, so it's even more important to maximise the benefit of every study. There are so many different avenues into research and into science more generally. You don't necessarily need all the formal qualifications you would expect. You don't have to do a PhD to contribute to research. And there are just so many options. And I'd say take those opportunities, speak to the right people. People talk about the importance of networking, and it's easy to overlook. I participated as a patient advisor in various research opportunities, and it was actually through that that I met the right people and was able to get into my PhD programme. The CF Trust has actually supported me immensely throughout my lifetime. It was always a huge source of information from a young age. I like to be in the know about CF and would look at the annual registry. Every couple of years when it came out. My family have been very involved in fundraising opportunities, which is fantastic. The success of COS CF is absolutely dependent on the input of the CF community. So find us on social media, particularly Instagram, at COS_CF_research.
Even with the new modulators, there's still lots of people who are affected by exacerbation. They can happen at any time, and it can really change how your health is and how it is in your life.
When I have an exacerbation, it can come on quite suddenly with very little warning. There used to be a lot more warning signs before I started on the protein modulators. I could feel it coming, but these days it's really hard to pick up on those signs. So I'm having less exacerbations, but more dramatic ones that take a lot longer to recover from.
I really do hope that there'll be new treatment plans, new personalised treatment plans, looking at how we can get to the root cause of exacerbation so we can stop them in the tracks and hopefully not have that impact that it does have on people with CF. So it will improve the quality of life, it will really help manage the frequency and obviously the severity of the exacerbations, and really hope that it will actually help everyone with CF, no matter where they are in their lives, no matter where they are in their CF journey.
I'll be really interested to see if research comes out with a way that we can all start predicting when exacerbations will happen. The other part of the research that I'm keen to see the results of are the potential new treatments, because the numbers of antibiotics that I'm able to take is so limited. Having new treatments out there in the future will take away a lot of my fears around what my health is going to look like going forward.
Our helpline is open from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday. You can reach us by calling 0300 373 1000, emailing helpline@cysticfibrosis.org.uk, sending us a message on social media, or sending us a WhatsApp message at 07361 582 053. We provide a safe, non-judgmental and confidential space where we help people in the CF community with issues such as finances, housing, education, benefits and employment, as well as questions related to cystic fibrosis.
When I called the helpline, the advisor at the Trust went over and above his responsibilities and signposted me to ensure I had all the support and advice I needed but didn't know I could access. We are so grateful.
So if there is something on your mind or there's something we can help with, please get in touch. We're here if you need us. And that was, again, I didn't realise I was voicing that helpline video, but that's just another example of how the CF Trust helps people through their helpline. I am just eating some snacks, so do forgive me. Thanks for everyone for listening as well. I feel like you guys on YouTube are having a marathon of listening to it, but I hope you've been dipping in and out and finding things that were interesting. I certainly really enjoyed listening to Darren talking about what's actually happening at the CF conference. So yeah, welcome back to my 24-hour podcast in partnership with Fall Creations, raising money for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust. You're in for a treat with the next guest. I'm really excited because I feel like the person I'm with makes my life much better. And that is because here we are. We're with David Griffin, who is a gold travel counsellor for travel counsellors. And this episode, I should say, is sponsored by the new owners, Shane Whitaker and Rosie Riley of the Black Horse at Limbrick in Chorley, Lancashire. Shane and his partner Rosie are pursuing their dream of owning a pub and have bought the Black Horse at Limerick and Chorley, the historic pub, which is believed to be the second in England to receive a licence, is going under a full refurb with plans to open in July. I know Shane, he's similar age to me, he's incredibly talented and he's a great chef, so I expect the food to be incredible. The focus is going to be proper, high-quality, home-cooked food. So again, thank you to Shane for sponsoring this chat on the podcast. But like I said, joined by my hero, David. How are you today?
I'm very well, Lucy. Very, very well. But more importantly, how are you? How are you feeling? Tell them how you're feeling. You feeling good?
I'm feeling good. I'm just uncomfortable.
Right.
I keep moving around because, like, my legs, I just think, like, I'm getting a bit stiff. So I'm trying to do some, like, movements. Someone I chatted to earlier on had, like, a walking treadmill.
I saw that, yeah,
and I thought, I should have done that because then I would have moved a bit.
Yeah, I could do with one of them in the office. To be fair, they look absolutely fantastic. I thought I'm definitely missing out on that.
So you were watching it, and I've dragged. No, I've not dragged you off the street wearing yellow. You knew about it.
You're getting desperate, aren't you? You dragged me off the street. No, I was just saying to your mum, I've had the pleasure of both sides really, because I've seen it from the viewer's side, and now I'm.
And what do you think? It's a bit.
I am amazingly impressed, but I wouldn't expect anything less of you, because you always give everything 100%. And your mum's made me a fantastic cup of tea, and I've had a piece of lemon cake.
Yeah.
And,
she's running everything back there.
Brilliant.
She's running my social media, which is amazing. She's getting the guests in. She's checking the sound quality, which I'm sure she'll send me a thumbs up when she listens to this to check it's going out. She has been amazing. But we want to talk about you, what you do, and how you make everyone's lives better.
Thank you. Yes.
So I think in terms of priority, I've got my doctors and then you. You're a travel counsellor, so a gold travel counsellor, so you've been in the industry for donkey's years.
Yes, well, just over 40 years now in the travel industry, definitely, yeah.
So we're going to talk about travel, we're going to talk about holidays, also kind of how you've helped support me travelling with cystic fibrosis.
Yeah.
And also, like, good places to go as well, because it's, you got to go. You got to go travel.
The world's a small place these days.
Yeah, and like I have said, my husband, if he's listening, will laugh at this, but he has told me not to try and book another holiday with you during this chat because of how easy it is. But yeah, so we met probably, in 2019. So what's that?
Yes. 7 years ago, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, amazing. That time's gone.
Yeah, really fast. And you've booked so many incredible holidays for me, my family, and they've been incredible. Tell me a little bit about how you got into it and your love of travel and sorting holidays for people and memories.
Oh, memories. So I'm going back now really to when I left school. I started to do A-levels, and I found them very, very repetitive, and wasn't for me. And then I've always been interested in business, which is why I've got my own business now, my own travel business. But I've always been fascinated about travelling. I remember going a long time ago when I was about 12 or 13 to Bruges, Ostend, Paris and Amsterdam on a coach holiday.
Oh wow.
And that's where I got the bug from, definitely. So there was a mixture of that combined with business. I went on a travel and tourism course when I left school. So I'm 58 now. I was about 18 or 19 at the time when I went on the travel and tourism course.
And do you love it still as much now as you did then?
Yeah, I have to say, it particularly it's so relevant in this day and age that the world has become a lot smaller place. Technology has changed a lot. And I'm still very passionate about it. I still have that desire to get up in the morning and running my business and helping people out. So and travel, it's forever changing.
Yeah.
And you've got to.
It's unpredictable as well.
Very unpredictable.
You've been like mad busy with when everything kicked off with Iran and sorting holidays with Dubai, making sure people were safe. Same with was it Venezuela?
Venezuela.
There was another place.
Well, I mean, you've got the Middle East in general. So, you know, anywhere, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Qatar, you know, all these places.
Mexico as well.
Mexico
when that
had,
drug
you're correct. But certainly with the Middle East, with it being a big hub for travel for onward flights, obviously, and it happened very, very quickly. You know, I remember going to bed on the Friday night and then waking up on the Saturday morning, and you know, it's all over the news. And for example, Middle East airspace is closed, and then you've got clients that are, you know,
they're meant to be travelling back
or away, or due to travel via the Middle East on the Monday, which I had.
You just must have been glad that people got back.
Yeah, the most, I mean, out of all of this, the most important thing is that is the customers, the client's safety. That they're okay, and I'm reaching out to them and making sure they're okay, you know, and reassuring them, and say, look, you know, we're onto it, you know, and keeping in touch with them as well. So yeah.
Do you ever get a little bit jealous of the holidays you book for people?
All the time, especially you and your mum.
Well, yeah, we've booked several holidays with you.
Yes.
My favourite so far is the Bahamas.
Yes, and tell them why.
Okay. I love the Bahamas because I liked the sea. I love the sea. And the Caribbean Sea is so turquoise. But I used to not fly because of the risk with cystic fibrosis, and also my lungs weren't good enough, and the risk of someone else on the flight having CF, which still is very much real. So that's why I wear like a proper FFP3 mask. But since I can fly, I've been to New York, the Bahamas, Miami.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, where the places
I've been really over to the America side that I never thought I'd be able to do that. It was always a dream. But the Bahamas came about because my husband saw like an Instagram reel of someone on a water slide, and then we figured it out, and the flights worked, and you were able to sort everything for us really well. And what I like about using yourself is because there's a lot of things like booking something and that atoll and all that, and it's all sorted. So you know that if anything goes wrong, or you just know that you've sorted everything.
Yeah, I mean, you know, why, you know, what the reason I'm here is to take the stress out of people organising the holidays. So you know, when you know what, and that's not just about holidays; it's also business travel as well. So
you do corporate.
So I do corporate travel as well. So you know, from the moment you get that initial contact with the customer. To let's say the travel arrangements are all organised, and then you have that period of between departure and booking stage where you're there. You're there whilst the clients are away. And you know you're there for when the clients come back. So it's and I think these days, because life is so digital and so fast paced and tech. You know, we're finding that the real value still of a good old human being to talk to, and you're not going, you know, from digital place to digital place. You've got someone to actually speak, you know, to actually speak to. So it's really busy.
And you're sponsoring a few episodes of the podcast throughout the rest of the day.
Yes.
So, like, you're able to chat about your business now, and I'll be able to chat about it again.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
I think when I'm chatting to my husband, you're sponsoring that episode, because that's great, because then we can just talk about holidays. I
might stay up, and what I could do is I could always keep my laptop open, and you could perhaps book somewhere if you wanted to. They won't be very happy with that, though, would you?
Well, actually, a message has come through, and it says...
Is it from Phil?
His track record is good, so I won't say no.
Oh, okay.
So there you go.
Good, yeah. Thank you, Phil.
So Phil and I are going on a bit of a mega trip in September, where we are going on a very intense, just over 2 weeks to America, all being well health-wise, to Utah, Arizona and Nevada, doing the Grand Canyon, Antelope Canyon, Monument Valley, Death Valley, all of that. Which is really exciting, but because that's such a what do they call it?
Multi-centre itinerary.
Yeah, that's way over my head to organise. So you were able to really carefully craft and decide what would be best when. And do you enjoy that part of the job?
I do, yeah. I mean, you know, I arrange anything from a short city break to, like you say, a multi-centre holiday, to a corporate event, for example. But yeah, you know, the more complicated, challenging it is, the better, really, because you can really sort of, you know, get your teeth stuck into it, and, you know, put everything together, and probably that's where our expertise come in, because, you know, we put everything together, but also you've got that reassurance that, you know, we are there for you.
And what does that mean, and what does ATOL mean?
Well, ATOL gives you the air tour operator's license, so it gives you that level of cover, and that's, you know, particularly relevant in, you know, without you know, boring all your listeners, but that's particularly relevant in times of crisis. So, for example, during the pandemic,
what happened with the Middle East?
What's happened with the Middle East? You know, where you have a separate flight and a separate accommodation that you've booked on the internet. That's not under an ATOL. So, you know, where you have an ATOL, there's a degree of responsibility a large degree of the responsibility with the tour organizer, i.e. Ourselves, you know, to get you back, you know, source accommodation, you know, make sure you're looked after.
It's a lot.
So it's only when something really, really happens that it's a bit like insurance, where you think, crikey, I had an ATOL license.
That's really good.
But people don't realize that sometimes. It's only when they have, you know, there's a major event that they're thankful of it.
Yeah, and also, what did you know about cystic fibrosis before we started chatting? And I started booking holidays with you. Were you aware of it?
I was aware of it, but I've got to be honest, I knew very little of it, and I am learning so much about it all the time. I mean, I thought that I was listening in this morning with a conversation with your mum, and I thought that was absolutely fascinating. You know, the story of, you know, being brought up and you know, to where you are now. Yeah, and seeing some of the videos where you know, and you know, the people that you've had on your adverts.
Yeah.
I've been, you know, looking at them, and it, you know, it's not really a barrier, is it? But, you know, people are getting on with their lives, which is important. You know, it's important to do.
And how it affects everyone differently.
Yeah.
So what do you have to think about, or when, like, supporting me and booking holidays for me and health-wise and my CF? What, I guess.
Well, we have to make sure that the airline is. We have to make sure that the airline is aware. That's the most important thing, really. And we can obviously contact the hotels as well. But we have to make sure as well that the any travel arrangements is going to be right. You know, it's going to be right for you. And you know, since 2021, hopefully I've got a good idea of you know, what you like, what you won't like, what you need, and yeah, and then we just put it all together there. But that's anyone that perhaps you know, needs assistance.
Yeah, because I would say, and you're obviously near to me location wise as well, but anyone can use David. You can pick up the phone.
Yes. Yeah.
And I would really advocate that you do CF travel really well. So I hope people inbox
Thank you.
To book that.
That's very good.
So you said you know me very well. Let's play a game. If you were to not sell me a holiday, because it doesn't take much selling, but if you were to say to me right now, "Oh, Lucy, perfect holiday," what would you do?
Ooh.
There's no like annual leave limit. There's no budget limit. Where would you send me?
Where would I send you? And you don't mind travelling? You don't mind travelling afar?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Right, then I would probably, that's a tough one, but I would probably say either New Zealand or onto the French Polynesia Islands, because you're not the type of person that likes to sit still. You always like to be on the go. And listen, you can go anywhere and do things, but I think you will be particularly, wowed by those destinations. Maybe with a little bit of cruising in it as well. Seeing some.
I love a cruise. Cruises are great.
I know you do. Seeing some of the islands.
Yeah.
But I don't think it would be so much a relaxing holiday, because you do like to, you do like to hit the ground running.
But then yeah.
Towards the end, you like a bit of...
Yeah, like when we went to the Bahamas.
I saw you and Phil
didn't
saw
do
the
much.
picture of you in the sea, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we I think because we did the water park, because it was an outdoor
Yes.
water park, so that
Yeah.
felt like we were doing a lot.
Yeah,
And it was
yeah.
like that was lovely. But yeah, I think I'm not a sit on the beach and read all day. I'm
No,
a swim
you'll
in the
get bored.
sea, look for this fish.
You drive Phil demented, I think.
I don't think I do.
No, you would do.
I would.
You'd be twitchy.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, like we were actually saying, Phil and I yesterday, like in a few years' time, Australia.
Yeah,
Around there
yeah,
would be
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Just the spiders. They're not that bad, are they?
You'd be fine.
I'd be fine.
You'd be fine. Australia, New Zealand.
They say
and,
Australia's like the Lake District.
It's beautiful. I mean, go. I mean, you can't really see it all in one go. I mean, you've obviously got the West Coast and and the East Coast. So you'd probably have to do it over 2 or 3 hits, and if you had an awful lot of time off work. But yeah, there's loads to see on that on there.
Where's good at the moment then? Where's selling and places that busy?
Well, Caribbean is very popular. Well, further afield, Caribbean is very popular. Canada is very popular. Costa Rica is very popular.
Where's that?
South America.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Argentina with the recent hantavirus?
Argentina is becoming, well, it is very popular. It's quite good as a base before people go on to do expedition cruises, and then closer to home, you've got the Greek islands is really popular at the moment, and probably Portugal, I would say.
Where's your dream holiday?
My dream holiday, I've got two places that I love. I love South Africa. I love going on safari.
Wow.
And then it would have to be probably the French Polynesian Islands. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. And where have you been to both those places, and you'd go again, or is there somewhere?
I've been to both those places.
And you'd go again.
And I would like to see more of French Polynesian Islands. Definitely. I'd like to see more of New Zealand as well. Yeah. And obviously, I need to get that sorted.
So I use an insurance company for travel called Insurance With that always cover my CF with my circumstances. So like shout out to Insurance With, because they're really good, and they're not expensive for what they offer, and they do. Are there any places that you would say are particularly good for those that have like a chronic health condition, or where, I'm thinking as well, like in terms of if there's local hospitals or the healthcare, and that's better if it's needed abroad compared to places you'd be like, oh, I'd stay clear of this if you're that.
Yeah, I think if you just phone me up and say I'm looking at going to, I don't want to say don't go here because of the medical facilities, but I think what we would do is we assess what the requirements are for any individual that clearly needs to have perhaps medical facilities close by, and then advise where perhaps where to go. And it's important that you mentioned travel insurance. It's important you have a good travel insurance as well, that you've got the cover. So yeah, we do take that into consideration when for customers' needs.
Yeah.
Because we get to know our clients, we would probably say, not sure about that. So, but that's why we're here really.
Yeah. What is good is the insurance would always ask that, will you have access to your medical team from home when you're away, which is good, because if you can get hold of them, there's always like answers, isn't there? So what is something about your job that people might not know you have to do, or that you know, in terms of what you do?
Ooh, that's put me on the spot a little bit, isn't it? Sometimes I don't think people realise that. I'll probably say when people are going out to their accommodation, you know, we'll always touch base with the accommodation probably about 48 hours before they go out. And we'll always reach out to the hotel and say, look, you know, we've got some customers coming in. They're really excited, really looking forward to the holiday. Can you please look after them? We've recommended your hotel. If there's any upgrades, or can you please allocate your room in a nice location? We always, you know, I mean, that's probably something that people don't realise what you know what we do. And you know, it doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes it does. You know, sometimes the upgrade ask will work, or they'll put like niceties in the room. Excuse me. So that's probably something that people don't realise that we do. I think the other thing is that we are pretty much always there as well.
Because even if you're asleep, there is like a 24-hour.
Well, we have a duty office. So
well, you are pretty much always there as well.
And you know, and people. You know, people do like that one-to-one contact.
Of course. I think that's 100% why I book with you, because I know you, but also because it's the personal aspect. Yeah. And you're not having to go through a chatbot to perhaps eventually be able to speak to someone. Which can be frustrating, can't it?
Very, definitely so.
So, in terms of flights, now I'm a person, well, it depends who I fly with, but if I fly with a certain airline that's run by Richard Branson, that's called Virgin Atlantic, please, let's get Richard Branson on the podcast. Or can we get Richard Branson to give me some like flights as well? That'd be fun. But I start my holiday getting on the flight. That is, I don't see the flight as just the annoying thing to get me there. I am loving the snacks, the seat, the people. And that's so, I mean, if I wasn't there, maybe I wouldn't, but what do you have to do in terms of flights, you know, when you book and sort the airlines? And I guess you'll have good relationships with the airlines as a business. Yeah, we do. My kind of holiday starts probably, I was going to say, you know, as soon as I book it, you know, I'm looking forward to it. And when it's in the app, when it's in the travel counsellor app.
Yes, we have got a travel counsellor app. Yeah, you're a good salesperson for me, Lucy, to be fair.
No, bring me on board.
So I always think, you know, once your holiday's booked, that's kind of like the start up to it. But really, from a couple of weeks before, that's when you start to get really excited, don't you? So, you know, the holiday to me is not when you just about get on the plane, but you know what we have to do. You know, we'll send all your passport information off. We'll do all the online check-in. If there's any assistance for clients that's required, that you know that's all in place. We'll pre-book seats.
And you check us in.
And we check you in. Yeah.
So you don't have to think about that or worry about that.
Yeah, and it's always good to get you checked in. We can email the boarding passes to you. We upload the boarding passes to the app. You can still collect your boarding passes at the airport. That's fine. But particularly if you're doing American internal flights, it's always good to make sure that you're actually that you're actually checked in.
A piece of advice you gave us that worked really well was when we went to America to New York was that mobile app.
The MPC. Yeah.
We bypassed the immigration queue and we basically were waiting 5 minutes instead of what could have been an hour or two.
Yeah.
It's things like that.
If anyone's going to America, the MPC mobile passport control.
Yeah.
If you're travelling on an existing SD, you can complete that in advance, and then when you land, you complete a bit more, don't you? And then you go.
But I wouldn't have known about that, and it's things like that you are fully aware of in the industry all the time.
Yeah.
That means that you do it really well.
And that's why it's important that you try and keep up front with developments, because you know with technology these days, you know developments do change. So it's important that you keep on top of everything.
Do you ever have to do product testing with going to hotels and things
well,
like that? Must be so hard.
Do it. Someone's got to do it.
Must be so hard.
Yeah. I like to, I like to
invite people instead of you.
Yeah, Phil. I do. I mean, listen, I could be away an awful lot more than
you are.
Than I am. But yeah.
Can you bank those so then when you retire you can go on all of those that you've missed out on because you're being great?
That would be a nice idea, but I don't know. That probably wouldn't work. I don't think. But I could always try it, I suppose, couldn't I? But it's a good idea. But I like to go away. I do like to go and take the opportunity to go and visit some hotels as well, because it's
introduce yourself and
not that they know me, but it's to say that it's sort of what I do and who I am.
Matters, so make sure everything's good.
Well, yeah, I mean, for example, I was away last year. I was away with the family, and it was a family holiday to Fuerteventura, and the hotel I was staying in, I had some guests going in there in November, and because they were quite elderly and wanted a room near the pool, I went to reception whilst I was there and brought the booking up. And we got it sorted while I was there. So it's little things like that just helps the customer.
Yeah, and that's really exciting. I was going to ask you a little bit about when you switch off from it all. You seem to work all hours of the day and night from what you're telling me. When do you get your break, and when do you feel? Because it's also such a pleasant. Well, for me, I obviously don't work in it, but it sounds like it's so fun as well to make people's dreams come true. When do you actually get to switch off from it, or not work or break? Especially if people are flying on a Sunday, you'll have to be emailing them, checking and stuff on that day.
Yeah. So, I mean, my downtime really is with my family. It's going out, walking the dogs. I play paddle now as well.
Do you?
I do.
Oh, I wanted to have a go at that.
I have a couple of people that help me as well. So, it's important to have that support. And with travel counsellors, I'm part of a brand where you've got, the support, the support's amazing. And to be fair, travel is, it's exciting, it's interesting. I mean, it must be really to keep me. I've been in it since I left school. So, and as long as I've got that desire there, to carry on. But my downtime is the family, is walking the dogs, is the paddle, a bit of running. You do, But any business owner will tell you, what it's like when you're running your own business. It's really, really hard.
Well, on that note, I will be inquiring about New Zealand and the Polynesian Islands. I just want to thank you so much. Personally, I'm supporting the cause today, and also, just creating memories. I think some of the main exciting points in my life have been, especially, other than my wedding, have been in the last 6-7 years. Everything you've created and the trips and stuff. So thank you very much.
I mean, it's been really great, hasn't it? Seeing you from sort of your first holiday and all the places that you've seen, and I just want to say as well, good luck with the challenge as well. It's amazing what you're doing. So,
yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
And I will go for a little toilet break, and I will speak to everyone soon. In the meantime, do donate if you can. Thank you very much. Hello again. Welcome back to my 24-hour podcast, raising money for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust. I am 6 hours, 32 minutes and 16 seconds into the challenge. I'm really excited for my next guest. Oh, I just wanted to say we've raised so far 4,000... what is it? 3,700, but with gift aid we're at 4,400. So my target is £5,000. So please keep donating. Anything will be greatly appreciated. I'm just going to go and get my guest, who is over at Zoom, very excited guest, and I'll be back with you shortly. Amazing. So, like I said, welcome back to my 24-hour podcast in partnership with Fall Creations. We're raising money for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust. This next episode is sponsored by Jill Baxter, nutrition and lifestyle coach. Jill is a qualified nutritionist and registered health coach who helps busy people reconnect with eating real food, improving energy and finding balance in their lives by improving their nutrition and lifestyle habits. She works with one-to-one clients, educates employees on healthy eating at work, and provides talks for local groups in Lancashire. And to find out more or work with Jill, please contact her via the website www.jillbnlc.co.uk. Now, joining me now is someone I've known for many years and was part of the biggest day of my life. She is Amy Conway, who is global makeup artist for Bobbi Brown and has been featured in Vogue weddings, things like that. Huge welcome, Amy. How are you today?
Thank you. I'm well, thank you, Lucy. How are you doing?
I am stiff. My legs, my spirits are good, but my buttocks are not.
Oh my God. What are we? Are you 6 hours in?
I'm a quarter of the way.
You've got this.
Yeah.
You've really got this.
It's going well, but I obviously have known you for a long time, and you actually did my wedding makeup, which was crazy. And how nervous was I?
Oh, what a beautiful day, though. I still remember that day. It was gorgeous. You looked incredible. And I was crying. I was crying.
I just remember being so nervous, though. And I remember I threw up. I was so nervous, and you were like, I know I shouldn't say this, but a tactical Bucks Fizz, just have a bit of a sip. It might help.
I know, but it's so normal. I can't tell you how many people, even the people that I hear people go, I won't cry, I won't be nervous. That's not me. I'm not like that, And I'm thinking, no, you're gonna be, and they will. They'll go on the day, and that's so normal because there's so many mixed emotions. Some people just don't like to be looked at. Some people are thinking, I don't want to trip up down the aisle. Some people are there's just so much that goes into it, and thinking of all these little things to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a big day, so I totally get it, and I always just feel like the best. Yes, I can offer a tactical Bucks Fizz, absolutely, but I always feel like if you stay calm, it helps that calmness spread in the room as much as possible.
So you've been at Bobbi Brown for a really long time, and your career has just gone from step up, strength to strength. Do you want to give a short summary before we talk a little bit about long-lasting makeup? Especially, I'm going to top up some that you recommend because goodness knows I'll need it at 3 a.m. But yeah, tell me a little bit about where your career started.
Yeah, of course. So I started with Bobbi Brown 19 years ago as a makeup artist on a John Lewis counter, and honestly, I was in it for a part-time. I thought, I'll just see how I go. I was doing a little bit of makeup for TV and film at the time. And genuinely, I fell in love, Lucy. I fell in love with meeting so many different women in one day and then making them feel amazing. And for me, that was a big turning point of oh, wow, this is where I can see myself for the long term. So it then ended up becoming a long-term plan, and I worked as a trainer for our South teams and our London area. And then I went into our pro team, which is essentially our top team of artists that work around the world with the brand, helping teach masterclasses with clients, with any like VIPs or press. And then also helping with product development, which is probably one of my favourite parts of the job.
Yeah.
That I help with all the new products that you see on the counter. That is essentially what I help out with on the panel for our product development team.
So why did you decide Bobbi Brown? What was it about the products, the texture, you know, the quality of them that made you really want to be an ambassador and work for them?
Well, at the time I was doing makeup for TV and film. And there were so many like beauty brands, but actually Bobbi was one of the only beauty brands that was a makeup artist at the helm of it. She was a real woman, right? You know, creating the products,
yeah,
making the products. The brushes were the first thing I ever had as a makeup artist. I was working with her brushes, and I just loved them.
They last a long time.
Yeah, and this was it. I was like, okay, this is a makeup artist brand. But it wasn't until I got into it that I was like, no, this is an everyone's brand. This is makeup that I wear on a daily basis at the same time as makeup that I also wore on my wedding day. You know, it's to that point of like, it's for every day and it's for special occasions because the products just do that for you.
Yeah.
So that's where I was just like, yeah, I can't see myself anywhere else.
I mean, I've had these brushes, I don't know if you can see, for a long, long time. Obviously clean them, but they're just amazing. I mean, I have my foundation, my bronzer, my angled eyeshadow, my eyeliner. Like, they're all really good.
They're amazing.
So you, last time we spoke, because you did appear on my podcast a few years ago, you've since had 2 children, and you are like a busy mum. I think you've just gone back from Disneyland. And then you also do fashion weeks and do the makeup for New York Fashion Week, London Fashion Week, all those type of things. How do you balance it all?
I know. I know. It's definitely your village, right? They say it takes a village, and for me, it really does. It's a big village, but it does work out in a weird way. So many mums that I have, like, luckily I managed to take my children to the school most days. And I meet so many mums at the school gates, and they're like, oh my gosh, you're going away for a week. I'm like, how do you do it? And I'm like, but it's when I go away for a week and I'll go to New York and do fashion week, I'm also home. I'll come back home and I'll have like a week off because of the travel.
Yeah.
So it actually is, and I feel really lucky in that I know to some people that feels like, oh gosh, it's so crazy. How do you keep it balanced? But so my husband, like, he has a 9 to 5 in an office and he can't do the drop-offs, you know? So if I had a similar role like that, where it was office-based, I probably wouldn't be able to make those times either. So I do feel really lucky that being in a more creative role does allow me to have a bit of flexibility to be there for them for, I'd say, a good 85, 90% of the time.
It must be really exciting, especially Fashion Week, and we see the end result, but you kind of, the face is almost a canvas for you, isn't it, to then help with the outfit. It's not everyday makeup, sometimes it's dramatic makeup and things like that.
Yeah, every design is different. I feel like, I feel so lucky to work with so many different designers, but they all want a completely different thing. And some will be very into the graphic liner, and I always brace my teams. I'm like, right, we're going in for a big graphic liner, let's do this. And then, you know, I have many clients that just like to look like, you know, the models aren't wearing anything at all, and I also love that. I think it's it's the same makeup. There's no difference in it. It's probably just, the way we apply it is just slightly different.
Yeah.
But I do love it when, I love the no makeup looks. I feel like they're my favourite. That's kind of what I'm known for. Just making everyone feel like themselves on a really good day. Yeah,
because the point of makeup, if my understanding, is not to fully change. And I mean, there are some makeup brands that it is to change and sculpt and things, but it feels like Bobbi Brown is definitely enhancing rather than, you want to still be able to see your skin.
Yeah.
Or look like skin.
Totally to that point, Lucy. It is. You just want to look like you on a really good day. Like, as women, we all wake up in the morning and we don't feel like ourselves, right? You know, sometimes we'll go, oh, I need a little bit more of this and this. The truth is you don't, but it does make you feel better. It just if it's that extra minute in the morning that makes you feel good for the next 12 hours, I'm all for do it, you know, because I know that is what makes you hold your head a little bit higher, you know, or make you, I don't know about you, but when I put mascara on, I naturally feel more awake.
Yeah.
Do you know, like when it's obviously not doing that, but just having a bit of mascara on makes my eyes feel more open.
Yeah.
Even when I can't see myself. It can be a psychological thing, definitely, and it is about how you feel, not about how you look.
And you're the queen of doing it on the go and also doing it a great look in like a few minutes as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I really believe you don't need a lot. I say that to everyone. The amount of women that will come to me and have a foundation on, and I'll say, you don't need that, put it away. Like, I'll always share little things that could help, and corrector and concealer is one of those, and a blush is one of those as well. But rarely will I ever say to someone, you need a foundation, because I just don't feel like they need it. Like,
yeah.
No one feels like they have great skin, including myself. But when I see people, I'm like, you do have great skin, and actually you don't need to cover it. It's almost like how you enhance it.
And what are the products that you think should be in someone's bag? I mean, I'll tell you what I've got now as well, because I'm also feel like I need you to give me a bit of a zhuzh up. I'm going into the next, I've done a quarter of this. So what I have with me is I've got bronzer, I've got blush, and then I do have, these are vintage I think, but they're still great. The melting point. And then incandescent.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I stocked up on the incandescent because I loved it so much. So I've got one I've never opened that's still good to use when I need. But yeah, why don't you tell me what products you've got at the moment and you'd recommend kind of everyone should have or use if they want to enhance, and I'll rectify my my bronzer and put some more blush on to keep awake.
Love it. I genuinely would go for 3 products if you only have a minute in the morning, and I would say that classes as under eye, blush lip, and then something on the eye, whether that is just a wash of shadow or a mascara. Like, those 3 things will enhance naturally. I'm going to go a bit more in depth. This is Correct Concealer. You wore these on your wedding day. They when I do people's makeup, they come in like little pots, but these are the ones that you have on the go. They're stick form. They're super easy. And although what I will say is the light is very forgiving here, that you can't actually see a lot of my darkness. I'm kind of like bright in a quite bright light. But what I am going to show you is just when you put on a corrector. So this corrector is quite pinky. Hopefully you can see that in the camera. It's quite pinky. And then I'm going to put a colour on that's more the same colour as my skin. And you can kind of see that's more, you see it's a bit more yellowy?
Yep.
So this one here is a corrector. This banishes any blueness or darkness that you see under the eye. So all of that shadow that we naturally have, and when we wake up in the morning, we think, oh, I feel a little bit tired. That's what I'm going to correct first. And this is where I always teach women to start. Because if you go straight in with a foundation, chances are you're going to put it everywhere, skip the under eye, and still go, oh, I feel a little bit tired. Whereas if you start with the main area, which on all of us is the under eye, so I'm now going in and just brightening with the colour, same colour as my skin, but I'm now going to just layer that over the top. And you can see it just gives you, see the difference there?
Yes.
Like this, I can see my darkness. This has completely smoothed it all out. And that's the finish that I teach everyone to go in with first. Always start with the under eye because it will give you the biggest brightness and it will make you feel the most awake. Then decide on, once you've put your bronzer on and your blush, then decide if you even need an extra coverage. Sometimes I'll go in with just the stick, and if it could be like areas around the nose, for instance, we get quite red and run down, and when we're not feeling ourselves, and we have many days where, you know, one day you can just wake up feeling fresh, the next day you can just wake up feeling completely exhausted. This is for those days where you just feel like you want something a bit extra. I kind of take it right the way around. And
amazing.
That is under eye. That's what I would recommend on every single person that sits in my chair, because it really does make the biggest difference. The next one is blush.
Yeah.
I know. So this is probably similar. This is the stick version, actually, Lucy, of your bronzing powder. So they're actually brand new. They weren't out, I think, the last time I saw you.
Yeah, because this is mine.
Yes, it's gorgeous. I love the bronzing powder. They look natural and they're built to look like you've just come out of the sun. And that's the trick, is getting the tone right, because you don't want to look like you've got makeup on. You want to look like you've just come out of the sun. So you'll notice it's like that slight warm, I don't want to say red, but it is that like kind of pinkiness, that where you've just come out of the sun and you look really healthy, is the tone that we mimic in our bronzers. And this is it in a stick form. This is called Sunset in the Skin Enhancing Multi-Stick. Gorgeous, gorgeous colour. Again, you can just draw straight onto the skin. It gives you this really beautiful warm.
And is it matte or has it got a bit of a shimmer?
It's not a shimmer, but it is a glow, which I love because it does. I find it makes everyone look like they've just had a facial. You know, it kind of gives that really pretty, hydrated finish that looks really healthy. And I love that look, especially if you've got naturally dry skin, sensitive skin, then I do find that bit of a glow is beautiful. The next one, which I recommend, is having it in your blush. And this is a shade called Flirty Peach. And I love this for cheeks and lips. So what I do is I take it just nice and high on the cheek. Just put all that colour back in, but in the right areas. So you're kind of just lifting it nice and high on the cheekbones, and again it's so quick and easy. And then I just take the same product on the lip.
Oh really?
Yeah. If it's a cream product, and you can do this with lipstick as well, anything creamy you can put on the cheek and the lips, and I always recommend that to double up to all of my clients. If you're after that 5-minute face in the morning, use the same product that you put on the lip onto your cheeks. The same thing if I was going to use a lipstick. This is a gorgeous lipstick. It's called Sandwash Pink.
I have got
I just push it in.
Blondie Pink, which was with Jenny Packham.
Yes, try that on the cheek, Lucy. Because I just kind of tap
and then,
that same product in.
Try it on the cheek, did you say?
Yeah, and use that as your blush. I find it doesn't matter if it's a blush stick or a lipstick. You can use both of them for cheeks and lips, and it's a great way to really speed up your makeup routine and kind of also give you that freshness and that even tone between your cheek and your lip. You know, so it all just kind of marries together and looks really fresh.
I do love the new products I saw you showing on Instagram. Are they like I don't know what they are, but they're the stick that looks just a little bit like a shimmer.
Is it for the eye?
No, for the cheek, like an
Yes, so is this one in? It's called Morning Dew.
That's
and it's
it.
a highlighter.
Yes.
It's beautiful. You can literally same way, like draw it straight on the cheek, push it in with your fingers. No brushes needed if you don't want to, and then again it gives you a really nice glow. So yeah, if you're the kind of person that doesn't like to wear too much blush, but you almost just want to put a bit of that healthy glow back into the skin, then Morning Dew is a great shade for this.
Amazing. I think it's exciting as well because if you don't have time, or if, you know, money-wise as well, people might be like, oh, lipstick or blusher. It's good that, you know, potentially it can do both if you need at that moment in time.
Yeah, always. I often go through like my clients' makeup bags, and I'll be like, take that out, because this is kind of my rule. If it doesn't lift or if it doesn't brighten, don't put it on. You know, it's almost like every product should have a reason for putting it on.
Yes.
And it should be lit to lift and brighten. That's what's going to give you that overall freshness at the end of the day. So I always go through makeup bags like that, especially when you're thinking of your everyday makeup bag.
Yeah.
It absolutely works for. And then all your other products are great fun add-ons.
Uh-huh.
I always speak to, especially those luxe shadows you have, the incandescent.
Yeah, which should I put on?
You should, I mean...
I also have, hang on.
Yes.
Am I a good promo or what? I do love a bit of the dusty, is it mauve?
Oh, I love dusty mauve, yeah.
Yeah, just like near the eye line. But this is my everyday I'm using at the moment, the sand dune, just to kind of...
Yes.
Yeah, and then I have this double-ended one, and all good colours, but I feel like the incandescent is calling me.
Yeah, so the one I've got on right now is Downtown Brown, which is this one here, and I just literally draw it across my lid, and I just use my fingers, blend out, and I'm good to go. But that's definitely, again, they're just so quick and easy. They don't crease, they don't smudge, they do not budge. So absolutely, they're winners for me. The other thing I wanted to play with, because I know that you love a bit of sparkle, are these brand new crystal eyeshadow sticks. Have you seen them? Watch this. I know.
I love it.
I know. If there was ever a day where you just needed a pick-me-up, this is the day to use it, you know? It is just so beautiful. In the same way that you use your luxe eyeshadows, you just draw them and tap them on with your fingers. you can do the same here. So I love to just either take a little touch if you're thinking more for day, and just push that in, just a little fleck to the lid, just to give a real hint of sparkle as the light catches it.
Because to open up the eye, because to open up the eye, it's best to just do the eyelid as opposed to the bone as well, isn't it? Or
yeah, I feel like when you're using a lighter shimmer colour, if you go too high, that's when it starts to look like makeup. You almost just want a very subtle, just on the movable lid part of your eye, so that when you blink, you see this very subtle sparkle, and it's kind of like a hint. It doesn't feel overdone. It's not the first thing you're drawn to. I always think when you're looking at a makeup look, like the first thing you want to see is just great skin, and then everything else is a bonus. So I never want to go to the point where I'm like drawn to big sparkly eyes over the skin. That's why I always keep it, and love to keep it really subtle with this. And I feel like because it does have this really delicate fleck to it, it's not like heavy, chunky glitter.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm gonna have to get myself one of those.
I will send you one. You're going to absolutely love them.
Thank you. I think I'm doing my nighttime makeup now to last me all day. But yeah, so the incandescent is on.
And it will. It absolutely will. Because I do find it, I mean, all of these products are super long wear, so it will last you throughout the day.
I found that on the wedding day, sorry. I didn't have to do anything to my makeup between day and night do. Just top my lipstick up, but nothing else. It was extraordinary. It was really, really great.
Especially with those sparkle shadows, what I find is really interesting is in bright daylight, you think about you're getting married in the day. In bright daylight, it is quite soft. When the light hits it, everything kind of looks really fresh and more even. But when it darkens, and you kind of find can you see there? Like when I darken, can you see how sparkly it gets? So what I love with sparkle shadows, as you go into like candlelight, it gets more sparkly. So to your point, yeah, it does. It's almost like the sparkle reflects more in a candlelight atmosphere. So it does kind of feel like you've switched up your makeup a little bit just by the light changing.
It must be so exciting when you're creating products as well, and the colours and that you get. It must be so exciting and interesting to do.
Yeah, it's so fun. You get carried away. You definitely get carried away. And there's only, with the product development team, they'll be like, right, okay, we can only bring out 12 lipsticks. What shades are we going to sign off on? What shades are we sticking to? And you get carried away with going like, can we get this baby pink? Can we get this? Can we get this? And we're like, okay, well, what about more roses? So there's definitely, and there's probably about like 3 of us artists that are in there going, okay, we really want a baby pink. So I'll often be like, I just want a good baby pink lipstick. And it's really tricky because you're also working out what's going to work globally, not just for our market in the UK, but like
what's going to sell as well.
China, what's going to work in North America, what's going to work in Italy. And so there's a lot of thought process in it, which I find really interesting.
And is it different? Yeah. North America, China, do they all have different popularities?
Completely. So different. In fact, I had to change my whole makeup when I did my first trip to China. I don't know what I was expecting, but it was so different how everyone wore their makeup. I would say that I quite like a bit of a glam. That makes me feel great. But in China, it was all very soft, very pale, like all the lip tones were very like pastel shades. There was no bronzer at all.
Wow. I live on bronzer. I absolutely love and then you know what I will do on a holiday if it's a beach holiday, I'll go just with the bronzer at night and like a gentle lip. It just makes me feel more alive. I couldn't not have my bronzer.
I know. I feel like, and that's such a UK and Ireland thing, which I thought was so normal, but no, it's and European, to be fair, but yeah, not everywhere, and especially North America, our customer there loves more of quite a rose lip, whereas I feel like, we do love a rose lip in the UK and Ireland, but I feel like we're more prone to pinky, beigey, nudie versus red or rose kind of tones. So that's always quite interesting.
in terms of kind of what's next for you then, or where you see yourself, like what are you working on, or what's next?
I mean, we're working on, at the moment, from a brand point of view, we're just about to launch a brand new bridal service, which means that customers can come in that are getting married, that can have a lesson one-on-one with a bridal specialist and learn how to do their own makeup.
Wow.
I'm really excited by that. I love the bridal industry. I think it's a beautiful industry to be in. So I'm really excited that we're working towards that at the moment. At the moment it's interesting. So I also support China market and global market. So some days I'll be up at 4 a.m. doing meetings, and that's been a whole new. I'm only like the last few months working with that, so I'm hoping to work more with China in the next few years. But yeah, I feel like there's always something new going on. There's always a new, slight priority that we're going to focus on each year. But this year feels, really exciting. Really exciting.
It must have been
probably more Disney trips from a personal point of view.
I know, I love that. You must, like, being part of someone's wedding day must be amazing. Like, you're obviously part of mine, but you recently did Jack Whitehall's wife, her makeup.
Yeah. Not his wife, but the Jack Whitehall's fan.
Jack Whitehall's, Jack Whitehall's fan, yeah.
Yes. She is very good friends with makeup. And, but yes, we did the whole bridal party, and Jack Whitehall's family we looked after, which was lovely. They are a gorgeous family. So yeah, I do love being part of it all.
And yeah, being part of someone's special day and, like, just making sure everything's how it should be. And taking that stress off.
And that's... Well, hopefully, yeah. It's always, you always like to be the person that takes the stress off, and my team and I feel like are really good at calming the nerves on the day. But it's so different. I feel like a good playlist and a little glass of fizz is perfect to set anyone's nerves at bay.
So I've done a little bit of a touch up. I'll zoom in a little bit. I
love the liner.
Yeah, I just went over it a little bit and just
gel liner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The black gel. I used to not do black because I didn't think I thought it was too harsh for my eyes, but I think under the waterline as well, and then on top.
Yeah.
It just and just a bit more blush, but I will just keep putting it on, so I feel like whoever is at 10 a.m. tomorrow or 9 a.m., God help them, because I'll be like a clown.
Oh gosh. Right, you've so got this.
So obviously I'll put my glasses back on now. Obviously we're raising money for Cystic Fibrosis Trust today. I wanted to know what you maybe knew about CF, or if it was something you'd heard of before kind of setting this up and chatting to me previously.
I've had clients in the past that have said how it's changed their skin. That's probably where I first heard of it, and I know it's so different for everyone, but how it could be the skin more sensitive, often rashes, irritation in areas, or just feeling and looking tired. So from the past, I've heard clients come in and go, oh, my body's changed so much since this diagnosis that actually now I feel like I need to change my whole look, right? And that's where I first heard of it, and I feel like I'm learning more and more about it each day, especially working with you as well. I love how much I'm learning about this, but I feel like it's that piece of, that how do you make someone feel better, that part that I really enjoy being part of, because it's true, you are going to wake up feeling different every day, and some days are much worse than others, you know what I mean? And how do you sometimes just think, okay, this could just help me feel that little bit better today? And I do really love being part of that. I feel like being able to hear about people's stories in that way and being able to help them has probably been the most rewarding.
Definitely. A final few questions. So you've obviously got a daughter. Is she just as obsessed with makeup as you?
Yes, she is. She's very much into her lip balm at the moment. She just pops on this lip balm everywhere, and I'm like, okay. I think she just watches me do it all the time, and then she thinks, okay, I have to do it. She did get at Christmas like a makeup set, like the kids' makeup sets, and she just kind of draws it all over. But yeah, she's not dived into my actual makeup bag as such yet. but I'm sure it's only a matter of time.
Well, I just want to thank you so much for joining me, chatting, raising money for such a good cause, and for wearing yellow. So next week is CF Awareness Week, and on Friday next week, everyone will be wearing yellow, and just to raise awareness, really, because it is still something that people don't know much about. So I'm going to love you and leave you. Thanks for zhuzhing me up, and yeah, I'll chat with you soon, and really appreciate you coming on again.
Amazing. Thank you, Lucy, and thank you for all that you're doing. You're doing amazing. We love you.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to put the donate page, not the donut page again. So please do donate whilst I say bye to Amy. That was amazing chatting to Amy, and look at my makeup all zuzzed up, ready for the next 3/4 of the 24 hours. Oh, I'm 7 hours in now, so thank you very much. I'm just going to play a short video, carrying on the conversation, chatting to, who am I chatting to? Chatting to Liam McHugh a little bit about his story again. CF still affects Rachel and I, and you know, it's the modulators aren't a cure, and that's partly why you're still fundraising as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I suppose Rachel was very, very, very lucky that she was asked to take part in clinical trials when she was 21 years of age, which she's now 34. And these were for Orkambi. And the Orkambi just, we didn't know what it was at that time. There was just a name for it, Delta, whatever, something. And she took part in those trials. And our hospital is in Belfast, which is a 2 hours drive away. But we went up every Friday. She had to do different tests every Friday, and bloods and lung function tests, everything. But that went on for a couple of years. But I remember for the first 6 months, when Rachel was taking this tablet every day, she said, "This thing's a waste of time. It's doing nothing for me." But she didn't know anything about it. But it turned out after 6 months, then there was a second cycle. And I remember that the second cycle of the 6 months trial, the trial with the 6 months was over. She started the second month, 6 months. And I remember she took the tablet that morning, and within 10 minutes, I remember her going, like, she says, "Oh my God, I can breathe, really. I can feel deep down into my lungs." And she says, "I haven't felt that in the first 6 months." Turned out you didn't know anything about it at the time, but for the first 6 months, it was placebo. She was taking like a piece of sugar, maybe, that looked like Orkambi. And she just knew straight away when she started taking that. And Orkambi has totally transformed her life. As you know, there's so many other drugs now with Kaftrio and Aliftrek, and the other ones, Kalydeco and all the rest of it. But to this day, Rachel is still on Orkambi.
Wow.
And she hasn't. Orkambi has done for Rachel what I can only call a miracle. her lung function's increased by something, I can't remember, 20% weight gain, stuff that, I remember Rachel, us calling her from the bedroom to come up. We were going for her clinic appointment, and she was still down in the bedroom, and I ran down. She said, "Rachel, we're going to be late." And she was stuffing her pockets with her piggy bank money, all the coins, because she said, "Daddy, I'm so scared that they're going to keep me because I haven't put on enough weight." And that was a problem for years growing up. Rachel could never put on weight and stuff. And there she was filling her pockets with coins to try and make sure that she had the extra weight on, and that made me cry that day thinking about that. But I have to say, when Orkambi came along, she spends more time now dieting, trying to cut down on her weight and stuff like that. But Orkambi has been miraculous for her. And I remember us going up for a clinic when Kaftrio had been out for a few months. And I said to Rachel, "Well, what's happening about Kaftrio?" And she said, "Oh, the consultant said to me, are you ready to start?" And she said, "No, I'm not." And he said, "Why?" And turned out she said, "Well, Orkambi is just working so well for me. And if it's not broke, don't fix it."
Like I said, that was Liam McHugh chatting to us about his daughter. Welcome again if you're just joining on my 24-hour podcast raising money for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust. We are at about £4,500, and so my target was 5,000. So do donate if you can. Anything would be absolutely welcome. Joining me now is James Dunmore, who is a digital creator and influencer who you may know from appearing on Made in Chelsea. He's currently, as you can see, in Greece, I think, in a beautiful area of the world. That background looks amazing. James, just before I chat to you, just so everyone knows, this episode is sponsored by Birchall Blackburn Law, which have donated to support this hour. They've been a trusted and established firm of Lancashire-based solicitors for more than 70 years. The firm helps thousands of people every year with some of life's biggest decisions, whether it's moving home, sorting the family, or preparing for the future. The firm has around 200 skilled legal specialists across conveyancing, property law, private client, family law and clinical negligence, with offices in Preston, Leyland, Morecambe, Southport and Manchester. Birchall Blackburn Law aims to make the law accessible and understandable by supporting you through all your legal needs in a professional and approachable way. Anyway, thanks. Terms and conditions apply. Yeah, it's good. Welcome, James. Thank you so much for coming on. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
What have you been up to today? It looks like it's been sunny and you look like you've just had a beautiful day. Like you look like sun-kissed.
Yeah, I'm a little bit touched up, I'm not going to lie. I'm fantastic. I'm currently in Greece with my wife and my son Willoughby. Having a great time, chilling out. Had a very nice day, went for some lunch, sat by the pool, and yeah,
living the dream.
As a holiday can be with a toddler.
Yeah, and congratulations, because the last time we spoke, you didn't have, Willoughby wasn't here, and also congratulations again as Lucy's pregnant with your second child, isn't she?
Thank you. She is indeed, yes. Thank you very much.
Might that be an adjustment from 1 to 2 with a toddler as well?
From everything I've heard, people say that going from none to 1 is the biggest adjustment.
Uh-huh.
The biggest life shock, I suppose. 2... I mean, it's gonna be hard, yeah. I think the difference is yours at the minute with one of us can go and do something while the other is looking after him.
Mm-hmm.
But when there's 2, it's kind of like you're just man marking a child each. So I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, we're blessed to be able to have children, right?
Yeah.
So it's always good. How are you feeling though? Tell me what hour are you in?
I'm just in the 7th hour, so started at 10 a.m. this morning, going through...
Feeling fresh then?
Absolutely. And I think I'm just over a quarter of the way through. My legs are not. I'm stiff. I feel like sitting down. Someone I chatted to earlier was on one of those walking treadmills that you stand at a desk at, and I regret not having that because... Yeah, I'm going to have to do some stretching and stuff in a break at some point. But other than that...
Like a little bike you could sit on or something.
Yeah.
Peloton.
Yeah.
Be good.
That's a good shout, actually. I have one of those, might bring it in. But yeah, thank you again for chatting. So I wondered if, first of all, people watching this on YouTube may think, James Dunmore, CF, what you've not, like, what's the connection there, and what why you support the trust and why you're an ambassador, really. So I wondered whether you would be able to share a little bit about why you're invested in the CF Trust and the work they do.
Yes, for sure. So I am the third child of my parents. I had two older sisters, Jodie, who was 4 years older than me, and then Lucinda, who was 2 years older than me. They both, sadly, were born with CF. My parents found out that my eldest sister, Jodie, had cystic fibrosis when she was 20 months old, by which point my mum was already pregnant with my second sister. Turns out she also had cystic fibrosis. And then by the time, obviously, I came around, technology had developed a little bit further, and they knew early days that I was all clear. So yeah, both my parents were carriers. It's 1 in 4 chance, isn't it? I think, if you're both a carrier.
Yeah.
They obviously didn't know that at the time. So unfortunately for them, their first 2 children were born with cystic fibrosis. I luckily didn't have it. And then, yeah, sadly, we did the standard run-of-the-mill cystic fibrosis life that I'm sure many listeners here are going through or gone through. And then when I was 16, my middle sister, Lucinda, she sadly passed away when she was 19, 2007 that was. And then my other sister passed away 20 months later when she was 21. So yeah, so that's why I'm initially I used to do a lot of fundraising for cystic fibrosis. It's been a bit harder since having a family, something that I've not been able to do as much as I would like to, but definitely keen in the future to try and get my teeth back into a few things and try and raise some funds and awareness.
And I guess now that you've got your own child,
Yes.
I guess it must have hit home a little bit about what was your mum and dad were dealing with, especially having one and then she was pregnant with the other, and finding out that it must have kind of hit home when you had your own child, kind of what she went through.
Yeah, 100%. I think obviously as a sibling with your sisters or your siblings have CF, you're aware of kind of what's going on, but realistically, because I was a bit younger, I didn't really have a clue what they were going through themselves. You don't really know what your parents are going through, because at that age, when you're younger, you're a bit kind of protected from the nasty things about CS and all things in life, really. So to me, it was kind of normal that, my sister's just going to hospital, or my sisters take all these drugs every day. I almost didn't really find it that strange or different, because it's all I knew.
Yeah.
But 100%, I think when you do have children in life, you kind of look at everything vastly different. Even, say, your own actions when you're a teenager, you think, God, what my parents must have thought when I was going out and doing that, and the worry they had. And now, even with a toddler now, I used to just be like, it's fine, they'll learn the hard way, they'll only do it once. And then now when you have a toddler, you're like so protective and want to wrap them in cotton wool at all times. So 100%, I don't know how exactly my parents did it or have dealt with everything that they've had to deal with so well, to be honest. I take my hat off to them every day. And yeah, I'm only realistically the person I am today, and the way I've been able to deal with the adversity so well is only really due to them and how well they've dealt with it. So I'm their biggest fan. Don't you worry about that.
There'll be people listening as well who are siblings of people who have CF and will understand what you meant about it being the norm, going into hospital and kind of being used to that. Was there a point that you realised what CF was and that for them?
Not necessarily. I'd say the time that I first kind of looked at or thought of it differently was when you start to learn about it at school.
Yeah.
Everyone, cystic fibrosis is obviously covered in most school science or biology. And I think that was a bit of like an eye-opening experience, because I was learning about it in kind of like such a matter-of-fact way that my parents probably would have maybe protected me from a little bit. And then also all my friends and everyone else who knew my sisters had it then were kind of aware of it and kind of looking at me like, don't your sisters have that? And then obviously then they always, in those sort of things, throw around the average life expectancy and this.
Yeah.
And then everyone's kind of looking at me like, hang on a minute. So I think I kind of thought about it very differently then. But my parents have always been very good at getting across that, like, this is the card that we've been dealt. It is what it is. We will always try and give the best life to our children. My sisters were always encouraged to do what they want, live their life as wide and do as many things as they possibly could. I'm sure there were probably times my parents could have wrapped my sisters in cotton wool a bit more. But my sisters wanted to live. They wanted to go and do these things and get out there. So my parents encouraged that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Growing up as well, what are some of the memories that you hold close now of them, and especially, you know, I don't mean introducing, but you're introducing a sibling to Willoughby.
I think, well, I don't know necessarily certain things. I think just having siblings in your life, it's only after I kind of lost my sisters that you kind of realise how good having them around was. I think one thing I wish I could change is the point that they left my life. I was 16, 18, so I only had kind of growing up teenage relationship with them, where I was kind of the annoying younger brother, you know what I mean? They were out learn to drive and live their own life. So I would have loved to have had a relationship with them sort of now, or mid-20s, because I think your relationship changes so vastly with a sibling as you get older. I would have loved to have had that. And in terms of experiences or memories, like even just strange little things, like I remember being at school and I would always, if it was an assembly, I would hear their cough, and you know their cough. I think it must be like a kind of weird CF thing where you can recognise people's coughs. Even just strange little things like that I miss. And in terms of introducing Willoughby with a sibling, I don't know, I think life's very short, right? You don't know exactly what's around the corner, and that applies to anything, whether you're born with an illness or not. So I think just make the most of every minute you have with your loved ones, and try and make as many memories as you can.
Yeah, because you're right, like life is short, and no one really knows, do they, if you've got a condition or not, what's around the corner. The modulators that came out that you heavily kind of campaigned and advocated for, they still only affect 90% of people, and not, not, there's still 10% of people that aren't just a statistic, they're people, which in a way they're in a kind of similar situation that your sisters maybe were in, that there wasn't the medication, or the medication doesn't work for them.
It must be unbelievably hard. It must be even harder. At least when my sisters were alive, it was kind of, this is the best we have. But to know that there are drugs which work better for 90% of people with CF, it must be so difficult.
Yeah, and that's why we're fundraising for research for them as well, and to talk to them. When you were obviously planning a family and things like that, was it something you had to think about in terms of being a carrier or anything like that, in terms of checking if your children may have CF?
Yes, for sure. I knew that I was a carrier. I've known that. Well, my mum got told when I was born, I think, that I was most likely a carrier. So I always had in the back of my brain that was the case. When I got to the point of life of thinking about starting a family with Lucy, it was obviously a topic that I had to cover with her, which is, I mean, not exactly a normal way of going around things, but we obviously wanted to try and alleviate the issue. So she had the carrier test. Luckily, she was not a carrier, so that was kind of the end of the issue, and it was kind of just crack on and see what happens. I mean, if she was a carrier, then it obviously would have opened up a whole different can of worms and a whole different avenue of what happens and ifs and buts. So we were very fortunate in that sense. But it was definitely something we had to think about and address, and definitely a different start to the baby making process than most people might have.
Yeah, definitely. And even though there are, like I said, these modulators and things, like you never know if the mutation's a rare one and things like that. So it's still hard for parents with children who are diagnosed now, but I guess more optimistic.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the crazy thing about cystic fibrosis. It's not, oh, if you have cystic fibrosis, these are your symptoms. Everyone's so different. everyone has all these different bugs. Certain things work on some people. Other people have sort of different worse digestive issues, or some people are more diabetic or get diabetic. Some people don't. I mean, it's such a varied illness that there's no kind of one diagram fits all.
Yeah, it's super complex. I was chatting to a researcher from the European Cystic Fibrosis Conference that's happening in Lisbon today, and they were saying how more complex it is the longer people live and things like that. If we kind of talk a little bit about the fundraising you've done some pretty epic things. You've climbed Mount Kilimanjaro and you've run London marathons, things like that. Talk to me about what Kilimanjaro was like. I have a friend doing that in a few months, I think. But yeah, what was that experience like? And did you have to train for it? Was it hard?
Kilimanjaro is amazing. Anybody who is listening who is umming and ahhing whether to take on a challenge such as that, I would definitely put that one forward. It's so good. It's good because it's challenging. You're out of your comfort zone, but you can do it with people. A marathon is very solo training, training in the dark, and like many hours on your own. Whereas Kilimanjaro, the experience and being there with people. I did it with a close friend of mine who was there throughout. Obviously, my sister's passing away. One of my sister's friends, one of my parents' friends joined us, and another family friend. So a real mix of people that I initially speak to every day of life. So it was nice, and a nice bonding experience. So I recommend it massively. In terms of the experience itself, training-wise, I'm a reasonably fit individual, but I did do some altitude training in London. There's a place called the Altitude Centre, and they can you can go into a pressurized cabin, which is I think 2,700 meters, and you can do kind of walking exercise on a treadmill or on a bike. Just get your body used to what it is like to be exerting yourself in that sort of altitude, which I think definitely helped. I don't think you have to do those. I just did it because I was trying to fundraise as much money as possible, and I didn't want to let people down, mostly when I did it. I didn't want to be like, oh, thank you for all your money, I didn't actually make it. I just thought it'd be a bit crap. So did that, which I don't know if it helped me or not. And in terms of how hard it is, the first few days is not hard because you go up and then you come down a bit. So you climb up in the day and then you come down a bit to sleep. So the whole time you're acclimatizing, and you slowly get higher and higher. So every time you sleep, so if you sleep like an 8 or 10 hours sleep, probably 8 hours there, that's 8 hours of sleeping at altitude. So you are slowly acclimatizing the whole time. And then you get to base camp, and then you have like a 3-hour sleep, and then it's like, right, 11 o'clock tonight, we're setting off for the summit.
Oh.
Yeah, it's quite raw. And the summit push is so different to the rest of the week. The rest of the week, you're kind of wandering around, talking, everyone's like chilled, and you're like, this is quite easy, just like a standard afternoon trekking. And then the summit night is quite brutal, I'm not going to lie. But I feel like it's kind of what you want. You need something, because it makes the challenge feel real, and then when you finish it, you have such a better feeling inside, because you're like, actually, I really had to work for that one. So yeah, we set off at 11, and I think I can't remember off the top of my head, I think we summited about 6 a.m. So it took about 7 hours. And at the start of that, everyone's super positive, talking, going wild, and then after about 4 hours, and it's dark and it's cold, there's no talking, everyone's just head down, following the pair of boots in front. But when you get to the top, it's an amazing moment, and it was quite emotional to get up there, especially with my loved ones. We raised I can't remember actually now how much we raised. I think 30,000 pounds. So we raised a decent amount.
Yeah.
So it was an amazing experience. And as I said, I can't recommend it enough to anybody who is thinking of dipping their toe into a bit of mountaineering to raise money.
Yeah. I don't think it's something I feel like it's you're camping. I don't like camping, so that would be the thing that puts me off, not the walking.
I mean, if you don't like camping, it's not the one.
Not the one. Maybe that could be the sponsor.
I don't think glamping or hotels have quite made it up the side of Tanzania mountain yet.
No, maybe the next thing I'd do as a sponsor could just be sleeping outside in a tent. I hate it. A bit about your career. So people kind of know you from Made in Chelsea.
Yeah.
So that was like 2015, 2016. So how old were you when you were filming then?
Oh, God, you make me feel old. I was 25. Yeah, 25 when I went on it.
And how did
That
it?
seems so long ago now. It's actually scary.
10, yeah.
Years ago. Wowza.
How did it come about for you to get involved with the show, and when it was not known about, what was it being kind of sold as to you that you were like, yeah, let's go for it?
Well, I did know about it. In that era, it was kind of in its heyday. So
Yeah.
I think when it first came out, everyone watched Ben Chelsea, so everyone kind of knew about it. I didn't. Basically, they message you. I think they stalk people that are basically on the show. I think they basically see who they're hanging around with, and then they just slide in. In that day, it was a Facebook slide in because Instagram wasn't a thing. And then I was friends with a lot of people who were already on it. I was in the same friendship circle. And they're obviously always looking for new people, especially new single people that they can ruin their lives, I suppose. Foolish young single people. How can we mess with their lives? So for a while I said no, I'm not interested in doing it, and then I guess potentially due to what I've been through with my sisters, I have this attitude of if you don't try something, you're never going to know.
Yeah.
And I kept telling myself, I was like, I don't want to be 45. It's funny how I say that 10 years ago, it's actually quite close now, actually closer to 45. But I mean, sometimes I don't want to be 45 mowing my lawn one day and thinking, I wonder if I did that, how my life would be different. So I thought, let's just go for it. Dive in and see what happens. So I went to meet with them. And then the next thing they say, okay, do you want to film on Monday? And that was in 3 days' time. I was like, okay, let's go with that then. And then the next thing you know, you've got cameras there and you're having to talk about things, and yeah, it's very bizarre.
Well,
Very hard to be natural.
Yeah, I was going to say, was it staged much, and did you get used to the cameras being there when you were having like conversations with people?
Was it staged? Like staged as in you're kind of told where you are, where to stand, and who you're going to be talking with. Everything that comes out of your mouth is what obviously whatever you want it to be. But they have kind of narratives of what direction they want things to go. Otherwise, it'd just be a free-for-all of not a lot happening. In terms of cameras being there, very difficult to get used to that. I'm not going to lie. You suddenly become... It's amazing. You're messing around with your mates beforehand, and then you think, oh, this will be easy. And then the cameras are there, and they say, right, film. And then you're like, I've got no words. My words have all gone. I don't know what to say. And then they throw in a girl that you know, and then they're like, okay, chat her up, and you're like, but I'm sober, and it's the middle of the day. That's quite difficult.
I mean, I feel like I was maybe a bit too young for it.
You missed out on some fine TV.
Maybe I'll go back and binge watch it when I've finished this 24 hours. But was it?
I wouldn't do that. You definitely got better things to do in life than that.
But was it? Like, obviously it was, because it was big. I do remember hearing about it, but because it was big, it completely would have changed your life, wouldn't it, in terms of you going out and socialising and people being like, oh, James, can I have a photo?
Yeah, in the early days, for sure, it was a bit like that, which is obviously bonkers, because it's not like I suddenly was like famous for being an amazing musician or being good at sport. It's kind of unjust that people then want photos with. It's like I've done literally nothing. I've just stood in front of a camera. So this is a bit undeserved. But yeah, it's all quite very surreal, a bit strange, but I guess one of those things you're thrown in at the deep end and it's sink or swim, I suppose.
Yeah, but...
And I mean, only positives came out of it. I can't really talk about this section without saying I met my wife on that show, so...
I was going to say, that was how you met you. Did you know her beforehand or mixed with the same circle, or...?
No, I'd never met her. Sorry, I'm getting savaged by something under the table. No, I'd never met Lucy. The first time, when I joined it, she wasn't actually on the show. She'd left. So I didn't think I would even be speaking to her. And then I think my second ever day filming, or my second ever scene, they threw her at me. It was like,
oh, wow.
They thought, throw some fresh meat at Lucy and see if she can see what happens. And then, yeah, I didn't say a lot. I figured it was best to probably be a bit of a mute and say nothing than say something really stupid. So
yeah,
I didn't say much. And it obviously worked, because 11 years later, we're here on holiday with our 2 babies.
That's really nice. Yeah.
One in the oven.
So you'd still do it again, obviously?
Yes. I'm not a massive advocate for people wanting to grow up and say, I want to be an influencer or I want to be on reality TV. but I can't say I would not do it. Yes.
So what's happening now for you? What are you working on? What's next? That kind of thing, other than another baby.
Work-wise, it's quite mundane. We have a renewable energy company, and I work with my parents. So I'm quite fortunate with that my parents are my boss, which is quite nice, quite chilled. That sort of things are ticking along all good. And then I suppose, I think there's a strange thing when you are expecting a baby or your wife's pregnant. You're in this kind of, not really limbo, but you're kind of every day kind of counting down to this new arrival in life. And then the first 2 months of having a newborn is quite interesting. Life definitely takes a different turn. So I think we're just excited to meet our daughter. Oh, shouldn't have said that.
Well, that's
our next child. I'm excited to meet our next child. And then, we don't plan on having any other children, so that will be our family unit complete. And then, excited to get at life.
Yeah, and I guess some other fundraising things that you'll do. Last couple of questions, because I know you're probably going to go out for a lovely Mediterranean meal or
yes, exactly that.
whatever. So I do really appreciate your time. What are your hopes for the future of CF, for the CF community and for people with CF?
Well, I guess for a start, it would be amazing to have drugs that work for everybody. So there's not some people who are having to miss out on such amazing drugs. But I guess lifelong, the ultimate goal is a total cure, right? In what capacity that will be, I don't know. But it would be amazing for this illness to not affect, if people are born with it, then to not affect your life as much as it does. And then I guess at some point in the future, for it not to maybe be an illness full stop, and it's people can be born without it. But I think fundamentally, in short term, just letting people who have cystic fibrosis have the best quality of life and the closest thing to a normal life as possible would be amazing. And I guess the only way we can do that is through awareness and funds. I mean, as you mentioned, when I was younger and my sisters were alive, it seemed a million miles away that there would be a miraculous drug that you can take that can do such amazing things. And in what seems like a very short period of time, these things did happen. So who knows what can happen, to be honest. There's amazing doctors and there's amazing people raising money. So possibilities are endless, really.
Yeah.
But I would love for there not to be parents losing children, siblings obviously losing siblings, because no one should have to go through that in life. And these illnesses affect such innocent souls. It's just not really fair, is it?
No. Next week is CF week, and the CF Trust's theme is one diagnosis, 11,000 realities, because there's about 11,300 people in the UK who have CF. I know obviously you don't have CF, but what would you say is or was your reality, your CF reality, when it came to kind of living around cystic fibrosis?
I think just the constant struggle. People with CF, there never is an off like switch, or every minute of every day you are struggling or fighting something to do with cystic fibrosis. I was obviously, as you know, fortunate that I didn't have it, so I could go and play football, I could go running, do all these things, and then I would come back to the reality of my sisters still kind of having to do physio every night, on nebulizers, taking all these pills, constantly having a cough or having these hospital visits. So I think it's just the reality that it's very, very easy to, if you don't have it, to kind of get on with your life and forget how hard a struggle it actually is if you've got a child with it, or if you have it yourself. It's just a constant battle. And I think people with CF have an amazing ability to actually hide how hard things do get or how hard things can be. I think it's an amazing trait that you guys are born with, that, I don't know, you just put on a smiley face and you light up a room and you just get on with it. And it is amazing, to be honest. But I think, people need to be aware that actually it's constantly a fight.
Yeah, even with these new drugs, it's still that.
Of course, yeah. That's the thing. You don't want people to think, oh, well, those people are fine now. They've got that new miraculous drug. It's still hard, right?
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you very much.
What way to make it harder than stay awake for 24 hours doing a podcast?
Yeah, it is. Well, I just thought, because I don't like running, so I thought, well, I'll do this instead. But this feels, yeah.
Talk me through your tactics. Have you done any training? Got any sleep?
Have I done any
training going on?
Well, I used to do night shifts a couple of years back, so I'm not as daunted by it. I've got people coming in person to chat to me in the middle of the night to kind of keep me awake. Yeah. And then yeah, I've just got some great food. My mum's a nutritionist, so she's bringing me like good food to keep me going. And just adrenaline. Every time someone speaks to me and I chat to them, it's new energy from people. So that kind of, you know, I don't think I could talk to the same person for 24 hours.
Yeah, I guess your focus goes into kind of asking those questions and having to hold up a podcast, right? So you can't really slack. Do you have any tactics or any little sleeps, or are you just going to power straight through?
No sleeps. No naps.
So you finish at 8 tomorrow?
10 a.m. tomorrow.
Wow.
So
what do you think the hardest hours will be?
I think like 1 till 3. Or maybe
graveyard shift.
Yeah, literally. And because the sun will have set and I'll see it coming up, which will be nice, but yeah, that time. And then around 9ish, I've got someone who's a wine expert coming who's bringing me some wine. So that'll either make me absolutely
9 a.m.
I mean, that's, yeah.
Oh, perfect.
It's not going to be 9 a.m. It's going to feel like midnight to me. So, yeah.
Yeah, true.
May as well get on it then. I don't advocate for that, though.
Yeah. And then once you're done, sleep all day. Is that the plan?
I think so. Or stay awake, a little nap in the morning, stay awake a little bit, and then just go to bed at night and lie in Sunday morning.
Glorious.
So, anyway.
I think it's amazing what you're doing. Well done. And I'm
Thank
so happy
you.
to hear that you're already nearly at your goal.
Yes, thank you very much.
I will post your Just Giving now, and hopefully we can try and tip you over the edge. And I'm sure by tomorrow you'll have raised lots of money.
Thank you so much, and enjoy your evening out. I'm sure hopefully Lucy's ready, getting ready when we were chatting. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan. Toddler's in there, she's getting ready, and then we're going to go out for some glorious dinner.
Enjoy. Well, thank you again so much.
No worries.
Amazing. I will just put this other donate page on for people to donate.
For our family, they had a bit of an awakening at how much we actually had to do and all of the different things that we had to think about in Arlo's day-to-day life as a baby and now. So that was kind of just a project to get them understanding why we do certain things and how we do certain things. But everyone, family, friends, really leaned into understanding it more and knowing more about cystic fibrosis so that they could be there for us and Arlo. I guess the biggest thing is not being able to see people when they're poorly so that they don't bring anything to Arlo, because it often knocks him for 6 if someone has a cold. It can just be a little bit harder for Arlo to clear. So winters can be tricky because you have play dates that end up moving, you know, for months on end, it seems.
Yeah. Did you know anything about CF before you had me?
I'd never heard of CF, so I didn't know what to expect. So it was a bit of a shock for me. And I had to find out what it was, really.
I'd only heard about it when the midwife had been talking about heel prick tests, and it didn't really think it was going to be something that we needed to know about or that was going to affect us. But yeah, it did.
What was the trickiest thing to get used to when you had a baby with CF?
Medications, I was taking your medications from a young age. You were quite young, so the Creon was quite easy to give it to you, but physio and things like that was quite tricky.
But did it get easier as I grew up?
Oh yeah, definitely. And you become an expert in CF very, very quickly. You almost know more than what the specialists know. They don't live with it day in, day out. So you become very good at knowing what's right for your child. That all kind of comes quite instinctively, and yeah, it gets easier. You get better at knowing when you need to have antibiotics. You get better at knowing whether you need extra physio. You get better at listening out for coughs. Yeah, and then as you get older, you become more independent and you take on making up your medication and doing your medication. So yeah, it gets much easier.
Yeah, well, that's like the same for me. Like I kind of can read my body and know its signs or when I've got a little cough coming. So yeah, yes, it's easier for both of us then.
Yeah, it's.
How do you feel about my CF now?
I think with the advances in medication that's come out, I think the prognosis is good now. Certainly from when you were born, 15 years ago was a long time ago. But now it's a good. You've got a good future ahead of you with the medication you have now, so it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it makes you who you are. So I think it's part of you, and we can't change that. And I think you manage it incredibly well.
Do you ever feel fed up that you have to live with CF?
No, never. It's had its troubling times. It's been emotional and there's some hard times, but when you pull through it, it's it's fine, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes when you're driving around different pharmacies to try and get some medication that you need, yeah. But do you know what? It's just part of life. It's part of us.
Yeah. How have you supported each other through CF? So about you?
I think we talk, we do it as a team, but it's not just the two of us. You've got family around, you've got Granny and Gramps and Nanny and Grandad who have all helped with bringing you up with CF, who've all been there, who've supported you with different things that you've needed with CF.
Try not to cry, but what makes you proud of me?
Your lust for life, your enthusiasm for everything you do. You grab the moment and you go with it.
You give anything a try, and you always give 100%.
Thank you. What advice would you give parents today who have just had a baby who has CF?
There's a great life ahead for your baby. Don't be worried. Don't be scared. Take the advice that you're given from the doctors, but always do what's right for your child, and just keep them as well as possible.
How do you feel about CF?
I love CF. I think it's really cool. It's a really cool thing to have, and it's given me loads of cool opportunities. Like, we've been on the radio, we've been on the news, in newspapers, I've done speeches. I mean, you've helped me write speeches, and it's really cool. I think it's given me more than I would have thought it did.
Makes you who you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I am going to be back in a little bit, but I wanted to further show you the conversation that I had with Derek and Graham, who are the Great North Run runners that run with the bridge. It is incredible. So I'm going to play you a short conversation that I had with them. Enjoy what they have to say.
You're wearing a bridge, so I feel like lots of people will be thinking,
what material, what size? Is it a bit like a pantomime horse that one's one end of the bridge and one's the other? Like, can we kind of can you describe the bridge?
It's solid steel.
So it's heavy as well?
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not solid steel. It would be good if it was. No, it's made out of plywood. It was interesting. The first year we did it, it was about the same weight as Ewan was at the time, which was about 25 kilograms.
Wow.
It's about there's a gap of about 9 feet, maybe 10, between Graham and I when we're running. So if you imagine two guys carrying a stretcher, but instead of a stretcher, it's basically a scale model of the Tyne Bridge, and it sounds really geeky, this, but it is a 2 scale. It's a 1:72 scale, so that it matches the 7 red arrows that we also have flying above the model bridge when we're running. So we always bring the red arrows with us.
I like it. I'm just looking on your Instagram now, and it's incredible. So for someone who's not from the Northeast, this bridge, and like, please don't hate on me, this bridge epitomizes the Northeast. Is it like, it's like a landmark? It's like an important bridge.
It's very important. It is a huge landmark for the region. It's an iconic part of the half marathon. It is, when you look along the River Tyne, it's sort of the makeup of all of the bridges that make up the River Tyne. The Tyne Bridge is the most iconic. It's where the red arrows fly over. Ideally every single year, but that's not always been the case. But it's the part that's on the TV the most. It's probably part of the course that's sort of the most iconic in terms of what's been photographed the most. And that's why we felt it was necessary to sort of replicate that with the model that we have, because it is so iconic to the region, but also to the event that takes place every September.
Yeah.
And also, when you're kind of, so you're not in it, you're kind of, it's strapped to you. Are you, and there's little people on the bridge. Oh my gosh, I love it.
Yeah.
So how much harder is it? You've got, oh, sorry, go on.
The little people, so we've got minifigures. I'm presumably allowed to say Lego minifigures, but most of them are Lego minifigures. And what we did, the first year we did it, we felt that the bridge looked quite bare. And obviously when you watch the Great North Run on the TV, as you do, September, Sunday morning in September, as Graham's just said, you get the images are all of there's drone footage or helicopter footage of thousands and thousands of runners, 50,000 people, 60,000 people, whatever it is, running across this iconic landmark for the Northeast. And we were in my garden. We just sort of done. We spent all the time, cutting out these pieces of plywood. It was honestly, it was an absolute pain in the bum to try and sort of build it.
I'm just going to show it as you're speaking, anyway. So then people can see it.
It was it was a bit of a pain to build, and then stick together and everything else. And we built it, and it looked great, and we were very proud of it. And then we thought, you know what, it looks really bare. So we built it in my house, and my little girl had like a lot of sort of troll figures and things like that, not necessarily fully into Lego at the age she was. And we did I can't remember what we swapped, probably some sweets for some toys. And we put minions, we had trolls, we had various other things on the bridge. And we did the race, and all the way through the race, the like people on the side of the road was like, oh my God, it's the minions. And they were like completely, it was like the bridge didn't exist. And certainly me and Graham didn't exist, but that was absolutely fine with us. But everyone was focused on the characters on the bridge. So the year later, Graham had this wonderful idea of we'll start a sort of scheme, sort of sponsorship scheme, where people could send us a minifigure representing themselves, and for a donation we would add them to the bridge. And one of my favorite things about doing this is the fact that complete and utter strangers have sent little Lego men to two random blokes in Durham who stick it on a plywood bridge and then run the Great North Run with it. But even more random than that, we've actually met some of the people who sent us figures out of 60,000 people lining up at the start of the Great North Run, and you bump into somebody who 2 months before the event has sent you a Lego man, and they're like, "Oh my God, there's me Lego man!" And at last year's race, none stranger than so we did that sort of for a couple of years, and people sent the figures in and things like that, which was great. And then we started to try and get some more traction on social media. We thought, we'll create some figures for celebrities to see if some celebrities could follow us and all this kind of thing. So there's a few sort of celebrities on the bridge now. So we've got, for instance, we've got Alan Shearer, we've got Kevin Phillips, so Sunderland and Newcastle. We've got Vicky Patterson.
So they were like happy with. So did you reach out to them, or you just?
We've reached out to quite a lot of them, and when Vicky Patterson, for instance, she got married a couple of years ago, so we put her and her husband Erkan on the bridge as a married couple in Lego minifigure style. Aww. And so we tagged her in that on Instagram, and she's sort of had a few times she's sort of interacted with the page, she shared it and stuff like that. So it's helped us sort of gain more traction and things like that. But at the run last year, we knew Dame Kelly Holmes was going to be there. So we did a minifigure of Dame Kelly Holmes, and we stood near the front, lined up to get going. And it's hard to believe this is real still, actually, but the people the well-known names and faces were walking past us, and a lady sort of shouts, "Oh my God, it's the bridge guys." And it was Dame Kelly Holmes. And she was like, and we would just sort of looked at each other like, this is just bizarre, completely insane. And one of the minifigures got on the Jeanette, who was presenting the Great North Run last year. We did a minifigure of her because she was the presenter, and we'd done Gabby Logan the year before. We'd done various others.
I love that.
And she put her Lego minifigure. And BBC Sport had the Lego minifigure that we produced, like say 2 weeks before the event, and BBC Sport are showing our Lego minifigure on the coverage of the Great North Run, and you just think, how on earth what is happening here? This is just really bizarre. But it brings it's a good laugh. It raises some money, it raises some awareness, and people seem to have really taken to the idea. And it's got to be honest, it is really good fun to do.
Yeah, no, it sounds it. So, how do you make them? Can I have one? Can I give a can I have a donation and do one?
I was actually going to mention this. So we thought, well, as a bit of a trade for inviting us onto your special podcast show, we thought we would get you a minifigure on. Actually. Yeah. So we have discussed this already, and we've called it Place on the Bridge. So the hashtag Place on the Bridge, which is well known to at least 100 or so people in the UK. You will get announced formally on our Instagram when we find a Lego minifigure, and we'll tag you in it, and that could be the sort of trade for allowing us to be part of your special podcast.
That's the closest I'm ever going to get to doing a run like that, so I'm happy with that. So when you're holding, you're like, well, you're strapped, it's on you. So when you're holding, you're like, well, you're strapped, it's on you, you're running. Obviously, it looks like it's strapped over your shoulders a bit. Do you start off like going, right, all right, Graham, let's start with our right foot, and then you're like doing it in unison? Are you do you have to match the pace from the front person? Is it a bit like in cycling where you swap round a bit so the front person gets a break? Like, that must be hard doing it together.
It can be. We've actually got quite a good rhythm doing it quite quickly. It didn't take much practice. I mean, we're being completely honest with you, Lucy, we've not done much in terms of rehearsing any of this. We took it to the pub for a laugh, and after that we just started doing the Great North Run with it. So we've not really, we've not taken any training as such that seriously, but it just works. It's hard to explain really, because the way it's strapped to us, we don't have to there's enough play on it to kind of be slightly out of time, but we start from behind Newcastle Central Station, or somewhere central in town, and we walk up to the start line carrying the bridge, which is a good few miles. So we're walking up through the centre of Newcastle, through all of the crowds of people who were either going to take part in the event or going to spectate for the day. And we have a little speaker on the bridge. So we have music playing as we're walking to the start line, and just a really little vibe, and loads of like they want photographs, they want to we ask for people to submit songs to put on a playlist. So we do a few of the things out, but in terms of the event itself, it's not as complicated as you might think for us to stay in tandem. I don't think we could run the entire thing, being completely honest. There is times where it sort of falls out of kind of rhythm a little bit, but it's okay. We give it a good go.
You've just got to stay in behind the first person. I get that's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah, we normally swap at about mile 8 or 9. So whoever's at the front for the first half will swap and go at the front for the second half, because we kind of take turns being over the finish line first.
Okay.
So we will have a switch around then and make sure somebody gets a go at being at the front for the finish.
So you've been doing this for 17 years, Derek, as in the run that you're not a runner for. And then, Graham, how many times have you done this, the Great North Run, or this? 4?
4. Yeah, I think we've done 4, Derek.
Yes, we've done.
Yes.
This is the 5th. Yeah.
This will be the 5th year that I've done it. Yeah.
So it's in September. And I guess if people, in fact, what is your Instagram name? Because people can follow, can't it? Oh, it's GNR Tynebridge, right?
That's right. Yeah. So Great North Run, sort of abbreviated Tynebridge. Yeah.
And like I said, it's part of Team Ewan. And yeah, people can go over there and then find your Just Giving page as well to donate. If they have not got enough of donating to me, they can donate to you. And
I think we'll be quite nice. For those people who are obviously tuning into your podcast, and good luck with that, because that is some feat to do this for 24 hours.
Absolutely.
If there are people out there listening or watching this and they want to send us a Lego minifigure, just tell them to get in touch on Instagram, send us a message, and we'll do what we can. And I think to sort of add to Derek's point around the Lego, the Place on the Bridge initiative that we have, it's not just about sticking little Lego characters to the bridge, because everybody who's submitted something we put them on the bridge to highlight that they're raising money for their cause as well. So we're doing this for CF Trust, but there's other people, there's tens of thousands of people doing this for other causes too. So we've tried to make the bridge a kind of an element that it just sort of centralizes the mission that everybody's on to try and raise money for charity. So if anybody is running for CF Trust this year and they want to send us a figure, we'll put it on the bridge and with their name on. And then, for anybody else who's watching this just because of charitable causes they're raising money for, more than happy for them to reach out, and we'll do something to try and sort of make sure that they're recognized in their efforts of what they're trying to do and raise money for their charities across any event that it is. But we've got a good mix now on the bridge of Lego characters who have all largely taken part or been involved with the Great North Run in some way, shape, or form. But it's more than just sort of sticking guys to the bridge with a hot glue gun.
Yeah. I mean, I really like the name of it as well. So when I am halfway through the couch to 5K, that's all I'm doing with my life. Which is still hard. I think a lot of people with who knew about CF or knew it was in the media think that since the new modulator therapies came out that it was a cure, but it's most definitely not. But still, like doing exercise and things like that. Hi everyone and welcome back. If you're just listening now to my 24-hour podcast, we are 8 hours in and I can't do a third of the way. You'll see that I have a hat on, and that's because of the sponsor we've got, who is Precision Fuel and Hydration. They're kindly sponsoring this episode of the podcast. So Precision Fuel and Hydration is a sports nutrition brand and methodology designed to help endurance athletes personalise their carbohydrate, electrolyte and fluid intake to match their unique physiology. Now, rather than relying on generic guidelines, it replaces guesswork with scientific data. Please visit precisionhydration.com to find out more. But I'm also going to be talking now to my next guest, who I'm really excited to talk to, because when we had a quick phone call, it was about half an hour. So we're going to have a really good chat. And Richard, who I'm going to introduce in a moment, also uses Precision Hydration. So it'll be great to hear how they have helped. Here I am, I've got my water bottle, and I've got some of the products. Got some of the products. But I am going to leave Richard to explain those in a moment. Let's just look on YouTube to see messages and things like that. It's been great for you all sending them in all through the day so far. So we've got people saying I'm doing amazing. Well, thanks. I'm really stiff, everyone, right now. I cannot move really well. I am so tired of sitting down. People are saying like they've really loved the guests and keep going. I'm doing good. Well, thank you. The voice isn't doing too bad at the moment. Right, let me just see what we're doing. Fine. Okay. Now, joining me is Richard Hunter. Richard is someone you might not know, but you'll be delighted in hearing at the end of this hour. I don't know him too well at this point, but I already know that we are going to stay in touch. And we've got a very similar outlook to having CF. So I do hope anyway that after this as well, Richard will stay in touch with me, as I'd love that. So yeah, welcome, Richard. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
Yeah, no, thank you for doing it. I want you to tell me a little bit more about yourself before we talk about how Precision Hydration has helped you. But before we start, there is exciting things happening with you, and people who are listening and watching may see a massive camera behind Richard. That's because Richard is making the starring in a documentary about cystic fibrosis and what he's doing, which I'll talk about a little bit more. So this is hopefully going to make the cut for a little bit of the documentary. So we've got all the tech going for this, and yeah. So let's just rewind, and you can start by telling me a little bit about like growing up with CF, what it was like for you, you know?
Yeah, so what about me? My name's Richard, I'm 42, which feels like quite an old man in CF years. And I was diagnosed at 6 months old, and I was diagnosed because my brother, who passed away in 1998, he had cystic fibrosis and he was diagnosed at 2.5. And
wow.
Then I came along just after he was diagnosed, so quite lucky in that respect.
That was when I was born, 1998.
Yeah, so Rob died when he was 15 and I was 13. I told you I was an old man. And what was growing up with CF like? It's completely different to what it was like today, as in I was quite lucky. I never really needed hospital treatment until I was about 13 or 14 was the first time I went in, so I was able to escape going into hospital as a young child. But life was pretty good. My parents just treated me normally, you know. I was able to do what I wanted to do. I was able to get out and play football, and I absolutely loved riding bikes, even back then, BMXing. So yeah, I was just able to have freedom and just go out and do what I wanted to do, and it was never really an issue.
And you have done lots of things to do with exercise and things like that. So in terms of now with your CF, and did you have that point where you dipped, or you I feel like,
Yeah. So no, do you know what? I've been very, very, very lucky, like very lucky, and that I was kind of able to get away with doing the bare minimum until I was about 30. That didn't mean I just sat around and abused myself. That wasn't the case. I was always really into exercise. I was always really into sport. So throughout childhood, I used to play football, BMX, ride my bike a lot. And then when I got through uni, and then I ran a marathon in 2009, which was a bit of a disaster. And then after that, so I ran the marathon in 2009, and that finished in April. And then I did nothing for about 4 or 5 months, and I had a pending hospital appointment. And I was like, oh, they're really going to go mad at me because I've done nothing. So I went out and bought a road bike, just to be able to say to them, oh, look, I bought this bike, I'm going to start doing this. And then fell in love with it. So, throughout my late 20s, I was riding a lot, but obviously with CF, pre-Kaftrio. And then when I hit 30, it became quite difficult. I could no longer maintain I had to start doing some work to look after myself. I had to start doing some physio, and treating the illness with probably the respect it deserved.
Yeah.
But as I was getting older, I got Kaftrio when I was 36.
Wow. Did you feel like that was just at the right time, or like it caught you where you needed, or would you have? Obviously, it would have been better to have it earlier, but if you see what I mean.
To be honest, it was perfect timing, because I was finding it really difficult to maintain my lung function. As in, it was always pretty decent, but it was just starting to slip a little bit, and it was getting harder to maintain, and the burden of treatment was becoming more. I was having quite a lot of blood episodes where I was coughing up quite a lot of blood, so I was having to go in for embolizations into the hospital quite a lot. So it was becoming harder and harder and harder, and then just really at the right time when I was thinking, this is becoming really quite hard now. But don't get me wrong, some people have this at 18 or 20 or 21.
Yeah.
I was 36, so I count my blessings, and I'm very lucky in that way. But for me, it came along at a really good time. But I really had to work hard. Everyone works hard. I appreciate that. But I was really lucky that I fell in love with cycling, and I fell in love with sport, and that was I was kind of able to maintain what a good quality lung function through sport and exercise. Because if it was left to physio, I don't know what would have happened.
So you really value exercise and the impact that has. I guess not everyone likes exercise, do they? Sometimes it feels like a chore, but like I was speaking to someone earlier today, it's doing what you love and doing that.
Yeah. I can't tell you how lucky I am that I found the sport that I loved. And cycling, road cycling is that. As in, I think about it every day. I do it most days. Yeah, it can be a burden, but quite often it was always okay. I finish work, and then I get on the bike and I train. As in, and before it was for my lungs, and it felt like a second job. It was a second job, but now I do it. It's almost still ingrained in me that you have to work this hard. I know now I don't necessarily have to work as hard as I do. But I can't get it out of my system. It's now like part of my DNA that I need to work as hard as I can and push myself. And I quite like it. I quite like it being painful. If it was too easy, it wouldn't have given me the satisfaction it does. So I quite like it when it's really hurting me, and I don't know where how much I'm pushing myself.
Yeah. I guess that's like me doing this 24-hour thing. I don't run. I mean, I'm doing a bit of the couch to 5K a little bit, but I don't like running. And this whole idea came about when I heard someone saying, oh, I'm doing this mega running challenge. And I thought, oh, I couldn't do that. But I could maybe talk or maybe do silence. That could be the next thing. But yeah, the passion that you've got for it is what keeps you going. A couple of people ago, someone had the idea about, I have an exercise bike, so I'm going to bring that in here for like a little bit to just move my legs, because I can't tell you how stiff I feel. I feel like I'm going to be so much in pain. But yeah, you definitely have a similar outlook to me with CF in terms of being optimistic with what you're dealt, even if it's, you're going through hard times. I was 20 when I went really unwell. I was in hospital with bacterial and fungal infection, and nothing was improving. And I remember being in there for 3.5 weeks, and my mum spoke about it earlier on the podcast, and I remember thinking, well, this must be what deterioration feels like. And actually, it was the first time I'd thought, yeah, I always have CF and have the symptoms, but it was the first time I thought, yeah, I'm going down.
It's strange, isn't it? Because funny enough, you've mentioned I'm involved in this documentary, and as part of this documentary, I've come to Malta.
Which is where you are now. Is it nice?
Where I am now, yes, it's nice. It's quite warm. I'm not complaining. But I was talking to someone for the documentary with CF, and she said something that was I hadn't thought of, and it's true that what. One year you think, okay, something happens, like you cough up blood, and it's kind of, oh, this is like the first time it's happened, and it becomes unique. And then a year later, that thing is happening 3 or 4 times that year, or 5 times that year, and the progression where you think, oh, actually, I wasn't there before, but now I'm here. You can see that deterioration.
Yeah.
And I think of it actually, like I said, I'm very lucky. That exercise kept me so well for so long before I had to actually start doing physio and doing other stuff.
Yeah.
But I never really had too much of a morning cough, and then I started getting older. Okay, the morning coughs come in. I'm coughing up more throughout the day. I'm going to bed and I'm coughing, and it's that constant reminder of you've got CF. And maybe you haven't done enough today to look after yourself.
Yeah.
So the deterioration is scary. But actually, when Kaftrio came along, it was just such a godsend. I mean, it's such a fantastic drug.
So this summer, you're taking part in the Tour de Mont Blanc Cyclo, a one-day, 330-kilometre ultra-mountain cycling event with over 8,300 metres of elevation gain across France, Italy and Switzerland. And you say the event's likely to take you 19 hours. What?
Well, listen, I could sign up and do a 24-hour podcast, which is probably worse for me. Yeah, no, this is crazy. As in,
yeah.
Obviously, I'm a cyclist. Normal people without cystic fibrosis don't want to do this event. I mean, why would you? It's going to be hard. There's going to be some low points. There'll be some high points as well. And I love it. Like I like this event is going to test me, obviously physically, and this is where these guys come in. But mentally as well. When you're 13, 14 hours in, and you've still got another two mountains to climb, and another 30, 40 miles to cycle, and you've already done 150 miles. How are you gonna cope? You're gonna just quit. But I don't think it's ingrained in people with CF to quit.
No.
I find it very difficult to just sit back and say, okay, well, I'm just going to let what's happened, let the cards I've dealt with rule me. This isn't how I am, and I think a lot of people with CF are the same way, as in we're determined. So yeah, it's a big event, but I'm super excited for it.
I know, it is a big event, and when I was looking at the stats and I was like, oh, so you're going to France, Italy and Switzerland, nice. Then I was thinking, oh yeah, over 8,000 metres of elevation, hard. I would do the France, Italy and Switzerland as a holiday, but you're doing it in a day as well. Now, we'll talk about the physical and the mental, but, I mean, like you said, for someone without CF, this is hard. It's like the Lakeland 50 and the Lakeland 25 near me. These people running 50 miles. It's like, why are you doing it? Why are you doing it to yourself? Are you doing it for the challenge? What is the first thing that comes into your head as to why you're doing it?
Because I can, well, because I think I can do it. That's why I want to do it, and I want to keep pushing myself. You know, I love cycling. I love cycling in the mountains. I've done other events in the past, but nowhere near as like stupid as this. You know, I like pushing myself to the edge. You know, I've done the London Marathon three times. I quite like running. My knees hate it. I quite like it. And I've got this thing is that I don't want to enjoy it. As in, I hate, you know, like I want it to be horrible. I want it to hurt. As in, so, you know, my wife, my fantastic wife, I think she's done about 13 marathons now. And on the day, she's like, no, you know, I've done the training, now I want to enjoy it. Well, it's just completely the opposite to me. I don't want to enjoy it. I want to absolutely ruin myself. And then I'll get the satisfaction at the end of the day that I've actually done it. As in, if I cross the line and it's been too easy, I'll be really annoyed with myself.
That's such an interesting outlook, that you kind of want to punish your body.
Yeah.
So physically, this is where precision fuel and hydration come into it, because they have these effective effervescent electrolyte tablets. Now, when I was chatting to the chief, Andy, of the company,
Yeah.
he's great, isn't he?
He's a lovely guy.
He was saying that they're great for us with CF because of this high sodium content. And this isn't something I've talked about on this podcast yet, about how people with CF have a faulty sodium channel, which basically means that our ciliated epiphyseal cells should be floating like this, and they don't because of this faulty sodium channel. So it's like the gate doesn't open in our cells to push the salt through and the ions and all of that. And the new modulator that you and I benefit from opens the gate and pushes it out. And that's what we need for our mutation. So when I was, still, if I'm hot, if I've done exercise and my husband gives me a kiss on the cheek, it's salty. And we lose salt. I still take salt tablets. You know, if I'm in a hot country, these salt tablets, what a godsend they are. And so when Andy told me about these, now I'm not an extreme athlete like you and an endurance athlete. They did say I could try them like throughout the day here as well to see how they do, but it's if you lose a lot of salt, these are really... Do you want to explain how they work and how they help you?
Yeah, completely. So,
which do you use, by the way, and I'll hold it up? Is it 1,000?
So I use the 1500. But it's a very interesting story with precision. So I'll start how I got in contact with them. So back in 2015, I did an event called the Étape de Tour in the French Alps. It was about 100 miles, and it was about 4,500 meters of climbing. So basically almost half of what I'm going to do in next month. And after about 3 hours, I cramped, and I cramped badly. You know, I was with a guy who rushed to a table at a restaurant as we were passing up the mountain. Who went and stole one of their salt shakers to give to me so I could basically eat the salt. Somehow I endured the rest of the ride, but I couldn't push it. And when I crossed the line, I thought I was going to be that person that sometimes does an event and dies at the end of it. I was convinced because I've been in so much pain for about 6 hours, but I was determined to finish. But I crossed the line, laid down, and then everything cramped, even my stomach muscles, my legs. So they took me to the makeshift hospital and gave me a couple of sodium, a couple of drips to, give me some life back. And then about a week later, I was thinking, I love these events, but how am I going to carry on doing them? Because my body clearly doesn't like or want me to do anything over 3 or 4 hours. So I was geeking out through my cycling magazine, and I saw an advert for Precision Fuel and Hydration, and I called them up. And we got chatting, and they were like, they knew about CF, and ironically...
Isn't that great as well, though?
Yeah, it's incredible, because funny enough, for the same test where you test for sodium, you know, if they suspect you have CF, they do a salt test, which is where they check how much sodium is in your sweat. And if it's at a high level, the chances are you've got cystic fibrosis. So I think the level is if you're under 50, you probably don't have cystic fibrosis.
Yes.
If it's above 50, they'll do some tests. But if it's over 60, you've got cystic fibrosis.
Yeah, and that's interesting because of on Aleph Trek and on CAF Trio, mine is down. I think it's around 60-59 now, borderline, but obviously I still have it. But yeah.
Yeah. So I did a test with them, and so I went up to Precision, their headquarters, a couple of weeks ago to do some testing, and we were talking about that 2015 test, and one of the guys there, Sam, who was looking after me, said I think they've done over 30,000 tests since the company originated, and I was one of, or if not the highest person with the highest sodium level in their sweat, and that was around about 120. So,
and how did you feel like when they said that? I mean, I've had instances where people have said, "Oh, that's the highest," or "That's the most abnormal thing I've ever seen," and I'm sometimes like, "Thanks."
To be honest, I was like, "Well, I've got cystic fibrosis,
Yeah.
haven't I? So what does it matter?" As in,
Obviously, you'll have it. Yeah.
it's going to be high. I knew it was high because I couldn't, So previously, I did the marathon in 2009. And I got to about 14 miles and cramped really badly again. So I had to hobble round to finish. So I knew my body didn't like doing these events. So I did the test with them. It was obviously off the scale. It was off the scale. And they just gave me a salt plan. They said, go and do this. As in, this will help you do this.
Wow.
And it was incredible. As in, I listened to them. And I haven't cramped since. But interestingly about the sodium levels, so about 2 years ago, I took part in a study at Portsmouth University. It involved cycling and heat chambers, so I put my hand up to it. And they retested me during that study, and my level had gone from, so pre-CAF Trio, it was 120. Then it went down to 93 on CAF Trio. And a couple of weeks ago, I went to the Precision Fuel and Hydration headquarters again, and they retested me, and I'm now down to 67. So I've lost 45% less.
Wow.
Which is, it's incredible because again now we can reset what I need to take during the rides.
Yeah.
So I don't have to, take too many. I can keep it level. So, but it's incredible. But no, it's kind of like you want to know the facts. You know this is happening. So what do I do about it? And they were really happy. They were knowledgeable. They knew exactly what I needed to do, and gave me the advice. And it really helped. So I could then actually start going out and pushing myself more to do these silly events.
And that's good how they test you, and they're not just a company that's like, here, take these and use them. They feel really specific and personalised. And I feel if they seem really specific and personalised, and I feel like if I was an athlete wanting something with CF or without, these guys are the people to go to.
Even without cystic fibrosis, the number of professional athletes and teams that go to this company and use them. I mean, I went to their headquarters. They've got jerseys, they've got running tops from all these like world famous, world class athletes who go and use their products.
Yeah.
They work. I mean, I'm not just saying it; they really work.
Yeah.
So no, they're good. I mean, so a couple of weeks ago, like I said, I went down. They did the salt test. They then put me in their heat chamber, and I cycled for an hour to work out how many liters of sweat I lose every hour. So
wow.
If I go in the Alps in the summer, it can get to like 35, 40 degrees. And they said, okay, well, if it's at 40 degrees, you need to drink at least 1.7 litres an hour to replace what you're doing. And then they'll give you a plan to say, okay, it's earlier in the morning, you don't need to drink as much, this will be fine. But if it does get this hot, you need to be doing that. It's really specific. And it's, there's a lot of guesswork sometimes in these events. And you can get away with it in some events, but for the Tour de Mont Blanc, you can't. You need to be pretty accurate about what you're doing and what you're taking, because if you make a mistake quite early on, you're probably not going to be able to recover from it. So it's all about knowing what you're supposed to be doing and actually doing it.
Do you think are you going to be the first person with CF to do it?
I've got no idea.
Oh.
I'm just a normal guy with.
Yeah.
I'm just a normal guy with CF. You know, I'm not a professional athlete. I'm just a guy that likes hurting myself, and I'm in love with a sport. So there could be people that have done it before. I've got no idea. If they have, if they can get in touch and tell me what it was like, that'd be great.
Well, how nice that it's in warmer countries as well. You're not just doing it in England.
Yeah. Well, we went out a couple of weeks ago when we had the heat wave in the UK
to train.
Yeah, and again, listen to Precision doing Hydration's advice, and I did. Wasn't too much. It was like 110 miles, but it was hot. It was like 35 degrees, and I come back. My jersey's, it's caked in salt, but I've been able to replace the salt.
Yeah.
So I'm quite conscious. So a couple of years ago, I did the Adapter Tour again, and this time I didn't cramp at all. But my jersey was caked in salt, as in it was bad. And people were coming up to me on the climbs going, God, your jersey's the worst I've seen so far in terms of like salt staining, which worries me, because I'm thinking, am I doing enough of it? But I stick to the plan and it works. And you can do these, 120, 130. Even last year I cycled from the Isle of Sheppey in Kent to Weston-super-Mare in a day. That was 205 miles, no cramping. It's all good. So my advice, if you've got CF, even if you haven't got CF but you find that you sweat a lot or you have a tendency to cramp, go and speak to these guys. They'll sort you out for sure.
I love that. Yeah, definitely. And so this concept for your documentary is partly why you're in Malta. It's to document your training journey, but not only the physical preparation, but like the realities of living with CF, the treatment, the mental resilience, the evolving landscape of care. And I think it's going to be really exciting. I mean, what a great idea to do. It'll help raise awareness of the condition as well. But what was it that made you really want to make a documentary about it?
So two things, so I'm involved in the documentary. So I wanted to talk about how, the documentary isn't about cystic fibrosis. This is how my director says it. It's not about cystic fibrosis. It's about a guy called Rich who happens to have cystic fibrosis.
Yeah.
And it talks about my life, what it was like growing up with cystic fibrosis, what it was like having a brother who had cystic fibrosis but who died from it. How we compare to each other. How in reality he suffered a lot more than I ever have, and with it. What it was like growing up with cystic fibrosis, trying to go through, education and, trying to do what normal people try and do, but you've got this like sense of mortality that's always hanging over you in terms of, why am I doing this and why am I bothering to do this? Because, you don't know what's around the corner, but then turning that around and really then living for today and doing stuff that, that you want to do, and perhaps not worrying or saying, I'm going to do this when I'm older, I'm going to do it now, and having that kind of attitude. But so, and I thought the documentary and using the Mont Blanc cycle challenge would be a really good spine to tell that journey. But one of the most important parts of this whole documentary for me is to discuss how life has changed for so many people with cystic fibrosis because of the wonders of this Vertex drug, Kaftrio or Trikafta, or even Alphatreq, which is what I'm now on. But there's still 10% of the CF population that don't get this drug.
And isn't that hard? Because I find it hard. Because, I also host the Cystic Fibrosis Trust's podcast, but it's hard when, 90% of the community are happy and doing better, and there is this 10% that aren't just, I say it every time, but they're not just statistics, they're people who have missed out on just because the mutation's not right.
Exactly. And it's difficult because I think because 90% benefit, it's almost like, it's almost done then, isn't it? As it's almost okay. And it's not. And I feel an incredible responsibility. I'm an old man with CF. When I was growing up, you know, you were lucky to get out of childhood. And then I think growing up, the average age was 31.
That's the age I was told.
Yeah, I always wanted to hit 31. You know, and today I'm 42, and I feel a tremendous responsibility because you know, it feels to me that, you know, I've got so far because I was very lucky. I benefited from things and from experiences where people had CF and they died, and maybe then their families went out and they did marathons or they did charity events. They raised money. That money went to the trust, which then went to the drugs companies to then do the research.
Yeah.
So our health, the 90%, I feel is the foundation of that is for all those who passed before us and who are unfortunate enough, you know, for really no fault of their own, but just when they were born,
yeah,
died before they were able to benefit from Kaftrio. And now I find it's my responsibility. You know, I'm 42. I'm capable. I've got cystic fibrosis. To then do what I can to help raise awareness for this 10%. I mean, I don't know many people with CF. As in, I know a couple of people. You know, when I was growing up, you could, you know, when I was a young adult, I was at Papworth. You know, they had a pool table, they had a games room.
You all mixed.
You could hang out and you could chill out. But then after a while, you go back in and go, oh, this guy died. Remember that guy who died? And then it was a case of, okay, I probably need to like stop talking to people with CF because it you know, you reset. You know, you're going out and you're in the real world. You're trying to do what you need to do. You get sick, inevitably you go to hospital, someone's died, and then you go, oh, why am I doing this? What's the point of this?
And what was that change like? Because it's the cross-infection and being segregated has always been in my life. What was that like from having it to not?
I don't really know because I think it probably came at the right time. But I'll give you an even better story. So after my brother died in 1998, Great Ormond Street took me skiing in 1999 with a group of cystic fibrosis kids. But to be honest, and this is why I'm lucky as well. Like I went skiing with Great Ormond Street and some of their doctors, who actually I'm still in touch with the doctors today, even though they're not even part of my medical team. I still drop them an email and see how they're doing. But that experience made me fall in love with skiing. And I still do it every year, a couple of times a year. I go skiing. I'm now into heli skiing and ski touring.
Wow!
And I'm still in touch with the ski instructor, Ewan Hill, who taught me to ski back in 1988.
Gosh.
I remembered his name about 2-3 years ago. Randomly, I was like, oh, his name was that. So I went on Instagram, found him, and messaged him, and he remembered, you know, teaching these kids to ski who had cystic fibrosis. And now I go over there every year, and we spend a day or two skiing together. So CF has given me an awful lot. Obviously, it's taken a lot away. But back to your question, it probably came at the right time in terms of the room split and stuff, because I think going in there and becoming friends with people, and then those people were dying.
I couldn't think.
It wasn't good mentally for that. So, kind of keeping separation. I mean, we all had our own rooms. It's not like we shared rooms. We all had our own rooms, but there were just places to hang out, and it was cool.
Yeah, I think it's crazy how, you know, like 31 was the age that I think I was told, and I think that'll hit me when I'm 31. That you were told, but I think it's crazy how we're both talking about that like as something to aim for, like that's a particularly old age, and you know the sad fact that you're talking about being 42, like you're old. You know, like the reality is still kind of, well, within CF terms, but the reality is still there, isn't it, of ages, and I think, you know, your documentary team, your family who are over 42, who won't have ever thought about 31, 42.
But most people don't. And this
No.
is another thing which CF gives you. It gives you a different mindset to normal people. You know, and I say this a lot to people who probably think I'm a bit mad, but I work for a big company. I'm a chartered surveyor in normal life when I'm not on the bike. And I owe my company a lot because when I hit 13, I was starting to become a bit more sick, and I was starting to have to really take on this kind of treatment burden. You know, my bosses were really good to me. You know, they would let me leave at 5 o'clock. You know, they knew I had a second job, which was to look after myself. And if I didn't do that, I probably wouldn't be able to make it into work the next day. So they were absolutely fantastic. But most people think they're going to get to 90 and die in their sleep.
People take breathing for granted. Every day I wake up, I sit there, I put my hand on my chest and I go, thank you that I can breathe again. What a gift. You're right.
But it's not in their mentality. Like sometimes what happens is that, someone might hit 55 and they'll have a scare. And then they'll realise, actually, maybe I haven't been doing, maybe my mindset has been different all along.
Yes.
And my mindset is a little bit different. You know, I never thought I was, up until I started getting Kaftrio, I put into a pension for my wife. But then I was like, well, I'm not going to put in that much. Well, what do I care? I'm dead. As in, like, I'm never going to hit 60.
You're right.
So actually, when I started taking Kaftrio, I was a bit like, I need to start putting into my pension now. And I just start worrying about these things that other people have been worried about probably been worried about their whole lives. I now have to start perhaps worrying about these boring things. But the CF is, it does give you that mindset. And I count myself lucky to have that mindset.
I agree.
That I want to do something today. I want to do it now.
Yeah.
I'm not going to wait until I'm, older or I'm retired. I'm just going to be. If I want to do it, I'm just going to do it because you never know what's going to happen.
That was partly why I decided to go self-employed last year, to be able to work on my podcasts and things. And I thought, if I don't do it, I'm going to regret it. And also, I used to not fly because my lungs weren't good enough, and the cross-infection risk and all of that. And then I do now. I do wear a mask and everything, but I had to have a flight test to check I didn't need oxygen and all of that. Mm-hmm. And partly for going self-employed as well, because I thought, you know what, I had a scare last year in May. I was in hospital, and because I was in hospital with flu as well over Christmas, but it was the first time I thought, oh, actually, Kaftrio is great, but here I am in hospital. It's not a cure. People need to keep fundraising and talking about CF because this is not a cure. I'm still here and I still need IV antibiotics. And it really changed my life perspective. I really thought about, like you said, my other job, looking after myself. And your health is so important. It is the most important thing in your life. When you don't have it, you wish you did, type thing. And so I made the decision, work when I want to work, go on holiday. That's the thing. Holidays give me a lot of respite. And so I didn't want to be told no, or I didn't want to be managed by someone else. So that's kind of the moment I had with that. I just want to pause and read a few comments on YouTube that have been coming in. So someone called retrograde_arcade, who's been watching most of the day, so thank you, has said it's so nice to hear other people within the community who grew up with a sibling who also had CF. He says, I spent so many years thinking me and my brother were the only ones. And that's something as well with cross-infection when you've got siblings and things like that. And then someone else, Paul, who's a friend of mine, who I believe, I'm going to age him now, but he's in his 70s with CF. And he said, I'm feeling like a dinosaur watching this. So, Paul is amazing. So hi, Paul, if you're listening, and Retrograde Arcade as well. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
But
chapeau to you, Paul, at 70.
Yeah.
Wow, amazing.
I can't do it with that. Yeah. Now, I also feel like we have this, and everyone I've been chatting to, I was chatting to James Dunmore before you, who was from Made in Chelsea, and he said like his sisters used to light up the room, and he said there's something about people with CF, they light up every room they're in. We don't live stupidly like there's no tomorrow type thing, but we do have a real, let's just do it. You can never be too, comfortable where you are. Let's enjoy. I do really think everyone with CF has that characteristic.
I think often it's a balance. I think our outlook is, like, my outlook was always quality, not quantity. So I when I was growing up, I was saying, like, I'd rather die at 40 and live a really good life than live to 60 and really suffer for those last few years. But I often have a self-preservation button, especially before I took Kaftrio, where I was very conscious of doing things that I wanted to do, but then if there was a risk of getting a cold or a cough, that used to freak me out quite a lot. So using public transport, or maybe my wife saying to me, "Oh, do you want to go?" She loves Shakespeare. "Do you want to go watch some Shakespeare?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I'm a bit nervous about sitting in a room with people that may have a cough and may have a cold." So there is a little bit of self-preservation for us, but we don't have a long-term outlook, and I think that makes a massive difference in terms of doing what you want to do today and not kicking it down the line, saying, "I'll just deal with that when another day." So I consider myself blessed to have that kind of point of view. Maybe not everyone does. But to have that balance, and a bit like you were saying, but with your work and giving you that freedom. Again, I'm really lucky that I joined my company as a graduate, and then I left for a few years, and then I went back. And when I went back, my health had changed. Before, when I went to them, I could get away with doing, anything. I was quite good. But by the time I went back to them, my treatment burden had increased. CF was now a priority, and I remember going back to speak to them and saying, "Look, I can give you, working hours and give you everything I can, but come 5 or half 5, I need to leave." I remember one time I was in a meeting, and the chairman of the department stopped the meeting at 5 and just said, "Okay, Rich, you can go." So you've got to look after yourself, but you need other people to you need life to kind of help you out as well. So whether that's being self-employed or finding a really good company like who I work for, who really look after me, has enabled me to do what I want to do. And be as good as I can, because if it wasn't for that, and I had to skip treatments and skip exercise, who knows what position I would be in. So it's super important to do what you want to do and do everything you can along with life as well, which sometimes get in the way.
So how's the documentary going? Are you able to say how much filming you've done, when it might be out, anything?
So filming, we've done. So we did a day at Precision Fuel and Hydration, who are really great, and the results, like I said, of the sodium test came back, and it was fantastic. I did a day with the film director where he kind of did an interview with me at my house.
Oh yeah.
Which was good fun. It was emotional as well. We're talking about growing up and my brother and stuff, and it's not something that I talk about a lot. Most people know what happens. I'm still very good friends with people I went to primary and secondary school with, and they're still my really close friends now. So I'm not always having to introduce subjects. So it's not something I really talk about a lot. So kind of reopening those wounds of I haven't he died almost 28 years ago, I think it is, if my maths is correct. And reopening them and trying to discuss, this is what happened, and this is what happened on the day he died, and stuff that I hadn't really emotionally thought about for such a long time. If it was emotional, I felt quite emotional about it, and I felt quite drained at the end of the day. So we did a long day of interviews, and now we've come over to Malta because my wife is Maltese. So we've come over here to do some training, to get a bit of heat adaptation. I'm really lucky that one of the funders of the film so far is a CF charity in Malta. And she's given me some money to make, or given the money towards the film, which is really great. So, and we also wanted to interview someone who was part of this kind of 10%. And it just so happened that the only person I know who's part of this 10% is a Maltese girl.
Wow.
So today we had a chat together.
How was that?
Do you know what? It was good. It was good. Like her outlook is different to my outlook. You kind of think everyone kind of thinks the same, but they don't necessarily think the same. But it's a balance, isn't it? Because I know how great the new drugs are, and I only know how great they are because I take them and I can remember what it was like back to what my life was like previously before I took modulator drugs. And she's still going through that, and it really breaks my heart. Like, I really, 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 really wish that she was able to get these drugs. So like I said, I feel a massive, massive responsibility to kind of like raise awareness for people that don't benefit from these drugs.
Yeah.
So it was good to, it was good because, like I said, I mean, I don't normally talk to people with CF that often. So this is you're the second person I'm talking with CF today.
Yeah. I think it's important, there are CF communities, virtual, of course, and the CF Trust does a great job of doing webinars and support like that. But I do think it can be draining if you are chatting to people who have a different outlook or a different, and I don't mean physical outlook, I mean mental outlook. I am quite a optimistic person. CF is at the forefront of my mind in winter when people are coughing, and it's always there, but because I've had it my whole life. I mean, I moved out of our family home when I got married in 2023, and it took me time to adjust because I was not independent with my health. And to be fair, my husband is amazing and does a lot of what my mum did for me, reminding me to take my crayon, for example, and help him wash my physio things when I'm last minute getting dressed, and things that he didn't sign up for when he probably thought about marrying someone with CF. But I think, I don't know where I was going with that thought, but I think it's just,
Actually, it wasn't difficult. So when I first met my wife back in 2003, I think I met her for the first time. And I came over to Malta in 2004. I think it was 2004. It might be 2005. It doesn't matter. But at the time, there was probably only a handful of people with CF in Malta. And it just so happened, Malta's quite small, that this girl was best friends with my wife's cousin.
Wow.
So it was good to talk to her mum, and she could ask me questions and whatever, just to get some information.
Yeah.
But she's this girl, she's doing well. She's doing really well. She's a fighter. You have to be, and the kind of questions about how do you feel about people that are on Kaftrio and you're not, and then there's no resentment from her.
No.
Because there are people that she knew that were really suffering, that were really close to, probably too far gone, perhaps for a lung transplant even, and were able to get the drug in Malta in time, and then, are now living normally again. So, but like I said, I feel a massive responsibility to kind of raise awareness, raise money, get people knowing that the CF isn't. Sometimes it feels like a cure. I'm very lucky. Sometimes it feels like a cure. I know it's not. I still have to take crayons, and I still have to do this, and I still have to do that. But I don't have the burden that I used to. So when I'm friends with her on Instagram, and she'll post maybe she's not well, so I'll message her, how you doing, and she'll tell me I get a bit of PTSD from it, because I feel like I'm so far removed from that now. And it breaks my heart that she's still having to suffer when there's just through genetics. So I was lucky enough to be able to start taking these pills, and Vertex were, fantastic enough to make this drug. I mean, it's an expensive drug, but it's a miracle drug. This is how I describe it. It's a miracle drug.
That's the thing that I always find incredible, that that someone thought, well, what if we do that to do that, and that makes that little gate open in everyone's cells? You know, I think that is remarkable. And when you actually think about that, it blows my mind.
Yeah. I mean, where do you even start?
The brains.
People talk to me about CF, like, what is CF? And I say to them, would you ever cook mushrooms? And they go, yeah. They go, would you ever put salt when you cook mushrooms and then all this water comes out? Well, that's what happens in your lungs, but it doesn't happen in my lungs. As in, you know, that salt draws out the moisture and then that clears your mucus in your lungs. It doesn't happen, you know, for people with CF who don't get access or pre-Kaftrio, the mucus just sits there and it wants to, you know, basically wants to kill you. The bacteria gets in and you're just in a fight and you know, you're just in a war, just a constant war.
And this is why we need to keep raising money. And again, if people are watching, and please do donate. I am, with Gift Aid, about £700 short of my target of £5,000. So please, if people are watching and, you know, haven't donated, even £1, £2, anything like that, would be greatly appreciated. I have a final few questions because I am going to have to go in a little bit, but I do really feel I could chat to you for ever and ever because I just feel it's great. I hope this is good for the doco. And you said a really great line about being 31. I was like, well, I hope they key marked the time of that because that was a great one to start it with.
Mention it going forward and then hopefully it'll make the cut.
So, where you're training, tell me, and then I have one more question. So, like, you're training, how are you up to, what you're doing, how's it going from now until September? Will you try the whole distance?
No, so the training's going very well. In England, I'm up to about a 200k mark, like a solo ride on a Saturday.
And how long's that taking?
6 hours, something like that.
Wow.
6 hours.
No bother.
No bother. And then, funny enough, next weekend, I'm in Sweden doing a lake ride. It's an organised event. That's 315k in a day. It's the weird thing about this one is that my start time is at 10:30 at night. So that's going to be a bit weird, forcing gels and chews down me. However, Precision Fuel and Hydration Fuel. Their gels and their bars are really tasty, but I don't know what they're going to be like at 1 o'clock in the morning when all I'm going to want to do is sleep. But
trust me, I'm going to let you know how that feels.
Exactly. So next week I've got a long one, and that will basically be the distance, but not the elevation. And then over the next 2 weeks after that, just carry on with the training. Again, I'll probably do another couple of 200k rides. And then on the day, it's just about, I mean, we haven't even spoken about the nutrition side of things, because it's just about eating. And as long as I can control the salt, the company's given me a load of advice on what I need to eat, how much I need to eat. The fitness is there, I just need to keep fueling.
Yes.
And then if you fuel, you should be able to do it.
Yeah, you know your body can do it, but you need it to be fueled. And that's so true. Yeah. My mum's a nutritionist and she's been fueling me today with the right things. But it's sleep, I've been told by multiple people today, is great for a CF body. And I'm like, thanks for that. I'm not sleeping all day. Yeah. And also nutrition. And that's the thing, when we were growing up, I mean, you were told, weren't you, eat fatty foods, eat this, eat that. And now it's like, no, don't eat that. Eat more Mediterranean diet type thing. So it's...
Well, I always used to say the one benefit about having CF is that you can eat what you want. And then when I started taking Kaftrio, so pre-Kaftrio, I was around 73 kilos, which was fine, normal, not underweight, normal weight. And then about 6 months afterwards, I went for a hospital appointment, and I stood on their scales, and I was 80 kilos. And I said to them, "Your scales are wrong." I said, "I can't be 80 kilos. It's impossible." But actually, then I had put on a load of weight, and I've had to diet to get back to a weight. Especially weight is so important when you're doing these big elevation events. So, you know, I've lost about 14 kilos to kind of get to where I am now, to be able to actually get on the bike and do these things. But yeah, food and it's difficult at 36 when you've been told you can eat what you want for 36 years.
Yeah.
And now you're not allowed to. It's definitely hard.
And mentally, I always struggle to put on weight. Did you struggle?
No, again, I was quite lucky. You know, like I always liked food. I always liked eating. So, you know, my brother, for example, didn't really like food. He had to force it down, but I was never like that. I could eat what I want, and
Yeah.
you know, a lot of it was rubbish and sweets and chocolate, but they never seemed to mind.
Yeah.
So no, I was quite lucky. But once I started taking Kaftrio, my weight really did increase. So then having to relearn what's acceptable and what's not has been a bit of a journey as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to think about with the CF body. More calories because it takes us more. They used to say we need over 3,000 calories a day just to do normal things. Then you've got the salt, which again is great from precision hydration and what they're doing. Sugars. There's a lot more that has to go through your head to even get to the start line.
Well, yes, because if you think about the things that actually need to be done for a normal, for me specifically, then is that okay? Am I going to be able? I sweat. I have more sweat, more salt in my sweat. I need to balance that. My pancreas doesn't quite work like a normal person either. So being able to eat enough, because my pancreas, I think, just sits there and goes, oh, okay, everything's great, and then realizes an hour later that I've eaten, and then just dumps a load of insulin, which then makes you hyperglycemic, or on the bike we called it bonking. So over a 19-hour period, ensuring that I eat enough to be able to not be in that position, because if you miss eating, like, you know, I eat every half an hour on the bike. I eat 110 grams of carb every hour, which is great, and I can do that. But if I start missing stuff, and I'm going to go downhill very quickly. So, and also then you talk about the elevation, you know, how my lungs going to cope with being at 2,800 meters. So there's a lot of jeopardy for someone with CF. So a lot to balance.
You will have been skiing though. I mean, I can't do any more than 3,000 meters. I go all doolally when I'm skiing at that altitude, but it's a great adventure you're going on. The journey that's going to be recorded is going to be amazing, and that's really exciting. The theme of next week's Cystic Fibrosis Week that the Cystic Fibrosis Trust are doing is one diagnosis, 11,000 realities, and that's because there's over 11,000 people in the UK with CF. What would you say in a sentence is your CF reality?
Absolutely no idea. As in,
I guess, like, what's your day-to-day reality in a sentence? Or what do you wish more people knew?
the only message I want to give about the CF is that it's not cured, and there's 10% of the population that don't get it.
Yeah.
And don't judge CF on people that take Kaftrio, because our reality is, or my reality, I talk for myself, is pretty decent, to be fair. I'm very, very, very lucky. Okay, I have cystic fibrosis, but I'm very, very lucky. So let me use my energy to kind of help others who aren't as lucky as me.
And help, yeah.
What I'm about and what I want this documentary to be about.
Yeah, and help the next generation. Well, Richard, it's been absolutely amazing. I'm just, whilst I don't forget, going to stop the recording.
Stopped.
Now that should, after this... Oh? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, fine. I thought you'd gone then. That will help the... After this 30-hour Zoom has gone out, which well, it's not 30 hours, it's 24, but a Zoom meeting's 30 hours. The recording, not recording, will then download off my computer at the end. So that will be there. We also have it on YouTube as well, and a recording this way. So there's many ways to get everything we need. But really huge thank you for joining me. It's been amazing. And yeah, best of luck. Keep me updated. And yeah, I'm going to pop the donation page back on for people who are watching the YouTube to listen to that whilst I say goodbye to Richard. Well, wasn't that amazing, everyone, to hear what Richard was doing and what he is doing? It's absolutely incredible. Just a little bit of tech from my side. There we go. I am going to be back in a little minute and joined by a guest inside. So hold the line and, yeah, enjoy this video. Even though you don't have CF yourself, the theme of CF week, the week coming up, is one diagnosis, 11,000 realities, because there's just over 11,000 people in the UK with CF. How would you sum up, I guess, your CF reality, Rachel's CF reality, in a sentence?
Well, in a sentence, first and foremost, I know, yeah, you're right about the 11,000, but for me, I have so many friends all over the world that have CF. So that 11,000 for me is much, much bigger. And people all over the world donate to my fundraising to the CF Trust.
Yeah.
So I know what you're saying about the 11,000, but there's a lot more in that for me because, as I say, I have so many CF friends all over the world. But in reality, for me, in one sentence, I won't stop fundraising for cystic fibrosis until everyone living with cystic fibrosis can avail of life-saving drugs. And that's my goal, and it's everybody's goal. But I won't stop until that happens. And when Rachel was born 34 years ago, we heard about all these different things coming in the future, and that's why I started doing the Belfast Marathon in 1993 when Rachel was a baby. That's how it started. We raised £3,400 in 1993 with 46 runners. We went up and done relays, and that was a lot of money back then, and still a lot of money now. But that was the start of the journey, and you know, we kept hearing about stuff in the pipeline was coming. There was going to be stuff coming, and nothing came for a long time. DNAs then was the next big thing that came out.
Yeah, I remember that. And
that was it. There was nothing else and nothing else. And then all of a sudden, bang, along comes these trials and Kaleido and then Orkambi and all the rest of it. And just everything's it's just been coming like that there now. The progress has just been phenomenal. But the 10% or just under 10% is what we need now to finish the whole thing off. And I have no doubt that that will happen, but it's just taking time. And that's why we need to keep raising money, as well as helping CF families and everything else and everything the CF Trust does, but that research as well to get drugs for everybody. So it's a lot longer than a one sentence, but that's me.
Yeah, well, I just want to thank you so much for coming on the podcast and talking all about that and about how Rachel's inspired this in you to do. So, yeah, thank you so much, Liam.
And you, of course, everything you're doing. You're doing a good job. I've seen you on the TV and everything. So, you know, I'm sure your parents are very proud of you as well, and your husband. And, you know, it's great to see just the way things are developing now. It's amazing.
Yeah, definitely is. Thank you.
People like you and Rachel and everyone else that inspire me. That's honestly, these are just miracles. So thank you.
Well, that was amazing to hear from Liam again, talking about his CF reality and his daughter's CF reality. And really the message so many people are sharing is how we won't stop raising funds until everyone has life-saving drugs, and also until there's more. You know, these aren't a cure, and that's really important. Okay, so joining me now in the studio, I'm going to call it, is Larissa Mosca. Now, Larissa is an acupuncturist. She does acupuncture on me. It's amazing, honestly, real advocate for it. Before I chat to her, this episode is sponsored by Caladium Cyber, which was founded in 2025 by Henry Kibberidge, whose objective is to provide personable and quality-driven consultancy services in the cybersecurity space. He's led the audit and compliance teams and advised a range of clients before across multiple industries. So he is the go-to guy with cyber security and cybersecurity consultancy questions. So, Larissa.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello. We're going to talk about what acupuncture is. You're also going to do a little bit of acupuncture on my ear and kind of explain how that will help me keep going, because I'm just over 9 hours in.
Absolutely. You can't talk about acupuncture without doing acupuncture. Really.
Exactly. And so, I mean, just explain what it is.
Okay.
And then we'll, because it won't take long for you to put them in my ear.
No, it won't take long at all.
Yeah.
It'll take longer to explain what acupuncture is.
Or do you want to do it at the same time? Or?
No, let's take it easy. We've got time. We've got time. So, what is acupuncture? Acupuncture is medicine. It's an ancient form of medicine. Probably dates back to about 3,000-4,000 years ago. In China, that we know of, it originated in China, but that's what we know. Perhaps it originated in a different place or maybe somewhere else in Asia. That we know of, it's China about 3,500 years ago. How does it work? That's what I get asked all the time.
And does it work?
Gosh, does it work? Yes. Easy to answer. Absolutely yes. How does it work? That's a really tricky question, because it works by balancing your body and restoring health, which says a lot and nothing at all at the same time, doesn't it? It's just, we need to look at it from a different point of view. We need to use different words and expressions to explain it, which we're not used to with Western medicines. So acupuncture restores your health. And how does it restore your health? By finding out where there are stagnations in your body, so where your chi is not flowing properly and it stagnates, and usually stagnation causes pain, or areas of weaknesses or deficiency. And that causes pain as well, but it's a different type of pain. It's more of a dull ache, more of a weakness, that type of stuff. So by putting needles in those precise points, somehow the body knows how to self-repair. So the beautiful thing about acupuncture is that, yes, the acupuncturist puts the needles in, but it is not the acupuncturist that actually resolves the problem. It's the patient itself.
The body's so clever.
Absolutely. Because what I do is I just draw attention to certain areas, on you, for example, but your body will know what to do. So your body will self-repair, which is absolutely fantastic and beautiful to watch.
And what I love most about it is once the needles are in, that relaxation period, and how deep. I mean, hopefully not today when you do it. I don't want to fall asleep. I really don't want to fall asleep.
I'll do a different type of needles today.
But that pit and your clinic in Penwitham is beautiful. It's really, really nice. And I know that you're sponsoring an episode of the podcast a bit later on. But the atmosphere you've created at your centre is great and very relaxing and really a pleasurable experience.
And that's been done on purpose, really, because a lot of clinics are very sterile, I find. And I find I relax better in a different setting, a more informal setting, almost like a living room type of setting. So my clinic is set up with that intention. You step in and it's like you're going to a friend's house. I mean, it is still clinical where it needs to be, but welcoming.
And also, I love how I feel like you've got all your processes perfect. Like you've got everything, the sink, but it's just like even where you put the needles, everything is just perfectly laid out, and it smells great, and it's warm, and it's...
It's always warm.
I know,
I love being warm. Oh, yes. You've got to be warm to relax, absolutely.
So you do the acupuncture normally across the whole body?
That's right,
on the area. But today you're going to be doing it on me, on my ear. And so how can that help the whole body?
So there are certain areas in the body. So the ear is one of them. It's a microcosm of your whole body. We can do the same thing with the palm of your hand, which they do in Korean acupuncture. And simply put, in those small areas, we've got the whole body grouped in. So in your ear, if you can imagine a little baby upside down with the head with your lobes and the body upside down. So really the outside of your ear is your spine. So if I was to treat someone's backache and I could only work on their ear, for example, because they weren't very mobile, then I could do so in a ear as well. It is fascinating. Some points are local, but some points can be distal. You know, one of the best points for shoulder pain is actually on your hand.
Wow.
So,
and the thing is, it's not. Some people might be thinking it's woo-woo, or but the evidence and what you're so great at, especially because you know about my cystic fibrosis and often will target certain things for that, is it's accompanies modern medicine or traditional medicine. You're not against that. It's you're really great at combining it, so I have the holistic approach to my care, not just one thing.
Yes, that's when it works best. There's no either or.
Yeah.
It is actually best when combined with what we know from Western medicine.
Yeah.
And you really have the best of both worlds there. It can be combined with medications, it can be combined with herbs, it can be used on its own, and it still is very effective on its own. But the beauty of acupuncture is that it really doesn't interact. If you know how to do it, you can treat anything, really. There are no limitations.
And does it hurt?
Does it hurt? Well, if you ask women, no one would say, yes, it hurts. I've had a few men who've been a bit painful. But no, in reality, it doesn't hurt. I mean, you do pierce the skin. So some people may feel a little bit of a sting, like an insect bite type of thing. But more often than not, no, people don't feel anything. In fact, they are shocked when I ask, how was the first needle?
And they
So,
don't
have
know
you
it's
put it
gone
in
in.
already? And yeah, so usually, no, it's not painful.
And the business is called LAR, so LAR, Acupuncture and Wellbeing.
That's right,
I'll just put that
yes.
in. So do you want to put some needles in my ear and kind of show what you're doing, and I'll...
Let's go ahead with it.
I'll not make... I hope they're the baby needles. I always ask Larissa for the baby needles.
Baby needles.
The baby needles.
For you. So the baby needles are the finest I could get. And normally for a regular acupuncture, I use something a little bit stronger. But we're using the baby needles. Yeah,
especially with my wrists, if people can see on YouTube here, I have very, very thin wrists and it feels very painful. Well, no, it doesn't feel painful. I'm just a wimp with the baby needles. So I'll put the...
You're sensitive.
I'm sensitive to everything, yeah.
The wimp is sensitive.
So I've got the close-up so people can see my ear.
Right, so...
Do you want me to take my glasses off? Or?
No, you're all right with them on. Let me tell you what we're going to do. So...
Put my hair up.
We are going to do what we call the NADA protocol, which is used a lot as a standalone treatment, particularly if you're treating people in a group setting. It's 5 needles and it is set points. And the NADA protocol is great as a detoxing process, but it's also really good. I'm just going to turn your head a little bit for relaxation purposes.
So what are the aim of the ones you're doing for me today?
So the first needle that goes in...
Oh, I didn't feel that.
Is that? That's your parasympathetic system. So this one is going to just calm everything down, bring your adrenaline down, which is normally what people seek when they're having acupuncture. Normally everyone is always worked up and stressed. The second needle is called Shenmen, and this point is connected with your heart. So it will help. We say that anxiety resides in the heart, so it just helps you to calm down a little bit. It helps you with sleep, and it also helps with any emotions connected with the heart, so any heartache you've got. Then we're moving on to the kidney point.
Oh, that felt nice.
That's actually a really nice point. So kidney, obviously, it helps with the detoxifications in the body, but in terms of emotions, it helps you to process fear. So sometimes when you are really scared, you almost can't move forward, and that fear, you feel it in your lower back.
And that's what I've got. I've got lower back pain, but I do think it's because I've been sat as well, the way I've been holding myself, maybe with a bit of nerves.
Absolutely. It's a combination of sitting for a long period of time, but also that fear of, oh my God, am I going to do it all right? Which so far you've done incredibly well. So really, you shouldn't worry about that fear element. Then the next one we are going to do is the liver point. And again, liver detoxes, but in terms of emotions, it's anger and resentment and that type of stuff. So it should allow you to just really let it go and clear it off your system.
I'm going to show my ear if you're needle phobic, but it's not really
Let me do the last one before
sorry.
you do that. And then we got lung. And
has that gone in?
Yeah.
I didn't even feel that.
There you go.
Okay, if you are needle phobic, but it's not a needle.
Look away now.
Have you got that? Oh, it's pretty. Pretty little.
It's a pretty pattern, isn't it? So the last one I did, lung, in terms of emotion, that's connected with loss and grief. So again, it will allow you to process all of that. Normally, that's another protocol finished, but I'm just going to add another point on you, on top of your head, which you like this one. We usually do that
I
point.
love this point. This point feels great.
And this point I absolutely love because the way it's described in Chinese medicine is this invisible line between heaven and earth. So the invisible line between us and the above, whatever the above is. But it's a very energetic point. So normally, I will put the needle pointing this way to relax you. And it's got really good relaxing qualities. But if you do it on the other side, it's actually pick me up.
Okay.
So
get me through the night.
Absolutely. So I'm going to do it that way today. I'm going to make sure that you stay awake.
Let's stay awake, everyone. I love that one. This one I always feel releases pressure from my head. I feel I always have quite a tight scalp. So I feel like it really helps. It just feels like my head cap. What is it? My skull has opened and just released.
Yes, because actually we do have, because that's an area of our body we don't really massage or do anything to, do we? So often our scalp does feel tight.
Yeah. Wow. So what do you do now for people who've not done it? Just sit?
Yes. So the idea is you come for acupuncture and you relax. So when your needles are in, like I always say to people, the needles are in now, we just need to let them work the magic. And that's what they do. They literally work the magic. So I usually leave people to rest.
With lovely music. I feel like I know your music now. I know which, like, the flow of it. So it's
Do you
great.
know, everyone says that, actually. They, as soon as they step in and they listen to the music, they're already going into that zone because it's it just brings you back to what you've experienced before, and your body's craving for more. So people generally relax. Most people fall asleep as well. The ones that come for the first time and they tell me, oh, I'm not good at relaxing, I can't relax, I'm fidget all the time, I can't do it. I'd say 80% of them actually do relax and some fall asleep.
And sometimes I've fallen asleep so deeply. I like jolt when I wake up.
You go really quickly into that restorative sleep while you're having acupuncture.
Yeah.
Which
I will not be getting any of tonight.
No, because that needle on top of your head is pointing in a direction.
I'll be like,
keep me awake.
Keep me awake. Woo!
You can do a bit of running as well with the needle in. If
I know. I am going to do some stretches in a little bit. I've got some guests come in the middle of the night, and I'm possibly going to change to lying on this sofa to carry on the conversation just to rest. I didn't think how tight I would be in my back, but yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we're not designed for sitting down, are we?
No.
Really, the human body is designed for standing upright and walking about. We sit down far too much, and that's why a lot of people have backache or just really that niggling sort of weakness in your back, because we spend far too long sat down.
So, have you... Obviously, when I contacted you, it was originally about period pain and things like that, but we've done lots of different things as well. Oh, I'm feeling revitalised. Did you know much about cystic fibrosis before like meeting me, and had you ever treated anyone else with the condition?
Never treated anyone else with the condition before you. I was aware of cystic fibrosis because one of my mum's best friend back in Italy her grandson is affected by cystic fibrosis.
Oh, wow.
So, and he's about 2-3 years older than you. So I've known about the condition from a personal point of view, rather than just studying it on the books. Because when you study it on the books, I think you build yourself a picture of a person that is not authentic. Because when you go by what the books say, from what I've studied, it's a very limiting condition. But the people I've met with cystic fibrosis, it really make the best out of their lives. So almost to the point where you wouldn't know it if they didn't tell you. I'm sure there's a lot behind the curtains that we don't see, but
I think it's invisible. We look well on, and we've been saying this, haven't we? We look well on the outside, but on the inside we're not. And I was in London last week with the CF Trust, just on the streets asking people, oh, what do you know about cystic fibrosis? And hardly anyone knew anything, and was shocked when I said I had it. And I think obviously a lot goes on behind the scenes to keep people well, and the new modulators have helped 90% of people, but there's still a lot of people and still a lot of work that needs to go on.
Absolutely, because comparing it to what people were saying 25-30 years ago, it was a very life-limiting condition. So if you were affected by cystic fibrosis, it was, I hope you make it to your 30s, you know. So a lot has been done so far, which is great. And many things can perhaps make your life a little bit easier, like acupuncture does, because although it doesn't cure it, but it can help with a lot of the side effects.
And that's the thing as well with acupuncture. I mean, sometimes it can heal and cure things, but with a cystic fibrosis and a condition like that, it's more designed to alleviate symptoms and manage day-to-day things better, isn't it?
That's right, improving your quality of life, yes. So from a Chinese medicine point of view, treating someone with cystic fibrosis would be first and foremost looking at the kidney energy, which is what we look at really. That's your vital force. And then obviously lungs and the way fluids move around the body as well. So we treat a lot of dampness, and that's generally speaking. But to be honest with you, every person that comes through the door is treated as an individual. So yes, they may come with a certain diagnosis or with a certain problem, but really I treat what I see. I treat the person in front of me. I don't treat the disease. I don't treat the symptom. I treat the person, which is where Chinese medicine differs from Western medicine, really. Although we do have protocols, and often we apply them, but we apply them loosely because it all depends on the presentation of that particular person.
There's several people on YouTube actually who have commented that they use you.
Really?
So there's Andrew Keithley who says, I get acupuncture from Larissa and she's amazing.
Oh, fantastic.
And also the YouTube name is just Bikaroo, which says Larissa is a very, very talented Larissa is a very talented acupuncturist, not to mention a beautiful soul.
Oh, she's lovely.
Which is so true.
Rue is lovely. She is a beautiful soul as well.
Yeah, this is so, and what's crazy is how two people have obviously, they know that you're chatting to me today about this and have logged on, which is really, really kind. Also, just to say to everyone that we are only now £600 away from my target of £5,000. Wow. So thank you for donating. That includes the gift aid, which I'm taking because it still goes to it. So thank you so much. So yeah, cystic fibrosis, and it really works acupuncture, and it can help with the symptoms and things like that. And anyone can do it. It's safe even if you're pregnant.
It's safe if you're pregnant. It's safe for children. I treat children regularly as well. And that balloon jumped. Maybe wants to be needled.
Job.
Interestingly, there is a video on the British Acupuncture Council website where needles are so fine that you can actually insert them in a balloon. I never tried, so I wouldn't want to try now, but so fine that you insert them in and it doesn't pop.
What about like electromagnetic field or energy around the needles when it's taking place? I know you always feel my pulse and things like that,
right.
But is there an energy that comes? I'm just thinking like it's weird the balloon just dropped when the need,
Well, it's all about energy, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the needles we call it chi, which is your vital energy. But everything is energy. Everything we do is energy. And from a Western medicine point of view as well, it's all about energy exchange in the body. So it's not that we're talking about mystical things here. But yes, the needles will change your energy subtly, and it's beautiful to see, particularly with people who are highly stressed, and you see them coming in and you see like their energy's all in their head, and then when they leave,
they're like,
the body feels heavier to move as well for them. So it's fantastic to see that. It's lovely to treat children as well, because children's energy changes so quickly and they fall asleep very, very quickly. They have shorter treatments when they're only young. They fall asleep really quickly, and then all of a sudden they open their eyes, and that's it. They're ready. They're full of energy. So the needles have done whatever they needed to do on them.
So actually, the person who I said was Andrew Keithley is Savannah. She's on Andrew's YouTube, she said. So it's Savannah who says you're amazing. We've had a comment on YouTube by a Paul Keithley.
Right.
And he's asked a very great question.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to find an acupuncturist, what should you look for in the therapist?
That's a very good
That
question,
is a great
actually.
question,
That's
isn't
a
it?
very good question.
Thanks for sending that in, Paul.
So acupuncture is not strictly regulated in the UK. There are different routes for people to become acupuncturists, but really, for people to find a good acupuncturist, someone who's trained classically, so trained in actually the theory of acupuncture rather than putting the needles in, which is the easiest bit, they should go on the British Acupuncture Council website. So all the British Acupuncture Council members are trained to degree standard. So it's a minimum of 3 years degree by some university that are approved by the BXC. And so you know that when you're treated by someone who is a member, first of all, they know what they're doing, which is very important. Not everyone does, unfortunately. And second, we're guided by a really strong code of ethics, and we need to do a minimum of 30 hours, continuous professional development every year. I'm going to the British Acupuncture Council conference tomorrow and Sunday. I'm really looking forward to it.
How exciting.
Oh, it's something I look forward to every year. It's great. The speakers are amazing, and there's just about 2,000 or 3,000 of every touch here. No, they're still there. It's just great to be in a room full of acupuncturists and talking acupuncture and it's incredible how every year you always learn something new. And, if you think this has been around for about 4,000 years, we know everything. Well, not necessarily, because we're always discovering something new connected to acupuncture. So new books get written all the time. We're not just relying on old literature, although that's the foundation, but things, I wouldn't say improve, they just take a different angle and they change, And then as we change as people as well, as society changes, then acupuncture perhaps adapts. So menopause, for example, it's a big theme at the moment. Women have always gone through menopause, but at the moment, the last 50, 60 years or so, women are having a harder time, and perhaps it's because our lifestyle has changed. And maybe it's a little bit too fast. So perhaps the treatment that we would have done 100 years ago differ from the ones we do now. Perhaps we talk more about stress, the stress of everyday living today than we would have done back then. So yes, it's interesting how you'll never know everything about acupuncture. There's always something new to learn. But yes, when delivered by a professional, by someone who knows what they're doing, it is not only very safe, but it can only improve your life, really.
Great question, Paul. Thanks for that. And hi to Craig, who's just said, hello. Well done so far. Keep on going. Keep podding. I like that. I'll keep podding.
Keep podding. I like it.
If people are wanting to, my final question, if people are wanting to get in touch with you or find out more about you, I guess if they're not from Lancashire, it's harder, isn't it, if someone's from Sussex to come to you, but you've given us great advice of what people can look for.
But if they're not local, the British Acupuncture Council is the place to go, and then you can put your postcode in, find an acupuncturist, and then all the people will appear in your area. And I would always say, don't just book an appointment, chat to an acupuncturist first, because you need to, once you've established, okay, they're good, they've got their credentials, everything's fine, they're in my area, it's really important to have a good rapport with your acupuncturist. So,
and that's what I did with you. I spoke to you first, and you
spend a few minutes on the phone to chat to them to make sure they're the right match for you.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. You did ask if I wanted to keep the needles in. However, I feel like I might touch them and everything.
Let's remove them.
So I've had a little zhuzh. You know what? I've got this next, I don't know how many hours. I've done 9.5, so whatever 24 minus 9.5 is. 14.5? 15.5?
Do you know, I should come back at 3 o'clock and put some more needles in.
You should. I'll hold you to that.
If it wasn't that I have that train
shame!
at 6 o'clock in the morning, I would have loved to come.
Yeah, it's 14.5 hours left. Thank you. And in the space of this chat, we've had £45 donated. So, yeah, thank you so much. And great questions on the YouTube. Really great questions. And you can see just... I like how Larissa's been able to bring it to me, but still in a safe and sterile, perfect way. So
absolutely, acupuncture is very easy to administer, and you can adapt it to different circumstances.
And the one out my head.
There you go. All out now.
Well, thank you so much, Larissa, for joining me.
For having me.
It's been amazing, and yeah, I'll pop the donate page on now for everyone else, and yeah, let's keep raising money. Hello everyone, again, welcome back to my 24-hour podcast. I'm 9.5 hours in. I do think it's about 14.5 hours left from just a quick maths calculation, but yeah, I am, I'm getting a bit, not tired, just like I need to move around a bit. But as you can see from this, I'm kind of in here chatting. I am really delighted to introduce my next guest, and it's going to be really great to chat to Cicely, who I'm talking to, all about her CF and about her PhD, which she's done. She's done a PhD in female sexual health in CF from a technology point of view. So it's going to be great to find out what she's found. So. Cicely, a huge welcome to the podcast. You are live with us now. How are you doing? How's your day been?
It's been all right. It's not been too bad. How are you doing? How are you coping with everything?
Yeah, I am a little stiff in my legs. I've been sat here for 9.5 hours, and it feels a bit different to when you sat on a plane. I feel a little bit constricted here, but it's all for such a good cause. So yeah, welcome to the podcast in partnership with Fall Creations, raising money for Cystic Fibrosis Trust. And thank you for joining me, because it's great to talk to people from the CF community, and I think we are the same age, 28. And it's one of those where I wish we could meet in person, but with cross infection, as I've been saying all day, it means that we can't do these things. So first of all, can you explain a little bit about your CF and growing up, what it's been like?
Oh God, growing up, I was a very well, healthy, active child, and CF never really played like that big a role in my life growing up, and I think my parents, and my mum especially, were very good at integrating it into just life, you know.
Yeah.
It never really felt abnormal to, when I was watching telly, have physiotherapy or any of those kinds of things. But, you know, I did have to go into hospital time to time, and my mum did her best to make it feel relatively normal, you know, as you can. So growing up in my childhood was, I'd say, luckily relatively, you know, unchaotic. And then when I hit my teenage years, that's when I started to decline, and I wasn't putting on any weight, and I started culturing Mycobacterium abscessus for the first time, but nothing was known about it then. So it was a real difficult point for my doctors to be like, well, we don't know if we should treat it, how we should treat it. So it kind of sat in my lungs probably for too long. And I've been stuck with that ever since. And it's never really, I mean, it's had its flare-ups, as you know, any bacteria does. But I'd say it's the past 2 years have probably been the hardest with it. So, like, I'm currently on IV antibiotics to try and treat it. And I have been on them since, well, I was on them a bit last year, but I've been on them continuously now since August of 2025. And we've tried me coming off them, and I've basically, sometimes in Mycobacterium abscessus, it can cause like holes in your lungs. It's just the way the bacteria works. And basically, if I come off it all, that cavity gets bigger. If I go on it controls it. So we're in a bit of a limbo situation about what we're doing next. So I'm currently stuck on IVs. This is probably the most my CF has ever caused problems.
Yeah.
Now, rather than, you know, childhood was kind of a breeze, but ever since adulthood has been the problem.
And were you diagnosed, how old were you when you were diagnosed, and how, was it the heel prick?
I think it was. I was diagnosed at 15 months, so a bit later.
Yeah, I was 18 months.
Yeah, because I wasn't respiratory symptoms, I was gut symptoms.
Okay.
So for a while.
Yeah, me too.
Nobody knew what was wrong with me. And
Just doing those dirty nappies.
Yeah, and I still look like a newborn, you know,
Yeah.
year on down the line. So it was tricky to get it diagnosed, but I guess, you know, it's still relatively early compared to other people. So
Yeah. And I mean, you've done some incredible things. This PhD you've written that we'll talk about. You're engaged as well, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a really exciting time, but it's kind of counteracted maybe by the huge impact that CF is. It's not at the back at the mind, it's not at the mid, it's not even at the front, it's like in front of your eyes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I kind of don't want to ask how that must feel.
But you can. I'm happy to. I think it's really like, what if I was to tell my past, like a year ago, even a year ago, you're going to be on IVs continuously, and you know they're like 2-hour infusions 3 times a day. So I'm stuck on IVs for 6 hours of my day. I think I would have been like, how on earth am I going to do anything else? And how on earth am I going to have my life? But now, it's amazing how quickly you can adapt to a situation. And now, I don't even think about the IVs. They're very much in my day and part of my norm. And I just function around them now. It's very interesting how you can just adapt to a situation when that is the only option given. So it's a bit of a weird one, but yeah.
You do have an Instagram account. It's got a Girl with CF, right? Girl with CF, where you share life for you and what you're going through, and and things like that. And I'm always struck about how, like you said, you would adapt, but I think that's something everyone with CF is so good at. Just 6 hours a day on IVs, that would freak the normal person out so much, and they would be like, oh, I'm never doing this, I'm never doing that. Well, you've done a PhD. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So what made you want to do your PhD on this, and what made you want to do a PhD in general? And how hard's it been?
Oh, God. Well, originally I wanted to be a medical doctor and go down that route. I think there's something about being so ingrained in medicine that you see how things are done, and I think there's a lot of times that we're like, oh, if I was a doctor, I'd do things differently, or things like that. So I'd always had the ambition of going down that route, and I had a chat with my team when I was doing my A-levels, and this was the first time my abscesses had really flared up, and they had said to me, you've got to really think about that, because going through med school is going to be tough, and, you know, normal, healthy people struggle with it. What you're going through at the moment is really tough, and at that point I really hadn't put CF as a top priority in my life. So it was a bit like, okay, well, if I can't be a doctor that way, how can I be a doctor another way? So that's when it was like, okay, well, if I can't do that, I'm determined to become a doctor somehow. So I didn't really think much of it until I finished my master's. So I did an undergrad in psychology and a master's in health psychology, because if you want to be like a clinical psychologist, you have to have done a master's year. So I did that in case I wanted to go down the psychology route. But then it was just advertised looking at PhDs in digital health. So for me, I was like, okay, that's looking at health conditions, which is interesting to me, and kind of looking at it in like a novel way.
Yeah.
That is so sort of up and coming that probably is the way things are going to go. So I applied for it on an absolute whim. It was the only PhD I applied for. And it was very open, because a lot of PhDs you apply and the topic's already given to you.
Yeah.
Whereas this was through it's called a Centre for Doctoral Training. So you have another like master's year where you can figure out what topics you like the sound of and things like that. So there was opportunity to explore CF potentially in there. So I was like, okay, that sounds better than me applying to like a different PhD that I don't really have any interest in for the sake of doing a PhD. So luckily I found supervisors who were very keen. I wanted to do it. I don't know, I think it's probably back to my younger self going through that experience of being in hospital. I sympathised with a lot of CF patients, and I wanted to just do something to help with it. And I think as a researcher, you are in a very good position researching something that you know, because you have a deep understanding
and a great perspective.
Yeah. So that's kind of why, I guess. I guess it was a push in another direction, and then it all just.
And what have you found then? Because I know that you sent questionnaires out and things, didn't you, for the community, which were great. And I remember filling it in because it's for female sexual health in CF. So, I guess, why did that interest you, and what have you found?
Well, it interests me because at the time, I started my PhD in 2022, and then I started my research the year after, and I'm still sort of at the end of my PhD, just because I've had to push everything back with my health stuff. But it interests me because I think I was very aware with like everybody, well, not everybody, 90% of people going on to modulators and things like that, reproductive health, for things like pregnancy and menopause, those experiences had been quite rare at the time. And teams maybe didn't know how to navigate them, but they were going to become much more common very soon.
Yeah.
And I think personally, my sort of menstrual cycle always sort of lined up with worsening symptoms or more chesty cough, and I was hearing from other women that this was happening with them too, that the amount of times doctors wouldn't really bring it up, or I think it's quite taboo talking about those things, especially in a CF setting.
Yeah.
Where it's very much lungs, digestion, we talk about this. There isn't much room to then be like, oh, but I've noticed with my periods that this is happening, or
They redirect it almost to the GP.
yeah, it's very much that. And then you get a GP that's like, you have CF, I don't know what. Like there's that problem that some GPs don't feel as comfortable talking to us because of all of our medical things. So you get this real like stuck go between the two, and it was happening in younger women who were like becoming sexually active and wanted to protect themselves in the right way, but it was also happening in women who were going through the menopause, and they were being redirected back to their GPs, but their GPs didn't know how to really deal with their CF. And there was a few women that a lot of CF symptoms can overlap with menopause symptoms. So how do we know you're going through the menopause? How do we know if it's CF? And a lot of some of the women were saying that their CF teams naturally so would treat them for an exacerbation, wouldn't do anything because it wasn't an exacerbation, it was actually a menopause symptom. So there were all these sort of niche things coming out that I don't think CF teams have been prepared for or ready for. And I think there is a shift with how a lot of people are on these modulators, and CF is becoming sort of on the back seat that other issues like wanting to start a family and things like sexual health and how to stay protected and safe will start to come out more in these chats. And CF clinics are just not built for it, not set up for it. I think the only time contraception is mentioned at an annual review, and that's sort of it. So we saw that there was a lot of fragmented care just across every sort of reproductive health stage with it. And what we're trying to look at, so because my PhD has to have a digital health element to it, so like how does tech help or hinder, or where are there design opportunities in that sort of space? We're mainly looking at, there's a lot of things that could be streamlined that currently can't because of the fact that maternity centres aren't necessarily in the same trust, and that's a real problem and struggle with communicating those things. But we looked at the fact that maybe there needs to be an AI, and I know everybody hates AI at the moment, and it's not like, we're looking at whether like a chat GPT, but not a chat GPT.
I get you.
Type thing could help overcome the first embarrassment stage of bringing these things up. So whether you could go to something and say, this is what I want to talk about in my CF clinic. How do I do that? What could be the gaps in knowledge, and how do I address these? How do we get women to be prepared in their clinics? So how do we get them to get that confidence to start the conversation, and for it not to, I think we found the overwhelming feeling was embarrassment and awkwardness, and how do we first overcome that to start these conversations that are needed, you know, in life and how things are going to progress in CF. So that's kind of where we're at with it.
It is really exciting as a girl as well, as a female. It isn't exciting in this. I do want to ask you about the position you're in with, and I've been saying this all day, that I'm raising money and doing this for, and I've said the 10%, and then I've said they're not just a statistic, these are people, and I've been making that very clear. And I spoke to a gentleman before who also has CF, and he was like, my mission is to advocate and raise awareness for these people. Yeah. So you're in that category. Yeah. I wanted to ask you what it was like when you knew about the modulators and then knew they wouldn't work for your mutation.
I think it's a really interesting one, because I think growing up, it was always like, well, we've all got CF.
Yeah.
We're all in the same boat. We're all treated the same way. We can all have a moan about it because we are all equal. And I don't really think there was any, you know, I didn't really even know my mutations until I was slightly older. I think more so with the modulators, I got interested to be like, oh, could this impact me? And I think it was tough. It's less so with things like Kalydeco and Symkevi. Yeah. But I think it's been harder with Kaftrio, because I think that's been such a groundbreaking medication and it's helped a lot of people, and there has been some amazing, you know, effects with it. And I feel like the best way to describe it is kind of, you know, you're looking in at a party that you've not been invited to and you're watching everybody else have a good time. But I'm also aware that not everybody's not having a good time on it, and it is, social media is really tough because it is the loudest, you know, most successful people that are raving about it. So it was tough to hear, and I think that's when it's like, well, when is my time gonna happen? And my team have always said, I mean, it's a bit of a running joke that it's always like in 5 years, but it's always in 5 years. It's like, well, how long really is it?
And that, it's making me emotional, I'm sorry. I just can't imagine being in that position, and my heart really breaks. And sorry, it's not my life, you know, but just speaking to you, it really brings home how CF affects, you know, everyone differently, but and I've been saying, you know, these drugs are not a cure, and people are still in hospital. I was in hospital last year, but my outlook's different, and it's hard because I've been chatting to people as well, and there's a bit of the guilt that why my mutation and not yours, you know. It's not like there's anything health-wise, it's the mutation. It just feels really unfair.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing anyone can do about it, you know what I mean? It's no one's fault that that's how it's played out, but I think that's what's so nice about the community. I think even people who are doing well, we all feel for each other still, and it's still like I don't know, there still feels like everybody is still fighting for it, which is nice.
I was chatting with people today who've been at the European Cystic Fibrosis Conference, who there are exciting things, and there is so much happening And there's studies as well. There are studies, I was chatting to someone about gut symptoms and things, and there are studies that will benefit everyone and things that will come out that will benefit everyone. But it does feel like there is the focus on you guys and things that need to benefit you. And that's why people need to donate now and forever, because it's not right and it's hard. And like you said, there's a running joke of in 5 years, but you must get to a point where you're just like fed up of waiting and just like, come on.
yeah, absolutely. It does feel like sometimes it's like, okay, well, that 5 years was 15 years ago, so when is it going to happen?
Yeah, but I mean, you are incredible, and I mean, you don't need me to say that, but like with this PhD and like being engaged, and you must be wedding planning a little bit.
Oh my God, yeah, and that's in a nice way. It's taken over a lot of, because I think with, you know, the way things are and the fact that, you know, I'm kind of stuck on these IVs and I don't know what the future is looking like, it has given a path to focus on. I think it can be really easy to get bogged down in what's going on, and that's a really scary place to get to sometimes. So the wedding, although it's chaotic and maybe there was a better time for me to be planning, it's good because it does give me something to work towards and something positive and nice. And
do you have a date? Do you have a date set?
9th of September next year, so
so exciting.
Not that far away, actually. I keep being like to Max, my fiance, I'm like, yeah, it's ages away, and now we're like, oh no, it's not, it's nearly near away now, so
that's so exciting. And like your wedding dress shopping and all of that, it's such an exciting time. So I wanted to finish with a couple of questions. So the first question is, next week is CF week, and the theme is one diagnosis, 11,000 realities, because there's over 11,000 people in the UK with CF. And I wondered how you would describe in a sentence or two your CF reality.
Oh my God. Currently, it feels like it could be a whole book right now.
Write it.
But I think my reality is that every day is tiring and challenging, and sort of, I don't know, I have to take things day by day, but also I'm unsure of the future, and that's, you know, it's a tough disparity to be in, to live day by day, but then also not know what the next day is going to hold. So,
and your hopes for the CF world, the CF community, CF care, I don't want to say in 5 years' time, I want to say like tomorrow. Come on.
Tomorrow is something that would come out for, I think, the final 10%, but also I think something to fight against like chronic infection. I think despite us all being not sorted, but you know, Catrigo does a level of something, we do all have to deal with our infections and how they flare up. So I think sorting out 10%, but also sorting out how we deal with our chronic infections, so then we have nothing to worry about anymore. Those would be the two.
I love those. And I feel like they're not much to ask, so if we can just get everyone to raise the money, and for the researchers, I mean, you're doing a great job, but let's speed it up. Don't sleep. I'm not sleeping today. Let's not sleep. I'm not saying pull your finger out in a horrible way, but let's pull those fingers out and work fast. Come on. That's what we need. So well, thank you so much for chatting to me, and it was a privilege to chat to you and hear more about your PhD.
Well, it's been lovely. It's a shame it's been so short. I could chat forever and ever.
Well, you're saying that, but if someone in the middle of the night can't do it, I'll be at your beck. I'll be like, hello, you said you wanted to speak longer, so please, yeah.
Tell me more about. I can get into all the details about wedding planning.
Exactly.
Our new puppy. So.
Oh my gosh.
Let me know.
And I just want to let you know that in the space we've been chatting, £270 has been raised. So, yeah.
That's nice.
Thank you so much.
Well done, guys.
Yeah, amazing. Right, well, I will just put the donation page back on and I'll say bye to Cicely. So bear with me, everyone on YouTube. I mean, how amazing to talk to Cicely and hear the realities of CF, and it makes me really emotional and upset because that could have been me, and it's really hard to know that there's people with the condition that had no choice in the matter, that it affects them in that way still. So I make no apologies of being upset. Thankfully, my mascara is waterproof. I'll be coming back. I don't think there's a dry eye watching the YouTube now, so I'm sorry about that. But it just, you just reflect on how, even though the new modulator drugs are not a cure, that you're not having to think about the future in the same way Cicely is. So I think if we can all keep donating to raise money so that her and everyone else can be in the same boat, because it's unfair that they're not. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back shortly. I am back. Yeah, that was a lot for me, as I'm sure you saw. I'm just going to let the next guest in, so bear with me. Welcome back. I'm carrying on the time. I'm carrying on chatting with people affected by cystic fibrosis and other people in the community and not as well. It's been a great day. I'm just over 10 hours in, so I'm not quite at the halfway point, but I tell you what, when I'm at that halfway point, you'll know about it. So just before I introduce my guest, this episode is proudly sponsored by David Griffin, Gold Travel Counsellor with Travel Counsellors. And if you know me, you know I am always looking at holidays, where to go, what to do, and I love planning a holiday, but David takes care of my travel. He's a personal travel expert. And he is amazing at what he does. Wherever you want to go, he is the best travel agent there is out there. So make sure to get in touch with him, David Griffin, Travel Counsellors, for more information. Now, joining me here, I have Dave Marshall. And hi, Dave. How are you?
Hello, Lucy. How are you?
I'm doing all right. So Dave is a CF grandparent from Glasgow. So we've moved up to Scotland. You turned 80. I don't know if you want that going out there, but you turned 80 recently.
Yes.
And you're a former radio DJ. You've dedicated so much of your fundraising over the years to cystic fibrosis. We're going to talk all about that. Thank you for wearing yellow. So can you tell me a little bit about your connection with CF and
touched us, my wife, myself, the grandparents of Callum Mackenzie, and we knew about CF. We knew roughly a little bit about it, but we sat in the local pub having an evening meal with his grandparents, and my daughter came into the pub. Clearly, she'd been crying, she was in tears, and she said at this stage Callum would be only about a week old, and he had the heel test. Nicola came in, we sat down, she was obviously upset. What's wrong? Callum's got cystic fibrosis, which we knew it was a disease. We didn't know much about it. We know an awful lot more about it now. Thanks to your communications and various magazine and letters too. Callum is CF. Callum is coming up on the 21st. His birthday is the 21st of June. It was the longest day too. The day he was born. I remember it well. But 21st of June, he'll be 16.
Wow.
And, he's been fortunate. But I was just talking to my daughter just now about doing bump. We call it bump because he used to do the sort of thing that you jump up and down on.
Yeah.
Like the balloon, the bumping ball thing. That's right. That was part of his regime back in his days before he became a teenager. But he still does. We still call it bump. But he's very religious about it. He does it religiously, and it's been good. And Callum has been, touching wood when I say that, really very, very lucky. It hasn't really impacted his life so far at all. I think we've got Calf Trio up here, of course, and that has definitely made a fantastic difference to Callum. But we just we took another room actually, and we just measured him tonight because he's getting tall. We thought at first he's going to be a snout all these years. I mean, he won't be very tall, but so he's 5'7" now.
Wow.
Coming up to 16. And he's still growing. So,
yeah.
That was our connection with, and he's been taken the only one or two occasions we don't have Cleon in the glove box in the car. But usually Callum's got a box back in his pocket if we're going to eat out somewhere. But Callum's doing really well with it, and we've been very lucky too.
Yeah.
He does it the exercises religiously. And he's paying dividends because of it.
And you know what? It's interesting because he's younger, so it's that transition between him becoming more independent with his health and things like that. I am going to eat my tea at the same time, so if I'm nibbling.
Carry on, yeah.
But also the stark contrast with, I don't know if you were listening before on the interview I did with Cicely and what life is like with CF for her. It just shows how the modulators work and help, because Callum is.
That's what Callum's doing as well. That's what he's got just now.
Yeah, he's doing really well. So you got stuck into fundraising. Your main fundraising initiative was yesterday's Once More, which brought communities together to reminisce about life in the 1950s, 60s and 70s through music and memories. How did that idea come about and how did you do it?
I really, on the radio Clyde was playing a lot of stuff from the 50s and 60s and 70s. And I thought, when I retired from radio, I thought, right, how can I just do something else and do something worthwhile as well? And it was clear that there's also a lot of interest from older people in what life was like back in the 50s and 60s and 70s. So I thought, okay, I'll put together little clips of what life was like back in those days, the singers, the stars that we used to go to the cinema to enjoy, and the television programmes, and just how life was so different.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'll call it Yesterday Once More, and I'll raise some money for charity. And my choice clearly was, at the beginning, was the CF Trust. I did that for 10 years.
Wow.
The phone kept ringing. And can you come to our old people's meeting? Can you come to this Women's Guild? And I would travel mostly in the west of Scotland with my lectern and a screen and a PA system and all the gear, and present the show. From going to one care home in Helensburgh, not far out of Glasgow, to that particular old folks' home, there were 5 men there, that was all, and 4 of them were sleeping. So that was a bit of a downer, but balancing that out with Age Scotland, I became quite involved with them. They had a massive meeting conference in the hotel, the Radisson Hotel in Glasgow, and I was asked to go along and present a show there. And altogether, I did work out. I think I did 395 shows.
Wow.
In a 10-year period. And I thought, okay, I'll split the money I'm getting with CF Trust and also with Alzheimer's Scotland.
Yeah.
And I raised eventually, in fact, for CF Trust £27,192.
Gosh.
Which was, I was just over 10 years. But and what I just said to people, that I haven't got a fee. I've got a suggested minimum donation.
Yeah.
And they've paid me the money, and that percent on to CF. And I gave roughly 25% of what I got to Alzheimer's Scotland as well. But doing the shows was great fun, and the phone is still ringing occasionally. I'm still getting phone calls from people saying, "Hey Dave, do you still do these shows? We've got one coming up." No, I said, sorry, I'm actually tired from it.
Do you know what I love? Yeah.
She did the show list, Lucy. It was easy. I found that was simple, but it was the equipment, carrying the PA system, and this.
Yeah, the tech.
And then we did into a lift, which is for 2 people, with all my gear. But it was great fun, great fun. I did change it because it was 50s and 60s at first, and I realised through the decades, I realised that in fact 50s and 60s is really quite far back. So I did another show of 70s and 80s, and in fact it alternated the 2 shows. It was great fun, and I really enjoyed doing it, and it was good to send some cash into the CF Trust.
Do you know what? I think we're quite similar in the sense because you used your skill in radio to raise money, and that's kind of what I'm doing as well right now, using my ability to communicate and interview for fundraising. So it's great that you used your passion in that way as well. So did you always want to be a radio DJ, or how did you end up doing that?
I keep diaries. Well, I say I keep diaries.
I do.
Most of the diaries I keep go as far as the end of February, and then they seem to fall by the wayside. But I found one the other day, and it said this is 1966. It said, called up to the offices of Radio Scotland, which was a pirate ship off Troon in the west of Scotland, and I'm going for an audition to be a pirate DJ on one of their ships. I didn't get the job. But I really had, I think, an interest in radio, and I used to go to bed with a little transistor radio, earpiece in my ear, listen to Radio Luxembourg and all that before when I was maybe a teenager. I joined the hospital radio station in Glasgow, and I knew people, began to know a lot of new friends from that, but a lot of the guys and girls that were there had always been interested in radio as well. And in fact, we got together again, basically when Radio Clyde started up in Glasgow. I was going up to speak to the boss about getting a job, hopefully, on Radio Clyde. And I ended up meeting Tony Curry, a guy I know well, Tony, and all these people. We were all in the waiting room, but we knew each other because it's a very sort of incestuous business, radio. But it was great fun. And I joined Radio Clyde in the 11th of November 1973, and we went on air on Hogmanay. I'm sure you know it's the 31st of December.
Yeah.
Hogmanay.
I do. I always love the Hogmanay. Jules Holland, Hogmanay.
Hogmanay in December 1973. We were on air at 10:30, and I presented the breakfast show a couple of days later, and I was on breakfast for 28 and a half years.
Gosh, early mornings.
Up at 3:30 in the morning.
Oh.
I remember coming into work, and I used to only think back now. Gosh, I used to drive in from the south side of Glasgow to the offices. First of all, in Anderston, and then the station moved to Clyde Bank. And I remember going into the car, driving across the Kingston Bridge in Glasgow, which people in this area will know very well. Very, very busy. But at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, it's not very busy at all. Very quiet. I remember I used to drive along there with a fully shaved battery razor. Set the mirror so you could see myself have a shave in the car as I'm driving along, with the occasional toot from lorries going to the fruit market and all the shopkeepers inside. It wouldn't happen that way now, but it was great fun.
Do you know what? Also, I just want to let you know we've just gone over the £4,000 mark. So thank you everyone so much. But what I absolutely love is all these stories that are coming out, and your career and how much you loved it, and it's amazing as well for me.
I'm very lucky, Lucy.
Yeah.
Lucky, very, very lucky. But on the Radio Clyde, I was there for 31 years.
I'm speaking to an absolute pro.
Then I was down in Birmingham when I got a phone call. I was moved from breakfast after 28 years to the afternoons, which was good, but I didn't enjoy it quite as much. But down in Birmingham on a week's holiday, and my wife was shopping in the Bull Ring at Birmingham, and I was at a motor show. I'm not particularly in the cars, but a motor show down there. And at the motor show, the phone rang, my mobile phone rang. Hi Dave, it's Jerry here, and he was Jerry Burke. And I knew that Jerry had just been announced as the programme director of Saga Radio in Glasgow. We had radio stations around Britain, but Glasgow's included, on 105.2 FM. And Jerry said, Dave, can you talk? I said, actually I can, Jerry. I'm actually in the motor show and I'm on holiday. Oh, right. You'll know I'm the new programme director for Saga. I don't suppose, Dave, remotely you'd be interested in me coming to join us at Saga Radio. And I thought, hold me back. Because it was just the right time for me too.
Yeah.
And Saga, and then Saga became Smooth. And I joined Smooth as well and retired in 2014 was my last show.
And what was that like, signing off your last show? How did you do it? Did you say, I've been Dave Marshall, the absolute legend of Scotland. Thank you for listening.
You should have written a script for me. Not that I had very many scripts. But no, I just figured that I was really enjoying it. But I came off air and decided that I could get offered the work of depping for people who were going on holiday, stepping into their shows and doing their shows. I did a bit of that. And then the boss said, this is on the Smooth Radio, said, got a couple of guys off, Dave, in December. Can you have any chance to sit in over Hogmanay in Christmas time? I just thought, this was in July, I was asking. I thought, no, I think I've had a great run, loved it, great fun. I was so lucky, and that I would really enjoy it. So, but I thought, okay, I'll take a break from that.
It's interesting that your show was about life in the 50s, 60s and 70s, because I'm just thinking what life for CF people would have been like in the 50s, 60s and 70s. There would have been no Creon. There would have been none of these modulators. It would have been a very, very different story.
Yeah. And there was that sort of not a scare, that's too difficult a word, but with regard to Creon, supplies were difficult to get, weren't they, recently as well?
Yeah, I mean, I've got you just reminded me to take them because I've just had some food.
Yeah, I recognise that tub.
But yeah, I have one in it. Well, I used to have one in every room, but with the supply issues, I just have one open now. But it's remembering to take them. I've had this my whole life, and I'm still like, oh, need my Creon.
Yeah. Well, Callum's, as they say, comes out with us in the car regularly. We go around different places, but into McDonald's or something, and he's first thing he brings out his Creon. And if by any remote chance he doesn't remember, there's a glove box in the car.
Yeah. Now, there is someone on YouTube who's just commented, and Paul has been on YouTube what feels like all day, so thank you so much, Paul. Paul is, let me just find the comment. He's in Glasgow, so Paul Stanley. Now, Paul is in his 70s with CF, so he might have remembered, I can't do the maths, but he'll have remembered the 60s, 70s and the 50s, growing up with CF. He's just put, Dave Marshall, Radio Clyde legend.
You rehearsed that line well. Thank you.
I didn't know how big a deal you were. I feel like... You should be doing this 24-hour thing, Dave, and I should be. You're in. We'll swap.
3 hours each morning, getting up at 3:30 in the morning for 28 and a half years was a challenge in itself, but great fun.
What did you do for the rest of? Yeah.
Thanks for listening in, Paul.
What did you do for the rest of the day once you'd finished?
Oh, right. I condensed very quickly. But CB radio was big back in the day too. And so I joined up with a guy called Norman Ross, a pal of mine from the radio days, and we opened a CB radio shop in Shawlands in Glasgow.
Wow.
Glasgow. And then we got a bigger, better shop in Parston Road in Glasgow. And then this K40 aerials, PL259 plugs, all the radio. Was it 19 for a copy? 19 for a copy was the line as well. But no, so we did that, and then the government legalised. It was illegal at first. The government legalised CB radio, and the bottom fell at the market. That was it. It just disappeared. So we sold the shop, and we went to the family went to America on holiday, but. And then I had a business centre to Glasgow as well, on the south side. I reckon a good business would be an office where people who were joiners, plumbers, painters, people who were tradesmen working all the time, they don't answer their phone all the time. So we took phone calls from people, for tradesmen. And they phoned in at the end of the day or come into the office, say, calls, Dave, yeah. Press the button and this thing, they gave a printout of all the phone calls he'd had that day. So I had a business centre as well, which I sold as well.
It is incredible, all you've done. So how would you start your radio show? How would you introduce yourself? I'm kind of trying to tease out of you your intro with your radio voice.
I was saying, I used to say good morning, but apparently people still say good morning. But no, it was the music and sort of chat as well, you know. It was, but the show, the 6 o'clock start gave me a wee bit of time to get chained up to get into things. But we had also lots of doors for me as well. I had a flight Concorde. Yes, we did. Yeah.
Sorry, I was about to put a piece of carrot in my mouth.
Hugh Brown, a guy, Hugh in Glasgow, he used to do the flight watch reports from the Glasgow airport. We did the rail news and the news of schools that were closed because of bad weather and all this stuff that now you get it online in seconds. But Hugh Brown said to Hugh, Dave, he said, there's a couple of in fact, 4 Concords coming into Glasgow airport today. I'm going to go and see it. Do you want to come down? I said, oh, okay, Hugh. So I came off here at 9 o'clock, jumped in the car. Back in the day, you could do that. Drove to Glasgow Airport, parked the car easily.
Easily.
And there's four Concords there. So Hugh said, look, we can get a wee trip in the Concorde. Oh, he said they're repositioning to Edinburgh Airport, which you'll know is only about 40 miles away. So we went down to the gangway, and sat down, just the four of us, in Glasgow Airport. The Concorde took off. We didn't go supersonic. 12 minutes later, we landed at Edinburgh.
Wow.
Came off the plane, not knowing how we would get back from transport is good now to Edinburgh Airport, but in those days it wasn't. I think it took us 12 minutes to get to Edinburgh from Glasgow, and it took us about 12 hours to go home. But it was great. Also, there's another quick. Will you time for one more quick one?
Yeah, no, please do. I am like so interested in this. Keep telling me.
A bit of a train spotter, Lucy. Yes, I say so. A bit of a train spotter, and very interested in the railways and trains. I remember from breakfast in the morning, used to give the rail reports on how the trains were running. And John said to me one day on the talkback, he said, "Dave, how do you fancy driving a train?" I thought, "Oh, right, okay." He said, "Station, and we'll get a electric train in there, and you can drive it to Lanark."
And that's a far away place.
We're not too far away from.
Oh, right. My Scottish geography is appalling. I'm sorry. I only know Glasgow and Edinburgh. Don't shoot me.
You're doing a good start. So I went to Motherwell station with John. The train came in, a 3-car electric, a 303 for train spotters, came in. I jumped into the cab. There was 5 guys in big high-vis jackets, things there as well, into the driver's seat. And then they said, "Okay, got a green signal, we can go now." So I give the old do on the horn, and away we went. And Motherwell station signal box used to be just after the actual town itself. And as I passed the signal box, the guys were all hanging out the box, gave me a good wave. I gave them a again. And we got to Lanark station. Lanark is a dead end. It's buffers at the end. So getting into Lanark station, and the real driver said, "Dave, just don't go too close to the buffers. Keep it well back." So stopped the train about 200 yards back from the buffers, and opened the doors. Okay, doors got opened, and the people at the hall spilled out. I could see them as they walked past the driver's cab where we were, with about another 100 yards to go to the gate. I could see them say, "Why are we stopped back here? Why are we having to walk this way?" But it was great fun, good fun, and things that were memorable things I won't ever forget. You know?
Please write a book. I mean it. Please write a book.
I'm sure that's a good idea.
Well,
but,
I want to thank you so much for chatting to me. And also, I'm really glad that we connected. And I do hope after this that we will stay connected, because you are such an interesting person. I'm sure you've got many other stories. As a budding young journalist and broadcaster, I feel there's a few more tales off air that I wouldn't to know about.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay, I'll bear that in mind, Lucy. Thanks for having me today. It's been great. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Good luck to you for the rest of the.
Thank you.
The campaign. I see plenty of my book here, the CF Life here, so I've been looking through that as well to see what you've been doing there. All the events you're planning on having as well, which is great. I'm ever thankful for the support from CF Trust for Callum.
Yeah.
And he's doing. I'll stay in touch with him. He's doing really well.
I'm really pleased to hear that. And we're also now only £100 off our target of 5,000. So we're only 10.5 hours in. We've got more. So I think we'll beat the target, Dave.
I think you will too. I'm sure you will.
Thank you. Right. Thank you so much. So great to listen to Dave. I am going to go for a wee, and I'm just saying that now because I've been drinking so much water and green tea and things, and a girl needs to wee. So in the meantime, enjoy me chatting a little bit more to Graham and Derek, the bridge runners from Newcastle. I guess my final question to you both would be the one thing you wish more people knew about CF, having understood it a little bit with Ewan and how he is and things like that. So maybe if we start with you, Graham.
Yeah, I think probably more education on how debilitating it can be for an individual with CF. You know, regardless of age, we've seen a lot of change in the medication that's available for people with CF and the difference that can make to somebody's life. But I think when you see what we've gone through specifically, look, watching Ewan grow up, taking the amount of medication that he takes, and know more about the physio and things that are involved in the active lifestyle he needs to kind of keep himself healthy. And I think just more awareness around the impact that it can have on an individual's life and what that means. You know, there's elements around CF that, you know, people with CF can't necessarily mix, and that's not a fact that not many people actually know. We learn a lot when we get to the end of the Great North Run with the CF Trust tent that's set up there, and there's people there to support on those who are taking part in the event, and that often comes with other people who have CF too. So there's an element of managing that. So I mean, there's a lot. You asked for one thing, but it's I think just the awareness of the impact that it can have in what goes into trying to try and treat and help somebody manage the CF that they have would be really good.
Yeah, definitely. And what about yourself, Derek?
I mean, I've had 30 seconds to think about this really, but I haven't really come up with anything better than Graham's already said. But I mean, I think overall, I'm not going to pretend to be any kind of expert on this at all, but I think the fact that it seems, you know, from the people that, you know, we've got to know through the social media side of the Great North Run Tyne Bridge page and things like that, and you know, we see people sharing stories who are connected with, you know, or connected to somebody who has cystic fibrosis, and the sort of theme to me seems to be that, you know, everybody you know, who has CF has a slightly has different, it affects them in different ways, and I'm not sure that everybody sort of appreciates that, you know, somebody who, I don't know, somebody who, you know, there will be people out there with CF who can, you know, very easily beat me at a half marathon, you know, and I don't have CF. Now, accepting that I've just said I'm not a runner, which I'm not, a lot of people would say that's not very difficult anyway, with or without CF. But I think just the fact that it affects people in different ways. But I think, and I guess from a fundraising perspective, what I think I'd want to sort of shout more about the fact that the fundraising that people do seems to be making such a difference.
Yeah.
And I think I'm absolutely not criticizing any other charities out there. There's no such thing as a bad charity. They're all doing their thing, and there's lots of people backing all these different charities, and, you know, they're all great, like I say. But I think for me, having fundraised for different charities over the years, seeing the difference that, you know, we've been involved with Cystic Fibrosis Trust for 8 years, and it's, you know, and there must be a correlation between the amount of money that is being raised and the you know, improvements to the life of people who have cystic fibrosis. And I'm not sure I'm articulating this particularly well.
No, you make sense.
But I think you know, I think that's something that could be shouted about more, not to diminish the fact that there is still a long way to go, as you've sort of alluded to. It's not a case of, you know, there's a miracle drug that will work for everybody, and, you know, there's no cure. But I think ultimately every step sort of, you know, you get further along towards that cure stage, or at least managing to, you know, the best that it can be managed. And you know, having the impact that the fundraising is making seems to be very real, and it seems to be, you know, going really well. But, you know, you may have a different experience to that, I'm not sure, but that's what I'd try to say, despite articulating it quite badly.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying in terms of how the trust's helpful, and even now with the new work forwards, well, it's not new, but the work forwards team. So for people who maybe growing up didn't expect to live long, they now need support to get into employment, and so it's things like that they're kind of thinking ahead to as well, so that it's kind of every aspect. So yeah, well, I want to thank you both so much for joining me on the podcast, and also for what you're doing and raising money yourself. And yeah, I can't wait to see little me on the bridge.
Well, like you say, we'll certainly tag you in it, and we'll share it on our socials. But yeah, thank you for having us on, and all the best with the rest of the 24 hours.
Absolutely.
Good luck with the rest of the 24 hours, they've said. They are going to be going to bed tonight. I am not. I'm 10 and a half hours in, and I'm £100 out of my target. Now, that is incredible. I think I might reach my target and hopefully a little bit more. Joining me now on the podcast is someone who I've only connected with recently, but she's amazing. She's got a great beautiful daughter who we're going to talk about. Before that, though, just to say that this episode is sponsored by Baby Beats Preston, which is run by Steph. Now, Steph's journey began as a passion for sport and became a swim teacher, and then as an early years practitioner in education and health clubs. After her first daughter arrived, she trained as postnatal instructor. She knew how much movement positively impacted her well-being during that first year. This inspired her to create a space where mums like everyone who's a mum can connect. She knows that finding connection in the postpartum period can sometimes feel challenging. Baby Beats classes are designed to support you both physically and mentally, and they'll take place from September at Nuffield Health, Preston. But without further ado, I am really delighted to welcome Shani to the podcast. Hi, Shani. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right at the moment. Got a bit of a buzz, just having my tea. So we connected recently, and it was because of your niece's Instagram account, which is run by her mum, Gigi's Instagram account, and she is such a little character. Her videos are so cute, and she's got like over 60,000 followers.
Yeah, nearly. I think she's just hit 65,000 followers. Wow. Yeah, she's hilarious, honestly. Like, if you're ever having a bad day, just go on Gigi's account.
It's just the funny. I mean, I first saw the videos years ago, and it was the one where it's like, my dad can't cope with me, and she's got such a Scouse little accent, and I'm near Liverpool. I'm an hour out of it, so I went to uni in Liverpool. It's like my people, my town. You know what I'm saying? So when she's like, my dad can't cope with me, and I was like, yes, girl, I love it. And then, no, he still can't cope, can he? I've got my belly top on, and then yeah, and then the other one, and excuse if there's children listening, but it's when she goes, does your baby shit through? You mean does she poo? No, does she shit through? And it's just like everyone needs to go and follow Gigi's account. What I mean, let me get the name up so I can just like plug it, because it really makes me laugh. What is it called? Giovanna Drama, that's it. And yeah, she's incredible. But so I saw the video of your daughter Trixie, who is Gigi's cousin, and she was kind of like, she was holding her hand so beautifully, and Trix was just looking up at her, and it melted my heart. And when she said she's got cystic fibrosis, and she summed it up, when she gets sick, she gets really sick. It's like, that is so easy to explain. And yeah, so then I obviously connected with you because you're doing this 5K run, and you don't run.
Yeah, I don't run. I do not run, honestly. It's like my worst nightmare.
How's it going? Because he runs in July.
Horrendous. But I'm trying. That's the main part. Taking part that counts.
And it's the raising money, which you're doing amazingly for the CF Trust.
Yeah.
So can you tell me a little bit about, so Trixie's, how old is she now?
Going to be 2 in August.
Oh, and I mean, she's got beautiful curls. She's stunning. But can you tell me a little bit about when you found out she had CF and what that diagnosis was like to take?
Yeah, so when she was born 8 pounds 8. So she was like a chunky baby. And then she just was losing weight, but quite quick. So she was vomiting. She was feeding every hour, but she was just completely vomiting the bottle back up. So I was like, I just knew, I don't know, it's mad as a mum, I just knew something weren't right. So she kept dropping weight every time she was weighed, and the midwife was like, she's losing a lot of weight, and the doctor was like, oh yeah, maybe it's reflux, and I was like, it's not reflux, this.
You knew your baby.
And then I actually took her to all today one night, and I was like, she's feeding every hour, she's screaming, she's vomiting, she's losing loads of weight, and he was like, yeah, that's the problem, you're overfeeding her. And I was like, I don't think that's the problem. So I then took her back to the doctors when she was 10 days old, and they gave me Gaviscon for reflux. And I walked out to the doctors and I was like, I'm just not happy with this. And as I got to my house, the health visitor was there and she diagnosed her.
Similar.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, similar to me. I think I was 2.5 when I was diagnosed, though. How old was Trixie?
10 days old.
Yeah, so a lot younger than me, but my mum recounts kind of how many dirty nappies I was doing a day, and the health visitor saying I wasn't being fed the right amount, which as a new mum must be hard. Like someone's telling you you're doing something wrong, and you're like, no.
Yeah, and I remember saying, but there's oil in a nappy, and they were like, yeah, it's mucus, and I was like chip pan oil. It looks like I've poured oil in a nappy from the chip pan or something. Like, I don't get how that's normal, and they were like, yeah, it's normal.
Yeah, and so when I was diagnosed, the health visitor actually came and apologised to my mum because she said it was classic signs that they missed, because I was more dietary affected than lung affected at that time. So you find out that your daughter's got CF. She's your youngest child, no, your oldest child.
Youngest, I've only got the one, yeah.
Fine. Sorry, and you find out that she's got cystic fibrosis. Did you know anything about it before? And what was...
So one of my best mates, he's also my friend Connor, he's actually got cystic fibrosis.
Wow.
My neighbour, who actually become a friend, Kitty, she's also got cystic fibrosis.
Wow.
But I thought I knew what it was, but I generally just thought it was your lungs. So
yeah.
When she was diagnosed, my first thought was, it's fine, she can have my lungs. Now, at 10 days old, my lung was bigger than her whole body, but I was just thinking of anything. But yeah, I didn't realise how now I feel like I could do a PhD on cystic fibrosis.
Yeah.
But back then I generally thought it was just I didn't actually understand.
So how did you understand? Did you contact the CF Trust? How did you navigate yourself, kind of, the diagnosis, but also learning more about it?
So at first, I literally was floored. I felt like I was at this gorgeous little baby bubble, and then I felt like it just burst. And I feel like I didn't come to terms with it for a long time. Because we had appointments and all today the next day, and even the next day, I was like, how certain are you? They were like 99.9% certain. I was like, there's still that 1% chance that she doesn't have it. And this is going to make you laugh. So I went on Google, it said they taste the salt. I started licking her head, going to my mum, she tastes salty, doesn't she? And she's going, no. I was going, no, she definitely tastes salty. So then I went to all today. Obviously, they told me a lot about it and told me that she had 2 genes and stuff like that. And then I was quite lucky. I was straight on the phone to Connor and Sarah, and I feel like I had them harassed the first year. Saying that, I'd still do harass them about it now. If I've got anything to ask, I'll just ask them.
But that's good, isn't it, that you've got that support and you've got that kind of, yeah.
I'd be lost without them, honestly.
So you find out she's got cystic fibrosis. You find out then she's got the mutations that mean she can have the modulators.
Yeah, so she actually can only have one at the moment, and they're going to try it on Kaftrio in the next few weeks.
That's so exciting.
So exciting. And
compared to when I was diagnosed and other people, there's people that I've chatted to that are in the 40s, someone I know in the 70s. The prognosis will be different for Trixie, and being on these modulators so young.
So lucky.
She won't have as much lung damage as I do, and she will really be all right.
Yeah, I know, and that's at first I googled it, and
Yeah.
I had just read online, basically my child's got a death sentence, and it was horrendous, and I couldn't get my head around it. But then now I know more about the modulators and stuff. Like, the first year was chaotic. Like, she was on enzyme, she was on Parafit, she was on the modulator, she was getting physio, and I was just like, wow, this is a lot to take on as a new mum. I had a whiteboard in the back kitchen with everything on times, and now I don't have to think about it.
It's natural.
Now, yeah, and the good thing is, she is my only child, so I know no different.
Yeah.
From 10 days, CF was our life, and like, I don't know what it's like to have a child without illness.
Yeah.
So it's just like day to day now. Don't get me wrong, the first year was horrendous. She's doing amazing, but I feel like as a mum, you just want to fix everything. But honestly, she's doing so well. I just can't wait for her to start on Kaftrio.
And so is she on anything right now?
Epicaftor.
Oh, okay. And you mentioned that she was on Paravit, which is the vitamins and enzymes and things like that. Has she been able to come off any of those, or is she still on them?
Yeah, when she turned 1, I think it was, pancreas, thanks to the modulators, is now fully functioning. Yeah, wow. So I know, she's literally on Ivacaftor twice a day and physio. And that's it.
It's incredible. I mean, I'm on Creon and I was forgetting to take them earlier, but it's insane. And this is what Trixie and your life is a result of fundraising probably 10, 20 years ago, even 5 years ago. And I am so happy because, I mean, of course, I would have loved to have had the drug earlier to prevent the damage. However, to know that the fundraising me and my family have done since I was diagnosed in 2000 means that Trixie and yourself, like, she doesn't need Creon, she doesn't need Paravit. The fact that to me just shows how much fundraising for the CF Trust does in such a little, but then also what's hard is there'll be mums who've got a similar age child who have a rarer mutation and they won't be able to access the drugs, and that's hard as well.
Heartbreaking. Like I always say, like, I feel like I've won the lottery with Trix because I'm so lucky that the guidelines changed when she was a few weeks old, so she wasn't meant to start anything at all till she was 2.
Wow.
And because the amount of childhood illnesses, she said she's had bronchitis like 3-4 times and like loads of chest problems. But I do feel like, imagine she went on the drugs.
Yeah.
Like, so lucky.
So how old was she when she started taking Ivacaftor?
I'd say about 6 weeks old.
Gosh. That is, yeah, that is amazing, and that's showing what fundraising does, so that's why we need to keep doing it. So your fundraising challenge, you're going to be doing this run. Do you think you'll maybe do a marathon next?
I was thinking that today. I was thinking every year I'm going to carry on raising money for the CF Trust. So last year we done the 30-day challenge.
Yeah.
We done a workout, but to be fair, I go to the gym most days, so that weren't much to me. So this year I wanted to challenge myself, and because I was thinking to myself, she has to do 20 minutes of physio like twice a day.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to, so I need to do something that I don't want to do, which was running. So yeah, maybe a half marathon.
In the video with Gigi, it was cute because Gigi showed with the cup, you know, for physio, and like she was then doing it on herself a little bit. So it's
honestly,
is she at the point? I mean, she probably no, she won't be if she's 2. But how will you kind of have that conversation with her? You know, when she starts school or people, you know, she might be like, oh, do other people do physio? Is she aware that? Will she be much like very aware about that yet?
So it makes me laugh because if she's tired, she says, come on, tap time, and walks to the stairs because she has physio and falls asleep to it. Like she should went asleep then to the physio. So she, at the minute, she thinks it's normal because my sister's got a little boy who's just turned 1, and she starts doing physio on him, and it's just like, it makes me laugh because I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, tap, and just tapping on his little chest. So I think right now she thinks it's normal. But I feel like that's because we just treat her like a normal child.
Yeah.
Like, and because we're from such a big family on both sides, she's constantly around other kids. And I think they're so used to it. Like GJ, like physio's normal to GJ. Like you've never question of why does she have to do that?
And I think what's amazing is how adaptive children are and adaptive people with CF are. Now, obviously, it's your only child. I'm an only child. Children rule. Whoop, whoop. But I think, and what I'm hearing from everyone who I've interviewed today with CF and those relatives, they say like people with CF have this aura, this like determination, but this kind of living life. They are the presence in every room. They light up the room. There's something special about them. Would you agree with Trixie as well?
She's wild. She can be in a little case, but she's literally in the room, and she's so resilient. She walks into them appointments, and she just lets them do anything they want. And then I come in and try and brush her teeth, and all hell breaks loose. But like she got her bloods done not long ago, and like just went ow, and I was like, I was sobbing behind it, crying my eyes out. So I do more crying in these appointments, and she's just not phased.
As a CF parent, how do you deal with it? You know, do you have communication with other CF parents? What support do you have as well from parents?
Yeah. So I've met a few parents from like the area. There's some from the area who I speak to as well, and they've really helped me. Their kids are a bit older, so I speak to them quite a bit. And obviously, I am quite lucky to have Connor and Kitty in my life. But I feel like, I don't know, don't get me wrong, it floored me, and there's still some days I cry my eyes out about it, and like I just wish, like, there will be a cure one day, but you just wish for the best for your kids, don't you?
Yeah.
But at the time, I feel like I can't change it. So I've just got to crack on with it.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what we do. We just give her the best life we can. She's spoiled rotten.
But it's your norm as well, and like my norm, and so talking about physio twice a day, like I'll be doing it on the podcast because I need to do it, but it's just normal. Like when I got married and with my husband, it's now his normal. He wouldn't think he's now, and he's in the other room, so he'll probably like his eyes will like come and look at me, but if he's sat next to someone and they start coughing, he'll move. Like he's across that now, and it's his norm, and maybe he didn't sign up for that, but hey. But do you find nursery hard with the bugs? And because she'll still pick up things, won't she, even on the drugs?
Yeah, she has been on antibiotics, I'd say most of this year already, most of last year. I'd say 80% of the cough swabs have come back with a bacteria on them. We're very lucky if we get a clear cough swab. Very lucky.
And
I thought nursery, we're from a massive family, but like we always like ask, so like if we go places, and I was like, are the kids okay? Are the kids fitting well? And nursery are really good. Like if there's a child who's unwell, they'll phone me straight away. And
has she had IVs, or is it just kind of oral antibiotics?
Oral antibiotics, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you won't know yet because she's just kind of developing and speaking and things like that. But what are your hopes for her in the future with CF, and also kind of just with life?
Like that she just lives life to the full. Like, and she's like you, positive, happy. You're all smashing it.
Yeah.
Honestly. It is so true. You do light up the room.
Thank you. Yeah. I guess my final question is, the theme of this year's CF week is one diagnosis, 11,000 realities. So next week, as you'll know with the CF Trust, next Friday is Wear Yellow Day, but it's, one diagnosis, 11,000 realities, because there are over 11,000 people in the UK with CF, huge range of ages. What would you say is your reality living as a parent of a child with CF?
Like, it's hard, like, but I just feel like I just stay positive and just know there's going to be a cure one. Well, I hope one day.
Yeah, and that's why we're fundraising, isn't it?
100%. That's what we do it for.
So what are you doing for the rest of the evening now that... I am going to say that now that you've turned up at the right time. Shani turned up at 8 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, but it did make me go for a run because I had nothing else to do. So I was like, get out there and go for a run. Still having a 5K.
What are you at now?
About 3.
That's still good. Do you stop, or do you do it all in one go?
No, that's like going all in one go.
Oh, wow.
I feel like I need a defib halfway. It's a lot.
I started doing the couch to 5K, and I'm like halfway through it, but I just get bored.
See, this is it. I started that last year. I stopped after the 3rd run.
Yeah. Running is boring.
Oh, like after the 5th of July, you'll never see me run again unless I'm running this marathon. Now I should be doing the same training a few weeks before.
What might your next challenge be then? When I was diagnosed, my mum and dad organised this head shave where like loads of men in the family shaved their heads, including my dad. And my dad's like hair's never grown back properly, he says. But like all wacky and weird things we've done. But like, what might your next thing be?
I might just jump out of an aeroplane. I've done that before. Yeah, it's easier.
You've done it before?
Yeah, I've done it in Dubai just for fun, and I felt like going back up. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've said it now.
Yeah, because I'll enjoy that.
Yeah.
I'll enjoy it.
I did zip wire off. I've zip wired off Widnes Bridge, and I've also abseiled off Liverpool Cathedral.
Or an abseil, yeah, I might do an abseil turning round the corner.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for those that are still donating. But yeah, it's been so great to chat to you, and I do really hope we can keep in touch and like maybe meet for a coffee sometime. And yeah.
And good luck as well. You're doing amazing. Well done.
Thank you. I'm just going to put this donation tag back on, like you'll all know if you're watching YouTube, whilst I say bye to Shani. So thank you. Well, what a run we've been on. We're 11 hours in, I'm nearly halfway. Now, at this point, I just want to let you know the YouTube stream is going to end and then it's going to restart. And the reason being is because YouTube only lets you live stream 12 hours and save the video, and I want to save it. So I'll be back. You know where I am. Please rejoin. Thank you.